Black. It is out of here. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Oh, happy Tuesday and happy 6th seed, y'all. Whoa, the Warriors are the 6th seed, which, as Marcus points out, would qualify them for the old top 6 sports stories if you're an old KNBR head. So, Marcus, good morning. Welcome to the 6th seed, brother. How you feeling in that lofty position there, buddy?
The top 6 is back, baby, and we're never looking back. I don't even want to think about the play-in bracket. Nothing up but up from here for the Golden State Warriors. Maybe they even have the option to get up to that 5 seed, Murph.
Whoa. Now you're talking, buddy. By the way, so
you
I'm
want to get spicy.
Immediately digress into the top 6. So the old days when we did the top 6 sports stories, I'd say a large portion of our audience listening right now, if you've been with us for a while, knew that was the way we did it for like the first, 16 years or so, until Kevin Graham, God bless him, good guy, just say he hated the top 6. We said, why? He said, you're talking about some person named Caitlin Clark.
Who?
Who is Caitlin Clark? Nobody cares about Caitlin Clark. And I remember saying to him in the conference, I'm like, dude, Caitlin Clark is going off. And this was pre-Caitlin Clark. This was like the year before she
took over the sport of basketball.
Anyway, I was actually thinking if I had to do a top 6, there were times when the top 6 was tough. And if I had to do a top 6 from last night, I mean, you're looking like obviously Warriors, number 1. I'd probably throw in a Giants Cactus League update at 1-2. Sharks won, right? That would make one of them.
Big win in shootout in overtime yesterday.
But, dude, then you start drying up. I might throw in Kyrie Irving's injury.
Yeah.
That might make it.
That's a bummer of an injury.
I think you might throw in a Fox, Jimmy Johnson retiring from Fox.
Yeah, that would make a top 6 today.
That might make a top 6.
That would for sure be top 6.
Then you'd be scraping. Then it would be, franchise tag. That'd be it.
Yeah.
T. Higgins got franchise tag.
Yeah, and whether or not the Vikings are going to tag Sam Darnold.
You just lived through a top 6, everybody.
The top 6 is back.
You know what? I need some applause for that.
Don't tell Kevin Graham.
We could have gone with women's hoops. We could have gone with my angst watching UCLA Northwestern last night, in which they blew a 14-point lead in the final minute. Hung on to as Candace said when she said, "Why are these games so stressful?" I said, "Don't even bring it up. I'm just freaking out that they won the game." That was my Monday night. We had a little basketball practice. I yelled at some kids, and then I watched UCLA sweat it out, and of course, all along, watched the Golden State Warriors get it done. Very routine, business-like win, which we'll call in shortly at Charlotte. So congrats to Steph Curry going home, getting the dub, and eating at Bojangles, according to Sam Gordon's report in the Chronicle.
Which I believe neither of us have experienced in our lives.
All I know is just the sound of it. I want to go.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
Bojangles.
You know the song, Mr. Bojangles.
Yeah, I have heard the song, Mr. Bojangles.
I bet we might have hit a Young Tony at 6:03. Oh, man, Mr. Bojangles. Legendary folk song covered by, among others, a complete unknown Bob Dylan, right?
Wow.
But many have covered it through the years. I mean, I could tell you a rando story, might as well. In my freshman dorm in college, one of the gals who lived on our floor had a boyfriend who did not go to college, but he used to shack up with her all the time. I remember his name was Sandy. He used to hang out in our rooms. We're like, "Who are you, bro?" He's like, "Oh, I'm with Megan." We're like, "Okay, cool." We're like, "You go to school?" He's like, "No." So he just lived in the dorms.
Nice.
He lived in the dorm. He got free lodging.
Who does this guy think he is? Who does this guy think he is? QB1?
So one morning, my buddy Tim was in the lousy morning in the dorm dorm bathrooms, 808 KNBR.
Oh man,
dorm bathrooms, bro. The group toilets, the group showers, the bunkness of it all. Can I go there? The stray pubes.
Oh, the fun guy in the showers.
Well, there it is.
Yeah.
So my buddy Tim is in there. He has an early class. He decides to go for once. He's grumpy. He's brushing his teeth, and he hears the shower water running, and he hears a guy singing Mr. Bojangles out of the shower. Mr. Bojangles. He said he's like looking around. He hears the water, and the guy says, Mr. Bojangles. And then he said he paused for the longest time and then said, dance, which, if you know the song, is the dramatic part of the song. And my buddy was like, and then the shower water ended, out walked Sandy. And he's like, this freaking guy.
Dude, this guy doesn't even go to my school, and he's in my shower singing Mr. Bojangles.
A dramatic pause, too, before he said, dance. So it's been a long-running joke between me and my buddy, and I thought I'd share it with you guys.
How about that, dude? Sandy just walking in, making himself at home, taking over the showers.
Oh, yeah, walking out. There he is in all his glory, too. You know what I mean? Then he wraps the towel around him. You know what I mean?
Surprised he even used the towel. I mean, the confidence this guy has.
So anyway, that's my Bojangles story.
Mr. Bojangles.
Bojangles is a fast food restaurant in Charlotte that Steph Curry went to yesterday.
Yeah, 808 KNBR. Where does Bojangles rank among KFC, a Chick-fil-A, a Popeyes?
Well, it's fried chicken and biscuits.
That's what I'm saying. So where is it in the hierarchy of fast food fried chicken?
We've never been, right?
I've never been, so I got to know. There's got to be someone out there listening this morning who's been to Bojangles.
I guess you could get a breakfast there. Sausage, I'm on the website, sausage, egg, cheese biscuit combo.
Oh, no. Give me one of those like spicy chicken biscuits. I love those. They have great ones at Chick-fil-A.
Would you eat fried chicken for breakfast?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We've had chicken and waffles.
That's true.
Shout out Lolo's down in Scottsdale.
We didn't go there this year,
We did
buddy.
not go this trip.
That's on us.
I know, because Murph, it's chicken. It's fried chicken.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
I'm with that kid.
I like fried chicken.
And
I
so
like
does
Steph Curry.
So does Steph.
Yeah.
For sure, too. Well, it might as well call it in now then. Why not? I mean, I already
Steph
sang,
Curry. I like Steph Curry.
already sang Bojangles in the shower. So here we go. A workmanlike night. Bruce Fraser grabs the phone, calls Adam Silver. Silver said, so Jimmy Butler's back, I guess? He said, that's right. Enough with the smart aleck remarks about how us not winning without Jimmy Butler. And put in the book, skinny boy. Golden State Warriors 119. Charlotte Hornets 101.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
Only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Oh, it's getting longer and longer. We could even add, what about Buddy Hield? Very entertaining.
That was quite
That
a
was-
show.
By the way, leading scorer, Buddy Hield.
Very entertaining last night, Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield, so now the stat is if he scores 19. Remember the stat when they scored 18? So now if he scores 19, they're 9-0.
Yeah, so I saw now it's 12-1 when he scores 18, but if he gets one more shot, one more free throw, to your point, undefeated when he scores 19 points.
And as much as we've knocked the guy, and we have knocked him, dude, you were there at the All-Star game when he kind of got hot.
When he was on fire in the first round and then melted down in the second round.
But that first round might have unlocked him because since the All-Star break, he's shooting 42% from three. And believe me, in December and January, he was not shooting 42% from three, bro.
No.
So, and that includes him going 0 for 6 in Philly. So it'd be a lot higher even with that. So I don't know. We're going to get like has the Buddy... I guess I'm asking, has the Buddy Hield cycle come all the way around? We're back at the top of it now?
I think so. I think we're starting over. So enjoy the next month of Buddy Hield.
10 games.
Yeah, exactly.
10
He'll
games,
give us a nice 10-game stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, we are talking about a guy that is a career 40% three-point shooter. So you would think that water would always find its level. He has just been extremely streaky this year.
And he says that the hot streak coincides with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
He says he's getting a little extra space, a little extra look.
Jimmy down on the block, kicking it out.
And somebody said, who was I listening to? I was listening to Tim Roy's broadcast. I've been in the car a little bit, so I'm getting some Tim Roy. And he just said out of nowhere during a possession, he goes, a ball over to Buddy Hield, who's never in a bad mood. And then he's just like, he goes, Hield whips it over to...
Never in a bad mood.
Hield whips it over
Except
to...
for when he's in
Post.
Miami.
Yeah. Wait, what happened in Miami?
Well, he was talking about how he lost his joy for basketball because he wasn't playing and got suspended by Pat Riley.
Oh, no, I was talking about Hield. He said Buddy Hield was...
Oh, excuse me, my bad. I got confused. I thought you said
Butler's-
Jimmy.
Jimmy's had plenty of bad
I thought you
moods.
said down to Jimmy. Jimmy Butler's never in a bad mood.
I might have said Jimmy, my bad. He said over to Buddy. He goes, and he just said quickly, he goes, Curry over to Hield, Buddy Hield. Buddy's never in a bad mood. Hield over to Post.
Okay, I like
was
that.
Okay,
I like that.
So
Sorry for the confusion.
Because it was confusing.
that could have been on me there, buddy. They're in New York City tonight at 4:30. Here's the only dark side of this is that Steph tweaked his ankle, and he says, quote, I think I'm going to play. I think so. He's not certain.
So I would say it was a good sign that he actually played throughout the fourth quarter until the final 3 minutes of the game. And it's always a good sign when the guy goes to the podium instead of straight to the MRI machine. So I would assume it's good news, but you never know back-to-back on the road. but the Dubs are going to need Steph if they want to take down Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, and the New York Knicks tonight.
You know, we've been talking about how this road trip's very, very favorable, but, dude, the Knicks are 40-20 and third in the East.
Knicks are a good squad.
So, I mean, well, I don't know. I think they hit a little bit of a skid recently, and people were kind of down on them. But, dude, you look up, they're 40-20.
There was like a little bit of a narrative going around like a week or two ago that Jalen Brunson was too focused on his podcast instead of playing basketball. Next thing you know, James Dolan is stopping by the podcast, the owner of the Knicks, so it seems like that beef has been squashed. And yeah, recently they've won 6 out of their last 8. Jalen Brunson's averaging 30 points per game, and Kaat's shooting a career high like 41, 42%. He's shooting the lights out this year and is one of the best double-double guys in the league.
Well, this is a place where Steph Curry goes all the way back to 2008 when he was at Davidson College, and they played in the Jimmy V Classic, and he had a really good game. He made his final. He scored 13 of their final 15 points in a thrilling win. Ripped off 3 threes near the end of that game. So that was exciting. And then as a pro, obviously we know the deal. And famously, the 54-point game in 2013 famously broke Ray Allen's career 3-point record at Madison Square Garden. And if this stat is correct, in his career in 10 games there, he's shooting 49% from 3-point there. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, anyway, there's some good stuff going into tonight. So, Warriors, welcome to the 6th seed, everybody. As Steve Kerr goes, yeah, it's great. He goes, we could blink and be in the 9 seed, too. That's what he said. So,
if the season ended today, they'd be the 6th seed.
As my kid was asking me that, Rory the Greek, who, by the way, we got to really, dude, this kid's betting thing is getting out of control.
Oh, man.
It's called, listeners, it's called Stadium Live. If anybody knows, check out that app. Let me know how bad this is for my kid.
I told you, I got to do some research on this app.
Stadium Live, yeah.
And I got to talk to
him
Rory
into the life of darkness here?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I was reeled in last night. I missed out on a bet by the hook. I was telling young Tony this morning, I'm not happy about it.
This is his future.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And in a couple of years, he's going to be complaining, Dad, did you hear about the hook last night?
I just wanted to do his freaking homework. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, you're like, Captain Hook? What are we talking about? You're like, no, the hook on the spread last night.
Come on, man.
I had Steph Curry over 31.5.
No hooks, buddy. No hooks. All right, let's get the guest list from Tony on the other side. Enjoy our Tuesday. Enjoy our 6th seed on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Billy Joel with Stevie Nicks at Levi Stadium on October 4th. Stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Buddy, a warm-up three, and he got it! They've been 9 of 35. Butler over Nurkic. Jimmy Butler! Only a second-made three in a Warrior uniform. Buddy Hield out of the corner. High arcing three! Buddy's three has made it on the road. Krzyzewski, 2 fourth-quarter threes. And Brandon, he's got 19 points to go with his 9 rebounds. 33 wins for the Dubs, 16 and 5, or 16 and 15 on the road, 2 and 1 on this trip.
This is it, man. The Warrior victory song. Rihanna, we heard the other night when Steph scored 50, whatever it was, 56, was it?
Yeah.
In where was that? My brain. Where was that again? He scored 56.
That
Orlando.
was 56 in Orlando.
See, I'm not even on the NBA beat. I gotta tell you, if I was an NBA beat writer, dude, I've heard them say they can't even remember what hotel they're staying at. They can't remember their hotel room at all. And that's me not even remembering Orlando from last Thursday. But in the locker room, when Curry was going around getting dapped up, we heard Buddy Hield in the background saying,
"Very entertaining."
Those very words right there. Here it is.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Or as Tim Roy said, Buddy Hield, all over to Hield on the wing. He's never in a bad mood. Back down to post in the corner. So there it is. Warriors get the win, and Rihanna says it was very entertaining. But although it was, by Steph standards, pretty ordinary. 21 points. Sorry to rip open a wound for you. 21 points, 10 assists.
I was just showing Murph my prize picks during the break. Missed out because of that hook last night.
Well, one of the listeners said, it was, who was it? 408 said, I need to show Rory the Greek uncut gems. Is like scared straight kind of thing?
Yeah.
Scared straight.
There's a lot of scared straight stories you can get into to talk about the dangers of gambling.
So you checked out the app. What's my verdict?
So a lot of coins out here. And they're all virtual coins, but it's kind of like, like when your kid wants to buy something on Fortnite.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to buy a
they
skin.
come down sheepishly, Mom, and I have $19.99.
See, that's the thing. So there are free coins in the game, I believe. Like in 2K, like when you're playing a certain game mode, you can earn coins. But then there's also the point where you can buy V-Bucks. And that's kind of what this app is, where you can have coins, but it seems like there's also like a V-Bucks option that could be converted into some real money. Again, I haven't made any deposits or anything like that, so I'll do some more research
You're
for
my
you.
eyes and ears. I sure do appreciate
But it's definitely a little gambling website.
Yeah, it is a
I mean, it's just taking more or less.
Oh, you should see the texts.
Yeah.
Because I scout the texts to make sure nobody's dealing cocaine on the side in 7th grade.
Hey, now.
That whole deal.
Yeah, you never know.
And they are just, it's like reading, it's like total degenerate behavior. They're going bananas about a freaking Timberwolves Heat game. You know what I mean? It's like wait, what? You care about the third quarter of a Timberwolves Heat game, or something like that.
They do when they got the over.
Oh, man. So, anyway, I'm just sharing this with the audience because, A, I feel like it's mildly entertaining, and B, honestly, I feel like it's therapy because I'm a little worried about the kids.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're not the only one in this situation because now we're to the point where I'm doing reads for prize picks. I know you did some Underdog reads. Like, there are so many different apps out there that are all based on daily fantasy sports.
Don't we all say 18 and over?
Yeah, they're supposed to be 18 and over, but hey, that's an issue for the lawmakers.
When you're an adult, you can make your decision. Now, when you're 13.
I would agree, Murph. I would agree.
This guy 408's hot because he just said, I'm just waiting for Roy to say to Murph, Hey, I don't go around bursting your bubble. You don't go around bursting mine.
Dude, I'm waiting for Rory to start like talking ass, saying like I'm fading the Friday forecast.
Well, dude.
Like you thought Saturday Murph was something. What about Friday night Rory?
Oh, man. Okay, all right. Rory the Greek.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm glad he's asleep right now, so he doesn't know any of this stuff. So by the time he wakes up, we won't talk about it. Because I don't want him getting flustered and embarrassed.
We won't talk at all. And I've got gambling advice for all the kiddos out there. Don't bet what you don't have. Don't bet what you don't know.
Dude.
Those are 2 rules I live by in the gambling
Uncle
world.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Don't bet what you don't know and don't bet what you don't have.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Either
the
way,
lesson in
however
life.
you want to phrase it.
That's as good
Those
as
are
Tony's.
my 2 rules for gambling.
As good as young Tony's mantra about, like, which he might have violated in his feud with Thin Tim, by the way. It's a perfect time to say good morning to young Tone on a Tuesday morning, March 4th.
What's up, Tone? This is what you should do. You should warn your kids about the dangers of gambling because my guy Tony created a prize pick account and then went like 0 for 21, 0 for 28.
You don't need to bring up old ass.
Missing
Come on.
all those lineups.
Dude,
so Tony knows about the dangers of gambling.
Who did you think you were? Buddy Hield in December and January?
And then I got on Underdog.
Yeah, and now you're on a hot streak.
Yeah.
I mean, please tell the kids, don't bet what you don't know, don't bet what you don't have.
I mean, this is just great life, philosophies in general.
Hey, did you, in the feud with Thin Tim last week, did you violate any of your core tenets?
Who's Thin Tim? There's no feud. Come on.
Oh, do you have The Godfather too?
Oh, yeah, hang on.
Yeah. I told him, I said, listen, here's Hyman Roth said it for all of us in Godfather 2. When Mike Corleone was visiting him, they were speaking of a rival gangster.
These small potatoes.
Small potatoes.
Perfect.
Small potatoes.
Once again. So anyway, you didn't violate any tenets because there was no feud.
There was no feud.
There's no feud. I was curious about how this feud kind of played out because a lot of people were asking me about this beef. Now, I should ask Murph because I believe he got the nickname Thin Tim on this morning show.
Yeah.
I was just always confused if the thin part was about his weight, his hair, or his skin.
Nice.
Oh, wait.
Looks like the feud's back on.
Oh, come on. I can pump some smoke back into
Looks
this.
like we've reignited
Come
the
on.
feud.
We're just riffing, boys.
That's a good line.
Yeah, dude.
It's a very good line.
Thin skin Tim.
It was originally, just to get factually out there, obviously his body weight, but that's a hell of a dimension there.
Hey, I got riffs if you need them.
That's a great riff. How was your Monday night, buddy?
It was good.
Yeah. Watched the Warriors?
I did. I watched the Warriors.
Was it
I was
very
cooking as well.
entertaining?
Yes.
Put on quite a show.
I was a little worried, when I tuned in. They were down 10, I think. Early
I
in the
never
game.
saw them down 10, were they?
They were kind of sputtering around early, kind of playing with their food, it felt like.
Charlotte was staying in the game, and they had me a little worried. The Warriors, everyone's going to give the Warriors their best shot, right? Because, I think it was Fitz that said anybody who plays the Warriors, like for Orlando fans, when you go see the Warriors play, you want to see Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So anybody in Charlotte, especially as, Steph Curry, Charlotte native, you want to see him and you want to see him lose.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, he was wearing his Davidson hoodie, keeping it all happening there too, and so that's pretty darn cool. So the Warriors, once again, if you're just waking up, are in the 6th seed. Now they have played one more game than the Clippers. And unfortunately, the Clippers have the tiebreaker because the Warriors lost 2 to the Clippers earlier this year, even though they play them last game of the year. So they have to finish a game ahead of the Clippers. So keep your eyes on that. And, of course, also keep your eyes on the Kings. See, he's going the wrong way as the Mavericks.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to get any better. Yeah, dude.
Kyrie went down.
I mean, poor Kyrie, but also, dude, our boy Clay, who thought he was going to go play with Luka and Kyrie. Now no Luka, no Kyrie. Anthony Davis is still in street clothes, I believe.
They're falling.
Clay's just out there on an island all by himself.
And did you see what happened over the weekend when he was out in the third quarter? Somebody asked Jason Kidd, why was Clay out? And he said, because I wanted to get some stops.
Oh, dude.
Damn, J. Kidd.
Damn, that's cold-blooded.
Just telling it like it is, I guess. All right, guest list on a Tuesday, 3/4/25. Warriors at the Knicks tonight, 4:30, as Cleo down in the lobby. I said good morning to Cleo this morning, and I said, you going to watch the game tonight? He said, yes, sir, 4:30 on TNT. I said, what are you, like a TV guide? He gave me the listing.
The TV guide. Does young Tony know what a TV guide is?
Oh,
yes, I do.
The actual hard copy?
Yeah, 100%. We used to have one in my house.
That. We did. Did you know the Mr. Bojangles song?
No, I had no. Are you surprised?
Well, it's kind of an iconic song. I mean, many have covered it. I'm going to just top my head. Dylan, Peter, Paul, and Mary. I don't know. A number of folk singers have covered it. I don't know, but yeah, it's a tender tune. Sammy Davis Jr. I think made a run at it.
Yeah.
I want to say, who else? You got any Google on there for me?
Harry Belafonte.
How
about that?
Many have covered it. Many are saying
Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond did it.
Mm-hmm. Chet Atkins.
Chet Atkins. Yeah.
Tom T. Hall.
Okay. Did you say Dylan too?
Sammy Smith.
Yeah.
John Denver.
John Denver, yeah.
Bob Dylan, 1973.
Did Dylan write it?
Ooh, no, because it looks like there are covers before Bob Dylan did his.
Well,
John Dever did it in 1970.
Who wrote Mr.
Neil
Bojangles?
Diamond, 1969.
Yeah, who wrote Mr.
Jerry Jeff Walker.
Jerry Jeff Walker.
1968.
We love Jerry Jeff Walker.
All right.
Yes. Jerry Jeff Walker's very cool. What do we got, buddy?
All right, coming up at 7:30, we will talk to Mike Krukow about Gerard Encarnacion.
Gerard.
Marcus's guy.
It's funny you say that. So my season ticket group, we're establishing our draft. It's going to be Thursday. So I always try to write out, because I'm the guy who has to gather the group together, and I always send out some riff. And when I texted them yesterday, I said, attention followers of Gerard Encarnacion, exclamation point. Our draft is Thursday. That was my little riff to grab
Attention followers.
That was my little opening text riff yesterday. And I didn't even plan that with you, buddy. You went with him, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Leading RBI man for the Giants right now?
Well, I walk in this morning, and John Joe Curley, as he's kind of putting down the rundown, always says, what do you want to talk to Mike Krukow about? I said, I want to talk about the banana bootman himself, Gerard Encarnacion.
Wait, the what?
Banana bootman. Remember last year he was out there with those yellow cleats?
Good call.
Yeah, dude, those bright yellow cleats. So I call him the banana boot man.
That's a hell of
And
a
he's
nickname.
been raking all spring training long. Leads Major League Baseball, or should I say tied for the lead with 10 RBIs this spring already.
808 KNBR bananas in clothing, banana boots, banana hammocks.
Ooh.
right.
Hey now.
Some would say Timothy Chalamet's suit at the Oscars looked like a banana on Sunday night.
Chalamet.
Yeah, did you see Sandler ran down and did that?
I did see Sandler.
Which is a credit to Nikki Glaser. She invented that bit. And I was wondering if Conan felt a little like one-upped when Sandler did that at the Oscars, like acknowledging Glaser's bit right in Conan's face.
Yeah.
It's Chalamet.
Chalamet.
What else you got, buddy?
All right, coming up at 7:50, we will have the big hit, the big story of the day, cooler content at 8:30, and then we will talk to Mark Spears at 8:50, get his thoughts on the Warriors in Charlotte, and then now they are in New York to face the Knicks tonight.
All right, what they have to say after the game, and of course, what are they facing in New York next on the Sports Leader?
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
I like the way we responded in late third, early fourth. We didn't have much rhythm to the game for most of the night, and we finally broke through. Wasn't pretty, but we did what we had to do. Important win, and now we move on.
There it is. Warriors did what they had to do, win that game in Charlotte, but there was no other option. Zero option on that one. You had to win. You would like to, of course. People thought that maybe they could have swept the entire road trip. Now a little extra heat on this Knicks game after losing to Philly. But still, all good, man. 8-1 with Jimmy in the lineup. 8-2 since he got here because the one game they lost, of course, he didn't play. But think about that. They were 25-20. What are they? They were 25-26 when they made that trade, and now they're 33-28. Yeah. I mean, it's a whole different thing, man. And going forward to finish up this road trip against the Knicks tonight, and then Brooklyn, then come on home for some winnable games at home.
I mean, before this trade happened, we were talking about the Warriors battling for the 10 seed just to get into the play-in conversation. Now we're waking up on a Tuesday morning, and they're currently in the 6th seed right now, Murph. Yeah. That's how big of an impact Jimmy Butler has already made. And I don't think Jimmy's played his best basketball with the Warriors.
It's funny. He's actually statistically kind of cooled off a little bit, but because last night it was only 13 points, 3 assists, and 4 rebounds. But it doesn't matter. They said in his last 4 games, they're plus 52.
Yeah,
plus 52. He does everything else, including spacing and creating and defending, we might add, and rebounding, all that good stuff too. So on the 6th seed here, Kurt, what was the cut you played coming in, kid? You played cut G. Let's play cut H. About being the 6th seed now, because it's true. The Warriors are, they're a half game up on the Clippers. They do not own the tiebreaker over the Clippers, so they have to finish ahead of the Clippers. But right now, it's a fun thing to look at, going from the 10 to the 6, Steve Kerr.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But obviously, everybody's bunched together, 5 teams within a game of each other or so. We can't take too much time to celebrate. We got another game tomorrow, and we could very easily find ourselves in 9th tomorrow. I don't know. So we just got to keep going.
Love how you spoke that into existence.
Yeah.
Now they will be 9th after they lose tonight.
Yeah.
If they lose tonight.
If they lose tonight.
Yeah.
Which they are a 4.5-point dog.
Yeah.
Murph, I haven't done the full research, but I think this might be the first time that the Warriors have been underdogs with Jimmy Butler on the roster.
That's actually probably a pretty good take there, buddy. But again, as we continue to hawk the other team, the Clippers are at Phoenix tonight. Now, Phoenix is going the wrong direction. Clippers are even favored in that game.
You hear the latest rumors, too, that Kevin Durant could be on the move this summer as the Phoenix Suns and him are not on the same page, so he could help facilitate a trade. Maybe back to the Dubs.
Back to the Bay?
I don't know about that, but it sounds like KD is not going to end his career in Phoenix.
Steph, Dre, Jimmy, and KD?
Dude, stack them up.
Oh, my God.
Stack them up.
Oh, that would be very Lacobian. Very Lacob-esque.
Lacob bust out the checkbook. The repeater tax will be gone after this year. Let's put your money where your mouth is.
Man, oh, man. And tell Greg Johnson, too, by the way. We'll get into that later in the show on Corbin Burns. Steph Curry, on will he play? He did tweak his ankle. They said he was riding a stationary bike. He did finish the game. And it is a back-to-back, and they are getting older. His birthday is next week. I think it's a week from Friday.
I think it might be the 14th.
Yeah. He'll turn 37. So, Steph Curry, are you going to play in New York?
It feels all right now. It's cold from the ice tub. See how I feel in the morning. I did roll it, but I finished the game, so hopefully I'll wake up with a little bit more recovery than it is right now. I think I'm going to play, but if my ankle says I shouldn't play, then I won't play.
Well, if he doesn't play, it'd be very disappointing. Very disappointing. That's not a very good show.
Not a great show. Gonna go watch some Broadway.
I'm just doing stupid stuff here.
I'm with you, Riffin Murph. I'm with you. But yeah, it's Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
And we talk about people showing up to see Steph Curry. People want to see Steph Curry at Madison Square Garden because of the history he's put on there throughout his career.
And in fact, the fact is, if he doesn't play, bro, they're cooked. They're not beating the Knicks without Curry.
That's a tough matchup. Even with Steph, I think it's a tough matchup tonight.
Yeah. And in fact, we talked about it earlier in the show. His history at Madison Square Garden is rich, and it goes all the way back to 2008, guys. Young Tony, where were you in 2008, brother?
Wow. I would be in Kentucky like early, elementary school? Yeah.
What year were you born again?
98. I was 10 years old.
Okay.
He was 10, dude.
Yeah. No, actually you were 9 because your birthday's in what
November, month? Technically, yeah.
9. Yeah, you always think about that.
Good math.
If Tony was in the NBA when he was 9, they'd say he's going to be 10 in November.
Yeah.
You ever saw that with athletes?
Uh-huh.
I saw the ultimate example just the other day. It was Aaron Rodgers. They were talking about his future. And somebody goes, one of the announcers goes, he'll be 42 in December. I was like, bro, it's freaking March 4th, man.
Dude, you're not wrong. I'm so confused about how old Matthew Stafford is. Is he 35? Is he going to be 36 in the season? Is he 37 next season? Like, you never know. We're talking about these ages.
I would say you can't advance a guy's age until you're like within a week or two of a birthday.
No.
Dude, this is December. Rodgers, listen, I'm not even a Rodgers guy. I'm like, dude, let the guy be 41.
Yeah, he's going to be 42 in 9 months. Let's think about 9 months down the road.
I'm just trying to get through this segment, bro, much less turn 42.
I don't even know who's going to be alive on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. Man. So that goes for all of us.
831 texts in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, said, you guys call that game entertaining? Draymond gave up a 9-point play. Steph and Pods got injured, and GP2 was bleeding on the ground.
Yeah, sounds pretty entertaining. Sounds not bad for a random Monday night
in Charlotte.
Out in Charlotte, yeah.
After a Bojangles breakfast.
Good. I like Steve Kerr getting teed up, talking about footwork and traveling in the NBA. I like Draymond Green throwing a shot to the neck on a box out.
I happened to be on the radio when that whole 8-point play happened. So the Hornets made a 3. If you missed this, the Hornets made a 3, and on the rebound, Draymond committed a foul and committed a flagrant foul and then a technical. Mm-hmm. So they got the 3. Then the refs went to the TV. They did a whole long explanation, blah, 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 blah. By the way, I noticed they called him out by name. They're like, we are going to review to see if Draymond Green committed a flagrant. I was like, ooh, that's personal. Yeah. Shouldn't they be saying if number 23?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
I was like, wait, is that a little,
Draymond's on a first-name basis with the refs.
I was like, the beef between the refs and Draymond is almost like us in the afternoon show, We're going to go to the tape to see how the afternoon show did today.
Yeah. I want to see, check the tape. What kind of mistakes did Tim make on the board today?
So they determined that, yes, he committed a foul and a flagrant. So, and then they gave him a technical for bitching about it. So 3, then they make the free throw on the tech 4. They only made one of the 2 free throws on the flagrant, 5. And then they got the ball in and LaMelo hit a 3, 8. It was an 8-point play, and they still won by 18 points last night. So anyway, that was kind of fun. One more before we get to, we got to get into Deebo today because Deebo responded.
Absolutely.
We'll have to get into some of that too. Plus, we got to get into this Corbin Burns story where Susan Slessor, to her credit, drove over and talked to Corbin Burns about the Giants. But Steve Kerr is arguing about something that you never thought an NBA coach would argue about, and that's the lack of traveling calls. Because we've all accepted in the NBA that nobody's going to ever get called for traveling, right? It's never. And yet Steve Kerr continues to bang this drum. So here he is on his mission to get traveling called.
I don't understand why we're not teaching our officials to call travel in this league. They do a great job. They work their tails off. They communicate well. But I see 5-6 travels a game that aren't called. We had 4 ourselves in Philadelphia. None of them were called. It's a problem when there's like 100 fans in the stands and every coach on the sidelines, when I'm watching film, and it's like everybody's doing that. So everyone's seeing it. So we're clearly not teaching as a league our officials to look at the feet.
I mean, he's attacking the big elephant in the room. It's like we just have accepted the fact. And by the way, try teaching kids, try coaching kids.
Yeah, but they're going to be like, yeah, but I saw Steph Curry, I saw LeBron James with the 5-step Euro step last night, coach.
Do you remember that guy? There was a Twitter account I got into about a few years ago. He was called NBA Snitch Ref or something like that.
NBA Snitch Ref. No.
Do you remember this? Were we working together? And he would just go to film and just bust guys for traveling, and he would put it on his little Twitter account. He was very entertaining, and it was crazy the amount of stuff he found in games. Too.
Every single night in the NBA, you'll see travel, and you'll see people carrying the ball left and right.
Oh yeah,
like what gets called less, carries or traveling in the NBA?
Carries get called less, I think, unless I don't know. I just Googled it quickly. How often do travels get called in the NBA? The machine, the AI tells me traveling calls are still fairly rare in the NBA. Only 2,900 violations in the 2022-2023 NBA season, which equated to about 2.3 travels and carries per game. Now, there's another AI part that says the NBA has been emphasizing enforcement of traveling violations, and officials have been cracking down on players who shuffle their feet before dribbling. The record for traveling violations in a season, Kevin Garnett. In 1996, 1997, 446 travels.
Shout out to my guy KG.
There he is, dude.
I'm wearing a KG hoodie right now.
And we talked about, jump stops and pivot foots and all that stuff. But yeah, Kerr, you're fighting a losing battle, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even, you're just, it's just not going to happen, I don't think,
That battle died a while ago, I
mean, what if in big moments, say it's an NBA Western Conference final, Game 7. Final minutes. You call it? Do they have the balls to call a travel at that point in time?
I don't know, Murph. They had the balls to call an 8-second violation on Steph Curry in the All-Star game as he was about to go hit the dagger.
That was hilarious.
Like, what the hell? The NBA doesn't call fouls or call anything ever. And then in the middle of an All-Star game at Chase Center, you're going to call an 8-second violation on Steph?
Hilarious, man. By the way, refs, did you guys, I'm a big high school basketball fan, and you guys see all the championship. We had championship Saturday, this past Saturday. Congrats to all the section champions everywhere, up and down. North Coast section, Central Coast section, San Francisco section, Oakland section, boys and girls, all the divisions. But the big one that jumped out, NCS D2, boys final, Moreau Catholic. Can I get a chuckle?
Ooh.
Can I get a chuckle?
Shout out to Chuckles.
And my man Frank Knight, who coaches them. He's a great guy. Against Cardinal Newman, my family. I got rafts of cousins that have graduated from Cardinal Newman. In fact, my cousin Derek DiBenedetti is the dean of Cardinal Newman Baseball. They have one of the best programs in Northern California. That's my flesh and blood, my first cousin. Very proud of what he does up there. So they were playing Moreau Catholic. Listen to this, dude. Give me your attention for just 30 seconds, audience here. So Cardinal Newman's up by 4 with 2 or 3 seconds left. They've won the game. Moreau comes running down and puts up sort of a prayer 3. They make it at the buzzer. Doesn't matter, game's over. Newman wins. Congratulations. Oh, wait. The refs say Frank Knight called a timeout with 0.4 seconds left. So they award him a timeout with 0.4 seconds left. So Newman now just has to inbound the ball.
Yes.
That's it. They're up by 1. Don't worry about it. So they decide to chuck the ball down the court. As the ball is in the air, a Moreau Catholic player and a Cardinal Newman player collide. The ref blows the whistle and says the Cardinal Newman kid committed a foul.
Oh, no.
And then awards 2 free throws to Moreau Catholic.
You can't do that.
Who comes down and make both free throws and win the freaking game.
No way.
5 points in less than 2 seconds on a miracle 3 and a miracle timeout that may or may not have gotten in, and then a call on a lob pass down when these 2 players collided.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's dirty.
You want to talk about bad beats?
Yeah. Dude.
So, yeah.
Did Rory have action on that game? Did he cover the spread?
So I just want to, congratulate Moreau Catholic and tell my Cardinal Newman people, sometimes in life, you're going to get boned. Man. So
that's tough, dude.
But then again, I bring that up because we're talking about refs.
Yeah.
And traveling, and will they make a call at a critical time? You're supposed to swallow the whistle.
Yeah,
at a
you're
critical
supposed
time.
to. But a lot of the time, these refs want to be the star of the show.
I'm talking to a former ref, Marcus Boucher.
This is true.
And
CYO ref.
When it's a 1-point game late, you letting the boys play?
No, I'll tee your ass up. I'll make sure the other team, whoever I got
That's
money on.
That's because it's your buddy coaching the team.
Yeah,
right?
dude, I'm crooked. I'm like Scott Foster or all those crooked refs.
All right. So anyway, just letting you guys know, man. And we're approaching our playoffs. We have a playoff game Saturday in CYO. We have a playoff game in the school team next Wednesday. It's all going to come to a head, man.
Good luck.
I'm going to have some stories for you guys.
Oh, I bet.
I am for sure. Hey, we're giving away 2 tickets to see my crew, Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks. That's my generation. No more modern stuff. We're going with the old heads. That's at Levi's Stadium on October 4th. Maybe they'll sing Mr. Bojangles at some point, too.
Possibly.
Stay tuned. 7 a.m. hour. 7 a.m. hour. All right. I love it very, very much. All right. Debo Samuel has officially spoken, at least he's socially spoken, about his departure. Next on the Sports Leader.
There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, good morning. Happy 6-seed Warriors. They made it there briefly. Clippers are still holding the tiebreaker and a half game behind the Warriors. They play the Suns tonight. Warriors at the Knicks tonight, 4:30. We'll get into that. I do want to, though, deliver on the tease and talk about Debo Samuel. But first, just a little clear of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, because it is nice to have everybody checking in. A lot of people checking in on my kid's gambling habit, which we won't get into. 707 says, thank you for mentioning carrying the ball. I was driving and I so wanted to call you guys. Back in the day, we called it palming.
Yeah, palming.
Hey now.
Bro.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Apparently you go blind. If you palm the ball too much, you can go blind.
Yeah, hairy hands.
So every player does it, and I can't ever recall a ref call it. And he says, P.S., I do love Tony and Tim, but let's be honest, Overnight Dave is the man.
Oh, OT is a legend. But I will say, last night watching the game, bro, there was a point in the game where LaMelo did like a half a spin move, turned the ball completely over, palmed it, put it back down on the court, and not a single whistle was blown.
I don't know
what are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing?
This is and one street ball at this point.
I mean, it's like the equivalent in baseball or football, like just breaking rules and just not even calling it. You know what I mean? Like say Nick Bosa getting held in a Super Bowl and not even calling it. Dude.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
559 says, so the Giants are not showing spring training games, and all of us viewers are looking to you guys to close the gap because we can't watch the game, and you guys are talking football and basketball. Boo, I say boo.
Ooh, we're getting booed
text
on the text line.
Well,
We'll stay tuned.
We do have in John Joe Curley's nerdy OCD planning.
Nerd.
We are supposed to talk about Corbin Burns at 7:15, and we have Mike Krukow at 7:30.
Absolutely. Stay
that's
tuned.
A full half hour.
We are the Giants leader.
Yeah. 707 says carrying in the NBA is much worse than traveling. Another 707 says, I'm going to be 40 in 363 days. So there you go.
Nice. Happy birthday.
650 says, have we heard of any buyout targets for the Warriors yet? I have not. I have not. 415 says, will Murph draft a Dodger game? Great question. Because you know we've been on this couple-year boycott. But is there something where you got to go see Shohei, Sasaki, and the whole crew?
I would say yes. And I would say that's a big reason why you will not only maybe draft the Dodgers game, but the word around the campfire I'm hearing is that Murph might take a trip down to Dodger Stadium this summer.
You know what's crazy? We actually booked our mansion and everything down in Hermosa Beach.
Our mansion.
And you know what? My freaking high school reunion got scheduled for the same weekend.
No way.
Yeah. And that's
not during the dream trip.
And I know most people like blow off your high school reunion and all that. I get that. But the 85s are playing, and I love an 85 show.
Shout out the 85s.
So that LA trip is in jeopardy right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Bummer. We had a beautiful pad selected, too.
Now, are there multiple guys on that trip from the 85 class?
You know what's funny? You ready for this little dirty little secret? That whole dream trip crew, it's all the guys a year behind me. I'm the old. It's all the guys who were juniors when I was a senior. There's one guy who was an 84. Shout out San Diego Mike. But I'm the only 85er. Everybody else is 86.
So you're the only one with the problem.
I don't know. The 86 kids were just, I got along better with the 86 kids.
Yeah,
what can I say?
I understand.
Did you ever hang out with guys a year away from you? Plus or minus?
Oh, plus or minus. Like one of my best friends is older than my older brother by a few months, which is weird. Now, me and my brother are 15 months apart, so we are always a grade apart. But yeah, I have friends that are a year above me.
How many high school years was your brother ahead of you?
1 year. 1 year.
Only one?
Yeah, so I was a freshman. He was a sophomore.
Did you guys play football together?
No, so he stopped playing football after his freshman year. So our last time playing football together was after Pop
Did you guys play
Warner.
together with the coaches who made you clean the cleats?
Yes. So Pop Warner, shout out to the Montalvos.
You guys were teammates on that team?
Yeah, we were trying to avoid the gig list because if you had dirt on the bottom of your cleats, 100 up downs. If you had a scuff mark on your helmet, 100 up downs. You forgot a pair of socks, 100 up downs.
When's the last time you did a burpee? Because I've been mildly trying to do some light exercise these days, and I'm doing these home apps because I can't go to the gym, and it's these home workouts where you're doing burpees. Bro, burpees, they ain't fun.
No, burpees are not fun.
Especially when you keep doing them. Yeah. They start stacking up.
Especially when you start to have a belly.
Yeah.
Then it gets real difficult.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. Young Tony, how's your burpee game, buddy? You good?
It's pretty solid, yeah. I just did some burpees like maybe last month.
Look at you.
By the way, also, Marcus and I were talking about this yesterday. I hung out with my brother's friends who were 2 years older than me in high school. Frankly, I know he's not listening. They like me a little bit better.
Hey, see.
Wow, so Tony's not only starting beef with Thin Tim. He's starting beef with his brother.
I know, dude. And we were talking about the topic of conversation when your brother's friends start to like you a little bit more. Then your brother starts to get a little jealous.
Oh, that could be really awkward. Really awkward.
That's really awkward.
Yeah. So you guys are both in that situation.
Yeah, we had cross-passing friends, but that's why I went off and got some of my younger friends and made like a younger friend group. But we all blend together. We all drink together now.
I do have friends from my class, but my best pals are from the class behind me.
I understand.
707 says the Warriors are in the 6th seed and the 49ers have a last place schedule. There you go.
This is true.
510 Dust Off, an old joke. We were talking about the gambling. He says, after I read about the dangers of gambling, I gave up reading. That's an old joke on drinking. After I read about the dangers of drinking, I gave up reading.
I understand.
All right, there you go. 310 says, Murphy's your place in Hermosa on the Strand. It was, and now I don't even know if we're going to go, dude. We might not go because of my devotion to because I want to flirt with a couple of girls I went to high school with.
Well,
you know what
Murph, here's the thing. If you've already booked the Airbnb, I'm sure myself, John Joe Curley, and young Tony can take a trip down there to make sure it doesn't go to waste. I just want to make sure your Airbnb doesn't go to waste.
You guys are going to pay the bill.
No,
right?
it's on the house, Murph. It's on the house. Money's in the mail.
925 says, why the hell would you be talking to Corbin Burns? Because Susan Slusser went and talked to him and he addressed the Giants issue.
Yeah, and because he's in the NL West now.
Yes, and there's a lot of quotes in there that might anger you Giants fans, but let's get into that next segment because we said we'd talk about Deebo, and you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So Deebo spoke publicly, or I should say he tweeted publicly, and he said, the 49ers know where I stand with them, and it's nothing but love. Hear that?
A lot of love. A lot of love.
All you need is love. Love John and Kyle to death. Bad blood, no bad blood, no way, shape, or form. Man, very definitive. He goes on to say, they know I'm more than appreciative of everything they've done for me as a player and a man. Nothing but love. Dude, 1, 2, 3 loves. 3 loves in there. It's a lot of love.
That's a lot of love.
Yeah. And so now we got to be the a-holes. Do you believe him? I do. I do believe him. I do. I do think they kind of hit the end of the road. I think they kind of viewed we talked about it all, like his age, his contract, drafting Pearsall, getting younger, and Deebo understanding the deal. I mean, Deebo's being very mature about this year. Because he could have said, man, after all I did for the 49ers, this is how they treat me. And instead he did this.
No, I think he is taking the high road. Although I will point out, he's talking about a lot of love for Kyle and John. I didn't see any shout-outs to our guy Tabor Pepper and Jake Moody.
No.
Not a lot of love lost there. But I'm with you. I think Deebo is taking the higher road, even though there are multiple stories coming out now about his weight and maybe his effort and attitude in the locker room. But I do truly think this is both sides wanting to move on. We know Debo Samuel requested the trade because he wanted a fresh start. I said this originally on air when Debo came out publicly with his trade request. To me, it felt like Debo Samuel was putting the message out there that you can't fire me. I'm going to quit. I'm going to go and look for a new team on my own. So John Lynch and the 49ers, who I think already had the idea in mind, going back to last offseason, that this would be the offseason that they moved Debo Samuel, found a trade package where they get some compensation back and they move some of that salary off the cap. So I think this is a win-win for both guys, and we'll see how Debo Samuel bounces back in D.C.
Yeah, you say how he bounces back. He addressed that, too. So there was the story we read. This story dropped at the end of our show yesterday, and it was Matt Barrows' story on his weight. So if you guys missed it, and some of you probably did, Matt Barrows went there. And basically, if you kind of read between the lines, people from the 49ers were telling him weight was an issue. And he goes on to talk about how when they first met him, he weighed 214 pounds at the NFL Scouting Combine. You know, we're all more slender when we're younger, right? Then Wes Welker says when he got to the team after they drafted him, Wes Welker said, quote, He came to us a little blown up. Dude, a little blown up. Did I ever tell you the story of my freshman year at college? I put on weight. Happens to a lot of people, right?
The freshman 15.
I was always skinny in high school, right? I was a skinny kid. I guess I came back a little porked up. So I go to a Christmas basketball game. I see my old PE teacher, Mr. Racines. God bless Jess Racines. Rest in peace. San Francisco Prep Hall of Famer out of Balboa High School. And he sees me. He always had this kind of military cadence about him. And he sees me walking in the gym. He goes, Murph, putting on the LBs.
Ooh.
That's what he shouted it out.
Putting on the LBs. Yelled it out across the gym.
He goes, Murph, putting on the LBs. I was like, whoa, I guess I gotta watch that.
Yeah.
So, well, that's Wes Welker. He came to us a little blown up, Wes Welker said. And it was like, this isn't going to work. So then they did a series of workouts with him. He had to show up to the facility at 6 a.m., an hour early. They would go on a 2-mile run, and practice ended. Samuel Welker made him run again, and they wanted him to be down to 210 or 212, which is a big ask. Then they finally decided 220 was the compromise. And so he weighed 220 as a rookie, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Here's the problem. They say he couldn't hold that. And I read this quote to you guys yesterday. It said, he had pneumonia. This is now all the way up to 2024. He had pneumonia in week 7, array of injuries, calf, ribs, oblique, and wrist, kept him out of practices. And when he didn't practice, he gained weight. According to Barrows, he says, quote, a lot of weight. And he says, quote, at one point, tip the scales at what you might want your starting tight end to be. Which, ouch. I mean, you can only speculate.
Yeah,
right?
And this is Matt Barrows after the report from Tim Kawakami, where he reported that Debo was nearly 20 pounds overweight, which is different from what Debo Samuel is now taking to social media to say, no, actually, I was 225 to be exact, which leads to his comments about next season. Can't wait till next season. Fresh start, new Bo.
Okay. New Bo. What's Bo?
That's a great question.
For him, new Debo.
Oh, new Bo.
Calling himself Bo.
I like that.
Like you call yourself Cuss.
Yeah,
Yes.
What's up, Cuss?
Call myself Ian.
What's up, Ian? What's up, Oni?
Oni.
What up, Oni?
New season, new Oni.
New Oni.
Yeah.
New phone. Who dis? This Oni.
Did he also throw out a number, Tony, on his weight?
No, Marcus just mentioned 225 to be exact.
So Debo said that he was 225, which is a little conflicting when Kawakami's saying 20 pounds. Matt Barrows is a little bit more vague.
Is there anything people lie about more than their weight?
Oh, absolutely. Weight and age.
I mean, age and weight. I mean, I remember my dear departed buddy Harmsy, rest in peace, who I missed every day. He was so conscious of his weight because he liked to eat. He worked at Fog City Diner, and he would just say, he said, I'm never putting anything higher than 199 on my driver's license, even though I knew he was like, he might have been 223, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, and I remember one time going into the Fog City Diner, and he's like, bro, check out my new license. And he said 199, and we burst into laughter, dude. We just openly were laughing. So people just lie about their weight.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, if Debo puts 225, I mean, if 220 was the goal and you're only 5,
Yeah. I mean, the way that people are describing his body shape and his physique, I'd say that he was more than 5 pounds overweight. Now, when I saw this story, my mind kind of tried to digest it from a different couple of angles, because we acknowledged last year that he dealt with injuries and also dealt with pneumonia. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we didn't go through multiple reports last year in training camp about Debo Samuel showing up in the best shape of his life. Mm-hmm. Now, again, how much weight do you put into those comments? Because everybody says they show up to training camp.
How much weight do we put in the comments?
Exactly. In the best shape of their life. But everybody's saying Debo's looking great. Debo's looking phenomenal. And in the beginning of the season, Debo actually put up decent numbers if you do want to look at his game log. Like the second week of the season against Minnesota had 8 catches for 110 yards. Week 5 against Seattle, 3 catches, 102 yards. Then he started to slow down. And I do think that his body overall was affected by pneumonia. I mean, it was so serious that he had to go to the hospital. But then I started thinking to myself, usually when you get sick, you lose weight. You don't gain weight because you don't have an appetite, because you're throwing up, because of all these other symptoms. Now, again, I'm not a doctor.
I would agree with you,
I just pretend to be one on the radio, but I'm like, I don't really see the correlation between being sick and gaining weight, if that makes sense.
Well, I would agree with you, unless you're one of these people who some people's bodies are that way. Everybody's bodies are different, metabolism's different. Those who have great metabolism, God bless you. I mean, you're so lucky. But maybe he's one of those guys who, when he doesn't move, he just gains freaking weight. And, so that just could be it. But obviously, if Barrows is not a muckraker, there's a word for you, young Tony, muckraker. It's an old Teddy Roosevelt word for those who kind of drag the news for the worst of it and even make stuff up. That's what Teddy Roosevelt used to call reporters who kind of like, before we had the phrase fake news, we had muckrakers. It was somebody who just looks for the worst in a story and maybe even fudges it a little bit.
The media said what?
Exactly. Matt Barrows is not a muckraker, to use an old-fashioned word. He's a reporter in the classic sense. He only reports things that he's told by sources. So I would just say that you know if he writes it, it's probably coming from multiple sources inside the building. So the Niners are saying, guys, let's be real here. The wait was a thing.
Yeah.
The wait was a thing.
I think it was. And again, we riffed about this yesterday, the photos of Debo Samuel on Radio Row wearing that Eagles jersey, and it wasn't the most flattering image. And I'm sure he sees all of that on social media. Hell, he sees all these articles being written about his weight now. And that's why I do think Debo is going to have a bit of a chip on his shoulder next year in D.C.
Well, there's no question that, we have to be prepared for, like, comeback Debo or, new year, new Bo.
Yeah, new Bo.
But he does get, not to hate to even put this in the universe, but he does get injured, and he does. I mean, habits are habits. Guys can, listen. I've gone through weight loss things through the years. You've seen pictures of me where I'm skinnier than I am right now. You can do it for a while, but it's hard to change your life forever. It really is. Shout out Abundant Life.
Yeah,
right?
it's tough, dude. Trust me, I was just in D.C. eating those wings with that mumbo sauce on it. It was delicious. That stuff's going to be hard to stay away from.
We got Greg Silver walking in at 9:57 feeding us.
Oh.
He's trying to fatten us up.
Which, by the way, did not sit well in my stomach after the show yesterday. I do not need spicy shrimp cocktail sauce at 10:05 in the morning, Greg Silver.
Yeah. Young Tone, it seems like you're at that point in life where your metabolism hasn't betrayed you yet.
Yeah, I'm also staying in shape. I'm the best board op. I'm the best physically fit board op that we have.
Nobody even asked a question about the board op, and he just went straight to the board.
A few more pop-offs like that, I'll take Thin Tim's side.
He's like, I got the best body, I got the best board. What more do you want?
On this Deebo discussion, that 225 to be exact, kind of the clap back at the Barrows report, that came out before he was thanking the Niners and saying it's all love.
Yeah.
For context.
Right. So do you think he felt bad? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I think he's still a little bit petty. I think he's mad at the Niners.
Yeah, I think anytime someone talks about you on air on a radio station during Tim's Tuesday trivia and takes and calls out young Tony by name, you're going to feel a certain type of way. And that's the same thing here with Debo Samuel. He's seeing everybody trash him on the way out. Everybody talk about how bad of a shape he was in last year. So he's going to put this on the bulletin board, and he's going to use it as motivation.
Yeah, for sure. And again, will it change his entire life? No. Will he be a guy maybe who shows up at a reunion in 20 years with a little gut? Sure. But you know what? Most of them do.
Yeah.
It's only like Jerry Rice stays fit.
Yeah, how do you think most of those 85ers are going to look?
Good call. 458 says, hey, regardless of weight, you can't put the 49ers' lack of success last year on Deebo. Come on, man. Were we blaming Deebo for the season?
I don't think he's the sole reason why they struggled, but he's definitely a big reason when you invest that much money into your wide receiver room and you're the worst team in the league in creating separation. Yeah. When we saw the yak numbers fall off a cliff, when we saw Debo Samuel complain about touches and targets, and then Kyle Shanahan tries to force feed him, and he's out here dropping balls on third down against the Rams. Like, that to me does not have anything to do with his weight. That tells me about Deebo and the decline we've seen over the last couple of seasons.
Oh, man. A lot of texts coming in on this. People talking about lying on weight. 209 with a curious text on the Golden State Lumber and Show and text that says, yeah, people lie about their marriage status, too.
Hey,
I was like, whoa, wait now. Where are you hanging out, buddy?
Yeah, okay. What clubs are you at?
Where are you hanging out? 707 says, senior year at St. Ignatius, I was 5'7", 140. Ooh, that's a little compact, wiry dude. Freshman year at Sonoma State, I was 5'8", 180. But muscle was good. 40 pounds in 1 year.
40 pounds is a big weight gain.
I don't know about that.
What kind of suck was you on, bud?
Yeah, so anyway, guys. Can we end with a cheap shot? And Deebo, if you're listening, this is just a joke. We're just riffing. But it's funny. 650 says, yes, Deebo will have a chip on his shoulder, and he's probably going to eat it. Right, so just a joke.
A whole stack of Pringles on that shoulder.
All right, guys. Somebody said, why the hell would you be talking about Corbin Burns? Well, he talked about the Giants yesterday to Susan Slusser. He said some interesting things. And it wasn't just him. Some other Diamondbacks, some interesting things, too. So, Giants fans, be ready. Next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Tuesday morning with the perfect diet plan for Debo Samuel, the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Because if your diet is trash, you should definitely check out the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency because they have the secret to loosen up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I joined this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points, without counting any calories, without any prepackaged meals, without any pneumonia, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling Debo Samuel and calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, yeah. You hear that? Come on now. Unfortunately, the Giants stood back a little too far on the Corbin Burns sweepstakes. But that's the sure sign if you know. Come on, man. We're giving away Stevie Nicks and Billy Joel tickets at Levi's Stadium October 4th. That's pretty awesome.
Billy Joel.
Those are a couple of icons. Ain't going to be around forever, y'all. None of us are going to be around forever. Yes, sir?
No, Billy Joel, piano man, Uptown Girl.
Jim Gaffigan. Very good. Billy Joel. So caller number 10 right now, 415-896. KNBR wins 2 tickets to a really cool show, Billy and Stevie. And that'll be October 4, 2025 at Levi's Stadium. And maybe that'll affect the 49ers season in some way, shape, or form. Those tickets aren't on sale yet. They don't go on sale till Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Young Tone, do you even know who Stevie Nicks is, buddy? Did you think Stevie Nicks was a guy?
We've done this before.
Okay, all right.
Originally, yes, I will be very honest. I thought that was a guy.
Well, she's actually, has Peninsula ties. She went to high school in San Mateo, right? Either San Mateo High or Hillsdale High or something. And by the way,
saying Menlo Atherton?
Was it MA? Okay, good job.
Menlo.
Nice work. And by the way, Troy Franklin, who's a former Oregon Duck, and now in the NFL playing for who? Troy Franklin. He's a good player. He's playing for somebody. Anyway, MA, high school, shout out Stevie Nicks. And good luck to you callers. And anytime you hear Billy Joel or Stevie Nicks rejoin this week, that's the time to call. So do appreciate that. So I did joke about stand back. The Giants stood back. So this is the news, man. Susan Slusser, to her credit, went over to Salt River Fields on Monday. Did you go to Salt River Fields?
Beautiful ballpark.
You went?
I went on that Friday, and guess who I saw start the game for the Arizona Diamondbacks? It was the man of this segment, Corbin Burns, making his D-backs debut.
Okay, not to rip open old wounds, but to rip open old wounds. She was like, wait, what happened with you and the Giants? Because everybody assumed they were going to get the Giants. And Corbin Burns spoke openly to Susan. Quote, we had some teams that were aggressive. The Giants were not one of them.
Really?
They were just kind of slow, dragging their feet. Okay? He says here, I know they felt like they had something, but I mean, the offers that we were seeing from San Francisco were just not comparable to anything we were getting elsewhere. We were happy with where we ended up, but that was one of the teams that was not super aggressive. They just kind of hung around. Bro, this is the Buster Posey Giants, not the Farhan Zaidi Giants. So obviously discouraging. What does that tell you? It tells you, number one, to my takeaway right away, Greg Johnson told him, don't get him. Don't get him. See if he'll fall to us at a certain price, but don't go above a certain number.
Well, that's
my read on this thing.
Well, that's why it's so confusing to me hearing these quotes, because every single report during the winter meetings was the Giants are the front runner for Corbin Burns. We even heard the Blue Jays mentioned as another team. The D-backs really popped in at the last second. So we thought it was a bidding war between the Giants and the Blue Jays. And we were so concerned about the opt-outs and whether or not they were included or not in the contract. Turns out the total number for the contract offer never even reached the ballpark of what the D-backs offered.
Now, 6 years, $210 is what they wound up giving him. Now, the Giants had 3 weeks earlier given Willie Adames 7 years, $182 million, the largest in franchise history. But we all thought it was going to be a two-step thing for Buster. Get your shortstop, get your Corbin Burns. We're going to call the season off-season at A+, 100% gold star. Instead, he only got Adames. Now, mind, Adames is a big deal. They needed a shortstop. They got the best one. Yeah. That's a big, big deal. However, we're the Giants, right? You're supposed to be like, you're the team. You're a quote-unquote marquee franchise with a marquee ballpark and a quote-unquote marquee payroll and revenue stream, except for they didn't act like that at all with Corbin Burns. Here's the worst quote. This one might have hurt worse than the Corbin Burns one. Zach Gallen, great pitcher, right? Quote, Zach Gallen to Susan Slusser in the Chronicle, quote, I thought he was going to the Giants for sure. Oh. Zach Gallen said that.
Yeah, join the club.
Quote, great park. Thank you, Zach. Great park, ties to the Bay Area with college, and that would have given them a really good staff. Zach's just driving the knife in. Yeah, Giants, man, you guys blew it.
Yeah,
you had it in your hands right there. Great park. Oh. He went to college at St. Mary's. How'd you get? Then he writes, I'm glad it worked out the way he did. He's in our division, but doesn't go to a rival. So that's one. Then you get Corbin Carroll checking in, the great player Corbin Carroll. Quote, I didn't even know he was a possibility for us. We all thought he was coming to the division, but I didn't think it would be for us. Corbin Carroll piling on.
Surprise, surprise.
Dude, so this is like, so the Giants just flat out, just blew this one, except for Greg Johnson, if he's in the room, and say, we didn't blow it. because we didn't want to spend.
Yeah, but my issue is not only being outbid by the Arizona Diamondbacks for Corbin Burnes, but it's the fact that the Arizona Diamondbacks are spending more money than the San Francisco Giants. When we look at total salaries going into this season, the Giants fell out of the top 10 with their payroll, scaling it back this year. Even in an offseason, they gave their biggest contract in franchise history to Willy Adames. We talked about the payroll moving backwards. So again, this is my interpretation of Buster Posey being told, here's your limit. Here's your allowance for this offseason. And he chose to spend it on Willy Adames because it sounds like they weren't even in the ballpark when it came to making offers of Corbin Burnes. And it's one thing to be outbid by the Dodgers, but you can't be outbid by the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Well, it's interesting in the story. A lot of the Diamondbacks were shocked that they got him. Torey Lovullo said he was flying from Buffalo to Phoenix. Who flies from Buffalo to Phoenix? And he said his phone was blowing up from the owner. And he said his wife said, he's like, why is he calling me? And his wife said, are you getting fired? And he landed and he said he was apprehensive when he called his owner. Because you imagine the owner just blowing you up, call me. And he says, no, I want to go get Corbin Burnes. And Lovullo said, this is a beautiful thing. This would be a savage move if we could pull it off. And then you go, Randall Grichuk says, who's the Arizona outfielder, says, I think Arizona is not a team that usually makes a big splash from a payroll perspective, so I was shocked.
Yeah.
So this is what you're talking about.
I think most people in the baseball world were shocked that he
Merrill
did that.
Kelly, coming off a year we didn't make the playoffs, I was not anticipating us spending that much money at all. It definitely took me by shock. Yeah. They're all saying it across the board, and they're all saying, man, we thought he was going to the Giants.
Everybody did.
So this is basically the wound has been ripped open.
Yeah.
Because we had kind of sewn it up, and we were like, hey, Robbie Ray looks good. Verlander's having a nice camp. You know, Kyle Harrison had a nice start to his camp. Landon Roop's throwing hooks like crazy. And now we got this Burnes thing. Can you imagine how good they'd be? If they had Corbin Burnes, would you be thinking, 89 wins?
Yeah, I'd be thinking that this team would really be competing for a wild card team. And I still think that possibility's out there. But I think when you look at that division now, we're talking about the Giants being behind the Dodgers, behind the D-backs, arguably behind the San Diego Padres. So you're battling for third place in your own division. And it was kind of my argument last year when the Giants went out and signed Blake Snell. I said, look, if you get into a wild card series, it's a 3-game series. You have 2 aces in your rotation. You have a Logan Webb. You have a Blake Snell. You get a chance to beat anybody. That's how I kind of feel about the D-backs now. With Zach Gallen, with Corbin Burnes, with Merrill Kelly, with young Tony's boy Brandon Pfaadt. Like, they have a hell of a rotation. And now they have that pairing of aces in this rotation. And even though Justin Verlander and Robbie Ray are both former Cy Young winners, they're not at that caliber right now. So, yes, I was intrigued by the Corbin Burnes move. A 30-year-old coming off a Cy Young season in his past. I was surprised that they weren't more interested or at least offered a bigger offer.
So the only thing is, and we don't know from Buster, and we asked him this, and he did kind of address it, was he turned off by the opt-out? That would be the only thing we actually have the sound. Thank you, Tony. That would be the only thing where Buster was like, no, I'm building a team a certain way. And I don't want a guy who's going to be here and gone in 2 years. I want this. He's trying to recreate that Lincecum, Bumgarner, Kane, Buster, Pablo, Sergio nucleus of guys who care about the name, care about the jersey. One of the things that's going on right now in college basketball is the transfer portal is so crazy. You hear coaches say, guys who didn't come up in our system don't care about the jersey. And like Buster, I think, is kind of saying that, like, I don't want guys opting out all the time. One of the knocks on Farhan was all the opt-outs, right?
Every single year.
Every kid. So he signed Adames for 7, no opt-outs, Corbin Burnes. So that's one other option that maybe if you want to say Greg Johnson would have paid for it, but Buster didn't want a guy who says I'm out in 2 years. Because he is going to opt out after 2 years.
Yeah, yes. I would assume so. But Corbin Burnes is also saying that the offer from the Giants wasn't even in the same ballpark. Yeah. So that tells me he's talking about the total number, not the opt-out numbers.
This was Buster on our show in the winter Hot Stove League about did the opt-outs turn him off?
I think part of my stance on these negotiations is I don't want to get too far into the weeds on what they are. And look, I as much as anything, I don't want to pigeonhole myself into saying something and then having to take that back. So I'll somewhat plead the fifth on that question. But yeah, I mean, I think big picture, you'd love to have either somebody for extended period of time, or a guy like Verlander, when you can do a 1-year deal, puts you in a good spot, and hopefully, he has a great year and we have an opportunity to re-sign him.
So there it is. He said, in the middle of that answer was, big picture, you'd like a guy to stay a long time.
Yeah. So. And I think Buster thinks that there's a better path signing a guy like Justin Verlander for 1 year and letting the young kids develop. Because what if we're talking about Hayden Birdsong, Kyle Harrison, a Landon Roop, a Carson Wisenhunt being staples of this rotation for the next 4 or 5 years? Again, it's a lot of hope to put in your prospects, but that's how Buster has seen success in San Francisco. It's been with the homegrown prospects.
That said, I'd have taken Corbin Burns.
I would too.
925 says on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, I thought when the Giants paid off the park, money would not be an issue, but it seems like ever since they've gone on the cheap. 925, I'm with you. I wouldn't say they've gone on the cheap, but I'd say they haven't been as robust as I thought they would. I thought that, they don't have a mortgage payment on the park. They have this park. It's just like the park is it's an ATM. Every time you and I buy a beer, unless you buy a $9 beer in a smaller cup.
The Murph Special. But even with those beer prices, with ticket prices, with the amount of revenue that they're going to be pulling in, being the only team in Northern California moving forward, there should not be 10 to 11, 12 teams that spend more money than the San Francisco Giants.
Man. 760 says, at least you guys aren't the Padres. We're out here platooning Jason Hayward and Connor freaking Joe in left field. Oh, Padres fans upset? They've been riding high.
Yeah, dude.
Come on. Well, I know they had a weird offseason because the death of the owner.
Yeah.
925 says Greg Johnson treats the Giants like a business. He lost $30 million last year, so he's cutting spending. Is he coming in with a chainsaw and a hat too? 707 says big contracts for aging pitchers is not good business. Burns would have been nice, but I think Buster played it right. That's interesting.
I mean, 30's not that old for a pitcher.
707 says does this vindicate Farhan a little bit? He had to work in the margins because of the budget given.
Also, Farhan was given a lot more money to spend. Overall, the salary was a lot higher with Farhan, but I think that's the opposite perspective here. Farhan started to spend a lot of money towards the end of his tenure. He was kind of throwing S against the wall, hoping it would stick with a Jorge Soler, a Mitch Haniger, a Michael Conforto, but those weren't the right pieces to pay. So I don't mind that in year one, Buster's being more selective about who he gives these long-term contracts to.
And then 209 says, the excuses y'all are making for Posey is hilarious because he doesn't sign a player. It's Greg Johnson's fault. LOL, new energy now that Farhan is gone.
Well, the payroll has been moved back, and I just laid it out. Farhan spent a lot more money and did not have the same success, so Buster's taking a different approach. We'll see how Buster lines up compared to Farhan in year 6 or 7.
We'll see, exactly. Year 6. 415 says, hey, here's my call. Hayden Birdsong will have a better year than Corbin Burns. Hey-oh.
That's a hot take.
There you go, man.
I like it.
All right, guys. Well, listen. Hey, we got to go. We're up against it. We got Mike Krukow to check in on all this. It's been 5 days since we talked to Mike. So much baseball happened. Robbie Ray, Gerard Encarnacion. The game's on MLB TV today, I guess. Huh? Is that right? Somebody wrote in on, it's a free game, I think, against the Padres. And then we are 3 weeks from Thursday, opening freaking day. So Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Tuesday and Thursday, we talk to Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. Lot to catch up on. So much baseball. 3 weeks from Thursday, opening day in Cincinnati. Logan Webb will get the ball. Can't wait. But, Mike, we got a lot to catch up on. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Lots to catch up on. Let's go. Fire away.
Well, all right. Well, we'll start with, we'll start with like the negative story. We'll end with the positive one. Susan Slusser went over to the Arizona Diamondbacks clubhouse and talked to Corbin Burns and sort of reopened the wound about him saying, the Giants they dragged their feet. They took too long. Merrill Kelly and Corbin Carroll said, man, we thought he was going to the Giants for sure. So just kind of a little revisit to that story from Susan and just kind of wonder, you're the Giants. You've moved on, obviously. But, is it something that you think you're going to keep an eye on all summer long, how Corbin Burns does down there and think about what could have been?
No. Why? He's gone. I mean, you negotiated in good faith, didn't work out. And that's it. That's all there is to it. I mean, you're not going to have any residue if you're a Giants player. I mean, the only thing you worry about is what's in your clubhouse, period. You can't control anything other than your deal and what's in your clubhouse. That's what you're in control of. And you don't worry about anything else. You are motivated to kick his ass the first time you see him. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, if that's, that's good, though. So I don't see the negative in this thing, and I really don't see why she would dig it up.
Well, you're going to have to give Susan a piece of your mind when you see her next. So it's a good
I mean, I just tell you, there's not a whole lot to write about right now, and she'll find an angle. But look, she's amazing. She's been the California Writer of the Year, 3 times? I mean, I'm glad she's on our side, and we see her a lot. But I just think this is a time in spring training where, I mean, if you're a sports writer, you're looking for something, and there really hasn't been that many big stories that have come out of spring training. And usually the big stories this time of year are injuries. But and I don't want to see any injuries to create to create a story. But I think going back and saying, gee, well, we didn't get Corbin Burns. Well, no, okay. I just don't think it's a big deal.
Mike, there's been a lot of talk this offseason and even leading up to spring training about the Giants rolling back their payroll. But to me, it's more about giving the younger players an opportunity to go out there and perform. And one of those younger players I wanted to ask you about is Luis Matos, who hit his first home run of the spring this weekend. But what really stands out to me is he's had 21 at-bats so far in spring training and has 0 strikeouts so far. So talk to us about the adjustments Luis Matos has made. I know we talked about the success he had over in winter ball. And what are your expectations this year for Luis Matos?
Well, I've always felt he's an everyday player, and I think sooner or later he's gonna rise to that position. I mean, he's still 23 years old, but what you're starting to see now is a more mature player, and a more mature player has a plan in everything that he does when he's on the field. He has concentration on the defensive side where he's prepping his mind as to what the situation calls for him to do. I'm in left field. Runners are first and third. We have a 2-run lead. What is the most important thing for me to do? There's a base hit. What do I need to do? What base do I need to throw to? And that's how you think, and it never stops. When you're a younger player, your mind can drift off into the stands. Oh, look at that good-looking girl sitting up in Section 5. Whatever. I mean, that's the way it is. The older you get, the easier it is for you to maintain concentration through a game. And, of course, it carries into the batter's box as well. Always have a plan. Know what the situation is. Know how many pitches this guy has. If you've seen him before, then you know what movement on the fastball he has. Can he cut the ball? Can he sink the ball? What type of breaking ball does he have? What's he getting over this day? I mean, there are guys who have 5 pitches, and on given days they're not getting either breaking ball over. So what are you going to sit for? You're not going to look for the breaking ball if he's not throwing for a strike. Have that in mind. What side of the plate are you going to look on? How's the ballpark playing? What's the strike zone like? All those things are intangibles that a veteran player has full control of. They always say when you get to the big leagues, you have to be able to control the speed of the game. And for young players, oftentimes it's going too fast. And I think it's been the case for Matos. But it doesn't feel that way anymore. He went down and really got caught up to the speed of the game in the Dominican. And it's pretty close to the big leagues down there. That's probably, I think, the highest quality of competition in all of winter ball. So it's significant when a guy gains control of the game in the Dominican. It plays when he gets in the States, even at the big league level. And I think that's what we see right now with Matos. I expect him to be a guy that gets 400 at-bats this year, at least.
Well, that would be really great. I mean, we're all looking forward. Like we said, we've talked about this a bunch of times. Like, the Giants are kind of banking on these kids, whether it's Tyler Fitzgerald or if you still consider Patrick Bailey a kid or guys like that. And he's definitely one of them, as is Marco Luciano. So here's a guy, Mike, who's having a big spring. And somebody always gets hot in spring, and it's always fun. But he's a guy who at the end of the year last year kind of came up and filled out the role of DH, and we sort of half paid attention to him because he wasn't necessarily somebody we'd heard a lot about. And he originally was a Miami Marlin, and it's a long way of introducing Gerard Encarnacion. And now I'm reading from the beat writers that he's almost essentially locked up the DH role. And I mean, I don't know if anything's locked up on March 4, but your take. I mean, this is a guy, not a ton of experience, debuted with the Marlins in 2022, came to the Giants in 2024, career .221 hitter. I don't know, Mike, what are you thinking for the big Gerard Encarnacion, particularly this spring and what he's doing this spring?
Well, he's my DH. I like the guy ever since he came in. He's really, I like inside-out swings. I like guys that can take the inside pitch and hit it the opposite gap. And with Encarnacion, he can do that, and he can do it with power. He's also a guy that makes adjustment with 2 strikes. I think he's not just up there trying to leave earth with every swing. I think he has bat head control. I really like his opposite field approach, especially with 2 strikes. We saw him last year just punch ground balls through the right side. They play him to pull. I mean, what are you going to do with a guy that size? You're going to shade towards the second base side if you're a second baseman. So that opens up a big hole over there, and he can take advantage of it. I like the way that he thinks in the batter's box. I like the way that he commits to his back leg. And if he's looking breaking ball, he stays on it. He's disciplined to that. There's a lot to like there. And I think he's just been looking for a home. What he did last year in Mexico was bizarre. I think in 24 games he had like 19 home runs or something. Giants pick him up, throw him in AAA, then he gets hot and he winds up in the big leagues. I really expect him to have a big year.
Defensively for him, do you see him getting reps at either first base or outfield, or do you view him as strictly a DH? No, I don't view him strictly as a DH. I think he can play the outfield, and I think he's got one of the better arms, not only on the team, but in the division. I mean, he's a guy that's got big-time talent. And it's just, we talked about Matos being able to control the speed of the game. I think the same thing has happened for Herrera. I think he's a guy that had high expectation, fell a bit short, sort of fell out of favor in Miami, and then wound up in Mexico and really found himself. And now the most important thing for any player is he has expectation from himself. And I think that's a big sign of maturity. So, if they decide to play him in right field, not a problem.
Well, 113 at-bats last year. He hit 5 bombs and drove in 19 runs. So, I mean, if you extrapolate that, that's, like a 25-bomb, 90.
Oh, extrapolate away, Murph. I like it when you talk dirty.
I think there's websites for extrapolating, too, but you have to put your credit card down. Mike, so the Encarnacion boat has pulled in then. I mean, it's kind of wild. I mean, it's just like that. We wave a wand. That's your DH. It doesn't matter about righty, lefty. You need a lefty one. You need a lefty option too?
Well, I mean, I think that's why they brought Jake Lamb into camp to see what he's got left. I mean, ideally, you have that option. But if a guy's doing the job from the right side, I mean, leave him alone. If he's, if he's going to have 5 home runs every 100 at-bats, I mean, that's 30 home runs. And I mean, you take that. Along with those 30 home runs, you're going to get anywhere from 80 to 105 RBIs. In most cases. And the way that if he's hitting 4th or 5th in the lineup, the way people are getting on base ahead of him, I expect him to do that RBI total-wise. So, that's one of the really good stories that's happening right now. And right now, everybody's got a lot of confidence in Encarnacion. So it wouldn't surprise me if he plays every day.
Mike, one of my favorite parts about our off-season conversations and even during spring training leading up to the season is talking about the development of pitchers during the off-season and how they can get better. And we talk a lot about pitchers adding new pitches to their arsenal. Last week we talked about Robbie Ray adding that changeup to his arsenal. When we were in Scottsdale, we talked to Logan Webb and Landon Roop about adding a cutter. We're even seeing now a 42-year-old Justin Verlander make a tweak to his curveball. So I'd love to hear your breakdown of the strategy when it comes to adding new pitches to your arsenal. Is this something that maybe they're talking about with JP Martinez, their pitching coach, or is it just maybe as simple as they were just playing catch, tried a new grip, and found something that might work?
Well, I love that question, and I wanted to talk about that today because I think it's two of the really great stories that are surrounding the camp right now. Dave Righetti used to say, you never take a pitch away, you keep adding. That's what you do. And I love that the two oldest guys in the rotation, Verlander and Robbie Ray, are both adding a pitch. For Verlander, I mean, look, he's in his 20th year, and he's talking about, a different type of shape to his curveball. And two things are accomplished with that. One, I mean, you find a movement that can apply to certain swings, and as well as he knows how to pitch, he's one of those rare birds that was a power arm that knows how to pitch. He found another type of movement that he can apply to a swing type. And the other thing, too, is, baseball players are fans. They read everything. They watch everything. And when a guy like Verlander, who everybody knows and the whole world has had an at-bat against the guy, he's faced almost 14,000 big league hitters in his career. He put a little bird in the back of their cap. He's got a new pitch. What? What? Something else to think about when you take your at-bat against him? I love it. I mean, it's half gamesmanship, but yet it's half practicality when you have another movement that you can apply to a different swing type to get an out. And that's all you try and do if you're a pitcher. And for Robbie Ray, I mean, he comes up, he was a two-pitch guy. A lot of fastball, slider, and that's all hard stuff basically. And now all of a sudden he goes to another pitcher and he learns a changeup, another left-handed pitcher, and he's having great success with it. He comes to camp and he's throwing it. He's got full control and he's getting swing throughs. He's getting swing and misses with a pitch. That's a magic pitch. And I love the fact that, he's at an age where he's thinking, I need to try new things. And he has, and it's worked. And I think these two stories are things we're going to be talking about the rest of the year.
I gotta say, I'm an old man. I'm always baffled that veteran pitchers are still tinkering with grips. I would have thought, somebody like Marcus, who was a pitcher all the way through high school, junior college, college baseball, that you've exhausted every grip. But there's always, seems like they show up and they're like, it's like you guys just sitting around the stoop, just comparing grips with each other. Is that what it is?
You bet. When you're playing catch, every day you play catch. Every day you're next to a guy. How do you hold that? How do you hold your changeup? How do you hold your slider? You're experimenting with grips. You're experimenting with angles. You're adjusting your motion. You can quick pitch. You can quick step. Yeah. What is hitting? Timing. What is pitching? Upsetting the timing. And all of those things can mess with a guy. I mean, Jim Kaat was, I thought, the greatest at tinkering. And he pitched 25 years in the big leagues. He's a Hall of Famer. And when he first came up, he was a classic left-hander. High leg kick, three-quarter slot, fastball, curveball guy, go get him. Just he's a specimen at 6'5" and a great athlete. But over the years, he lost fastball. He lost speed. But he didn't lose the ability to upset the timing of the hitter. When I saw him at the end of his career, he was quick pitching, and it was the funnest thing to watch. All he had left was a roundhouse. Just a lazy slider, and he had great command with it. But he would throw a pitch, and he would come back to the rubber on his left foot. He was a left-hander, so his left foot was his push-off foot. But he would as soon as he would pitch, he would come back and he would get his left foot on the rubber. The catcher would throw the baseball back to him. He would catch it and go right into his motion. And it was just like he was throwing to the catcher to get a guy out who was trying to steal home. It came that quick. And the hitter wasn't ready to go. It screwed the umpire up. But he was a quick pitch guy. And the way that he did it was it was genius. And I loved it. I remember when Dick Ruffin, who was a great friend of of Jim Kaat. When he was going out, he tried it when he was with the Cubs. And he couldn't do it. He said, I tried it, man. I couldn't do it. but it was just such a fun thing to watch him do to upset the timing of a hitter. And of course, he was one of the greatest defensive pitchers. He and Greg Maddux, and I think Jim Kaat had 16 Gold Gloves.
Yeah.
But, the whole thing is you have to adjust and adapt as your journey through the big league goes throughout your career. And this is what we're seeing with Robbie Ray and Verlander, and I'm loving these stories.
Great explanation. I love it. Anytime we can get a Jim Kaat and a Dick Ruthven in, I'm all in, man. But, by the way, go to Jim Kaat's baseball reference page and behold, 25 years in the big leagues. 25 years, Mike. Holy moly.
I know. Everything he's done has been great. He was a pitching coach when he got out with the Reds, and he was phenomenal. He helped me when I was with the Cubs. I was having problems, just going through a rough spell, and here he is. He's the pitching coach with the Reds, and I see him out there. I'm out running before the game, and he's there. He goes, I see you're having a rough spot. He knew exactly what was going on, and I said, yeah, I am. He goes, pitch backwards. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, when you're going to throw a fastball, throw a breaking ball. When you're going to throw a breaking ball, throw a fastball. They're sitting on you. They know what's coming. And it snapped the losing streak, and I won 4 games in a row. I love the guy. This is one of my favorite people in the game, and he should be a Hall of Fame broadcaster too.
86 years young. Former Washington Senator, Minnesota Twins, St. Louis Cardinals, Philadelphia Philly, Chicago White Sox, and New York Yankee, Jim Kaat.
So one more thing about Kaat, just to give you an idea how good an athlete he is. When he goes on a road trip, and he does all over the world, he and his wife, they go to all these golf resorts. They love to golf. He takes 2 sets of sticks, one right-handed and one left-handed.
What?
And he has shot his age from both sides.
Oh, my. What?
He is a single-digit handicap, even at 86.
Oh, my gosh.
From both sides. And every time he goes out there, he shoots his age or less. How about that?
One of the great athletes, man. 6'4", too. Doing it from that height. So, incredible. All right, Mike, fun stuff, man. Good, wide-ranging chat, and we will do it again on Thursday. Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday on the UMA guest line. And, oh, by the way, Giants baseball, 3 weeks and Thursday opening day. It looks like today's game might be on TV.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like it's the MLB.TV free game of the day.
All right. It's Gerard Encarnacion's world. We're just living in it.
We are the followers.
Speaking of world, Steph Curry's world in Charlotte last night. Our big hit, the Warriors achieved the 6th seed. What does it mean? Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, so the big question of the day, can the Warriors hold on to the 6th seed? Can they get better than the 6th seed? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Oh, yeah, Marin Health, right up there in the North Bay. Everybody loves living there, but you need something like a world-class health care to make life really, truly great up there. And we have North Bay's own Marin Health, not just the closest medical care. It's the best, with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Buddy, a warm-up three, and he got it! They've been 9 of 35. Butler over Nurkic. Jimmy Butler! Only a second made three in a Warrior uniform. Buddy Hield out of the corner. High arcing three. Buddy's three has made it on the road trip. Krzyzewski, 2 fourth-quarter threes. And Brandon, he's got 19 points to go with his 9 rebounds. 33 wins for the Dubs, 16 and 15 on the road, 2-1 on this trip.
I like the way we responded in late third, early fourth. We didn't have much rhythm to the game for most of the night, and we finally broke through. Wasn't pretty, but we did what we had to do. Important win, and now we move on.
Oh, yeah, the Warriors. Oh, wait, the 6 seed Warriors. How about that, man? The long, slow climb all the way up to the 6 seed has now gotten there. Now, a little deceiving because the Clippers haven't played. They're 1 game behind the Warriors in games played, and they do play tonight. Then again, so do the Warriors play at the Knicks, so this will always be a little bit of a jostle. And just to get it out there, the Clippers do own the tiebreaker over the Warriors, so the Warriors have to finish ahead of the Clippers. But the way this is going, that shouldn't be a problem, man. A nice win last night, taking it. We can actually call it in if you want. But good morning. First and foremost, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. You can see us on YouTube. There we are. Wave to the camera, everybody.
Hello.
Look at young Tony there in the rectangle. He'll point at you.
The best-looking board op in the building.
Somebody did say that, because Tony had a couple other comments about how he stays fit and he's the most fit guy. Somebody said they think the turning point in young Tony's swagger came when he did the doorman role. The Derek Papa thing.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure.
Tony, is it true that you've changed? Isn't it true, Tony, that you've changed your ego ever since the doorman role?
I'm a confident guy. Yeah, he gets recognized around town now. He's a superstar.
Ladies, he's got a lot of confidence, and you know what that means. So young Tony in the rectangle. John Joe Curley's back there nerding out, giving us negative stories about Corbin Burns that's angering Mike Krukow.
Yeah, what's up, nerd?
There he is right there. So anyway, we have Mark Spears joining us at 8:50. Always a good basketball conversation with Mark. We got the cooler of content coming up at 8:30. But the big hit, our big story of the day is the Warriors getting the win they needed in Charlotte last night after Steph Curry ate at his favorite fast food joint in the South, Bojangles, which this morning you and I got on a little tangent. We'd like to go to Bojangles right now.
I'm a little jealous that I've never tried Bojangles. I mean, Chick-fil-A, Popeyes, KFC, I feel like I'm missing the fourth face on Mount Rushmore when it comes to fast food fried chicken.
Yeah, I think maybe it might be worth a Murph and Marcus field trip with a listener.
I'm saying we need to do a live broadcast from a Bojangles because, Murph, everybody loves fried chicken.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
Okay, I asked the robot, where is the nearest Bojangles to me? The first Bojangles in L.A. County is expected to open in early 2025. The chain plans to open 30 locations in Los Angeles over the years. So
like
Bojangles is expanding to California. Will open its first West Coast locations in Los Angeles. Nice. Means you can't be too far away, buddy.
I was gonna say, it feels like once LA starts getting restaurants, like Raising Cane's are popping up all over the West Coast now. Still haven't seen any in the Bay Area.
What's with my kids in Raising Cane's? All the youth baseball players want to go to Raising Cane's.
Oh, do you guys have one?
Well, I don't know. They go when we go to certain travel destinations like Manteca or
that sauce with those chicken tenders
or Sacramento
is delicious,
or wherever the hell we play. I don't know where
it's good chicken.
Yeah.
I wonder how it ranks compared to a Bojangles.
Anyway, Steph ate at Bojangles and the Warriors got the win. Now, a couple of things of note. He did turn his ankle, and that was a little unfortunate, and he had to ice it up after the game. Now, the Warriors are at Madison Square Garden tonight, which is Steph's home away from home. This goes all the way back to 2008, guys, when at Davidson College he played in the Jimmy V Classic and had a flurry finish where he hit 3 3-pointers at the end of the game. And everybody was like, look at Steph in Madison Square Garden. And then a few years later, the draft, the year he got drafted, was at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, and I believe he was like one pick away from going to the New York Knicks.
And the story was he wanted to go to the Knicks.
Yeah, and his dad wanted him to go to the Knicks.
I remember that we had Bob McKillop on the next morning. Shout out DJ Rob B's booking. We had Bob McKillop on the next morning, and it was sort of awkward because we were sort of saying, gee, we're happy to have Steph, but does he want to be here? It was kind of the grumblings was they wanted to be a Knick, and the Warriors, of course. You know why? Because they were as depressed by the Thunder era as I was. All right? Who would want to be a part of that freaking team?
Thunder would.
The stupid uniforms, how bad the team was.
But those halftime shows with Thunder jumping off those trampolines, Murph.
And my nephew was like, they did a whole, my brother had season tickets back then. My nephew was young, and they did a whole prank where Thunder went, they did a magic trick, and Thunder was shrunken down, and they pulled my nephew out of the stands to be Baby Thunder.
Mini Thunder.
Yeah, they had him dress up as a little Baby Thunder, so they did a magic trick where they went poof, and they said, Thunder got shrunk, and it was my nephew running in a Thunder.
Honey, I shrunk the Thunder.
Exactly, dude. So anyway, that's how bad the era was. Steph didn't even want to be here.
Yeah.
Then he went in 2013, obviously, the year they make the playoffs with Mark Jackson, and the year that wooed Andre Iguodala over, and he scored 54 at Madison Square Garden. And then, of course, he broke Ray Allen's scoring record, three-point record, by the way. How about that? It was in the 2000s. Steph's like 1,000 past that now. He's in it's getting Jerry Rice type stuff here.
I mean, yeah, Steph is building a gap when it comes to amount of three-pointers. I mean, the stat that we gave out the other day of how many times a man has hit 9 three-pointers in a game compared to everybody else. I believe Steph Curry was in the range of doing it 45 times, having games with 9 three-pointers or more. The second man on that list is Damian Lillard, and he only has 14 games with 9 three-pointers or more made.
Jerry Rice type stuff. Right now, Steph's
it's unreal.
According to my research, Steph's at 3,977. He's bearing down on 4,000. 23 away. And
Steph 4K.
You know who second is? Frickin' James Harden.
Yeah.
3,104. 873 behind him.
Ooh.
All right.
And he'll put up a lot of step backs.
Then Damian Lillard, then our guy, Clay. And speaking of Clay, we got a little Fox News alert for you guys. Somebody want to read this one? Tony, you got it on your notifications there, buddy? This is tough. Yeah. This is really tough here, yeah.
Yeah, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, Dallas Mavericks All-Star Kyrie Irving has suffered a season-ending torn ACL in his left knee.
Oof. You hate to see it.
Oh.
You hate to see it. I mean, listen, Kyrie drives me bananas. He's too good, but that is just bad. Bad for the NBA, bad for the Dallas Mavericks, who are now spiraling into oblivion after the Luka trade.
Bro.
And they announced season ticket price raises
how about
yesterday.
that? We're going to trade away the face of the franchise, but, we're going to increase your ticket prices.
Dude, that's the first time that I started to smell something nefarious. Like, you traded Luka, and then people were like, well, are they doing this to try to get a casino to threaten a move? And I was like, nah, bro. Now they're raising ticket prices?
I mean, it's starting to smell a little fishy.
Yeah.
We've heard rumors about how the Alderson family, the new owners of the Dallas Mavericks, own all those casinos out in Las Vegas. They want a casino in Dallas, and if they can't get one in Dallas, they're thinking about moving the franchise out to Las Vegas. Man, oh man, with the moves that they've made this season, I'm starting to buy into those conspiracies.
I mean, honestly, I'm the last conspiracy guy, but something's up.
Yeah.
Either that or the worst run franchise in sports.
Shout out Nico Collins.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Nico.
Unbelievable. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So anyway, Steph, Madison Square Garden is questionable for tonight. Here's what he said after the game. Young Tony, Steph Curry on playing tonight.
It feels all right now. It's cold from the ice tub. See how I feel in the morning. I did roll it, but I finished the game, so hopefully I'll wake up with a little bit more recovery than it is right now. I think I'm going to play, but if my ankle says I shouldn't play, then I won't play. There you go.
So he's leaving it open that he might not play tonight.
Yeah, I think it was a good sign that he ended the game, played almost the entirety of the fourth quarter. Steve Kerr pulled the starting unit with about 3 minutes left because of the lead they had. He did go to the podium and speak, so I think that's a good sign that Steph will play tonight, and they're going to need him in a matchup against Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks. And I apologize for kind of laughing before that cut started to play. I just thought about it in my mind. The fact that the Dallas Mavericks drafted Luka and Jalen Brunson in the same draft class. And now they're two of the faces of the franchise in the two biggest markets in the NBA, Jalen Brunson with the New York Knicks and Luka with the Lakers.
Ouch.
How about that?
What was I saying about the worst run franchise in American sports?
I mean, misery loves company.
They have fallen all the way. And boy, poor Clay.
Oh,
because, you know, he when he went there, we all thought they got with Luka, Kyrie, and Clay, we thought that's a top 4 team in the West. Right? And so we already were sort of ceding ground to Dallas. Like, okay, Clay made the right move. His team is better poised to win. Things can change. I was told this recently. I was in a situation where I was like, well, what's going to happen? And the guy in the situation said to me, he goes, well, it's like Bill Clinton used to say. I was like, oh, Bill Clinton, my buddy from the Willie Mays funeral.
That's right.
He said, it's like Bill Clinton used to say, 3 things can happen. I was like, yeah. He goes, yeah, we don't know what they are, but 3 things can happen, right? So that was the big joke. And so, because I was in a situation where we were sort of stuck, and he's like, 3 things could happen. Well, here's Klay Thompson goes to Dallas. 3 things could happen. 1, they trade Luka Doncic. 2, Anthony Davis frickin' tears his groin. And 3, Kyrie tears his ACL. So that's it. Those are 3 very unfortunate things for Klay Thompson.
I mean, think how quickly things change in the NBA. I think all of us were in agreement that Klay was in a better spot to go out there and win another championship with the Dallas Mavericks, who were literally just in the NBA Finals last year with Luka, than the Dubs were. Now the 2 trades happen. Luka's on the Lakers, Jimmy's on the Warriors, and all the good vibes are here in the Bay.
And I think Vegas will tell you the Warriors have a better the odds makers will tell you the Warriors have a better chance to win the 3 things can happen.
Yeah.
We don't know what they are. Jimmy Butler could get traded to the Warriors against all of our will.
Yeah.
Against all of us say, no, you're 8-1 with Jimmy. And in fact, got to the 6th seed. Here's Steve Kerr cut H last night. Have achieved it. They're 33-28 and currently, at least temporarily, holding the 6th seed.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But obviously, everybody's bunched together, 5 teams within a game of each other or so. We can't take too much time to celebrate. We got another game tomorrow, and we could very easily find ourselves in 9th tomorrow. I don't know. So we just got to keep going.
I hate him speaking that into the universe. Come on, Steve. It's a tough game. The Knicks are 4. It's funny. There was a bad vibe around the Knicks a while ago. They were getting some bad press. Look up, they're 40-20 and 3rd in the West.
They're the
East,
3rd best team in the East. They are 4.5-point favorites. And Murph, my pops just texted in asking whether or not Rory thinks the Knicks will cover the 4.5.
Oh man, that's 6 to 620 content.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry about that.
I don't want to feel. If you guys missed it, we got a situation on our hands. Some things are better left unsaid, especially because they're in the car right now and no listening.
Hey, kids.
Hey, kid, do your homework.
Yeah, do your homework. Focus on your homework.
Yeah, oh boy, sweat on my brow. Ken's a little too close to home there.
But it is a tough matchup.
Tell him I'll get the answer off the air.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough matchup. Jalen Brunson's averaging 30 points per game. He's one of the best point guards in the league. Karl Anthony Towns, this move that the Knicks made this offseason is probably up there with Luka when you're talking about having an impact. Like, he's one of the best double-double guys in the league, is shooting a career-high 42% this year. Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson is one of the best duos in the NBA.
Well, it's all about the pennant race at this point in time, guys. And so I'm already, you'll get your popcorn. The Clippers, who the Warriors are really warring with, are at Phoenix tonight. Now, Phoenix is going the wrong direction. They're 5 games under, but you never know for sure. The Timberwolves are playing the 76ers. Okay, you'd think that's a win, but Quentin Grimes, we need you now, right? We need you now.
Grime life.
And the Kings, by the way, are only a loss behind the Warriors, too. So just continue to watch this pennant race. In fact, Bob Fitzgerald joined us yesterday, which was great. It was good to have Fitz. First of all, shout out his connection. It was an outstanding connection.
Fantastic interview with Fitz.
And he riffed on the whole situation with the 6th seed in the playoffs.
In the 6th spot, you might get Denver, you might get Memphis, you might get the Lakers in a 3-6, but at least you've got a 7-game series, and see if the Warriors can be beaten 4 times with Steph, with Jimmy Butler, with Draymond. But in a 1-gamer, man, anything can happen, and the Warriors' success in the play-in stuff has not been good. They lost to Memphis a couple years ago. They lost to Sacramento. Like, the 1-gamer sucks. So push to get into that 6th spot, because I think in a 7-game series, there are a lot of Titans in the West, there's no doubt. But that's what the Warriors want. They want the puncher's chance to be in a 7-gamer and see if, Magic Steph from the other night, can get you, because beating him 4 times, that becomes tough.
There it is. You know what? That line sticks in my head. Beating that guy 4 times is tough. Steph hasn't lost a lot of 7-game series, guys. In fact, I think they've lost 1. It was to the Lakers, right?
Ooh.
That was it?
Well, if you're
I'm talking about since the championship
Since the 2016.
I mean, obviously 2013 and 2014.
Yeah, okay.
But since the championship run, isn't that right? Oh, no, Toronto, obviously, 2019.
Yeah, that also.
And then, what am I saying? Cleveland 2016. My bad. I guess I should say on the road to the finals.
Yes, but we have seen him knocked out of multiple playing games. I don't think Steph Curry has won a playing game in his career.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right about that. It's a bad deal.
Yeah, exactly. And that just goes to show anything can happen on any given night, any given Sunday. Throw out your cliches. But if you're in a 7-game series, good luck squaring up with Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green.
Didn't we have that guy, that Laker fan, who was in his car a few years ago talking about not wanting to play the Warriors in the playoffs?
We in trouble right now, and don't none of us want to see that psycho in the Bay. We don't want to see that psycho in the Bay in the play-in game. I'm telling you.
That was good. That was good.
And that psycho's still out here dropping 50 burgers on folks.
All right. Hey, by the way, the Warriors, after just a little note for you, after tonight, they have a whole day off in New York. How about that? Hey, go get some culture, go to a museum.
Go get a pie.
A Broadway pie. Go get a steak and a pie.
Yeah.
All right? And go see Chris Kelly at Saturday Night Live, where, by the way, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, and Kyle Juszczyk were.
The boys hanging out with Shane Gillis.
CK texted me that night. He said, your boys are here tonight. I was like, what? And I figured it was the Shane Gillis connection. Yeah. So that was pretty fun. They posted a picture of them on stage there. And I was like, yeah, been there, done that. Yeah. Warriors, Nets Thursday. Then they come home Saturday to face your Pistons. And then Monday against your Blazers.
Dave's
and then next
Pistons.
Thursday is the Kings. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we can continue this on the other side. So the big hit is about getting to the 6th seed. The Kyrie news is pretty devastating. My gosh, ACL out for the year and into next year, obviously, too. But here's the deal. Joe Lacob spoke to Tim Kawakami. Shout out Kawakami for getting Lacob. He's got the Lacob bat phone for sure. Lacob and he have a good relationship.
Light the signal and I'll answer.
TK's calling. Give him to me. So we'll get into what Lacob had to say about all this. The Mr. Light Years himself, Joey Light Years, next on the Sports Leader.
We don't want to see that psycho in the Bay in the play-in game. I'm telling you.
Sound right, boy.
All right, let's talk to my man, Steve Moskowitz. He's here to help you. Hey, it's that time. It's March 4, man. We're getting into that season. What to do if you can't pay your taxes. Steve, what you got?
You call us and we explain all your options. You know, this is so frustrating to people. They feel like Mike Tyson punched them in the face. They're bewildered. They don't know what to do. They're afraid. And they just feel frustrated, like, you know, they'll never be able to pay these taxes. There's no way out. There's nothing to be done. And that's not the case. We've dedicated our professional lives to this. We've spent so many years in this. We're so familiar with the inner workings, the trenches. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain all your options. And then if you say, that sounds good to me, we'll go ahead and do it for you. Basically, we give you back your life. Because what you don't want to do is live a criminal-like lifestyle. We're always looking over your shoulder. Is today the day the IRS agent going to come knocking on your door? Is today the day he's going to go to your custody and say, don't pay you, pay IRS? Is he going to clean out your bank account? What's going to happen? Is your spouse going to divorce you over this? Are you able to feed your kids? The bottom line is you don't have to go through that. Just call us, talk to us. We want to take care of you, and just say, hey, Steve, take this away from me.
That's him. He'll solve your problems. Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. Can the Warriors hold on to the 6th seed? Maybe a better question, can they climb higher? They are, in fact, 8-1 when Jimmy Butler plays. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Mark Spear is going to join us just a little bit at 8:50. Cooler of content, always fun at 8:30 to join us, too. It's been a 6-seed Tuesday as the Warriors celebrate getting there with a win last night. It's been a Bojangles Tuesday, too. The detail that Steph started his day with a Bojangles breakfast has brought out the Bojangles community, which apparently, KNBR has a wide reach, and we reach many people who have been around this great country of ours, and they say, in fact, Stan Tim said it will, quote, blow our minds.
Wow.
Bojangles.
Well, tell Stan Tim it's now my fast food bucket list. I'm not a huge fast food guy, but man, fried chicken. There's just something about fried chicken, Murph.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
I'm all freaking in. They're opening in L.A. this year in 2025, and I'll be down there for various youth sporting events. So I think I might, as you like to say, Tony, I might get my maiden down there.
Ooh, you might get your first.
Shout out the great Sam Spear. Double tap, point to the sky. All right, guys. So Joey Lightyears, Joe freaking Lacob. One of my hottest takes ever is that he has equaled and or surpassed, ? Eddie DeBartolo as the greatest owner in Bay Area sports history. How would I say that when Eddie has 5 championships and Lacob has 4? Well, because Lacob's not done, first of all. And two, Lacob was able to build the arena that Eddie was not. Yeah. And let's be honest, guys, with all due respect to the great city of Santa Clara, the Santa Clara University, the great Broncos through the years, and there have been many great Broncos through the years.
Definitely.
Brent Jones on down, Stevie Nash, Randy Wynn, and even way back in the day, they pumped out Niners and NFL players back in the 20s, 30s, and
even
40s.
In this current day, shout out Brandon Pajemski.
Jalen Williams. Mm-hmm. And Herb Sendek, who kills every year at the Olympic Club tip-off basketball luncheon with totally dry humor. So anyway, shout out, with all due respect to Santa Clara, Niners shouldn't be playing there. And I asked Mayor Daniel Lurie that. So when are you going to move back to San Francisco, buddy?
You did ask.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Washington, the Commanders are talking about moving back to the district. Mm-hmm. So why not bring the Niners back to San Francisco?
Yeah, I still think Levi Stadium is too new, even though really it feels like the last of the old stadiums instead of the first of the new stadiums.
It definitely feels that way.
Like you look at SoFi, you look at Allegiant, you look at some of these stadiums popping up across the country.
Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, it feels like Levi's Minnesota, is the last
Atlanta,
of the old ones.
Minnesota, Atlanta, Vegas, L.A., all just blow its doors off, right? And anyway, we're digressing.
Yeah, we are.
I want to get back to Lacob because he built Chase Center, which, as Jim Nantz told us in his smooth pipes, you have the finest arena in the land. Remember that?
And he did it on Eddie's land. I mean, I know the Warriors were originally out here in San Francisco. They took off to Oakland, but to come back and to do it in that part of town, not too far away from Candlestick, that's one hell of a move by Joe Lacob.
Yeah, so anyway, listen. Here's 408. Lacob isn't close to Eddie. At 408, I got to strenuously disagree with you, buddy. Joe Lacob took a dog franchise, and turned him into one of the richest franchises in the entire world.
Come on, people.
All right. So anyway, here he is with Tim Kawakami, and he's great with Kawakami. So they talked about making this move for Jimmy Butler because they didn't have to do it. They didn't. And he didn't have to pay Jimmy 2 years, 112, I think?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Somewhere around there.
2 years, 112? Mm-hmm. I mean, where's my checkbook? Mm-hmm.
I'll write it.
Can you take Venmo?
My checks never bounce.
PayPal sometimes has fees.
I'll pay you in Bitcoin. I've got a new meme coin.
Bitcoin.
It's called Lightyear coin.
There you go. Shout out Polymax Lacob impression.
Yeah.
Anyway, here he is with Kawakami. But yeah, we're going to do something significant.
Was there some consideration to say, you know what, let's just duck under the luxury tax? It wouldn't have taken a lot. Kind of bide our time and do something big in July. Was that really on the table?
I would say we're going to probably make a change. And obviously we had some very large discussions. Mm-hmm. We went after, at least had discussions to explore a number of players. It's been reported. I don't think inaccurately, it's accurate. And we were trying to do something significant. If you're going to do something, let's do something significant. And if we could do it, great. If not, then, we have to play it out and see what happens this summer. It's easier, I think, generally to do something in the summer than it is at the trade deadline. There's just more optionality.
Yeah.
So, but to be honest with you, Tim, we're always looking this is no different. We're always looking to do something maybe even significant at all times. Why not? Why not try to get better? And whether that be trade deadline, summer, whatever, it's just that it doesn't always work out.
Yeah.
And sometimes it does.
We're always looking to do something significant at all times. That's all you want out of your owner. That's it. That's why he's a 10 out of 10.
Because why not is his answer.
Because why not?
Because why not? Because I have the money and I want to win championships.
Bless him. He truly is one of the great owners we've ever seen. Now, somebody wrote in, sorry about the 831, said, don't forget Peter McGowan not only saved the Giants, but built that park. That's a great call, 831. Really good call. Must be heavily considered. Okay. But Lacob out here always trying, as a fan, all you ever want is for your owner to do that. And I think we're all in agreement right now. The Greg Johnson ownership group is kind of there and they're not there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think we're ever going to hear the words somewhat break even coming out of the mouth of Joe Lacob.
Mm-mm.
Like, we'll never get into that conversation. And that's why we like Joe Lacob so much. Because he's willing to invest in his own product. And look what he's done for this organization. I mean, the Warriors went to kind of a laughingstock as a brand to now being one of the most valuable organizations across all sports. Not just the NBA. Like, they're up there with the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Yankees when it comes to the amount of money that their franchise is worth now.
Yeah, and by the way, here comes the Eddie crowd. And yes, he took a dog franchise too. Now I'm in the position of knocking Eddie D. I'm not knocking Eddie D ever.
This is what happens when you compare Murph.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's what Jim Harbaugh used to always say. I don't like comparisons. The mere act of comparing must denigrate one or the other. Yeah. Hey, man, we're here doing freaking hot takes. All you are coming in on Eddie D. What do you have to say about Joe Lacob? I mean, I'm going to argue that the Warriors were like even more depressing than the Niners. Although the Niners were really depressing in the late 70s, hugely depressing. But he didn't build the arena. That's the difference. And believe me, I'm the freaking biggest 49er honk of all time. How many books? I mean, dude, stop. I'm the Niner honk of Niner honks.
Stop
I'm the guy out here telling you Joe Montana's better than Tom Brady, and I'll say it to the day I die.
But it sounds like you don't like Eddie D, Murph.
No. Just acknowledge the fact that Lacob built the freaking arena in San Francisco. He's right there. You can go to a game. You can do the Terry Francois two-step.
Which is right around the corner.
How hard is it to do the Terry Francois? You got to do the 280 to 237 two-step.
Yeah, it's the 280 carpool down to 237.
See, 925 says, in my dreams, Joey Lightyears bought the A's.
Oh, man. We all have those dreams.
Dude, can you imagine? That would have been the Giants' worst freaking nightmare.
The Giants would have want no part of that.
He would have said, Yankees on the West Coast, here we go.
Uh-huh.
No facial hair?
Giants huge. Not very giant, in my opinion.
Bring me Aaron Judge. Mm-hmm. Bring me everybody.
More
Bring
like
me
the
Shohei.
Smalls, not the Giants.
He probably would go get Shohei freaking Ohtani.
Bro, he would throw money at everybody.
And he'd probably build an unbelievable yard, too. What do you mean, no? I'm saying yes.
Why couldn't Lacob just buy all the teams? Buy the A's, buy the Raiders, buy everybody.
Do you know the story was that he tried to build on Pier 3032 by Red's Java House down by the Bay Bridge, and he got San Francisco'd. No. So he said, fine, I'll do it myself. So he bought a piece of land from Mark Benioff and said, I'll just build it here then.
He got San Francisco.
That was not his first choice, where it is. His first choice is on the water. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, everybody's like, don't do anything. Don't try to do anything. We're San Francisco. Stop.
No.
So he was like, fine, I'll go down here. And it's not, it's not the perfect location in terms of on the water. You got to cross the street to get to the water, but there it is.
But we talked about this during All-Star break. Yeah, it's right in my neighborhood. And look what Chase Center has done for the neighborhood of Dogpatch. Like, Oracle Park has done a lot for the Mission Bay area, but going even deeper and deeper. Young Tony didn't even know the Dogpatch neighborhood existed until the Warriors started playing games there.
Yeah, very good. So second take here about Lacob not being done maybe this summer. Check it out.
We have optionality. I mean, one of the things about our position, which I don't think the media portrays entirely accurately or to its fullest extent, is that when you compare us to some other teams who have gone, quote, all in, we've gone all in on money more than any other team. We've paid whatever to bring people, to try to win. But we have all of our draft choices after this one's up this year, past this summer. Basically, all of our draft choices, with part of 2030, I think is still isn't ours. But basically, going forward, the vast majority of our draft picks we have a lot of good young players. We haven't given up any of them really. And so I think if we wanted to change things around at some point this summer or whenever, we have the option to do that. We have the assets to do that.
He's just out here. Yeah, we have all our draft picks. We have great young players. We have assets. If we want to make a move, we can.
I mean, Joe has got to be loving life right now because at the trade deadline, there were reports that the Warriors were reaching out to every superstar out there. It almost felt like there was a bit of desperation because, again, we're talking about the Steph Curry timeline and the window to try to win one more championship if you do want to take that last ride with Steph Curry. Then, at the 12th hour, is able to go and trade for Jimmy Butler, and he does it without giving up Jonathan Kuminga and without giving up Brandon Pajemski, two of his favorite young players on this roster. Joe Lacob is loving life right now.
Yeah, and to point out, in not trading Moses Moody, any of these guys, they got all these. And by the way, Pods, it's funny, man. He's playing some good basketball, bro.
Yeah, nice little double-double last night.
Yeah, and he got knocked. Don't forget, Platzi called him Baby Havlicek. Yeah. Out there, too. 707 says, yeah, well, having Steph Curry, arguably the most enjoyable athlete to watch in the last 20 years, didn't hurt. Just like having Joe Montana and Jerry Rice and Ronnie Lott. Didn't hurt Eddie. Here we are.
The chef needs ingredients.
The day I came after Eddie D, right?
That?
How funny is that, right? Somebody said just settle it and put them both on Mount Ownermore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so
probably
I'm gonna
the better way
Eddie,
to put it.
I'm going to go Eddie, Lacob, Peter McGowan, and
Yes, come on.
I'll take 2 spots
You're
if you
damn
need
right
one.
you better put him
I'll
on
take
there.
2.
You're damn right you better put him on
I'm
there.
going to need 2, one for me and Caroli. Yeah. So, well, I mean, listen, he built that. He won 3 Super Bowls, built it from scratch.
Yes, he did. And he
Built
did
it
a
from
lot
scratch.
for the NFL, and he did a lot for progressing the NFL with the coaches he hired, with the
true.
executives,
Yes, I'm
and
putting him
everything
on
that
there.
Al Davis did.
I made him on there.
Put him on the
There
list.
you go,
Put him
buddy.
on the
There
mountain.
you go, buddy. Chris Cohan did not make it.
No.
In a close finish. All right, guys. Cooler content next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back again on a Tuesday morning with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action all season long. And we were able to cash in multiple times this weekend on the Dubs. How about the Warriors playing a back-to-back game tonight against the New York Knicks? So it's a perfect time to join us on Prize Picks with one of Bobby Boucher's Prize Picks picks of the day. And today, I'm actually going in the other direction and taking Karl Anthony Towns to have more than 22 points against the Warriors. Tough matchup. He's a double-double machine, and he is shooting the lights out from three-point range. So I'll take Kaat to have more than 22 points, but I'll also sprinkle a little side action on Brandon Pajemski to have more than 12 points because he has been heating up and has been playing better with the addition of Jimmy Butler. So if you want to join me with my picks, or if you want to fade my picks and go in the other direction, all you need to do is download the Prize Picks app using the code word leader, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's right. All you need to do is place a $5 lineup, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you use the code word leader. And the best part about it is you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
yeah, baby! On the Sports Leader.
All right, happy cooler of content. Always the best sound of what is out there on a Tuesday morning, 6 Seed Tuesday. Mark Spears is going to join us in the next segment, too. Steve Young went on Rich Eisen, said some interesting stuff. We can hit a little bit of that in the cooler or move on. But by the way, the cooler of content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Also sponsored by Marin Health, Marin Health Medical Center, and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care closer than you think. If you're like, hey, man, I heard you guys were giving away tickets to everything in the world. I said, yeah, it's true. And you missed it. We gave away the Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks tickets at 7 a.m. Jake in Santa Rosa is going to go get his little moving out and his landslide on with Stevie and Billy down at Levi's in October. Okay, out to the cooler of content. That Steve Young stuff you were saying could almost be its own segment, huh?
Yeah, we had a lot of good content from Steve Young, who stopped by the Rich Eisen show and gave some takes about Brock Purdy and also Sam Darnold.
Well, we could do that maybe next time. Why don't we? I haven't seen this Orioles fan, Diane Friedel. Who is this?
Oh,
who rolled this one in?
So this was Young Tony this morning.
Okay, what do you got, Tony? Set it up for me.
I just scrolled through Twitter and I found this with ESPN. An Orioles fan was being interviewed in the stands, and she had a pretty good line. She was asked about who's going to win the AL East.
Okay,
here you go. Give me a prediction about the American League East. Who's going to win it?
I have great fears of the Skankies because they're loaded. They'll buy their way out of anything.
I've never heard that.
I was going to say, I'm surprised I don't hear that more often.
The Skankies.
Skankies.
I like that. Did that offend you, buddy?
Not at all.
Yeah.
I don't get offended by anything.
Go ahead.
I have great fears of the Skankies because they're loaded. They'll buy their way out of anything.
And I'm looking at her picture. She's an elderly woman.
Yeah, so she's had this insult in her back pocket for years, Murph.
She's like probably north of 60, I'd say.
And she's out here talking S.
Wearing like a white Orioles cap and a red Grapefruit League T-shirt.
You say a Reds game? Was this game out in St. Louis? Because we know there are some S-talking MFers out there.
We had some talking mother in St. Louis.
And she was one of them.
I wonder why Buster interviewed this gal.
Yeah, random.
I have great fears of the Skankies.
She should. The Yankees are the favorites to win the AL East this year.
It was Orioles Red Sox.
All right.
Two of the biggest haters.
All right, Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, said something on First Take. Oh, you want to go to Travis Hunter?
Yeah, let's go Travis Hunter first. Set this up, Murph.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Because Chad Ochocinco responds to Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter, the great Colorado Buffalo, transferred from Jackson State, plays corner wide receiver, Heisman Trophy winner.
Yep, I've got him dropping to the 49ers in my mock draft, 4.87.
Is that your GPA, 4.87?
Oh, I wish, Murph.
Yeah?
More.
If I combine 2 semesters in a row?
Yeah, I was going to say maybe minus 3 points off of that.
So when they got to be eligible to play baseball.
Yeah, I know.
You got to be 2.0,
Shout out academic probation.
Oh, man. Travis Hunter was asked about playing both sides of football, and somebody asked him, what's harder, doing that or being Shohei Ohtani, being a hitter and a pitcher?
Probably me, what I do in football, because it's a lot on your body. You know, Tony, he's a great player, but you got to do a lot in football.
Stop the cap.
He dismisses Ohtani.
Stop the cap.
He says it's harder on his body. That's true.
Physically, football is a harder sport. Skill-wise, baseball is head and shoulders tougher than football.
Yeah.
And this is coming from a man that played both sports. Obviously, I didn't do it at a level of a Travis Hunter or even a Shohei Ohtani. But Murph, high school football, I went both ways. Pause. Started at outside linebacker and at tight end. And I never even came off the field on special teams. I was on every single special team unit. So I know what it's like to play offense, to play defense, to even go beyond that. And again, I'm not saying I'm at the level of a Travis Hunter, but I can tell you, as a man that played football and baseball and was all league in both of them in high school, baseball is definitely harder skill-wise than football.
They called him three-way Marcus. Pause.
There it
is.
Menage a trois Marcus.
Because he played offense, defense, and special teams. That's what
special teams, special players.
The ladies liked when he played special teams.
Yeah, very special.
Yes.
A little too special sometimes.
Well, anyway, Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, reacted to the comments by Travis Hunter. And he said, I think he wound up taking Marcus's side here.
It's almost uncomparable. I got to get Travis Hunter in a batting cage. I got to get him in a batting cage. Not even anybody pitching, just the machine. Let a fastball come at you 95 miles an hour. Athletically gifted as you are, I want to see you try and hit it. So you get a better understanding. Yeah. The comparison is not even close. The two most difficult things in life are hitting the baseball and keeping a woman happy long term. The two most difficult things in life. You hear me?
That's like he had that one in his back pocket.
That was a hell of a line from Chad Ochocinco.
Either that or a riff.
And I was not expecting Chad, of all guys, to be defending baseball.
He doesn't have a baseball background, does he?
Not that I know of.
Deion Sanders has said he thinks hitting a baseball is the hardest.
Well, Deion's done both.
Yeah, correct.
Bo Jackson's done both.
But then he just comes out of nowhere and says the two hardest things in life are hitting a baseball and keeping a... Here it is.
The two most difficult things in life are hitting the baseball and keeping a woman happy long term.
I think this is true.
Yeah, this is true. And Murph, I've had more success hitting baseballs than keeping women happy.
Which is why when you roam North Beach, you're a single man.
That's it. Just me and my baseball.
Well, I think I read this once in some twisted frickin' thing. I don't know, somewhere that Sigmund Freud, and he was a whack job, that guy. Sigmund Freud, I believe he said in all his years of studying psychology, the one question he never could answer is, what does a woman want?
Does anybody know?
Well, not Chad Ochocinco, not Freud, not you.
Not I. I can tell you that for sure.
Well, I told you the secret is just you can go to bed mad, but you can go to bed mad, but you can't wake up mad. That's the secret.
Nobody wants to wake up mad.
That's the whole thing. Sometimes it's tough, but you got to turn the pitch.
Now, what
Next
happens?
pitch, buddy.
What happens between when you go to bed and when you wake up that makes you so happy?
You sleep. You turn the page.
Have some good dreams.
Next pitch. There you go,
smart
buddy.
man, Murph.
But we'll see. Either that or you just nerds, or either that or you just harbor resentment for a really long time, and it comes out in shall we say, harsh, dysfunctional family dinners. Check with Candace. I just watched an SNL skit the other day, the dysfunctional family dinner with Will Ferrell. Very funny. Very funny. The clanking of the forks and then the eruptions at each other.
Yeah, and then Murph's out here telling, this is what Daddy does to pay the bills.
That's what Daddy does to pay the bills. This is true. Not believe me. When I tell them that they're not doing the work, I'm like, you think I like getting up at 4 a.m? Come on. Frank Gore, we haven't done this one. This happened over the weekend.
Frankie.
We have a video component on this. If you go to YouTube or Twitch, and if you go to download the KNBR app, people are like, Twitch, what do you mean? Download the KNBR app. When you download the KNBR app, you'll get our video stream. So you do that. And Frank Gore is boxed. Did you know he was boxing?
Yeah, so remember we actually had Frank Gore on as an interview ahead of his fight against Darren Williams. This was back in 2021 when I first started off as a morning show producer. And Frank came on and talked about a celebrity boxing fight, but it sounds like he's actually now in a pro boxing organization.
Okay, well, here's the video, and here he is. Frank Gore fighting.
10 seconds of this fight. Frank Gore looks at the clock. He could get it! Oh my God! Will McKnight! Wow!
So what do you see here boxing-wise?
Will McKnight went night-night. Dude, it's the overhand right.
Was Will McKnight not tactically defending himself?
He went face first into the canvas.
Well, he left himself wide open, didn't he?
Yeah, see, I don't know who this guy is he's fighting, but Frank Gore with the 1-2 overhand right throws a jab, and then once again the overhand right on top dropped him.
Now we have a second video of him fighting here.
Is Frank Gore fighting multiple guys in one night?
He's got a nice, easy way about him. He kind of rolls the shoulders a little bit.
Walking them down.
Yeah, look at Frank Gore.
Dude, how about that?
Does it surprise you at all?
He's third all-time in the NFL's all-time rushing list, and he's like, yeah, for fun, I'm going to go knock some fools out after.
Should we start vaulting him up our list of all-time athletes?
Absolutely.
Like Jim Thorpe out here winning boxing titles and all this?
Haymakers Frankie's throwing.
That was pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, that was a sloppy jab from McKnight.
And hey, I just want to pay homage to our gal, Reyell Brooks Moon. Reyell showed up on MLB The Show 25 as an announcer, as a broadcaster, so as a PA. Listen, we're still waiting for her to come back. Yeah. It's not too late. Everybody put down your arms and just bring her back. That's simple as that. What's the big deal? You had beef, somebody had beef, turn the page. Don't wake up angry.
No, don't wake up angry.
So here's Reyell on MLB The Show 25. All right, the mix on that wasn't great. No, she was overshadowed by the beats.
You can hear her in the background. Yeah. And I will say it was definitely something that diehard fans were missing last year is hearing Reyell's voice at the ballpark. I'm glad I could turn on MLB The Show and still hear Reyell.
No, man, bring her back, man. So anyway, that was fun. All right, well, that was pretty good. Cooler of content. I enjoyed that, including a Frank Gore knockout, a skanky bomb, and Chad Ochocinco saying you can't hit a baseball and keep a woman happy long term.
I understand.
All right, guys. So here's the deal. Mark Spears, one of the greats, Warriors insider for KNBR, senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN on this very intriguing pennant race. Guys, it's March 4 and the regular season ends April 13. So we're in the stretch run, man. Warriors at the Knicks tonight. Should be really, really fun. 4:30 on TNT. Spears Next on the Sports Leader.
The two most difficult things in life are hitting the baseball and keeping a woman happy long term.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Warriors in New York. Here we go. Empire state of mind as the Warriors need it against a 40-20 Knicks team. As we talk about, sort of the winnable games. This one's tough. And will Steph Curry play with a sprained ankle? I don't know, but they're 8-1 when Jimmy Butler plays. It's pretty darn good. They got the win last night in Charlotte. Ascended to the 6th seed ever briefly, perhaps, because the Clippers are a half game behind and held the tiebreaker. But let's talk about it with Mark Spears, of course, our Warriors insider for KNBR, senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN. Good morning, Mark. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mark.
Oh, man, just sad about Kyrie, man.
Ooh, yes. Yes.
Sad about Kyrie. I saw the replay last night. I initially thought it was a quadriceps injury, which is something I suffered in like 2018 because of the way, if you watch the replay in slow motion, the way it just convulsed after he got hurt. But ACL, left knee, the bad news for Dallas just keeps on coming, man. It's really sad.
Yeah, if people don't know what Mark's referring to, about an hour ago, Shams Charania reported that Kyrie last night did tear the ACL in that incident driving the lane, and as a result is out for the rest of the year and then even into next year. Man, we were talking about this. So if you're Clay, you went to Dallas thinking, that's a top 4 team in the West. That was a team in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Looks around, no Luka, no AD, no Kyrie. Brutal.
Yeah, and you got to think, like, next season, Kyrie's going to miss a little bit. I mean, who knows when he returns? Is this a injury that takes a year? If it was a quad, I would say so. Knee, I think he returns next season. Like, if this team is healthy, it's very good. But therein lies the problem, is their health. I mean, all their bigs are hurt. They got Kai Jones played last night. Just got on the team, and he was like playing like 30 minutes. You know what I mean? So it's a team devastated by injuries, and it'll be very intriguing to see. Assuming, if at this point, if I'm Dallas, I'm just shutting AD down for the rest of the year. I want to check to see if they have their draft pick. But you ready for this? The Portland Trailblazers are positioning themselves after so much horrible basketball most of the season. They've been hot of late, and they're putting themselves in position to be in the play-in.
Yeah, Mark, it's crazy to look at the standings and see the Dallas Mavericks as that last 10 spot in the play-in bracket, and they're only 1 win away from the Warriors and 2 losses away. But I think that kind of shows how congested the standings are between 6, even all the way down to 12. So let's talk about the Warriors moving up to the 6th seed last night and whether or not this is sustainable to avoid that play-in bracket.
Yeah, and you gotta. It's very interesting to watch, these last 20 games or so, because Golden State going into a game against New York, where like I said, who knows who plays. Clippers are spiraling, right? They're at 17.5. Sacramento, who's playing better of late, at 17.5. Minnesota's at 17.5. Dallas is going to drop. Phoenix, are they even motivated to move up the ladder? They're mightily. So I could see Portland oddly ending up with that 10th spot in a play-in situation. And another thing to keep an eye on, like Memphis is struggling, Houston is struggling. Like, do they struggle enough, even though they're, Memphis is 5 games ahead of Golden State right now, Houston's 4. Is there enough time and enough wins for Golden State to get up to 5, to get up to 4? I think that is it's possible, tough but possible. And meanwhile, if you would have told me the Lakers are going to be the number 2 seed a month ago, I'd have laughed at you, but here we are.
I mean, dude, it seems like without a big, right? My big thing was, they don't have a big. It doesn't seem to matter right now.
No, I mean, to be honest, their schedule's been kind of weak last month. If you look at, who they play, they've munched on some low-hanging fruit. They've had a couple big wins, but it definitely gets tougher for the Lakers. They got the Knicks coming up. Knicks, Celtics, Bucks, Nuggets in 3 of the next 4 games.
Okay. All right.
So let's see if this continues. Let's see how real they really are. And then the Nuggets come again. So they have the Nuggets and Bucks twice this month.
Okay.
It's going to get a little tougher for them the rest of the way. But they had they're confident. Luke is playing well. This is where we'll see who the real Lakers are.
Yeah, and the Warriors have a tough matchup tonight against a big man, Karl Anthony Towns, and his sidekick, Jalen Brunson. I know this is something that has already been discussed and has obviously already happened, but circling back to this past summer when the Knicks made the trade for Karl Anthony Towns, were the Warriors interested, and did they reach out about making that trade for Kaat?
I mean, I don't know if it was – I've never heard anything definitive about it. Perhaps it was preliminary. But I had heard Karl's name from not just last year, a year before. But I don't know that anything ever got close.
All right, so maybe not super, super hot, but Jimmy Butler was the one they bring over, and it's been so great for them continuing. Any more continued observations from you on the Butler Warriors and what you see as they evolve? 8-1 with him in the lineup now, what it does for Pods, what it does for Moody, and obviously the impending arrival of Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, I had an intriguing conversation with Jimmy that I'm sitting on for an interview trying to find out when to run it. But the one thing that was certainly interesting about him is that he's truly accepted that this is Steph's team, right? He's not fighting it. He seems pretty actually thrilled playing with Steph and in sense even seems that all their lockers were next to each other in Orlando. And it's really amazing to me just how quickly Jimmy has fit in on and off the court, especially as strong as a personality that he has. Like, I even asked him, like, are you playing Draymond in dominoes? He's like, why is everybody asking me that? I'm like, hey, are you? He's like, well, yeah. I was like, who's winning? Oh, you go ask him. Well, that answered my question right there when he said, go ask him who's winning, which tells me Jimmy must be handling his business pretty well. And then I was actually ended up being in the same hotel with the Warriors on Thursday and doing some stuff with Kendall Jackson. And Jonathan Kuminga was working out to gospel music for about 90 minutes in the gym that I was in. Very loud gospel music. In fact, people at the hotel came up to me and asked me if I was okay. Like I say, asked everybody else in the gym if they're okay with his music being so loud. And I'm like, for him, I'm fine. He can play it as loud as he wants, But he seems chomping at the bit to come back. I'm very excited to see what he could add to this team when he does.
When it comes to Jimmy Butler, he has spoken publicly about his conditioning level after taking a few weeks off during that suspension while he was still with Miami. We know about the back spasms that caused him to miss the game on Saturday. So I guess my question would be, Mark, have we still not seen 100% Jimmy Butler or the best version of Jimmy Butler on this Warriors team?
Yeah, he told me, the assumption is, I said, did that month off, give you a boost that else who's been playing all season don't have at this point? And he said, actually not. He's been feeling like he's kind of short win-wise and doesn't have his win quite yet, his legs quite yet, because he took that time off. So he said he thought the time off actually kind of hurt him more than it helped him. Yeah, I mean, it's less tread on the season, but he feels like he has to catch up in the race in terms of conditioning and all that. So I do think he will continue to get better. It's inevitable. I think we're pretty shocked that he walked in and made such a profound impact on this team offensively and defensively. And he does that without still being the star of the team because he's vaulted Steph Curry to a higher level offensively, but he even acknowledged that his impact has been major on this squad, and I expect him to continue to get better and better and make his teammates better. I don't think they digress. I mean, when especially with Kuminga coming back, I see them getting better with him and more familiar and certainly being a force. I still am like wondering why they don't want to add another big. I don't really understand that, but that's been the case with the Warriors for years. Like, they just seem okay with their lack of size, which I don't know. Maybe they just think that doesn't fit. But I do think that they'll be extremely hard out in the playoffs. The key for them is just not to get into the play-in realm.
Yeah, and obviously this is every game seems to matter so much. Just kind of taking it off big picture to small picture just tonight against the Knicks. It's funny, I wasn't super hawking the Knicks season, and I'd heard some static about things were going a little bit the wrong way. Then I look up and they're 40-20 and third in the East. Yeah. I mean, who is this Knicks team they're going to play tonight? Tough customers, huh?
Yeah, they've had some injury issues as well. I always worry, and I'm known Tibbs for a long time. Just worried if at some point his guys get worn out. You know what I mean? Because last game they played Miami and they're going to overtime, so you got like 4 starters that are playing over 40 minutes. That's a lot. OG Anunoby just came back from injury, and he's playing 40 minutes. That is something that's always kind of been intriguing, is the way that they use their teams. So maybe seeing their starters, Tom Thibodeau coach team always plays a lot. Karl Anthony Towns has typically been a Warrior killer, so let's see what he does tonight. But I also know that anytime Steph Curry's in the Garden, he loves that venue. He loves the spotlight of it. I think he's going to have an amazing, amazing night, assuming he plays. And I feel like that MSG vibe will help him feel a little better. I wouldn't be surprised if he played.
Now, Mark, he is dealing with that ankle injury, but I do think it's a good sign that he finished off that game last night. Steve Kerr pulled him and the starters around 3 minutes. Do we have any idea whether or not the ankle injury is traced to Steph throwing down his first dunk in 6 years?
Does it count if it scrapes the rim?
Hey, we'll count it.
That reminds me of my first dunk. You know what I mean? That's when I was in high school. I was shocked that it's been that long, like 2019. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's probably the last one we'll see. I think the reason why I felt like he dunked before was because didn't he dunked in the All-Star game in recent years. I think he even caught an alley-oop or something like that. So it made me feel like he had a dunk more recently than that.
I feel like he attempted it in the All-Star game, but I don't know if it went down, Mark.
Touche. He don't need to dunk.
Yeah. It's like an aggressive finger roll.
Yeah, but I don't think there was enough elevation on his dunk to conjure up an ankle injury.
Not enough momentum or force. Yes, exactly. A few more minutes here with Mark Spears as the Warriors get a 119-101 win over Charlotte. They improved to 8-1 when Jimmy Butler plays, 8-2 since the trade, the one game he missed. I don't know, man. The Buddy Hield is turning into a little bit of a story because he got ice cold in December, January, and for most of February. And all of a sudden, he seems to be warming up a little bit. 42% since the break from three-point land, even though he went 0 for 6 in Philly. So he says it's the Butler effect. I don't know. It's like Warrior fans loved him early, soured on him over Christmas and the holidays, and now is Buddy... Are you a believer in Buddy, I guess is the question?
You know what? I'm a believer in Buddy because he's made more threes than anybody over the last 5 years. Certainly streaky. And then he's one of those guys that I wish everybody, any NBA fan, any Warriors fan got an opportunity to meet him. he has just so much cheery optimism every time you meet him. He's kind of like a comedian in a lot of ways. Very, very funny guy. Yeah, it'll make you root for him more. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's just hilarious. Like I overheard some of the players one day say, "Man, like you can't be in a bad mood when that guy's around." Like so, I know he's beloved in the locker room. He's streaky, and from what I hear, you know, he's putting a lot of work into getting his three right. So it's not without effort either. Like he's putting the work in after practice and stuff like that. So yesterday I thought was a good sign. And I also think with Jimmy there and Steph on the floor at the same time, like I think he's going to get easier 3-point shots now. The addition of Kuminga will even aid that as well. So I do feel like, you know, I'm not saying add him on your fantasy team just yet, but I do feel like he could be on the rise.
Mark, last question from me is about Trayce Jackson-Davis, because you mentioned the Warrior size, and we'll get a couple texts every once in a while from listeners of the show asking about Trayce Jackson-Davis and how he has kind of fallen out of the rotation. Is it simply just the case that Quentin Post is giving him more valuable minutes right now?
I think Quentin Post is fitting their offense better because he's just getting out of the way. You know, I'm changing his name to Quentin Perimeter.
Yeah, I like that.
There's nothing going on in the post, offensively or defensively. And so I just think that they've been waiting for a guy like that. Who was the guy that they had? European guy.
Jonas Jerebko? Jonas Jerebko?
No, after.
Darn it. I was proud of that pull. I know what you're talking about. Bielitsa?
Yes. He kind of reminds me of that, but even taller. Just somebody just gets out of the way, opens up the lanes. He kind of is a godsend for Jimmy Butler, because it's like Jimmy basically has a lot of runway to go to the basket, get to the free throw line. And when I think Jackson Davis is in there, kind of clogs up the lane a little bit, because he certainly ain't shooting no threes he's there to set screens. And but you can't give him that ball in the corner. So I'm sure in the offseason, I think a lot of these bigs are realizing if you want to survive in the NBA, you got to be able to hit an open three-pointer. So I could see Jackson Davis having to work on a lot of that in the future if he wants to fit in with the Warriors going forward.
You going, is it ludicrous, move, get out the way? Is that it? I'm telling Trayce Jackson-Davis, dude, you got to move. Get out of the way.
You got to be Quentin Perimeter, man.
Quentin Perimeter, man. I think he has a facial resemblance, if you look away real quick, to the actor Ethan Hawke. Anybody with me on that? Just a quick one. Just a quick look and look away. I don't know.
Yeah, real quick.
Throwing it out there. Throwing it out there. He and Jimmy seem to be getting along.
To me, somebody that would be in a Roman movie.
A Roman movie, like a gladiator type movie, you mean?
Yeah, the big dude that comes out.
Yeah.
Like 300.
That they think is going to win just because he's big and tall and stuff like that.
I got you. And then they get him. And Crow gets him.
Next thing you know, the dogs are eating the body.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dude, I hope not. Jeez, I hope he has a better night in the garden than that. That's for sure. Hey, last one is just for fun, because we're in the morning show. You got to keep it light. Steph Curry said part of his great day yesterday was eating at Bojangles breakfast. I guess breakfast and lunch and dinner. I guess you can get anything at Bojangles. But
you ate there twice?
We've never been. And people are saying that it's you got to go. Is this correct or what?
Sorry.
Okay.
You know,
you better tell Steph that.
I think when you're from there, it makes you feel better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a little home cooking.
I mean, look. I'll stand on the hill that Round Table Pizza is the best. You know what I mean?
Other than Amici's. I'm
a stand on that hill. Me and Lloyd Pierce, who went to Santa Clara, another San Jose native who coaches with the Pacers. Well, I will stand on that hill, but I'm from here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's nostalgic to me because that's where we went at my high school games at Andrew Hill High School. But I've had pizza all over the U.S. Round Table Pizza. I mean, I like to hear what the rest of your callers think about it, but
I mean,
that perhaps that's Bojangles to Steph.
I'm with you.
I've had Bojangles. Popeyes is better than that.
Okay.
But
that's a take. I like it.
I'll tell you what, I had Jollibees. That was disappointing.
Well, that's we hope they don't sponsor KNBR because you're, taking shots at Jollibee.
I will say this. There is no food that a restaurant makes worse than fried chicken.
Ooh, that's a hot take. Because there are
think about that. Like, name a restaurant that you've been to. Like, if you think about it, and I shouldn't be eating fried chicken. I tried not to. But I can't tell you how many times I've had fried chicken in a restaurant and thought to myself, Popeyes and KFC is better than this.
Oh, man.
Damn. And I just paid $25 for this.
Yeah? Wow. Okay. It's definitely something worth exploring. I know there was God, I don't mean to bring these guys down. There was a soul food restaurant right near the Fox Theater in Oakland that was kind of white tablecloth fancy.
Yeah.
And I had it there. That was pretty darn good. There's a place in Mill Valley called free plug for these guys, Bungalow 44. They make a pretty good one. But to be honest,
go to Lois the Pie Queen, man.
Yeah.
You need to go to
I've done that.
Go to West Oakland, go to Lois the Pie Queen, or go to Chicken and Waffles in Jack London.
I'm gonna brag straight up.
That's some fried chicken right there.
My bride makes the best fried chicken in the world.
Have you been to Lois the Pie Queen?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. It's great. I love it. Reggie Jackson used to go there, but
they got a dish named after him.
My wife makes the best fried chicken in the world. These guys have had it.
I can preach. It's some damn good fried chicken.
Mark, I'll have to get
Your
you some.
wife?
Yeah, I'll have to get you
Candace.
some. Yeah. Alaskan fried chicken.
Yeah, bro, I'm at the. I don't know.
Yeah.
Respectfully to your wife, man. And my family's from New Orleans,
You'd like
so
it. Trust me. Yeah, you'd like it. Anyway,
She's
so
black?
you better.
Your wife black?
No, she's very, very, very Caucasian. Extremely Caucasian.
Oh man, I don't know, Hoss.
Oh, this is great. I'm so glad I asked. Hey, but I do want you to bring your beef. I want you to bring your beef to Steph and come at Bojangles. See what he has to say, man. Because he's.
I mean, it's all right. You know, it's good.
All right. I'm getting.
It's all right. I'm not hating on Bojangles. I'm just,
Yeah.
It's all right.
All right.
It ain't Lois the Pie Queen.
No, we should go. I want to go right now. I'm in with you, buddy.
So we'll go to Lois the Pie Queen, and then you bring your wife's chicken.
Sure, it's legit. Hey, you know where else? One more, Mark. Keep it over in Oakland. Bake Sale Betty. Yeah.
That's good.
The fried chicken
ain't Lois
sandwich.
Pie Queen.
Okay. Well, I'll meet you there happily, anytime. All right, bud. Always
Lois
enjoyable.
the Pie Queen owes me a little, free meal now.
We were talking about Debo Samuel and his weight, and we were like, if we go to Lois the Pie Queen,
Oh, don't talk about my weight.
Yeah, I know. Well, you said you're trying to stay away from the chicken.
I am.
Yeah,
I am. But you asked the question.
I know.
I sadly have expertise.
I'm currently pinching an inch right now on my gut here. But you know what? We're going to be on our deathbed. Are we going to be happy that we avoided the chicken? We got to eat it.
Yeah,
you know
eat what you want to eat.
Well, what's the secret to your wife's fried chicken?
It's a day in advance, 24 hours. It's a spicy brine. There's like it's a spicy brine. No, it's legit, bro. It's legit. It's legit.
Okay, are you selling me now? Where's she from?
Well, she's from Alaska, but she's a hell of a cook. And she's done New York City and the whole thing.
You know what? I'm not going to hate on Alaska because I've never had Alaskan cuisine, so I'm not.
Well, yeah, but she did because she's a hell of a cook and she studies this stuff and she reads from the greats and she's very meticulous.
Well, then,
yeah.
All right, then it's probably amazing.
No, I got to get you some. I got to get you some.
We'll get you some.
Right.
Yeah. Because I bring it into the boys every year and they go nuts. They all say double thumbs up.
Yeah, but
You think they're just saying that?
They're not really foodies either, man.
They're also trying to be nice to the old guy.
I've been to the studios before. They look like they like anything.
Oh, dude, if it's free, it's me, Mark. I'm not turning down free fried chicken, but it is some good fried chicken.
I can't wait. I'm going to get you some, Mark. I'm going to get you some, buddy.
All right. I'll come in. We'll do a test. We'll get Bojangles flown in.
Okay.
Get Lois the Pie Queen and put hers. And
we'll do a blind taste test.
And some Popeyes and see who wins.
And then you know what? We'll all win because we're all eating the chicken.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. You're the best, buddy.
All right,
Have a good
Mark.
one.
Take care.
Mark Spears on KNBR 104.5 and 680 the Sports Leader. You better.
Your wife black?
No, she's very, very, very Caucasian.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dante Whitner joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 4:50 this afternoon. You can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, that was very, very, very funny finish to the Mark Spears interview. Many people reacting to the Spears, Candace, chicken, Caucasian comments. A lot of laughs, a lot of laughs. Hope everybody enjoyed that.
Yeah. And Murph, everybody enjoys fried chicken.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
Well, by the way, so this thing has been a running theme all morning. We just opened the morning. We were shooting the breeze. Talking, hey, Warriors got to win last night. We were like, I read in the paper that Steph said he was in a good mood because he went to Bojangles for breakfast. Then Marcus and I said we didn't know Bojangles. Then the Bojangles army came and said that we were missing one of the great things. And I got to read the text from my buddy St. Simon's Johnny, who grew up here in the Bay Area, but has married a Georgia girl and moved back there. He says, bro, spicy chicken filet, something called Bo Rounds, which is their version of hash browns, a round wheel of a potato with onion flavoring.
Ooh.
He said, and a sweet tea is top-tier hangover cure / prep for Georgia game day.
Damn.
So
that
I said,
sounds
it sounds
like a good
incredible.
breakfast.
He says, and the spicy chicken with the he called it the butteriest biscuit.
Now, here's the question.
Butteriest biscuit.
I always have, because I consider myself a chicken sandwich connoisseur. I'm essentially the Greg Papa of chicken sandwiches. I was eating chicken sandwiches before it was the cool thing to do, before there was the war between Popeyes and Chick-fil-A. And to me, I've always had Chick-fil-A ranked higher than a Popeyes because when it comes to the spicy chicken, the spiciness is in the breading. And that's key to me. The spiciness cannot be a sauce. It has to be in the breadings. So I need to know whether or not Bojangles incorporates the spice into the breading or if it's just a sauce.
We got to find out. We found out that they're moving to California this year, starting in L.A. We may have to road trip. P1 Chuck, who also is a Northern Californian who moved to the Mid-Atlantic South region, sending me pictures. Something called dirty rice that he likes, too. And he says the biscuit melts in your mouth.
We going red rice and beans, some dirty rice?
Let's just, sure. We're in for all of it.
Sign me up, dude.
We're in for all
Give
of
me
it.
some mac and cheese on the side.
And everybody checking in on this whole thing. Very, very funny. So that was fun. And it led to, do we have the cut from Steph about being back in Charlotte? Cut T, Tony? And, okay, well, he doesn't mention Bojangles because he says family and friends. And he also says he wants to see the Hornets and Charlotte succeed and all that stuff. So
yeah, good luck with that.
Well, anyway, tonight's going to be tough, man. So,
real tough.
We just talked about the Knicks and Karl Anthony Towns and being 40-20 and Jalen Brunson and Tibbs and everything. And then the fact that Steph's got tweaked his ankle a little bit and may or may not play tonight. Now, Spears thinks he's going to play because he loves New York.
Yeah, and there's something special every time Steph Curry steps on that court at MSG. And that's why it's called the Mecca of basketball, because it seems like great moments happen there all the time, even if it doesn't include the New York Knicks. So I'm sure Steph Curry wants to play. He wants to put his skill set on display. I mean, we talk about the amount of fans around the country that travel to go watch Steph Curry. There's going to be an arena full of fans who want to see Steph Curry at MSG. And I think because he was able to finish off the game last night, Steve Kerr pulled the starters with about 3 minutes. He went to the podium and talked about it instead of going straight to the MRI or X-ray machine. I think there's a good chance that Steph actually plays tonight.
You know, old Pat used to get upset, pecan, about calling the Madison Square Garden the Mecca of basketball. He's like, what has ever happened? It's kind of true that it has coasted on its reputation for a long, long time because the Knicks haven't won a championship since 1973.
Yeah.
Now, I will add that it's back in terms of St. John's basketball. Rick Pitino just won the Big East, and they play, and it says New York's college team or whatever on that on the court or whatever. So there's that. There's been great Big East basketball through the years. There's been great NCAA tournament games. Steph went there for the Jimmy V Classic in 2008 and hit 3 threes at the end of a flurry and won a game when he was at Davidson. He scored the 54 in 2013. That was exciting. He got drafted there. He broke Ray Allen's record for three-pointers there. So in other words, something good's got to happen.
Yeah, I think Steph would recognize it as a Mecca. Maybe the Mecca of Steph Curry's career with all the highlights he's had over there in that arena.
Listen to this stat. In that arena, he shoots 49% from 3.
That's insane.
Now, that's because one game he was 11 of 13, but hey, that counts, you know?
Now I got to figure out what's the biggest difference between Staples Center or Crypto.com, whatever the hell they call it down in L.A., versus MSG. Like, is it all about the lighting with the Lakers, or what is it?
Well, we know he likes certain arenas because he pre-called Orlando as his spot.
Yeah.
He goes, no, I like Orlando. I mean, dude, it's like any of us, dude. It's like you like that camera angle, your seat, whatever. I mean, it's like feng shui matters, right?
Yeah.
Hitters in ballparks.
Exactly.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Football doesn't really, it's not like Brock Purdy lights up SoFi or something, you know?
No, but people would say there's a difference between playing indoor and outdoor and in good weather and bad weather in football.
Yeah.
But yeah, not as much as an advantage or like a comfortability where you see in basketball and baseball.
Baseball for sure.
Yeah.
Certain guys love certain parks. Paul Goldschmidt seemed to like this park a little too much.
A lot.
But yeah, Steph likes this arena, so we're excited to see what they can do tonight. And if you're just waking up, good morning. They got the 6th seed. My gosh. Now
it's a 6 seed Tuesday.
They're a half game ahead of the Clippers, who have the tiebreaker on them. They've played one more game in the Clippers. The Clippers play the Suns tonight. And don't look back though, because the Kings and Minnesota are only one game back in the loss column. Yeah. Dude, it's a scramble. The only team that seems to be heading the wrong direction is Dallas. And we got the news this morning at 8 a.m. from Shams Charania that Kyrie Irving tore his ACL last night and is out for out not only the rest of the season, but obviously into next year. Wow. Dallas, trade Luka, lose AD to injury. Mm-hmm. Kyrie blows his ACL.
Arrow down for the Dallas Mavericks. So when it rains, it pours.
Spears was saying he thinks the Portland Trailblazers, who are 4 back in the loss column, can get that 10 speed. 10 spot.
Insane. We're talking about Portland being a play-in team.
Scoot Henderson in the play-in.
Here comes Scoot.
Well, the Warriors better stay away from that.
Donovan clinging.
Yeah. And so tonight's big. Then they're off Wednesday. Big day in New York. See what they can do. And then Thursday, Brooklyn. We got to check in with Raymond. Is that grandma going to one of those games?
Wow. Steph Curry.
She might be.
Wow.
Anyway.
I would hope so.
Anyway, it was fun last night, and guys all played. Brandon Bojangles, 19 points, 11 rebounds, did his thing.
Dub.
And Draymond Green, 16 points, 12 rebounds.
Dub.
7 assists. He did get a technical. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting that Jimmy did not fill up the stat sheet as much.
No dub for Jimmy.
No, 13 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, but he creates all that space and all that good stuff. And then the other guy we got to talk about before we get out is Buddy Hield.
Yeah, I was going to mention Buddy, but real quick, we know Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Jimmy played good enough to win. Warriors are 8-1 with him in the lineup.
It's the effect of everything, and the defense, and the rebounds, everything he does.
But what do you think is the bigger key to the Warriors' success? Having Jimmy Butler on the court or having Buddy Hield score more than 19 points? Because when he accomplishes that feat, they are 10-0 undefeated on the season when Buddy gets more than 19 buckets.
Yep, he went for 22 last night, 5 and 9 from 3. And he's hot now. He's 42% after the break. I was telling you guys, I was listening to the game and Tim Roy's so great. You know, when he works the games on the road, he's by himself. You know, he's got Tommy at home so they can play off each other. But when he's on the road, he's funny because he'll just digress, which is awesome. But at one point he goes, you know, he's talking about, he's like Curry over to Draymond down to Buddy Hield, who's never in a bad mood. Hield over to Quentin Post. And I was like, he just said that out of nowhere, where Draymond said the same thing to us about he thinks Buddy Hield is just like a good vibe.
Buddy's never in a bad mood.
And even though he goes ice cold in December and January, and we were in a bad mood watching him,
yeah.
I guess he wasn't. And he was singing Rihanna to Steph.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Very good, man. All right, guys. Well, there's some Warriors for you as they get ready for tonight, 4:30 this afternoon at Madison Square Garden. All right, Steve Young talked about the 49ers and Brock Purdy. Let's see what he had to say next on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All righty, let's go Warriors tonight at New York, but that's not this topic. Oh, by the way, Giants baseball today, right?
Yes, sir.
If you missed Mike Krukow, he was really excited that Justin Verlander has a new grip on his curveball, and we talked about that. Got into some Jim Kaat stories today. Got a Dick Ruthven name drop, too. It's from my generation. But, and so Giants going today. By the way, we haven't talked much about the Bryce Eldridge. We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about Bryce.
We don't talk about Bryce's strikeouts.
We came back from Scottsdale, and we had the guy. We had retired his number.
Yeah.
88 was on the wall.
Put him on the wall of fame.
Next to 22 and 25. And then he caught a little strikeout bug.
Yeah.
He's caught a little strikeout bug.
Hey, it's part of the game.
Let's just say start in Sacramento.
Let Bryce breathe.
Let him go.
Let him breathe.
20.
Let him develop.
That was our fault.
Let him get some ABs.
That's on us.
Mm-hmm.
But
we
anyway,
are the conductors of the Bryce Eldridge hype train.
Well, I mean, he looked great. He talked great. His numbers were great in the minors last year, and then he hit a 450-foot bomb in his first game.
First impressions go a long way.
We're still liking him, but I wonder if he's feeling a little, mentally. He only gets these like one at bat a game too kind of thing.
Yeah, so it's a lot of pressure. And you walk up to the plate and everybody at the ballpark has their cameras out watching every single swing you take. It's a lot of pressure on the kid. Let's let him develop a little bit.
Just breathe, kid. Just breathe. So Steve Young is our next topic because he went on Rich Eisen. Shout out Rich Eisen. And he's always boning up on his wanky knowledge, as he told us back in 20 whatever year that was.
Got to stay boned up on your wanky knowledge.
That was when NFL Network was just starting and he came on the show. And they were going to do the Niners Browns or something. I don't even know. And we're like, Chris Wenke was starting for the Niners. We're like, dude, are you familiar with the fact that the Niners are starting Chris Wenke? And Rich Eisen's like, oh, always, brother, always boning up on my wanky knowledge. So Steve Young on this contract situation with Brock, because here it is, March 4, no deal.
Nope.
And free agency starts next week.
Mm-hmm.
So, you got the wanky? Let's hear it.
I'll bone up on it right now, brother. I'm always boned up on my winky knowledge.
There it is. Does it have a year? Does it have a date on that?
Nice
date on that, buddy?
Work. Nicely done.
Yeah.
12/13/2007.
Wow.
Bro.
Wow.
The 07 Niners were not happening.
07.
Where were you?
I was in middle school. I was in 7th grade,
With
bro.
the probationary officer walking around?
Yeah, dude. I was serving in-house suspensions at Sunnyvale Middle School.
Trying to get to that 2.0 so you could play in the school basketball game that Saturday.
Trying to raise banners at Sunnyvale Middle School.
Oh, man.
Which I did go out on top, undefeated 8th grade year.
Do you guys have a banner up?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Are your names on it?
That's a great question. I haven't
Because
been down
you know
to
what's
that
really
gym in
neat about
years.
our school is that they put the names on the banner. So I was like, you guys got to get on that wall, man.
Yeah, it's what I told you about having my name on the outside of Washington Park down in Santa Clara for an undefeated All-Star team. That's awesome.
With the likes of a Kevin Franzen.
Yeah, and a Troy Tulowitzki.
And a Troy Tulowitzki. Yeah. Which one of these is not like the other?
It's me. Hi, it's I.
It's like, there you're doing a little Taylor Swift from our
It's me.
2010s Friday.
I'm him. I'm not the major league ball player.
Look at you. You know your T-Swizzle. 80s Friday coming up. Last one. Last one before we head into reggae.
Oh, I'm ready for reggae Friday.
I think it might just be an all bangers 80 Friday. And just nothing but headliners.
Good. Give me the bangers.
Yeah, we're not going to go like, this is a deep cut. No. We're going to go bangers only on Friday, all right?
And young Tony knows bangers.
Yeah. We're going to go like 12 for 12 on headlining hits, all right? Steve Young on Rich Eisen, Brock Purdy's contract.
The effort to make sure that we had Super Bowl ready teams the last few years while Brock was on his rookie contract was, the owner, Jed York and John York and Denise, DeBartolo York, were all in. And I think what happened with Nick Bosa and then with Brandon Ayuk changed the nature this year of how they are going to go about it. I don't think they were really appreciative of how that went down and how they got pushed. And I think that they're going to, you almost feel like a lot more declarative statements coming out. I don't know that it's going to be smooth. How could it be smooth, right? Because there's going to be, Brock's people are going to want $60 million a year. And the 49ers, I'm just making this up, 45, whatever it is. And there's just going to be some back and forth. And but I guess just hold on to that thought that I gave you earlier about the spirit of what ownership and what, general managers and even Kyle are thinking about and the rigor about how they're going to handle some of it. So it'll get done, but I don't know how fast it'll get done.
Very interesting. So that's definitely from the front lines. That's Steve Young saying the Jed, Denise, and John York felt like they lost the Ayuk and Bosa and they didn't really get return on their investment. And they're like, not again. Interesting. But does that mean they're going to have another dragged out one?
Well,
I mean, you can't turn the Ayuk and Bosa thing into another dragged out one.
No, which is why I think hearing those comments, it would be more likely that the 49ers try to speed it up and try to get ahead of the market. Because that was my issue last year with Brennan Ayuk. You sat back and you watched Amon-Ra St. Brown get a $30+ million contract. Justin Jefferson got paid more than $30 million. And so that price point on the market kept going up and up and up for the wide receiver market. Now, the main difference this year is Brock Purdy is the crown of this offseason's quarterback contracts. Like, really, the only other guy that could get paid unless the Bills decide to restructure Josh Allen's contract is Sam Darnold. And it sounded like the Vikings are not going to franchise tag him today. So I'm curious if Sam Darnold's contract with whoever team he ends up signing with will have any impact on Brock Purdy's contract.
I'm just curious. Sounds like Jed, John, and Denise are like, we've spent a lot of money, but then Brock's going to be like, what do you want from me? I just gave you 2 years of poverty wages in the NFL.
Oh.
You got to pay me.
Yeah.
He said, I think it'll get done, but man, oh man. Interesting. Meanwhile, you mentioned Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Steve says to Rich Eisen, cut E, Tony, Sam Darnold could be in the conversation here.
But you go back to how this gets done, it gets done. Like it has to get done. There's not alternatives out there to now, I guess, Rich, you could kind of dream up scenarios where it gets crossways and they go after Sam Darnold. I mean, you could see that, but it's so far in the distance. That's something would have to go haywire for something like that to happen.
Look at Steve putting it out there.
Yeah.
Look at Steve putting it out. It's like Lee Hammer used to say to me on the show, you always got to be prepared. He goes, I have a list in my desk drawer of people that would replace you.
Wow.
I'm like, jeez, man.
Damn, Lee, tell us how you really feel.
I got a list in my desk drawer about people to replace you.
Hey.
Yeah. But, I mean, the Niners are going to be like, hey, Brock, Sam Darnold's out there.
Yeah, I think something would have to go really, really
Don't
wrong.
they all want each other? Don't they all want to be together?
Yes, and it sounds like the 49ers front office has a desire for Brock Purdy. Sounds like Brock Purdy has that same desire.
Don't forget what Tim Ryan and Greg Papa said at the end of the year when they were like, you don't have to pay him. You could just play this year out.
Yeah.
But would the agent say, don't go on the field and hold out? Then does he hold out? Then oh, my gosh. Oh, man. We thought, Brock, be the Boy Scout we want you to be. And just say, yes, I'm so lucky to play. I wrote this in a jock blog. I say, young man, could you ever imagine making $1 million a year to play football? That'd be amazing. Yeah. What if I gave you $45 million?
Yeah, but what about...
Thank you so much. Where do I sign?
Yeah,
oh, my gosh.
But then that same Boy Scout is sitting there saying, why does that Boy Scout Dak Prescott get $60 million? I'm a better Boy Scout than him.
Hey,
I got more badges on my vest, Murph.
And I would say, if Dak Prescott jumped off the roof, would you jump off the roof?
Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah, that's what we do.
I was one of those friends that would jump with my friends.
Because you were the jackass generation.
This is true.
Don't forget, Eminem shaped you.
Yeah,
right?
dude.
Yeah,
the whole 2000 era.
Blank you, Debbie.
Yeah, exactly. Eminem, Jackass, Chappelle Show, all that good stuff. All the things you want raising a child in the early 2000s.
Respect. Where's the respect, y'all? And here's Young on actually talking about Brock Purdy as a player. Cut D, Tony, about, he says he needs to play more physical. Oh, what does this mean here?
For some of the shortcomings, Brock is as elite as it comes in processing, which is so much of the job. And so in that elite nature and then commanding the huddle and having the respect of your teammates and can stand up at team meetings and people want to listen to him. I mean, that just doesn't show up. So in that way, that's all things to lean into and not worry about. Now, again, the game is changing. The prototypes are changing. They have changed. And I've said this all season long. The more they can threaten with Brock Purdy's physical and with his legs, every play he needs to be a threat. Doesn't need to use it all the time, but needs to threaten like Jaden Daniels, like C.J. Stroud, like Patrick Mahomes, like Josh Allen, like those are the guys that are going to win Super Bowls. And so that's why he needs to have, and he and Kyle got to come together on how he's going to play his game.
Okay. He's asking for more legs. Do you trust Brock as a scrambler?
I do. And I think we saw a lot of positives this year with Brock Purdy's ability to use his legs. But I think the point that Steve is trying to make is a lot of the times he does fall back on his ability to process, which leads to him backpedaling and trying to make a play in the backfield instead of maybe just tucking the ball down and picking up 3-4 yards to set yourself up for more success on second or third down.
Yeah, it's ironic because I remember when Trey Lance got hurt, back when we all thought Trey Lance was the guy, we were like, why are you running your quarterback up the middle? So we're not talking about that.
No. You don't want Brock Purdy running QB draws or even like RPOs or anything like that.
You're just talking about keep it. Hey, it's not there, then I'm going to tuck it, take 5 and slide.
Exactly.
Now I got 2nd and 5.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Mahomes does it great. Aaron Rodgers throughout his career was great at using his legs, getting outside the pocket, but if there's no play to be made, tuck it and pick up a few yards.
I'm trying to find his rushing. Here it is. Rushing stats from, this past year he ran for 323 yards. I wonder where that ranked him among NFL quarterbacks. I should probably look that up. He ran for 5 touchdowns. In the prior year, he ran for 144, so he more than doubled his rushing. So he is trending in that direction.
Brock Purdy would have ranked 11th in the NFL with 323 rushing yards.
In quarterbacks?
Quarterbacks alone.
Do you have the list?
I've got the list. A couple surprising names ahead of him.
Obviously Lamar and
Lamar's
Josh.
number 1. Jaden, Josh, Jalen, and Kyler Murray is your top 5.
Put Jalen in.
You got to put Jalen in.
What's Kyler at?
Kyler is at 572 rushing yards.
Not that. Then who's 6 through 10 ahead of him?
6 would be AR-15, Anthony Richardson, who feels like one of his only weapons is to use his legs.
What a whiff on my fantasy draft last year that was.
Yeah, 7th is Caleb Williams, who was running for his life behind that Bears offensive line.
He was running for his life.
Bo Nix ran for 430 yards last year, and Drake May ran for 421.
Wow.
Couple rookies on that list. One man ahead of him, Baker Mayfield with 378 scrambling yards.
Wow.
Then it goes to Brock Purdy at 323, and right behind him is Patrick Mahomes, 307.
More than Mahomes.
More than Mahomes.
I would like to tell Brock Purdy, you should be rushing for more yards than Baker Mayfield. And I'm a Mayfield guy. I've enjoyed him in fantasy 2 years in a row, as waiver wire pickup 2 years in a row. Guy's a gamer. Yeah, but Brock should be rushing for more yards than him.
Yeah, I think he's a bit quicker and more athletic than Baker Mayfield. Right. So I think he can climb those ranks a little bit.
Listen, trust Steve Young. Mm-hmm. Although his comments about John, Denise, and Jed were interesting.
Yeah, but Steve also knows how to utilize his legs, Murph.
That guy.
I mean, that goes without saying.
Young Tony, are you familiar with the runs of a Steve Young, dude?
Yeah,
as a quarterback run?
Absolutely. I thought you were talking about a different type of run. Wait, what?
You might want to come back with the Lon Simmons call of the Steve Young scramble against the Minnesota Vikings in 1988. It's one of the all-time greats. So we'll do that. We'll hand it over to Papa and Silver. We'll find out what Young Tony learned today. Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Silver at 11:30. That should be good. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Young, back to throw. In trouble. He's going to be sacked. No, gets away. He runs, gets away again, goes to the 40, gets away again, to the 35, cuts back at the 30, to the 20, the 15, the 10. He dives. Touchdown, 49ers.
You just made my year, buddy. You just made my year. Oh, man, Lon Simmons. I'd love to get Greg Papa's takes on Lon Simmons. Lon Simmons is one of the most iconic names in the history of Bay Area sports, and that was his call on Steve Young's 1988 scramble set to not a non-Lon Simmons song.
No,
Yes,
I think this might be the first time ever Lon Simmons and his calls have been matched up with Pitbull, Little John, and the Yin Yang Twins because, Murph, what you're hearing right now is Bojangles by Pitbull.
We've come full circle. Full circle since 6:03 this morning. All right, good. Because it all started with Steph saying he was in a good mood because he got Bojangles, and we were just chatting at 6 in the morning, saying, yeah, the Warriors won, and Steph got a win. He was in a good mood. He went to Bojangles. I said, Marcus, you ever been to Bojangles? He said, no. I said, I didn't mean neither. And here came the Bojangles Army.
The Bojangle Army.
Led to Mark Spears asking if my wife was black, which was very funny. Candace has confirmed. She saw it on YouTube. She says, very funny. And she said that the recipe is from a black-owned roadside stand somewhere. That's where she got it from. Check with Candace. Yeah, so anyway, Spears says he's open to it. He's open to it all.
He should be. It's delicious fried chicken.
That's really funny. Anyway, so it's a wild day. That was Steve Young's scramble. Can Brock Purdy do that? I'm not so sure.
Ooh.
I'm not so sure. I want to say when Steve did that, there was still infield dirt on the, I think it was in October. So I think there was still infield dirt. You Raiders used to play on that infield dirt all the time.
Yeah, you won't see that anymore.
I mean, they played infield dirt all the way up until 20. What year did they leave?
Bro, it felt like every single season Darren McFadden would get turf toe, or should I say second base toe, because he would trip over second base and get an injury.
Yeah, Darren McFadden, there's a name.
Oh, DMC, that was my guy.
You ride with him?
Oh, I was a run DMC head.
Okay. He did not play on good teams.
No. There were not a lot of good teams in my lifetime, Murph, as we've established by the 17 different head coaches for the Raiders in my lifetime.
Dude, you guys are crazy legit now with Tom Brady and Pete Carroll and maybe getting a real quarterback. And I hate to even say this because the guy's one of my nemesis in life, but he is a good O coordinator, Chip Kelly.
Your boy, Chip Kelly.
I just don't want him as a head coach.
No,
I don't want him as a head coach on my pro football team or on my college, but he'll call a play for you as an OC.
Yeah.
He will.
The question is, will he be calling plays for Sam Darnold in silver and black?
Or Shedeur Sanders.
Or Shedeur. I've told you my conspiracy. I think Shedeur is tanking his draft stock to fall to number 6 to the Raiders.
Do you want him at number 6?
You know what? I've been in and out on Shedeur Sanders. I'm more of a Cam Ward guy, but if I had to take a second quarterback in this class, it still would be Shedeur Sanders. He's scaring me off a little bit with these music videos he's releasing and how big he wants to be a superstar, but it just seems like the most Raider pick ever, whether or not he turns out to be a good player or a bust, that Shedeur Sanders will end up in silver and black.
And then does Pete Carroll do 2 years and step aside for Dion?
Yes, absolutely. Woo! And Dion has a great relationship with Mark Davis. They were hanging out at Allegiant Stadium last year.
You're all set.
Shedeur Sanders would tweet out, like, thank you, God, after every single Raiders loss last year. So there are definitely some signs there and some connections.
Okay.
And Shedeur says he has a great relationship with your boy, Tom Brady. So there's another tie to the silver and black family.
As you know, the Las Vegas Braiders.
Oh, no.
As I like to call them.
Let's stop that.
Some guy, I told you, we had a text from somebody who said, I'm a lifelong Raider fan. This is a nightmare scenario that Tom Brady's running the
Tell me about it, bud. Tell me about it.
707 says Brock Purdy is faster than Steve Young.
Ooh, 808 KNBR.
I bet Steve would say, let's go right now.
Yeah.
Let's go. Steve was a hell of an athlete. Hell of an athlete. He could have been, like, we often wonder, like, could he have been a straight-up NFL running back? Like, could he have, like, made his way like a Christian McCaffrey type of guy? Once again, if you're going to compare a white athlete, always choose another white athlete.
Yeah.
It's been a racial day here on the show.
Shout out Cam Scatterbo. I know Kyle Brandt went on a rant yesterday about Cam Scatterbo being compared to every other white running back in the league, and he was not happy about it.
Scatterboo, I believe.
Exactly. My apologies.
No,
Scatterboo,
I've done that.
like peekaboo.
I've done that because it's spelled Scatterbo. It's spelled Scatterbo.
You're right, and I was so obsessed with the new bow that we're going to see this year. Shout out Debo Samuel with the chip on his shoulder. You're going to see a new bow.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you said Kyle Brandt went on the white on white comparison thing?
Yeah, he went on a rant yesterday about the comparisons of white running backs.
Then who does Scatterboo compare to then? Who would it be? I don't know. Who's a bowling ball of any color, creed, or race.
I've got two for you: Mike Allstott and Peyton Hillis.
Very good. All right, time for young Tony. Very good. All right.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So this started early when the Warriors went to Charlotte, got the win over the Hornets, and Steph Curry told reporters he was in a good mood. We actually have the cut. Oh, good job, Tony. Here it is.
The first stop was Bojangles yesterday.
Okay, Bojangles. It became the theme of the show. So, of course, me being me and all my old references, I said, Tony, you know the song, of course, Mr. Bojangles, and you said no.
No, I don't even think I knew Bojangles was a, chicken restaurant, apparently?
So
well,
they don't
in the
have...
South.
Yeah, but he's from Kentucky. There's no
dude.
Bojangles in Kentucky?
No.
Yes.
A lot of KFCs, though, let me tell
that's
ya.
right. Yeah, that is
Well,
the KFC capital.
They don't call it Louisiana fried chicken. They call it Kentucky fried chicken. Okay, I'm going to ask AI, is Bojangles in Kentucky? And you just ignored it. I'm going to...
Yeah, there's one in Georgetown. There's one in Shepherdsville. There's one in Franklin.
Too far away, though. I was in Louisville. Come on now.
So it was founded in Charlotte in 1977. So that's the official. So I told you, I said, Mr. And then I told I tried to keep it tight. But the story of we had a squatter in our freshman dorm. This guy named Sandy. He just lived in his girlfriend. He didn't go to school. He just lived in our dorm.
Shout out Sandy Cheeks.
And we were kind of like, he would come into our rooms and hang out. We'd be like, yeah, we're kind of cool, dude, but you don't go to, this is kind of weird. And one morning, my buddy Tim was brushing his teeth real early, and he heard the shower, shout out dorm showers, and he heard a guy singing Mr. Bojangles in the shower, very dramatically, too. He goes, the guy was going, Mr. Bojangles, Mr. Bojangles. And then a long pause, he goes, dance. He goes, this guy's really, the guy walked out, it was that guy Sandy, the squatter. And he got a full eyeful, too. Here it is. Bob Dylan. Complete unknown. Chalamet. Okay, wait, one more, and then we got the long pause. Oh, no, he went right in. I stepped on it, my bad. Now, Sandy, when he sang in the shower, did a long pause. Mr. Bojangles, dance. Do you know the song?
Not this cover, I can't say. But you know me and Dylan, it's a complete unknown to me, Murph.
You still haven't seen the flick?
No. Did Chalamet win any awards for that?
He did not.
Wow.
You know what? Adrian Brody won for The Brutalist, and I think I read that he ditched a piece of gum on his way up to the stage, which is kind of a baller move, although he probably should have gone up chewing the gum. Would have been more of a baller move.
Yeah, come on, go full Pete Carroll.
You're chomping on it, too.
Yeah, chewing on it.
So, Young Tone, it's a good tune. It's a famous song written by Jerry Jeff Walker. You know, all the greats have sung it. So, it's about a guy who dances, you know?
And now we've got covers by Pitbull, Little John, and the Yin Yang Twins. Also, shout out the Yin Yang Twins. I'm surprised we have not played them on a 2000s Friday because Salt Shaker also has a reference.
Well, we have one more 2000s Friday. We have an 80s, a 90s, and an 00s, and then that's it.
Oh, we'll get some Yin Yang Twins.
Okay, you got.
Shout out the Eastside Boys. This is the Pitbull version.
Is this called Bojangles?
Bojangles, bro. Shout out to our guy Triple E and Pitbull.
Awesome. Perfect way to end a wacky Tuesday, everybody. Let's go. It is time to hand it over to Papa and Silver. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I have great fears of the skankies.
Oh, look at that good-looking girl sitting up in Section 5.
The two most difficult things in life are hitting the baseball and keeping a woman happy long term.
You white, black?
No, she's very, very, very Caucasian.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Jimmy Butler, what a steal. Warriors are doing it defensively, and now they pay it off offensively. Feuds dropping in the three. See, let the defense fuel your offense. I talked about being able to force turnovers. Post out of the corner. And Steph finding him there. Santos back to a relocate for Steph, and that three is down. So a couple of free throws, and then Curry three. Shot clock at 8. Buddy Hield out of the corner. High arcing three. Buddy's three has made it on the road trip. Buddy Buckets is back. 33 wins for the Dubs, 16-5 or 16-15 on the road, 2-1 on this trip, and off to New York City for the Knicks on the back end of a back-to-back. So Steph had 21 in his homecoming. The Warriors are now 8-4 in the games he has played, coming back to his hometown. Welcome back, Jimmy Butler. 3 guys in double figures.
That's a little bit of a feel-good Tuesday here. The Warriors win in Charlotte, 119-101. You just heard the package there. Bob Fitzgerald, Kalena Azubuike on the call. And as we sit here this morning, they currently have that number 6 seed. Now, we were wondering if they were even going to sniff that at all once they traded for Jimmy Butler. And now, here they are. Obviously, long way to go. They could very well lose that after tonight. They got a back-to-back in New York. We're going to talk all about it. Clippers play against the Phoenix Suns. That's another one to monitor. And we got some football to talk to. And we'll talk about Sam Darnold's future. And we'll get into the San Francisco Giants. It's a full Tuesday. Greg Papa, good morning, my friend.
Super 6, Silver. That's all you've ever wanted. Are you happy that they are officially, for now, in the playoffs, 33-28? But the Clippers are right there. They got 1 fewer losses, 28 losses. Sacramento, 28. Minnesota, 29. And the Dallas Mavericks have 30, but they have profound problems. Kyrie Irving driving the lane, runs into Jonas Valanciunas last night. Looked like a hyperextension of that knee. I didn't think it was going to be an ACL. Usually when it's an hyperextension, it's more of a PCL or an LCL. But the news today, Kyrie Irving has torn his anterior cruciate ligament. And they were set to supermax him in the offseason after trading Luka Doncic. So what is the status of Dallas right now? And Phoenix is in disarray. But for the Warriors, they're in the Mecca, the world's most famous arena tonight. The game will be on TNT. Happy 34th birthday to Draymond Green. And who's going to play tonight? It was a workman-like game last night. They weren't great. They weren't awful. They never trailed. They had a big lead. They lost some of it. But the main thing is just the health. They got out of the game. I saw a little more shot blocking at the rim last night, which was interesting. They didn't have a huge total, but they had 4 blocks in the game. Even Steph got 1. GP2 got 1. Kavan got 1. Quentin Post got 1. Guy Santos was active in the game. But the story, they won the game. Steph going back home, got his Bojangles, Mr. Bojangles. And but at right ankle, again, damn. Contesting a shot at the end of the first half. He fired out and the right ankle looked bad. He was able to play through it. He came back into the game, and his movement skill was fine. Didn't look like he got enough lift on the jumper. But, after the game, you go into the ice bath, the post-game ice bucket, and rode a stationary bike. And reaching out to the Warriors today, he's questionable going back to New York, and it's tough for him to miss games in the world's most famous arena, going back to Davidson days and Studio 54, and the game is on turn of the night. Of course, he broke the all-time three-point shooting record there a few years ago. And not only Steph, Greg, what's going on with GP2? He collided with LaMelo in the third quarter, got cut across the bridge of his nose, was on the ground for a while, bleeding into a towel. He said he's straight after the game, but he never came back into the game. And also Brandon Pajemski, floater in the lane, landed and favored his right leg. So he did come back into the game, but he did have a wrap on that right knee. So right now they're all questionable to play tonight. Steph Curry with the right ankle, Pods with the right knee, and whatever happened to the bridge of the nose for GP2. The problem is those are your ball handlers. Steph's the guy who's your point guard, Brandon Pajemski. And Steph can play 1-2, and Pajemski has been starting together, but when they're out of the game, now Jimmy can run the club, Draymond, happy birthday, Draymond, he can run the club a little bit. Interestingly, Gary Payton can't run it, so Tom Thibodeau may just go to a full-court trap against you tonight. They have some guys who can pressure the ball, obviously, and OG Anunoby and Josh Hart, what a great rebounding guard he is. So a lot of questionable for the Warriors tonight after last night's workman-like victory. But the big news from the Knicks side of it, they just got Mitchell Robinson back after he was out 10 months. And the Warriors always tried to get this guy. He's a premier shot blocker. Actually finished the game in Memphis the other night, had a couple of blocks, and played against Miami We haven't seen the Knicks since they added the Kathmandu, Karl Anthony Towns. He has been playing. He did miss the game, last week when they played Philadelphia at home. Is he? What's the status on him? He's questionable, not with an injury, but personal reasons. So that would change a lot if Karl Anthony Towns does not play. Tibbs may start Mitchell Robinson tonight, but we got some of the biggest stars in basketball on a Tuesday night TNT doubleheader. Is Steph Curry going to play, and is Karl Anthony Towns going to play tonight?
Lots to monitor here, and thank you, Walter. We got Walter back in today. Welcome back, Walter. We missed you so much after sleeping together in a lobby in Indianapolis. It just didn't quite feel the same without you there, but good to have you back in the studio. And Warriors currently got the 6, but as Steve Kerr said, and we could play some post-game sounds coming up, for all he knows, they could be 9 by the end of the night. Now, I don't think mathematically it can go that far, but the bottom line is not going to get caught up in the standings of one morning after one game. Solid win in Charlotte. We'll monitor the injuries today. Karl Anthony Towns also questionable with personal reasons right now, so we'll see what happens in the Garden, and it's going to be a fun one here for the Warriors. And Dallas Mavericks, you mentioned it, the other big story, Jaden Hardy now out with injury, and of course, Kyrie Irving, torn left ACL. That franchise has just been cursed since the second Luka Doncic was traded off the team. Anthony Davis comes in, dominates for 2.5 quarters, tears the groin. Now you don't have Kyrie Irving. Our guy Klay Thompson is out there all alone with his boat and with Rocco. And other note is that the Mavericks announced an 8% increase in season ticket prices after all this is going on. So fans in Dallas certainly got to be raging there. Do a little tease of the guest list now while we got you. So Corbin Smith of the Emerald City Spectrum and the host of Locked On Seahawks podcast is going to be joining us at 10:50. We rehashed a lot of the Debo Samuel trade and the fallout from that yesterday. Now DK Metcalf, another player that is possibly on the trade block as he's going into a contract year. And anytime it's a big player from the NFC West, we always monitor that situation. We're going to have Marcus Thompson because we do it every other week. He's going to join us at 11:30, talk about his most recent column. Steph Curry being awakened. Now he's got the ankle to be dealing with today, so get his takeaways on that. And then JT Snow, we had him on before he went down to Scottsdale. He is back in the Bay, and we're going to talk to JT about some of his takeaways, working with Bryce Eldridge, his impressions of the team, and getting to be around it. So kind of a nice, well-rounded Tuesday approach here. Lots to monitor, Papa, and can't wait to keep going with it.
Without a doubt, and certainly with JT, we love JT. He was working with Bryce Eldridge, and I think he was there the first day of spring training when he hit the 450-foot bomb and 110 miles off the bat. But he has had some struggles both offensively and defensively, and it does sound we're going to have the Giants sending players back to Papago to minor league camp, and don't overreact. Bags kind of made it sound like he would be in the first wave. Now look at Ramos was in the first wave as well last year, and he wound up coming back and being an all-star midseason. So he does have room to grow. We do want to check in with JT on where he's at exactly, and mainly defensively. I know JT was pleasantly surprised with some of his defensive instincts, but he is a big target at 6'7", which is good for the stretch, but also you got to get down low. And JT, the 6-time Gold Glover, so we'll get into it with JT about maybe the baby of the Bay Area. Is he the youngest? Oh, Macklin Celebrini would be that guy.
Yes.
Just 18. And when we had him on about a month ago, he is all of 18. He is really young. Well, what a talent. And then Eldridge is 20, not even 21 yet. And today, we have to salute Draymond Green. Draymond Green, happy birthday on March the 4th. He is 34 years of age. And Draymond, last night, another double-double. He scored 16 points in the game. They're leaving him open on that corner three, and he's banging it down. Took a lot of shots. He got up 15 shots, which is fine. You are open for a reason, but a shot created must be taken. And he had a double-double last night. The Warriors had a bunch of guys have double-doubles last night. Pajemski, 11 rebounds, 19 points. Steph had, boy, if they're going to go at Steph and top-block him and trap him, he can just dice you up. And he had 10 assists last night. McKillop, his college coach, Bob McKillop, was there.
Yeah.
And I talked to Bob a lot. Some years he played point guard. Some years he played off guard, depending on the situation. I mean, Steph is the all-time greatest shooter in the history of the NBA. If he wanted to break John Stockton's record and just concentrate on being only a pass-first point guard, the way he passes with both hands, he could have gotten that. He'll get up there high on the list, but he's not really a high assist guy. But lately, with all the top blocking and trapping, and obviously they've been doing it forever, he picked up 10 assists last night. But for Draymond, it is interesting. He grabbed Salon around the neck last night and bow-tied pasta him, threw him to the ground, and then went crazy and got a technical on top of it all. I mean, we've gone through it with Draymond over the years, Greg. Last year, the season could have gone much better at Draymond Green. And wasn't it interesting, seeing Yusef Nurkic out there, as well against him a little bit. And, obviously what happened earlier in the year with this guy, Rudy Gobert. But that was that a 7-point play we saw?
It was a 7-point possession.
When was the last time the Carolina Panthers, the citizens of Charlotte, the Queen City, have seen a 7-point play in football? They don't see a lot of them. But he grabbed Salon, and he picks up a technical. He clearly grabbed him around the neck and threw him to the ground. Maybe he embellished it a little bit. But the Warriors are the most likable team in basketball, certainly with Steph Curry. But sometimes you wonder about the likability of Draymond Green, especially on the road. And even Steve Kerr going nuts about traveling.
It was within 40
NBA.
seconds of one another, the two technicals.
And Steve has gone on and on about it. The one that he actually got on, LaMelo Ball, did not travel on that actual play, but he did travel on one where he kind of hopped, went to a 2-foot plant and hopped and stopped. And, then obviously he even said his own team had 4 travels on it. So Draymond just getting after it and all has he changed a whole lot? All the mentoring off the court, the counseling that he got and therapy sessions he went to, because he was, even his own head coach called him out and said, the physical acts of violence cannot be tolerated. I think Draymond's still being Draymond. Here he is after all these years later. Draymond Green still a Warrior at age 34. I do wonder, will he coach the Warriors at age 44 or maybe even age 39? And I do think Draymond would be a brilliant coach as far as his mind, but his temperament, he's going to have to work on how he talks to players that he's coaching, his staff, and certainly the guys in gray get him going last night. But seriously, Draymond, and you grabbed him around the neck. That's not a foul?
Well, perhaps we're going to learn about Draymond Green, the birthday boy, in Silver Linings playlist in 3 hours at 1:15. We'll get to that when we get to that. On the other side, continue reacting to the Golden State Warriors. Currently, your number 6 seed in the Western Conference. For the moment, we've made it. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your 6th seed Golden State Warriors head to Madison Square Garden to take on the New York Knicks. But they've climbed all the way to 6. Why stop there? How high can the Warriors go as they finish out their final 21 games? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR to chime in.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721, LoanPronto.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver hanging out with you on a Tuesday. Talking a little Warriors with a nice bounce-back win, 119-101 over the Charlotte Hornets in Steph's homecoming. Going to mix in some football coming up at the bottom of the hour. Talk a little Giants in the 12 o'clock hour. Reconnect with JT Snow at 12:50. Right now, Warriors 8-1 when Jimmy Butler plays. They had 3 players go double-double last night. Papa mentioned the 10 assists by Steph Curry. He had 21 points. Pajemski with some strong shooting going for 19 points himself. And then Draymond Green getting in on the double-double action. Not even mentioning Buddy Hield. The shot was there last night. It's not there every night, but hey, the 22 points and the threes he had late third quarter and in the fourth were much needed, and that game got all the way down to 3 in the third quarter, so it wasn't the prettiest, but the Warriors found a way to get it done, and you can't say that necessarily with the Jimmy-less Warriors as we saw this weekend.
You know, it's an interesting box score when you look at the FGAs, the field goal attempts, and Buddy got up 14 and made 8, and 9 were threes, and he made 5 threes, and Buddy Hield shoots and scores. The Warriors win, and he's hustling, he does other things, but he's got to be able to shoot the ball, and he's driving that second unit, 22 points. Steph only got up 14 shots in the game. His minutes were down a little bit, with the right ankle, and we'll see about if he'll be able to play tonight. It's always the right ankle with Steph. For a long time, it was both ankles, and now it's seemingly always the right. But he knows how to manage that, but it may be hard. He had to ice it after the game. But within top blocking and trapping, Steph had 10 assists in the game. He had more assists than he had three-point attempts. He shot the ball 14 times last night in total. Brandon Pajemski shot the ball more. He got up 16 shots. And Draymond Green got up 15 shots. That is a big number for Draymond. You got to shoot when you're open. He tried a floater. When you're open in different areas of the floor, you got to take a shot. It just breaks down the whole ball movement. And he's making enough of them. He made a couple of corner threes. What a game for Draymond Green. And by the way, he's gotten a year older than our first segment. He's 35 years of age, actually, today on March the 4th. We'll get into it with Marcus Thompson because Marcus knows these guys so well. And obviously, he's literally written a book on Steph Curry, and Steph's going to have a birthday coming up in 10 days on March the 14th. They're going to have both birthdays. They certainly Clay and Andre and other guys, but it's been Steph and Draymond. And you wonder, they're still standing together, Draymond Green. There's been flash points where you wondered if the Warriors would move on from Draymond Green. And they just have not done it. And they gave him the 4-year extension, the Jordan Poole situation. There was talk, one off season, as Logan Murdoch reported for a little while. They were talking about trading him to the Memphis Grizzlies for Dylan the Villain Brooks and King Size Kiwi. That would have been odd. So Marcus will be able to shed where he's at. What his future is. He's very outspoken. The fact he said we're going to be a championship team, and if his future is in broadcasting or coaching. But, the Warriors are gold-blooded, but a lot of the reason is that he is so cold-blooded. It's just the way Draymond Green plays basketball, and growing up in Saginaw, Saganasty, and watching the bad boy Pistons, but really he was too young for that. It was more the Ben Wallace Pistons, and Ben's got how many Defensive Player of the Year awards? 3, I think he's got, in the Hall of Fame. And you do wonder, with the injury to Wembanyama, if Draymond will get serious consideration for Defensive Player of the Year. I don't know if he'll win that award, but, with Anthony Davis injured as well and Wembanyama, maybe it'll be opened up. But I just make an all-NBA defensive first team. He hasn't made enough of those first or second team in his career. But last night, just the ferocity that he plays with, and he goes, there's nobody like him. When he goes into a visiting arena, whether it's Sleepy Charlotte and they're all rooting for Steph Curry from Davidson, or he goes into the world's most famous arena and they're going to be all up in him tonight when he goes to the Mecca once a year. Draymond, just more than anybody, is the black hat villain going into NBA arenas. And we've watched his whole career, when he was drafted, and that was Bob Myers' first draft pick. He got Harrison Barnes, he got Festivus, but, to get him in the second round like that at age, but the 35th overall pick, isn't it fitting that the 35th overall pick, we are celebrating his 35th birthday? Did anybody think when they took him number 35 overall, Draymond Green at age 35 would be a 4-time NBA champion, a Defensive Player of the Year award winner, a future Hall of Famer, and still be a Warrior after all he's put us through?
It's his Kevin Durant year, and that also is a hint at some of the things that have been on the drama side of the Draymond Green saga. Want to hear from Steve Kerr, because one of the takeaways we can get from last night is that Jimmy Butler, despite not having, once again, a very strong offensive game, still does a lot for them. And yes, I know it's the Charlotte Hornets, not exactly one of the premier teams in the league, 14-46, but Jimmy Butler's presence does do a lot to help out Steph and Draymond and a lot of the role players, including a Moses Moody or a Buddy Hield or someone who really shone last night in a Brandon Pajemski. Here's Steve Kerr talking about Jimmy Butler being a perfect fit for the team to play alongside Steph Curry.
I think they complement each other really well. Jimmy's a phenomenal all-around basketball player, two-way player. He's at his best when the ball is moving. I think we can do a better job of getting him involved by not letting the ball stick early in possessions. If he can get it on the backside of a possession, after it's moved 3 or 4 times, he's unstoppable on that drive, and he creates so much for his teammates. I thought the first half, it was catch and hold. He wasn't engaged. He wasn't involved. That's on us as a team. We have to play with ball movement and flow and rhythm. And so it's still a work in progress, but I love Jimmy's fit here. I think he's perfect next to Steph and Dre, and it's showing. Obviously, I think we're 8-1 since we got him with him in the lineup. That's not by accident.
Yeah, so not that we've learned anything new necessarily. I'm getting a little word jumbling there, and nice little 10:26 in the morning here. Walter's back, so he's laughing at me today. But again, not that it tells us anything we didn't already know, but again, Jimmy Butler, even when he's not having great production offensively, it's a lot of little things. The way the ball moves, the steadiness on defense, and yeah, we saw that flat-footed 3 he took in the corner, just the second one he's made, and I know we were discussing that one together in Indy, just the most awkward-looking shot with very little arc. Found a way to go in, but the 6 for 6 from the line, also a welcome sight, something that the Warriors were not necessarily doing. And prior to Jimmy Butler getting here, their best player at getting to the free throw line consistency was Jonathan Kuminga. They're going to have him back soon, but they have not had him for 2 months now to the day.
Yeah, the Warriors were 21 of 24 from the line last night, and they missed 3 shots. 2 of them were Steph Curry missing free throws, but 1, he got a back tap, and he did stick an open shot. So Jimmy's been fine. It's interesting to watch him play more and more, what his strengths, what his weaknesses are. I do wonder about him being able to guard Jalen Brunson tonight. Jimmy gets beat by quickness. Jalen Brunson is not quick. He is cagey, and he will stop, and he will start, and he will ball fake you, and he's become a decent three-point shooter. I didn't think he was much of an outside shooter, so Jimmy doesn't always take the ball. Can Podziemski even play tonight? Can Steph Curry play tonight? Can Gary Payton play tonight? If you don't have Pods and you don't have Payton, those are 2 of your best on-ball defenders. Podziemski tries to guard the ball, but it's something he's never done in his whole life. He did it in college on the scout team. There are times he gets up into guys too much, then gives them a lane to get off of them and drive by them. He had a hard time with LaMelo. He fought him, but it's also you wonder about the Warriors, the Wiseman pick and LaMelo Ball. But we're moving on. We're not going to talk about that anymore. I don't know if he would fit in the locker room. So when Marcus comes on, we will talk about Draymond, the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, and Draymond celebrating his 35th birthday. But we are going to talk about the NFC West coming up in a little bit, and some of what we were talking about at the Combine, DK Metcalf being traded away from the Seattle Seahawks. We're going to have a lot of wide receiver movement in the NFL. And while we were chatting, it did become official from the rumor monger Adam Schefter. The New York Jets have released Davante Adams. They will save nearly $30 million in salary cap space, $29.9 million in cap space. He had no guaranteed money remaining on his contract. So the pride of Palo Alto High School, he is a street free agent now. He can sign with anybody that he wants. So who will pounce on Davante Adams? Will he be a combo platter wherever Aaron Rodgers winds up? But God, be careful what you wish for. I've even heard rumblings that he should go back to Green Bay. Would Gutekunst take him back? I mean, he left Green Bay because Derek Carr was in Vegas, then Derek wasn't in Vegas, and I'm getting dizzy. When he picks up and moves, does he take the whole Taco Bell drive-through and he just moves it with him wherever he goes?
He must, yeah. I mean, when you make that much money, you got to have people being able to help you out with any kind of task. Ian Rappaport also putting out there that while the assumption is that Davante Adams wants to play with Aaron Rodgers, he also understands that the pull of being on the West Coast is very real. Green Bay intrigues me as a return when you combine the comment that Josh Jacobs said about needing a number one receiver, then also the fact that Christian Watson, their deep threat, was injured on the last week of the regular season against the Bears, and they didn't have him. Romeo Doubs has had concussion issues. We'll see what happens with a young guy like a Dontavian Wicks. Jaden Reed, obviously, great young potential they have there. So I could actually see that as being a nice fit if he wanted to go and play with a bunch of young guys and a young quarterback in Jordan Love. Last note on the Golden State Warriors before we go ahead and pivot this conversation and get ready for Corbin Smith. Last year, when this team was starting to get right post All-Star break and they finished the season 27-12, they had a win at Madison Square Garden against the New York Knicks, and a player who guarded Jalen Brunson pretty effectively that game was Moses Moody. So that would be my desire to see him get the early assignment on Brunson. We'll see what happens with Pajemski now in there, Jimmy Butler, obviously, and, of course, Steph Curry playing and Karl Anthony Towns. Those two pieces matter a lot in terms of coaching game plan. So lots to monitor here, but I'd like to see Moses Moody get some reps on Jalen Brunson.
That's a good call. That's a good call. I do remember that vividly. The thing with Jalen Brunson is you can't bite on the head fakes. You know, he is just an unorthodox player. And he's big time. He's a much better player than ever. We saw him in Dallas, obviously, with Luka, and he just dominated the ball too much. His dad, Rick, is on the Knicks coaching staff, and there had to be tampering there. They bought him. I thought he was a nice player, and I never thought he'd evolve into an all-star. He handles the ball constantly. They have other wings you got to deal with. Bridges. Now, he's going to, if Steph plays, he'll guard Steph, but they have OG Anunoby and Josh Hart. Mikal Bridges is big time. We'll see about Karl Anthony Towns. So you may need Moody on one of their other wings. But certainly, if you're like Pajemski and Gary Payton II, you got to stop. He's the head of the snake. I just wonder, and I texted Eric Reed of the Miami Heat. You gave me his number this morning, my old friend from the Big East years ago. I do remember Jimmy Butler guarding Jalen Brunson in a big playoff series throughout the year. So, I mean, that's the kind of guy. Jimmy can't guard the ball against a lot of guys, but someone like Jalen Brunson, who's not going to beat you he's not Kyrie Irving, although Kyrie Irving's not Kyrie Irving anymore. Wow, and he was playing the best basketball of his career. What a tough break for Dallas and Clay. But anyway, it's just with Brunson, Jimmy, the fact that Jimmy doesn't jump, and Moses will stay down. The key thing is just staying down. Do not jump when he starts and stops, pulls back and stutters and head fakes and ball fakes and everything he does, he gets you dizzy. Just stay on the ground. Don't take his ball fake.
Shams Charania putting out there on ESPN right now that says it's not out of the realm of possibility that one game was the last time we've seen Anthony Davis this season. So if that's the end for AD in 2025 and for Kyrie Irving, then, yeah, we'll see what happens with Dallas because I think a fully healthy team there could have some big potential. But now it's like, is Kyrie Irving starting the next season? Probably not. And it's a long road ahead in what has been a tough break for Dallas as they've watched Luka Doncic and the Lakers climb all the way to the 2 spot right now. So we can get back into some of this a little bit later with Marcus Thompson. Lots more of the show to get through. Still 3.5 hours. We'll go ahead, take a little turn, talking a little football. DK Metcalf, Devontae Adams. What's going to happen with Sam Darnold and the franchise tag? That's all coming your way. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? If you do, you probably have thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO, ICL. But if you need readers or bifocals and you need them now, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. It's called CLR Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye. a few summers ago, and I see perfectly without any kind of glasses, including those annoying readers that look so good on your nose. It's truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar this Friday at noon. This Friday. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, you will never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. It's coming up this Friday at high noon. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, and no cataracts. Laser Eye Center in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
A fifth-round draft pick is probably, that was as good as they could get for Debo Samuel because the team that gets him is only getting him for 1 year. Washington would have to do something, they'd have to tear up that contract and do something if they want him for more than 1 year. So by getting him for 1 year, that just automatically kind of tamps down the market value that he would have as a trade piece in this. If the 49ers had kept Debo Samuel, it would cost them, as it's going to cost the Commanders, $17.55 million for this year. That includes that option bonus that he's due on March 22nd. The player the 49ers will get in return will cost a little bit over $4 million, but for 4 years. So you can see right there on the trade-off of how financially it's more prudent to have a guy making $4 million over 4 years rather than a guy making $17 million for 1 year. Now, obviously, the trade-off is Debo Samuel, by and large, has been a very good player for the 49ers, and it's going to be difficult to replace him.
That was Matt Mayoko on with Dirty Work yesterday, recapping the Debo Samuel trade, discussing why the Niners could only get a fifth-rounder for Debo and why it still made sense to trade him. Of course, the news that we teased at the end of that last segment is the Jets have released Davante Adams, and by doing so, they will save almost $30 million in their own cap space. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to talk to Corbin Smith from Seattle and figure out this DK Metcalf situation. A lot of receiver movement, a lot of salary cap implications, contract years, and Papa, we know this well from last year in the offseason. The receivers, they want to get paid a lot of money. The 49ers ended up doing so with Brandon Ayuk, but you can't pay guys forever. Debo Samuel, now a Washington Commander. We'll see what happens with DK Metcalf, and we will see where Davante Adams ends up.
Interesting time of the NFL calendar. We just left Indianapolis in the Combine over the weekend, obviously, and still business to be done there. Offensive linemen lifted and all that, but it's pretty much settled down now today. And now you move into boom. And I don't know why they don't space it out a little bit more. We talked about I'd like to see the draft be first and free agency later, but they don't do that. They used to do that years ago, but the Players Association wouldn't allow you to do it. Anyway, so now this week here leading to next week, and next week is legal tampering means you can start agreeing to deals. When we come on the air Monday morning at 10 o'clock, we're going to be an hour into it. The new league year will start a week from tomorrow on March the 12th at 1 o'clock, and every team has to be cap compliant. You can't start signing players until you hit the number. Now, it's not your 53-man roster and your practice squad guys and guys you take to camp and signing your draft picks. That comes later. All they ask for now is the top 51 on your roster. So it's a number, but it's not the exact number you have to be at. But in any event, so in the days leading up, this week is all about the 3 R's: re-sign, restructure, or release. You're going to get one of them for a lot of these guys. For Davante Adams, and they told Aaron Rodgers, we're going to get rid of you. You're not going to come back anymore. And they flat out released Davante Adams. So he's a street free agent right now. He does not have to wait until next week to sign somewhere. So we'll see what happens there. He's got to jump on it. And the Jets did save a lot of money in cap space. You're also going to be guys that you're going to ask to restructure deals. Just move money around. 49ers have done that with a lot of their guys already. I don't know who else they could convert from Paragraph 5 money, which is money that is paid out over time throughout the year, to just sign them a check. And that's what John was talking about last week at the Combine. They've done that to a lot of guys, not just signing free agents, but converting Paragraph 5 and money paid out over time to just, we write you a check. And, you add up all the money they've done. Last year they were number 1 in cash spending, and it happens over and over again. So we'll get into, and obviously with the hot rumor about DK, but just your own players. And I think that's what they're working on right now. They're also looking at who we can take off other teams' rosters, and there's going to be more. There's going to be a lot of guys released that are making a lot of money to save money under the salary cap, and some has to come with cap hits, which is part, I think, the motivating factor to trading DK Metcalf, Greg, would be the cap hit if they don't do it now. But let's just go through some of these guys. Do you want to re-sign Chris Conley? I would say yes. Chris Conley is a serviceable ex-wide receiver, played there more this year with Ayuk hurt and unavailable in training camp, and obviously Jawan can play there. He's also a core special teamer. He's one of your best gunners. So if there's a number to bring Chris Conley back, I want to re-sign him. Jalen Moore played a lot of snaps this year, played well, backing up Trent Williams when Trent got hurt. I'd like to find a way to re-sign him. Charlie Heck, we'll see. I didn't get to know him real well off Arizona's practice squad. Eric Saubert, they liked. He's a guy that does block well in line. What else could they do in that room? So that's a guy you got to keep an eye on. Elijah Mitchell, I think it's time to move on from him.
Yeah.
Patrick Taylor Jr., he's a good player. That last game at the end, he showed me something I didn't think he had. Not great catching the ball out of the backfield, but serviceable. That would be in the, we'll see what else. If he gets in the open market, he could come back. Kevin Givens, without question, you want him back. There are a lot of guys here. Curtis Robinson is restricted. He's not unrestricted. You put the proper tag on him, he could be a starting linebacker on this team, even if they do bring Dre back. Obviously, Dre Greenlaw is the big one. Can you re-sign him before he hits free agency on Monday morning? We've heard that they've offered some money to him. Is it enough to lure him? Isaac Yiadom, what do you do with him? I think it's time for Charvarius to move on and see what's out there. Talanoa Hufanga is going to be really interesting, what they do with him. Rock Yassin. So a lot of it is release, restructure, and then re-sign. Which of those guys do you want to come back? That's what they're working on right now, because you can re-sign those guys right now. You don't have to wait. If you wait till Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning, somebody could poach these guys away from you.
And that, because of that, is why we're going to be monitoring it throughout the week. So coming up, let's talk about the specifics of this DK Metcalf situation, how likely it is that Seattle does end up trading him. It'd be a $31 million cap hit if they do hold on to DK Metcalf and what's going to be a contract year. So Corbin Smith will be able to tell us all about it. We'll talk to him next to this Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And these are the times you want to get loud when you're on defense and you got Bosa.
Showing pressure with Fred Warner.
He's lining up inside Bosa over Gabe Jackson, the right guard. Ebukam standing up, and they're going to bring in 5. Hufanga bails. They bring Warner and Greenlaw. Gino going to throw down the left sideline. DK Metcalf touchdown. Got over the top on Charvarius Ward. And Seattle has tied the game with an extra point coming to take the lead.
Well, that's the matchup that you want. 49ers come with a pressure. That means man with no help out on the perimeter. And DK Metcalf running 4-3 just went by Charvarius Ward, who is in a press bail technique, playing inside leverage the whole way. As soon as he got his hands on him, he anticipated the rush would get home. It did not. He got his hands on DK, flipped his head. That's when DK hit the burners and created separation and got the touchdown.
Yeah, January 14th of 2023, the 49ers would go on to win that game 41-23, but for a while there, it was looking a little dicey, and it was Brock Purdy's first playoff game after getting thrown into it all in the middle of the season. So at that time, with DK Metcalf beating Charvarius Ward over the top, we did not know exactly what to expect, and DK Metcalf is the reason that we are now talking to Corbin Smith, who is the host of the Locked On Seahawks podcast. He also launched the Emerald City Spectrum, spent time at Sports Illustrated covering the Seahawks for years, so he knows a lot about this football team and is going to help us out on the UMA guest line. Corbin, thanks for hanging out with us. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, out here in San Francisco, home of your lovely NFC West rival. How are you doing on this Tuesday?
I'm good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Great to have you as well. And yeah, I mean, you've been all over this at the NFL Combine, and that's where we were for the second half of this last week, figuring out what the 49ers are going to do with pick number 11 and what they're going to do with all their impending free agents. Debo Samuel off the NFC West now in Washington. And you're putting out there that DK Metcalf, not necessarily going to, but could be on the move. Packers were a notable team that offered him a trade package. So just kind of want to get your sense on the entire landscape of this all, what kind of offers the Seahawks are fielding, and the likelihood that you think something actually gets done and DK Metcalf is off of Seattle before the next season.
At this stage, guys, I'm not sure that we're going to be seeing any deals happening here, just because if you look at the landscape, especially with Devontae Adams just now being released, there's going to be teams that are like, why should we trade anything when we can go sign Devontae Adams and make a run at him? But I think that this boils down to, and I've been reporting this since the start, the Seahawks are not actively shopping DK Metcalf, but because he's got 1 year left in his contract and there's a lot of speculation that he's going to be seeking $30+ million per year, John Schneider is going to do his due diligence. If anybody calls, he's going to at least keep his ears open. And the Packers were the one team that would have been able to put together the package that would have made John Schneider at least consider the possibility, because they've got a first-round pick that they were willing to potentially part ways with at number 23 overall. And they've also got a couple of really solid young receivers, which, from my understanding, that was the only way the Seahawks would even consider doing this. They wanted a high draft pick, and they wanted to have a young receiver that they liked, that they could come bring in and replace some of DK Metcalf's production. Dontavian Wicks and Romeo Doubs are two players that would fit that mold. So as far as other teams, New England doesn't have the package to be able to make that work. And Kansas City and Buffalo, they've really been in the periphery, just seeing how things are going and monitoring the situation. But I would say that it's unlikely, but not impossible, that we could see DK Metcalf get moved.
So great to talk to you, Corbin. First time we had a chance to chat. Listen to your podcast. You got a lot of information, and you're on top of this. You're breaking the story. So just if it does go down, and I understand why you're saying it likely won't, but there's going to have to be some resolution with DK between now and a year from now, unless they extend him, which sounds unlikely. But as far as the wide receivers that would come back, and Green Bay's got a whole stable, but you mentioned Dobbs and Wicks. And would Green Bay be willing to give up the 23rd overall pick and one of those wide receivers for DK Metcalf when a lot of wide receivers are being traded for much less now?
Yeah, that's a really good point, but you also got to consider that the market in the last couple of years, some of the really good receivers that have been traded for first-round picks. I think when you look at, I'll just give you an example of Debo Samuel down there in San Francisco. From what I gathered at the Combine, a lot of the discussion revolved around the fact that his playing style and some of the injuries that he's had played into teams not being willing to offer as much for him. DK Metcalf has generally been really healthy in his NFL career. He's missed a game or two here and there, but he's been available. His style is a downfield threat instead of being a yards after the catch break tackle maestro. He's got the skill set that plays well into his 30s, especially with his size. So I think that DK Metcalf could fetch a first. The question really boils down to, is a team going to be willing to also give up a young receiver as part of that package? And that really is what it ultimately goes down to. Is there a team out there that's going to be willing to give up that kind of a price tag? And again, John Schneider's going to keep his ears open. Any smart general manager is going to do that, especially with a player that you maybe have questions about if you're going to be willing to pay them $30+ million this next year. You don't want to lose them without getting any compensation back. But at the same time, this could definitely be a situation where a couple months from now, they hang on to him and they're able to work something out. He's only 27 years old. That's the other thing that's working in Seattle's favor, potentially, to get a better return package as he's still in the prime of his career.
Talking to Corbin Smith here. And Corbin, did you get a sense that from John Schneider and this front office's point of view that they would have a strong preference between Romeo Doubs and Dontavian Wicks? Because we were kind of talking about this at the Combine last week, working through it, and I think we were on the same page in that we would rather have Romeo Doubs as a player, but he also is set for an extension with 1 year left on his rookie deal, whereas Dontavian Wicks has 2 years left on the contract and potentially a situation that could be a little bit more slow played.
Yeah, I can't speak to which player that they would have a preference to. Those are just the two names that I had heard floating around as potential trade targets. I did hear that Jaden Reed was off limits, so that's where the Packers would draw their line. But Dontavian Wicks and Romeo Doubs are the two guys I'd heard. Honestly, when you look at the club control thing, that would be a big factor in trade negotiations here, because that extra year that Dontavian Wicks has under contract. The Seahawks maybe would be a little bit more willing to consider a second-round pick package with that, and maybe a late-round pick, because you are getting the 2 years of club control. If it's Romeo Doubs who you got to give a new contract to, then that first-round pick becomes more of a sticking point in negotiations if it were to reach that point. So I think when you're looking from a skill set standpoint, Wicks has more in common with DK Metcalf, and he's a bigger-bodied receiver, but Doubs has been the more polished player to this point. But both these guys are players the Seahawks had interest in the pre-draft process when they were coming out of Nevada and Virginia, respectively.
Yeah, Romeo's by far the better route runner. He's got great hands. He won't block. He's not a willing blocker. And as you point out in your Locked On Seahawks podcast, he's had concussion problems. That's why he wears the Guardian cap. And he also, took off on the team. He didn't like his touches, but he is a skilled player. So obviously moving DK off the roster, Corbin, would be financially motivated. He has gotten better. I know Sanjay Lal has gotten him, and he's now gone with the Chargers. But when he came into the NFL, he strictly was a boundary X wide receiver out of Ole Miss. They line him up everywhere. The guy, and he's still in his 20s, late 20s. It's a big number. The guy that is clearly slowing down is Tyler Lockett at age 33. He's just, every once in a while, he gives you a little of what Lockett used to give you, but it's quite clear his best days are behind him. He also has a huge salary, a big cap hit. So DK may be tradable. It would be interesting if they could get a round one pick at a player when wide receivers are going for so much cheaper. Will the Seahawks eventually have to release Tyler Lockett?
Yeah, I think that it's going to happen this week. And the Seahawks met with his agent the end of the week at the Combine. My understanding is that this is something that they've been working through for several weeks. But unless they were able to come to a agreement for a pay cut of some sort, and from my understanding that's probably not going to be happening, there's no way they're keeping him on the roster with a $30+ million cap hit. That's untenable. And as great of a player as he's been, he's coming off the worst season production-wise that he had since 2017. He definitely appears to be slowing down. I think he's still a solid player, and there might be some other teams that you could eke out another really solid year from him. But at that price point, there's no way the Seahawks can afford to keep him on the roster, especially with the fact that they're right now $6 million over the cap.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Talking to Corbin Smith here of the Emerald City Spectrum, newly launched network. I'll give you a chance to promote that a little bit later in the interview, Corbin, and also the host of the Locked On Seahawks podcast, talking about the possibility of DK Metcalf maybe being traded. So I think what makes this possibility, even though you say probably more unlikely than not, so fascinating is that the Seahawks, for the direction of their franchise, it seems like even when you seem or you think that they're going to be in a rebuild mode, they always find a way to be competitive. And I just kind of want to get your sense on what do you anticipate the direction of this franchise being in the next couple of years here, because they have so much youth and they got a young head coach going into his second year in Mike McDonald. Geno Smith, a veteran quarterback, has played really well, enough to earn him a starting role for the past few seasons and played pretty good, but that hasn't resulted in any playoff wins. So what's kind of the Seahawks' goal in all of this? And do you think that at some point they kind of make a point to choose a direction and that sort of cements what they do with DK Metcalf and whether they sign him long term?
Oh, this team is definitely believing that they are on the upswing, which is, and honestly, I get it why some fans would be furious about the trade discussions when it comes to Metcalf, because that's been the signal that's been sent by this front office, by this coaching staff. They got 10 wins this past season. Mike McDonald's first year at the helm. They feel like they are an ascending team with a lot of young players on this roster. So some might wonder, well, if you're losing Tyler Lockett, why would you also move on from DK Metcalf? But I do get the sense that the one thing that maybe is going to finally change is you're going to see John Schneider start to reallocate his funds a little bit, because what has been the common denominator from preventing this team from getting back to the playoffs and winning playoff games? The offensive line. It has consistently been one of the worst in the NFL for the last 8 to 10 years. I mean, they perennially have one of the worst ranked offensive lines in the league, and part of it's because they don't spend money up front. This might be the year that we see John Schneider decide, you know what, the seat's getting a little warmer under me. I need to go out and get some proven offensive linemen and pay some money. And I think that you allocate some of the money you were spending on receivers, because they were good but not great last year at the receiver position, and you have a really good young player in Jackson Smith-Njigba that I think is now the number one receiver for the Seahawks. It's not Metcalf, it's Smith-Njigba.
Yeah, speaking of offensive line, in the NFC West, the LA Rams have traded Jonah Jackson, the guard, to Chicago for a 6th-round draft pick, and I know Chicago was trying to get Trey Smith, but he got a franchise tag from Kansas City, so Jonah Jackson is no longer in LA Rams. So we saw you guys obviously twice early in the year. October the 10th, Geno threw that bad pick to DK when Renardo Green undercut the route, and then we saw you later, and he pulled a Steph Curry night-night on the 49ers and ran in the end zone for a touchdown to win the game. So where is Geno at? He signed a 3-year deal for $75 million, which is not a lot by today's quarterbacking standards when you're Pro Bowl quarterback, and the numbers he's put up. His base salary this year, Corbin, is paragraph 5, is only $14.8 million. He's got a roster bonus of $16 million. He is going into the final year of his contract at age 35. Where are they with Geno? Will they try to draft a young quarterback, obtain one? Where are they looking at in that room right now?
Yeah, it's been tough sledding for John Schneider in terms of trying to get a young quarterback. He has wanted to draft one, but it's crazy because he comes from the Ted Thompson tree where they drafted quarterbacks every single year in Green Bay. He has drafted 2 quarterbacks the entire time he's been in Seattle. So it's been a rare occasion. They did trade for Sam Howell last year. His limited action this past season was underwhelming at best, but it still sounds like they have some optimism that putting him with Clint Kubiak, that he can be a solid backup quarterback for them. If the draft board falls the right way, then maybe they will finally draft one. But Geno Smith is going to be the starter for at least the next year, if not longer. And they started working on negotiating a contract extension with him last week. John Schneider told reporters that they met with his agent on Friday. And so that's something that they're motivated to do. They feel like he has earned another contract. They felt like last season that the lack of supporting cast around him impacted his numbers. They're still very high on him being able to run this offense. They think Kubiak's going to be a good fit with him. So I think they're going to try to knock this out before free agency starts, because you mentioned that bonus that he has coming up. $6 million of that was from escalators on his current contract. They can turn those into prorated bonus that you can spread out over an extension, and they can lower his cap hit significantly. They would need to do that, though, before that roster bonus date comes up, and it's on March 16th. So I think they're trying to fast-track getting a new deal for him.
Corbin, the Clint Kubiak discussion is where I wanted to head to next, because we know our Kubiaks well, and we saw what the Saints did the first 2 weeks of the season, setting the league by storm, and then it all kind of crumbled from there. But just what are your expectations from a Clint Kubiak offense with all of these young weapons? You mentioned a JSN. Kenneth Walker, I think, when healthy, is one of the most underrated running backs in the entire league. I mean, how does Clint Kubiak sort of shape your view of the current personnel and maybe some of the personnel you watched at the NFL Combine this last weekend?
Well, the first thing is I would expect that we're going to see a dramatic change in terms of their personnel groupings. This has been a team that for the last 6-7 years with 3 different coordinators has ran a ton of 11 personnel with 3 receivers on the field. That's not what Clint Kubiak does. Clint Kubiak likes to get 2 backs in the backfield. He was very blunt about it when we asked if he was going to use a fullback. He wants to have a fullback out there. He loves multi-tight end sets. The number one thing that I'm expecting is that this run game, first off, they're going to actually prioritize it. Ryan Grubb had really no interest in a lot of games of establishing the run and getting it going last season. And just the experience they've brought in around Kubiak with offensive line coach, with their new offensive line coach, John Benton, who 49ers fans know really well. And they brought in Rick Dennison, who has been coaching offensive lines for a long time as well, 3-time Super Bowl champion. They got tons of experience coaching up the run game on the staff. So they're going to try to do everything they can to get this offensive line playing better, open things up for Zach Charbonnet, Ken Walker, Kenny McIntosh, their 3-headed monster that they're very excited about. And if they can get that going with the weapons they've got in the passing game, I anticipate they're going to be looking to add at the tight end position because of how important it is in Kubiak's offense. But the run game, to me, is the most important thing that Kubiak has to come in and get fixed, because they were 28th in rushing yards and they were 29th in attempts last year. Mike McDonald, that's not going to cut it for him coming from Baltimore, where they play physical ground and pound football.
Yeah, we know John Benton well, and Rick Dennison, I think he's one of the Kubiaks as well. He was with Gary for years and Mike Shanahan, so that's a 49er running scheme. It will be interesting if the 49ers ask Kyle Juszczyk to take a pay cut. If he does move on, I think Seattle would jump all over him and be that fullback you're talking about. Over to the defensive side of the ball, Corbin, real quickly. Jaron Reed has been such a good player for years on the Seattle front. He is a free agent. Do you think he moves on? He's available to be bought next week? And then the big one is Ernest Jones IV. You know, the Rams had him, traded him to Tennessee curiously. Seattle gutted their whole linebacking core early in the year to later, and Ernest Jones IV solidified, with the green dot. He, too, is a unrestricted free agent. So do they re-sign Reed or Jones, do you think?
I think both those guys will be back in Seahawks uniforms. Jones is the number one priority for this entire offseason, and that's why I'm wondering if the Geno Smith deal gets done fairly quickly, because, again, you can open up a lot of cap space by extending his contract, and then the first domino, you can use some of that money that you just saved to re-sign Ernest Jones, who they want to be a cornerstone of this defense. And Mike McDonald in Baltimore and now in Seattle, linebackers are incredibly important in his scheme. So I don't see any way that Ernest Jones is getting away. And Jaron Reed is just one of those players that every year you're going to get at least 4 sacks out of him. He's going to give you 45 to 50 quarterback pressures. He's going to play sound run defense. And he's turned into a valuable leader in the locker room, a veteran mentor. He can play multiple alignments.
cost is going to play a role in this. They're not going to overspend for an aging player, but Seattle's had a lot of success with defensive tackles in their early to mid 30s. They've had a lot of success over the years with older players at that position, and I think they want to keep him around as well. So I think those two are really the only free agents they have that I would say are priorities to re-sign, and I expect they're going to bring both of them back.
Well, as we kind of let you go, Corbin, I will say that Adam Schefter put out there just a couple of minutes ago that the Seahawks have released Roy Robertson-Harris, Rayshawn Jenkins, George Fant, and Draymond Jones. So we will let you get back to your real job in just a moment. Just want to give you a chance to kind of promote the Emerald City Sports Network that you launched a couple of weeks ago, because been checking it out. Looks like you got a lot of great things out there. And I know that the Bay Area doesn't feel super warm to the Seattle Seahawks, but I know you extend well beyond just the Seahawks.
Yeah, just started the Emerald City Spectrum a few weeks ago, and it's covering all pro and college teams in the Seattle region, and we're going to have the Washington State Cougars on there as well. But Seahawks coverage, you name it, we've got it all covered, and really excited for just $6 a month. Basically, you're giving up one cup of coffee. You can get great insight from reporters on the ground covering all the teams in the Pacific Northwest.
That's right. I got the coffee right here on the stream. I'm willing to sacrifice it for Emerald City Spectrum. Corbin, great to have you on for the first time, and I'm sure we'll connect a lot more during the football season, because when it comes to the NFC West, there's always a lot to talk about. So I'll continue checking you out on Locked On Seahawks, the Emerald City Spectrum, and best of luck with everything until we speak again.
Sounds good. Thank you.
He is Corbin Smith, Seahawks reporter for Emerald City Spectrum. Of course, you can go and check him out. And on the other side, we'll do a little reaction to that, talk about DK Metcalf, everything he said, and also get ready to speak to Marcus Thompson, who's going to be joining us at 11:30. It's all coming your way right here, Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your 6th seed Golden State Warriors head to Madison Square Garden to take on the New York Knicks. But they've climbed all the way to 6. Why stop there? How high can the Warriors go as they finish out their final 21 games? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR to chime in.
Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. We'll be talking to Marcus Thompson coming up about 15 minutes or so. Get his thoughts on Steph Curry and the Beast awakened in Orlando and how the Warriors can try to keep building on this as we currently sit here in these chairs this morning, and they are at number 6. Of course, that could all change tonight with both the Clippers playing against the Phoenix Suns and also the Warriors having to play at the Garden, where Steph has had a couple of epic moments. He is currently questionable. Gary Payton II out. Jonathan Kuminga remains out. Everybody else is cleared. Also good to talk to Corbin Smith just moments ago. And, few good takeaways there, Papa. And one is, we learned about Davante Adams getting released, and therefore the more receivers that are out on the open market, the less likely the Seahawks would feel a need to trade DK Metcalf away. The second was the mention of Clint Kubiak and John Benton coming in. And if Kyle Juszczyk is off the team, well, is Clint Kubiak the type of coordinator to go and poach a fullback as the Seahawks look to restructure some of their personnel?
Well, he's not off the team yet. And, we're talking about, Clint Kubiak, and Clay is the Niners offensive coordinator. Clint is now Seattle's, interestingly. And Ryan Grubb and the offense they ran was just like a college offense. You got everybody looking over to the sideline for the play call. They may do that at the University of Washington. They don't do that in Seattle, Washington, or in the NFL. So that was just a disconnect. So bringing Kubiak in will be a lot of the Niner offense. And going back to Mike Shanahan and Gary Kubiak, who played for him and ran his offense, there was a time when Gary Kubiak called plays for Mike and then became a head coach in Houston, had Kyle on his staff, and obviously won a Super Bowl at Levi's. Last time they played a Super Bowl 15, he was the winning head coach. They've always had a fullback. Howard Griffith, going back to the old days in Denver, even though they kept changing up those 1,000-yard running backs, Howard Griffith was the staple. He was a guy that, and Anthony Lynn was there as well. He was just, they've always had a fullback. So the 49ers are cognizant of that, hopefully. And we see Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Juice hanging out on Saturday Night Live set over the weekend. And hopefully they figure it out. The Niners know how valuable Kyle Juszczyk is, but a lot of good football players are going to get released. As we talked about, this is the week of restructure, re-sign, release, retire. If you're Aaron Rodgers, some of these guys, it's the three R's, so four. And while we were talking to Corbin, Draymond Jones is a really good player. He's a guy that was signed almost immediately in Seattle, going back to when Pete was there. And John Schneider, it's so interesting that Pete Carroll lost his job and John Schneider keeps on going. And now Pete has resurfaced in the AFC West. So interesting. But one of the first guys they signed was Draymond Jones, and I remember him well in Denver. He is a force. I mean, as you're looking at, let's just see, who gets. There's going to be a lot of names here, a lot of good football players are going. I mean, Davante Adams can't make a football team. Are you kidding me? And I know it didn't go well in the middle, but he started well. The game he had as a Raider, the Raiders beat the Baltimore Ravens this year, which was huge. That was the reason the divisional playoff game between the Bills and Ravens was played in Orchard Park, New York, and not in Baltimore. And Davante went off. And then he had many weeks where he was disconnected. And late in the year, he had some monster games, just unbelievable games. So he can still play, whether he's a teammate of Aaron Rodgers or not. So where does he go? To what Corbin was talking about, if you're Green Bay now, you really have to give up one of your young wide receivers and a one to get DK Metcalf, and then give DK Metcalf, $30 million a year. We could go that route. DK Metcalf is he's an alpha. We got Josh Jacobs saying we need a number one. That guy's a number one. Or Davante Adams is completely unfettered now. Would it be odd to bring him back to 1265 Lombardi Avenue? Maybe. If he wants to play on the West Coast, that's not going to warm your cockles going to Green Bay. But Davante knows how to play there. The point is, let's just wait and see in this shell game. You're going to have some guys, and we talked about the Niner guys, and I think that's imperative here between now and Monday to be able to re-sign a lot of these guys, whether they're unrestricted, restricted, what tag do you want to put on them? I think bringing Curtis Robinson back is big. Bringing Kevin Givens back is big. There's some other ones. Obviously, Dre, can you do that before he gets to free agency? Maybe not. Maybe he needs to know what his market is. But as you're re-signing your own and doing all that, a lot of guys are going to get released. I mean, big name. Add up all the Pro Bowl players and all the Pro Bowls they've made that are going to be released, all pro players. It's just you got to trim the fat. You got to get cap compliant here. And then, as you look at guys to sign and, what they're going to do exactly. But Draymond Jones, we'll see what his market value is, but that guy is a good football player. He missed some time in Seattle due to injury, but when he has played, whether it's with Denver or Seattle, he is disruptive.
Another team that's been making some moves, and on the release front, we saw yesterday Darius Slay, the 6-time Pro Bowler, was released from the Eagles. Someone who did not get released and got paid a lot of money, to no surprise, is Saquon Barkley. Just awarded a 2-year, $41 million contract extension, so he is now the highest paid running back in NFL history. Shocking. The market keeps going up, but no surprise that Saquon Barkley, by being the team's MVP, or at least one of them on a really loaded roster and a Super Bowl champion, that he secured a lot of money. So lots to monitor here in the coming days. And to your point, Papa, like you said, when we take the air on Monday, we'll be an hour into the legal tampering period and should have a lot more news to cycle through. So the beginning of next week, it's going to be hitting the ground running on this NFL free agency talk. Coming up next, we also have Marcus Thompson to talk to, so we'll pivot back into basketball. Yes, pun intended on that front. I saw this note a little bit earlier. Steph Curry, for all the Warriors' ups and downs over the last few years, he is seeking his 10th game in a row at the Garden with a win.
Really? He's won 9 in a row? When was the last time he lost? The night that he dropped 54 at Studio 54, Carmelo Anthony and the New York Knicks did beat the Warriors that night. So that was in 2013, correct? So that was 12 years ago? When was the last time Stephen lost in New York?
So it'd have to be 2015, right? The year that they won their first title. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
When? Did they? Let me look it up. I got it here somewhere.
Anyway.
We'll look it up.
Yeah, well, in fact, we'll give you that information.
He hasn't played every year. And there were years, during COVID, did they even go to the Garden to play that year? I don't know.
That's true. And then he did have the broken hand here, the one that everybody just removes from their memory.
Well, and so Steph is playing tonight. That is the word.
He is questionable officially. Everyone else is cleared. Yeah, he's questionable.
That's going to be kind of big. And it'll depend on how he woke up. And they flew right after from Charlotte. How about this road trip? You're in New York tonight to play in the Garden, and then you play in Brooklyn on Thursday. So you got a complete off day in New York, and you don't have to travel at all. That is a glorious off day. So I'm sure TNT is hoping hard. I mean, and Steph, as far as the Garden, go back to his Davidson days. I think it was against West Virginia. He went off in Madison Square Garden. The Studio 54 game was really the first one where we saw the brilliance. And you look back at video of him even in college, and I mean, his uniform was so big and baggy. It's like he was just a child. He wasn't even the baby-faced assassin yet. And then with the Warriors, that game in New York when Mark Jackson was coaching, and he did the Mark Jackson shimmy when he went back. That was his first big onslaught. But he's had so many big games there, and the most fitting, and we'll find out if our guy BA is on the call tonight and if Reggie's there. But, that's, 2021 when he became the all-time king of three-pointers, and that was in the world's most famous arena. And the thing about Knicks fans, they love the Knicks, and the Knicks are good. They're 40-20. I know they're losing to the top teams in the East, but that's not the issue tonight. You just got to beat them. But if you're going off, I remember Tim Hardaway one Sunday afternoon there in 1992 was just going off. And the Knicks fans, they just love basketball. They love the Knicks, but they actually turned and started to root for Hardaway. At some point, they can just appreciate his ability. If Steph Curry starts dishing and swishing, and more swishing than dishing, and it's great to have Clyde Frazier back on Knicks games, the greatest Knick of them all. New York will start to buzz. The Garden will start to buzz, and they will get on the Steph train. The one thing about the world's most famous arena, it just feels like you're playing at Rucker Park or outside on the streets of New York. There's no building, and it's right at Penn Station. you just feel New York. New York and Manhattan just comes right through the Chase Bridge and all that, and you just feel like you're playing it outside. No building personifies their city more. I think SoFi feels like the Rams because it's indoor-outdoor. It's kind of breezy. It's SoCal cool. But the Garden it just feels like you're playing outdown in Manhattan. Manhattan just comes right through those walls.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if we're talking basketball, there is nothing that compares to it. Steph Curry won't hit this milestone tonight at the Garden, but he is 23 threes away from hitting the great 4,000 and being the first player to ever do so. Hey, if he did hit it, you know what 23 times 3 is, though?
What is that, Greg?
That's 69. I'll leave you all to that. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson coming up next. I am corrupted as one of the Gregs. We'll talk to Marcus next on the Sports Leader.
Now, it's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Reyell Brooks guarding it from the start. Wiggins again. Here's Curry for the record. It's good! There it is! Stephen Curry! Three-pointer number 2974. The man who changed the game. The igniter of the three-point revolution in the NBA. And now he stands alone at the top of the three-point list.
Yeah, over 3 years ago to this point, but that call from Brian Anderson still never gets old. Number 2,974, Steph Curry now at 3,977 threes. We'll see if he goes tonight because he is listed as questionable. But nonetheless, the Warriors are 8-2 in their last 10. They're 8-1 when Jimmy Butler plays. And here to help us talk all about it and the beast that was awakened in Orlando in Steph Curry is the Athletics' Marcus Thompson, who joins us on the UMA guest line. What's happening, Marcus?
You think Steph gets to 4,000 tonight if he plays? I don't know. The MSG does something to him. I can see him hitting 23.
Yeah, I made a joke about it before, saying if he hits 23 threes alone, that'd be 69 points. So it'd be the ultimate cap. But that's just my that's me being like 6 years old here. I do want to talk about what you just wrote and gauging Steph's energy level, because when we had you on periodically before the Jimmy Butler trade, you talked about Steph seeing signs of fatigue. Usually when he shoots a lot of threes and not a lot of twos, that's kind of one of the signs. And you saw that game in Orlando when he did a little bit of everything. Jimmy Butler did not have a great game. Not to say his presence didn't help, but what is your sense of Steph's energy level and how it's just kind of been reignited by Jimmy Butler's presence?
Yeah, he's turned up now. Like it's a vibe for him. Like he said a thing when he found out about the deal. I asked him about this, but I think the first game, what was it, Utah? Like before Jimmy got there, but when the trade was announced, the day they pulled Wiggins and them from the lineup.
Utah.
Utah. So at Utah, like Steph has this moment with himself where he's like, it hits him like, all right, like this is it. This is the last run right here. This is like, we got our star. We probably can't do anything else now, like as far as like a major move. So, all right, let's go. And in his mind, he flipped the switch to like, all right, we've got 2 years or whatever, 3 years or whatever to go get this done. And now we got like the last core piece. So I think in his mind, it shifted to like, this is the last hand we'll get dealt. And let's see if we can win a championship with it. And since then, there's just been this new energy. Steph plays differently when he feels like something is on the line. So, like, you can definitely feel the sense of energy and even, like, positivity, where before he was a lot of, like, doom and gloom, like, this is not good. Now there's some hope there. And you could see it in his play, in the bounce in the step, and his energy level and his happiness.
Yeah, meaningful games is the way he delicately puts it, and they certainly have meaning now. Just go back to the game on Thursday in Orlando, and he loves that building, whether it's called Amway Center or Amway Arena or Kia Center, whatever the hell it is. It's just so well lit there, and he was lit that night. I mean, the efficiency to score 56, Marcus, on 25 shots, 12 of 19 on the three ball, make all of his free throws. I mean, we've seen him score more, obviously, in the pandemic year. We've seen him do it in more meaningful games. Game 4 of the finals in Boston when they were down 2-1. But as far as pure creating shots and just being Steph, was that the best we've ever seen of him last Thursday?
It's definitely up there. It was so pure, right? It wasn't even crazy. And the wildest part is it could have been more. He sat while he was red hot, Because Steve Kerr's like, all right, let's get your rest in. Where in the past he wouldn't have sat, he would have just played. He dropped 52 in Orlando, 2016. I remember that game vividly because that's when Oscar Robertson came after him and was like, all you got to do is press up on him. This generation don't know how to play defense. And then Steph dropped 52 in Orlando, and he hit that half-court bank shot and started trolling the crowd with that, like, evil laugh. So he did this in the most efficient way, and he did it without somebody next to him dominating. Like, Butler wasn't good that game. Like, that was pretty impressive. Also, Orlando's a really good defense. They didn't have their main, like, on-ball defender, Jalen Suggs. He was out, but that's a really good defense. The problem is they're just big, and Steph Cook size, but he was feeling it. You could just see it in his energy. He was feeling that. Matter of fact, the last time I saw him feeling that way was when he scored 62. It reminded me of that. Remember against the Blazers after Dame said it's rough out here now. He's finding it difficult, and then he dropped 62. That had a similar vibe to that game.
Yeah, he's one of the all-time petty kings, as he is deserving of the nickname. And Marcus, we were watching the Philly game Saturday night, Papa and I in Indy together. We saw the first half at Tom's Watch Bar, and after many efforts to get the screen changed, got to analyze the team without Jimmy Butler. Did that loss show you anything that would concern you long-term against playoff caliber teams, or was it almost like too predictable, the team that you saw without Jimmy Butler, given that that's what we got for most of the year?
Nah, yeah, there was no news there, right? That was, in J school, we'd learn there's no story in dog chasing man, but there's a story in man chasing dog, right? That was dog chasing man. That was very par for the course. We've seen 100 of those, and it did though underscore like the big risk this was, because Jimmy Butler is 35. He missed the playoffs last year after getting injured in the play-in. And if Butler's not there, it's over, right? Like, that's just very clear. So they really put all their chips on a guy who, he can miss some games. So if they get into a situation where Butler is hurt, that's almost a death knell to their chances. Unless the only way is if Kuminga like somehow has found another level by then. But yeah, it was a reminder of, yes, Butler has to play. Like, he has to be healthy for the playoffs and ready to go for him to have any chance. It was a visceral reminder, though nobody kind of needed one.
Yeah, and, Jimmy did have his 35th birthday earlier in September, and happy birthday to Draymond Green, the guy who was the 35th overall pick in the draft. Bob Meyer's first ever draft after Harrison Barnes went 7 and Festivus went 30. They took Draymond, the future Hall of Famer. So just a moment to reflect on this, his 35th birthday. I mean, did we ever imagine that he would be here, the 35th pick, all these years later in 2025 on his 35th birthday, and he's on the way to Springfield, obviously, as a Hall of Famer, the 4-time champion, and just all the trials and tribulations. Go back a year ago, and the suspensions and the league indefinitely suspending him. And how many different flashpoints, Marcus, do you think there's been in the last dozen years, whatever it is, with Draymond, where they seriously considered moving him off the roster?
At least 3 or 4, right? Like, I mean, even without the trouble, I mean, the first one, I mean, I think you got to include the times Draymond thought about it too. You remember the first deal where there was a flirtation about his contract extension, and his relationship with Joe Dumars made the Pistons feel like, you know what, I'll go to Detroit, and he ended up working out a deal at the last minute. But yeah, there's so many. The draft into James Wiseman was in many ways at least a preparation to move on from Draymond. So yeah, he's fought off a lot of exiles, right? He's fought off a lot of premature end to his, greatness, so to speak. Like, NBA Finals, Game 5, right? He gets benched in that game. And there's been so many moments where you thought Draymond was done, and yet here we are again. I think it's one of the most underrated stories about this whole dynasty. It's not even that, like, we obviously know he's one of the great defenders of all time. He's obviously a really good point forward type, and he's clutch. But I just feel like down the line, we're going to talk about this in the way my daddy and him talked about Moses Malone, right? This dude is 6'5", and once again, they're like, you're our center. And it's really an insane proposition that for a decade, Draymond is the center of the championship team. He's the guy, like, when it's time to win at a championship level, you got to put him at center. It's insane when you just really think about what you're asking this 6'5" without shoes on guy to do in a league of giants. He's going to go down. Like, Andrew Bogut was great, right? You've had, the Zaza Pachulias of the world. Like, you've had this. Kevon Looney has been integral, but when it was time to win, the answer was to put Draymond at center. And at 35 years old, the Warriors are back here again. It's actually a phenomenal testament to who Draymond is as a player, and also the very reason why, after all he's done, he's still here, because what do you do with that? That's a lot of value to remove. He's basically two players on the same roster.
Few more minutes here with Marcus Thompson, and as we can look at it today, the Warriors are officially out of that play-in spot at number 6. Now, of course, a lot of things can change, but it's making me look at the top of the Western Conference. So how do you gauge these top 4 teams? And I guess more specifically, Marcus, how seriously are you taking this new-look Lakers team if a matchup were to go down between them and the Warriors in the postseason?
I'm actually taking them pretty seriously. They're good. Like, they can score, and especially for the Warriors, they present a unique problem. The Lakers are a difficult matchup for the Warriors. Number one, because LeBron is a difficult matchup. He's a wing, and you got it. Like, he's a wing with size, and that's just a piece of kryptonite for them. Andrew Wiggins was pretty good at that fight, but they've never, like, Andrew Wiggins hasn't been the answer. It tells you how good Andre Iguodala was, by the way, right? Like, that was your answer for LeBron. So that's just a matchup. Then you add Luka to it. And, the way Quentin Grimes cooked them, you could just see that guarding those players who get hot is just going to be a difficult problem. So the Lakers, I believe in the Lakers. I believe in Oklahoma City, and I believe in Denver. Everybody else, man, I don't know. Like, everybody else, if the Warriors ended up the 4 seed, I would not be shocked. By virtue of these other teams they're just flawed teams. I mean, the Warriors are 5 games in the loss column behind Memphis. But Memphis is real, and Ja is out. They've lost 3 out of the last 10, right? Like, Ja is out sometimes. He's just out. He just misses games. That's just what it is. So Houston are young, and they're starting to, their youth and inexperience starting to catch up to them. Like, they could get to 4. They got to win, but the schedule is just set up for them. They got a lot of winnable games. They gave one away against Philly, but they got a lot of winnable games. So I think they're actually sitting kind of pretty right now in a way that you could look at this and see how the matchup sets up pretty good for them. If they get to 5 and it's either Memphis or Houston, like, the Warriors would love either one of those in the first round of playoffs easily. So 5 is on the table, and they should probably get there. They probably want to stay out of 6 at this point.
Yeah, well, Steve has been pushing for 6, and there's 6 now, but and Denver right now is 3. So you don't want to play them.
You don't want to play them, right?
And the key thing is, 5, certainly. The Warriors got 28 losses. Houston has 24. You can catch them, and Memphis 23. You want to be 4. So you have a home court advantage in the first round, and Joe Lacob gets more playoff games. So, and obviously, the teams that benefited the most from the trading deadline are the Lakers and the Warriors. And they haven't.
And the Cavaliers, by the way.
And Cleveland over on the other side. Obviously, DeAndre Hunter's been big time in the East, but they've won 10 in a row. But just in the West, and Draymond, and they were 3-1 with Jimmy, and they're playing even better since they're coming out of the All-Star break. But, Draymond had the big boast on the set of TNT on All-Star Sunday that we're going to win the championship. We talked about that a lot. The other thing that he did say, we've we've mentioned but we haven't gotten into is that he's going to be a coach, or there's been overtures about making him a coach. He is 35 years of age, so it is time to look back on his brilliant career and how he's somehow managed to stay here through all the trials and tribulations. He is a brilliant mind, there's no doubt, but he's still really combative and combustible. Do you see, honestly, and Draymond can be the next Charles Barkley and make a lot of money and have fun in broadcasting? Do you think when he is done retiring, he will go into coaching and be a head coach in the NBA?
I think he'll do TV. I mean, the truth of the matter is the best coaches got to sit on a bench somewhere. And you're watching Jerry Stackhouse do it right now. Like, he's going to be a head coach in the NBA one day, and he's sitting on the bench. Because you gotta learn. Except for like Steve Kerr,
didn't
right?
do that. JJ Redick didn't do that. Mark Jackson didn't do that.
They also inherited like superstars, right? So if you could land with a superstar and not have to do it, all right, that works. Like, how would you like to be JJ Redick? By the way, you already start with Bron, and then you get Luka. Like, come on, JJ Redick is fortuitous. But generally speaking, outside of these aberrations, like, you need to learn how to run a team from every level. You got to work your way up. And assistant coaches don't make a bunch of money. It's not that Draymond would need it, but he'd be turning away a bunch of money likely to go be on an assistant coach somewhere. Like, I don't know if I see that. Like, Draymond's going to be on TV, right? Like, he's made for TV. I don't know that he's made to be a coach, for the very reasons you brought up, right? Like, you got to have patience. Geniuses, it's a little bit hard. He's like he's very savant-like on the court. It's difficult, and, he's got to learn temperament and all that. And I feel like the tools are there. He could be a good coach, but he'd benefit from a few years as an assistant. So I think Draymond is like, going to take the money, he's going to take the fame, he's going to take the big thing. He would be a great coach, but it would probably have to be in that Steve Kerr, JJ Redick situation. And I don't know who's doing that. Like, if I'm Draymond, I'm not doing it unless I got a LeBron or a Steph or something, right? Like, Steve took over a 51-win team. He ain't take over like the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, Jason Kidd did it as well. Jason Kidd went straight to coaching after playing the year before. How many technicals do you think Draymond Green would take in an 82-game season, Marcus, if he was a head coach? 82? Maybe 100.
They'd probably have to set a rule about suspension for coaches, too, at that point. It'd be like, all right, coaches, you get 20 techs and then we're suspending you. Draymond would definitely rack up a significant percentage of techs that's just in defense of his players. Right, he'll be that kind of coach. He's going to get the tech just so the team can know I got your back, especially if he's got a star player. Like, if he was coaching Steph, he'd probably get kicked out of 10% of the games just because he wouldn't. Like, he would be ready to fight for Steph and the foul calls he gets. So, yeah, there'd be a lot of technical fouls. I don't know. What if Draymond is just like this as a player, and then as a coach he turns into like this very warm? There's a very warm,
he's John Wooden.
Friendly side of Draymond.
He just sits there with his legs crossed and never gets off the bench.
There is a side of Draymond that is very warm and friendly and kind of like, I know people don't see because you only see it, but he does have that side to him. It's why people love him. What if like the old man version of Draymond ends up being just that? And he is like, people will say Lenny Wilkins was like this dog competitor. Lenny Wilkins is the nicest guy in the world. I know Lenny Wilkins is the coach, but you tell me this dude was a maniac as a player? Like, kind of tough to swallow. Draymond might be one of them dudes, end up being the nicest guy in the world, and then they tell you, like, can you imagine Al Attles being mean? Like, I don't know what mean Al Attles. I think Draymond might
player,
be like
the
that.
destroyer. He was. You're right. He was calmer as a head coach than he was as a player.
That might be Draymond's path where he's like, all right, I'm a coach now. I needed all that fire to play, but I don't need it to coach. Maybe he's like that. But then he's also raised by Izzo, so probably not, right?
But you remember the video of Al, and you're too young to remember, when Mike Reardon tried to get Rick kicked out of Game 4 of the 75 finals. Al went on the floor and fought him and got kicked out of the game like 5 minutes into the game. So he was calm with that leisure suit, but the destroyer would snap every once in a while.
Still in there, huh? Still in there. With the leisure suit. I love me some Al.
Marcus,
Good luck.
we appreciate you coming on as always. We'll see if Steph goes tonight, and we'll catch up in a couple of weeks. Lots to monitor, and hey, maybe they get that 4 seed the next time we talk.
I don't think Steph is missing Madison Square Garden. I really don't.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Playing.
Appreciate your time, man. You're the best.
All right. Love y'all. Peace.
Thank you, Marcus. Love you, brother.
He is Marcus Thompson, and my quick note on that, Papa, is do you think Draymond Green being a calm and peaceful head coach is more likely than Andrew Wiggins turning into a head coach and being a hothead?
Yeah, I don't see Wiggs as a head coach. You actually have to talk. So I wonder how Steve thought about that, by the way. What did he say? Joe Lacob basically offered him a job as the head coach of the Warriors when he retires. What did Draymond exactly say on that one?
Next time we get Steve, we'll just ask him straight up and make him answer the question on the spot.
I don't think we're going to get Steve again. By the way, check out this Hall of Fame lunch in New York today. Steve Kerr, Raymond Ritter, and they're going to the world's most famous arena. And anytime I ever did a game, it was out of love and respect for, despite the jam toe, the great Marv Albert is having lunch. They were a duo together on Turner for many years.
Yeah, they were.
The best that's ever done it, and Stephen Kerr.
Oh, man, I miss Marv Albert doing NBA playoffs. There was really nothing like it. But, maybe tonight we'll get a little Kevin Harlan. We'll get a little BA. We'll see. When that gets released.
We got Ian Eagle.
Oh, it's Ian.
It's
that works
Ian
too.
Eagle, Greg Anthony, and Jared Greenberg. BA is on another assignment. He is doing Phoenix and Clippers. Don't you think he'd rather be at the world's most famous arena? But for Ian Eagle, lives in New York, it's a home game, so makes sense.
Makes sense indeed. We'll react to Marcus Thompson's thoughts on the other side, talk a little bit about the Golden State Warriors, Draymond Green, the birthday boy, and then we'll get a little bit into the Giants in the 12 o'clock hour as well. Susan Slusser writing about Corbin Burns. We'll talk to JT Snow at 12:50, get a little Silver Linings playlist at 1:15, and keep this thing moving all the way to 2 o'clock to hand it off to Dirty Work. Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That tech was some bull, bro.
Draymond Green is activated.
Listen, I was bantering back and forth with Tyler Ford. I got nothing but love and respect for Tyler. Trey Maddox comes and stands next to me at the free throw line. And he like, Draymond, what's up, man? Tell me what's wrong. And I'm like, Trey, that's not a foul, man. I got the same right to that ball that he got. I also didn't make any contact with him. It's not a foul. But Draymond, you dove. I said, yeah, but I can dive for the ball.
For sure.
Steve Kerr called the timeout. Draymond, all right, I know. I said, Coach, that's man, he come and talk to me and give me a text. He's like, I watched it. I know it's bull. We need you. I'm like, no, I'm here. I'm fine. All right, he started drawing up the play. I'm cool.
Done. You know, some people probably got like an over and under on when you gonna get your first seconds.
I wonder was that a Vegas line?
But I blame the ref for that. You should get your money back because it sounded like he was gaslighting.
It was for sure, but it's cool. I'm gonna have less than 10 technical fouls this year. I might even make a decision and keep it even less than 8.
Oh, Draymond Green, we love you, buddy. Happy birthday, age 35. But let's be honest, we were all taking the over when you set the line at 10 technical fouls. Last night, we just saw number 12. And hey, we're celebrating Draymond, and Papa's got the flag. He's got the shirt. I got the sweatshirt going. So if you're in this market, you're going to have lots of love for number 23, whose jersey will be joining Andre Iguodala's and some of his current teammates up in the rafters one day. But always got to revisit some of the funny quotes from the Draymond Green podcast. Yeah, technical number 12 last night after vowing to go 10, maybe even 8 early in the season. What's not to have a good time with here?
That's a big improvement. So what are the Warriors have played 61 games so far this year, 33-28. So they got 21 to go. In the old days, and it's still important, but when they were going for number 1 seeds and 73 and 9s, we know what the technical tightrope is, and we talked about it incessantly. You get to 16 in the NBA, they suspend. Anthony Edwards has already picked up 16 technicals this year. What are you, Rasheed Wallace?
I'm seeing 17.
Rasheed? Well, he's got one more, and then every time you get 2 more, 16 they suspend. Every time you pick up 2 after that, you get suspended again. So there was a time, and obviously, Draymond, and it wasn't even the technicals that year. It was the flagrants in the playoffs, throwing guys down and kicking the king-size kiwi in the nuts, and that was inadvertent, completely Draymond's way of driving the lane is to pick up his leg. Bill Russell, every time Bill Russell cleared a defensive rebound, he threw his legs out, and he would kick guys. It's just, Reggie Miller goes up for a jump shot, and they've changed the rules on that, and then he wound up getting teabagged in Cleveland, and he misses Game 5 of the finals when they're up 3-1, about to be championships again. So he has been, by and large, I would say, more under control. I mean, think about last year. We were talking to Marcus about all the different flashpoints where they almost traded them, where he almost left and went back to Detroit and re-signed him. They didn't re-sign Clay. They let him, walk, and 4 years, $100 million to Draymond, and Steph's his guy. But last year is where it really, he punched a teammate in practice, blew up a whole year. Whatever happened there. And I'd like to see the video that the 30 Mile Zone had after he hit him. What happened then? He's on the ground, crumpled over. And Draymond did say, he has admitted what Jordan Poole called him. And that's, it's something you don't usually call Draymond Green and not get some response, but to just cold cock him like that. But last year, starting with Gobert and then Nurkic, and Steve Kerr was really honest about it. He's, physical acts of violence cannot be tolerated. And this is just what we've seen in the open forum of an NBA game. You wonder what else he's done in practice, and we hear all kinds of stories. But in any event, the anger management and going to counseling and Joe Dumars, and he's been way better than that. He has, but he does snap still. There's a point, even last night. I mean, Mark Lindsay made a point. Mark took him a long time to get his mic on, but once he got there, he articulated what Draymond Green did, and it was pretty obvious what he did. Salon, he just bow-tied him. He grabbed around the neck. I don't know what he was trying to say, and he winds up, wound up being elevated to a flagrant 1. So, I mean, that's the beauty of Draymond, and we've just kind of tolerated. Now, all that being said, as great as Steph and Clay and Andre, and they don't win a single championship without Draymond Green. They don't win one. He is their identity. A little bit he's like their Deebo in a different way. I can't really recall any Bay Area athlete we've had quite like him. He plays basketball a lot the way Mike Singletary played linebacker for the Bears, or Patrick Willis, or Matt Millen for the Raiders and 49ers. He's different. And he does walk not only the technical tightrope with the league and the gray shirts, but he's violated the code of being a good teammate, of being a coachable guy. He and Steve have had some moments. Some of them reported, some not. And Steve has been incredibly patient with him. But here he is on his 35th birthday. We're reflecting on what he is and what he's done and what his future is. And if he will go into coaching, I think he would be a hell of a coach. But it'd take a certain group of guys to be coached by him, because he's going to coach you hard. He does it now. I mean, the way he talks to his teammates, it's almost like he's an extension of a coach. But he does know the game so well. But he is. Have we ever had anybody like him? I'm trying to think. Rick Barry was a hothead, and Rick coached. A lot of it was Al didn't get a lot of credit because people thought Rick really was the player coach of those teams. They didn't really fully respect what the Destroyer did. And Al was a player coach, one of the first in the history of the NBA, after Bill Russell. But anyway, there's no real comp you can think of. Charles Haley, but that was different. Charles was, he just needed meds. He was manic depressive or depressive, whatever it was, or bipolar. Draymond is a good citizen. He's never been arrested, never been in trouble. There's no acts of violence and anything off the court. But when he's on the court, he's a white-hot competitor. And he has pushed back a little bit. You look back on his career, and there's been no one like Steph, because Steph is Steph. There's also, I can't think of anybody quite like him in the history of Bay Area sports. Draymond is one of one.
Yeah, he truly is from a different era. Just watching back on the flagrant right now, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the notion that he should have got a technical or that it was a flagrant. I don't know if I saw necessarily him grabbing around the neck. It was just a high extension on the arm. I don't know if I saw
bow tie him. There wasn't a great replay on that, but it looked like he got him around the neck. Salon may have dove a little bit on that play, but that's a lot, and it was off the ball. They look at it very closely in Secaucus. That's what they deemed.
No, again, I don't disagree with the call whatsoever. I just don't know if we're talking in the same category of some of the more violent acts we've seen in the past, or like the strike on Yusuf Nurkic, who, by the way, saw last night again.
Yeah, I mean, but he did grab him around the neck. So whatever it is, and it resulted in a 7-point play, which got Charlotte back into the game. But Draymond was instrumental in them winning, and he shot the ball more. We're moving on. I mean, 12 technicals for him is not a bad total. I wonder how many years on his 30, on whatever his birthday it is, March the 4th, today's his 35th birthday, how many he's had. Well, but there was a time there, I think he had like 15. The 73-9 year, we thought there's no way in hell he's not going to be suspended. And I don't even remember if he was at the very end of the year or not. He has missed games in the regular season by suspension. He's always said, once I get there, I'll back off. He doesn't always do that. And I never seen a guy like him. When he gets his first technical, he charges more.
Yeah.
It's like the first one is a warning shot. You need to walk the other way. He doesn't do that, and he has gotten run. In that building in Charlotte where they were last night, I remember a game a few years ago. Steph Curry was out, and Draymond got kicked out of the game at the end of the game, and they made a couple of technical free throws, forced overtime, and won the game in overtime. And that's when I honestly was done with him. That night, and then the next night, or the night before, I think on a Friday in Orlando, Nick Vucevic was not a bull. He was a magician in Orlando, and Draymond couldn't guard him. And it was like he's lost a lot of his skill. But I think he's back to where he's been. He's not at the height of his powers, but apparently he's given up alcohol except for his red wine during this season. He has gotten it more under control. And all honesty, with Victor Wembanyama out for the year and Anthony Davis maybe out for the year after what happened to Kyrie, is Draymond a serious candidate to be Defensive Player of the Year, or at least make an All-NBA defensive team, whether it's first or second this year?
I would guess Defensive Player of the Year probably would go to Jaren Jackson Jr. at this point, who's already won one before.
Yeah,
Evan Mobley, another good
call.
pick. And I think that Evan Mobley, especially with how much Cleveland has won and how much he's ascended and never won the award, I think is a strong candidate. But I would say all defensive team very much on the table for Draymond Green when you consider the injuries to the Victor Wembanyama and Anthony Davis. So
yeah, Jaren Jackson Jr. is a good call. He's such a shot blocker. So, and the one thing, the Warriors did block shots better last night. They're getting beat off the dribble. LaMelo got wherever he wanted last night, but you did see a little pushback. You do wonder, and we don't have any definitive nature on what's going on with Steph, obviously, and Karl Anthony Towns. He's not a real high volume, low post scorer. He'll mainly hang around. Assuming that Steph is able to go, do they change the lineup tonight? Do they get a big into the game to start the game and go back to Quentin Post in the starting role to match up with the Kathmandu? If Karl Anthony Towns can't play, I think they'll start Mitchell Robinson, and that guy is premier. I don't know how many minutes he can play. He's just coming back, but he'll play at the end if it's close. He is a premier shot blocker. That's the guy you're talking about. The Warriors tried to get Mitchell Robinson for years. Remember the three he made a number of years ago to tie the Warriors at the end on the baseline? It was like, how did he even get that shot off? It was so insane in the membrane. But that guy is a player. I don't know if they could play Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns together the way Minnesota did with Gobert and also with Naz Reid, because, Karl Anthony Towns is not a good defensive player. If he does play, the Warriors will, whoever he is guarding, will come set a screen for Steph over and over and over again and get him to switch out. They can't accept that. So Tibbs may just roll out there where if Karl Anthony Towns can go tonight, right now he's questionable due to personal reasons, which is interesting. And that guy's been through hell in his life. We've all been affected by COVID. He lost he lost his mom during COVID anyway. But Mitchell Robinson does pick up a lot of what Karl Anthony Towns does not do, and the two of them together could be a problem.
Yeah, and I've always thought of Mitchell Robinson as kind of a similar category to a Robert Williams, where when healthy, just an incredible shot blocker and defensive player, but has been injured for so much of the time that kind of tough to rely on. And in the context of if they were ever to join the Warriors, I'm thinking, yeah, that's great in a hypothetical situation, but who knows what you would really get production-wise. If he's out there tonight, that's a tough task for the Warriors because, and to your point of if they play Towns and Robinson together, we'll compare it to Minnesota last year. The Warriors have gotten the better of Minnesota this year, but when they had Gobert and Towns, that was a matchup that really gave them a lot of problems last year. So going to be worth monitoring. We'll see who gets the Jalen Brunson assignment, if it's Moses Moody, who did a really nice job on him last year. Lots to monitor. And, of course, if we get any update on the status of Stephen Curry during the show, we will make sure to throw it your way. On the other side, let's talk a little bit of Giants because so far to this point in the week, the first 6 hours, it's been a lot of Deebo trade, NFL rumors. We had Corbin Smith to talk about DK Metcalf and Dubs basketball as they now are sitting in the 6th spot for the time being. Let's see what's been going on in Scottsdale as we get ready to catch up with JT Snow. We spoke with him before his trip, and now we get to reconnect on his observations from being down there with Bob Melvin and this coaching staff. We'll do that next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your 6th seed Golden State Warriors head to Madison Square Garden to take on the New York Knicks. But they've climbed all the way to 6. Why stop there? How high can the Warriors go as they finish out their final 21 games? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR to chime in.
Hey, I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? If you do, you probably have thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO, ICL. But if you need readers or bifocals and you need them now, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. It's called CLR Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye a few summers ago, and I see perfectly without any kind of glasses, including those annoying readers that look so good on your nose. It's truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar this Friday at noon. This Friday. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, you will never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. It's coming up this Friday at high noon. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, and no cataracts. Laser Eye Center in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with us, Papa and Silver, with the Gregs on a Tuesday as we take the conversation from a little bit of Golden State Warriors, Draymond Green's birthday, what is DK Metcalf's foreseeable future going to look like, and move it to the San Francisco Giants, because right now on the MLB TV free game of the day, shout out, we got them playing the San Diego Padres in the bottom of the first. Landon Roop on the mound, and he has been looking quite good. Now, speaking of pitching, and we'll get into the Giants' current players in a little bit, and we're going to talk to JT Snow coming up at 12:50. I was reading last night what Susan Slusser put out there about Corbin Burns and the Giants, how they really weren't that competitive in the efforts to sign him despite what a lot of was out there. And so, again, this is old news now. It's not something to dwell on, but it was fascinating to me just reading some of the quotes and how Zach Gallen and Corbin Carroll and Torey Lovello were all thinking, oh, yeah, there's no way that this ends up happening. And they all assumed that he was going to end up going to the Giants. The Giants, conversely, were nowhere near close to the $210 million that he was ultimately offered. Of course, this contract has an opt-out after 2 years, and Buster Posey's been on the record of not being into opt-outs. I also wonder if part of this was just the ownership group saying, hey, don't go above this number. We know that cutting payroll has been one of the results of this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in real time when it happened, and there was a time when Corbin Burns was represented by CAA, and of course, you know, Buster's representation has been CAA over the years, and Jeff Barry has actually been hired by Buster to be an advisor with the Giants and help in contract matters. But once Corbin Burns left CAA, and I didn't even know he did, but sometime middle of last year, and it was a surprise to everybody there, and he joined Scott Boras, you knew what he was thinking, and he should. You know, he's going to be an unfettered free agent, a guy who's had a brilliant career. So there was a time early in the offseason, and we had Brian Anderson on, you know, the voice of the TV voice of the Brewers, and we talked about the signing of Willy Adames, but he basically said, Willy Adames is the greatest guy I've ever met, never had a bad day, smiles every day. And we know Corbin, you know, just in passing from pitching at St. Mary's and against him in Milwaukee and even in Baltimore, but he's not that guy, which is fine. Matt Cain, you know, wasn't the most affable, gregarious guy when he pitched. He just showed up and rode the horse. But when the Yankees signed Max Fried to that massive 7-year contract right after they lost Juan Soto to the Mets, you thought, whoa. And Max Fried's been a good pitcher. He's missed a lot of time due to injury, but Corbin Burns, you thought could get more, and you were hearing he would get more. And when he got a 6-year, $210, I, for one, said, there's no way you're giving Corbin Burns a 6-year contract. You are not doing that. It's just too much. And some of the analytics and some of the metrics show that he's been just as good in the last couple of years. Some show his fastball is not there. His spin rate has not been there. And I just think they felt, and I actually was led to believe there was more of a back and forth, but now as you hear it, There really was not. I think once he got to 6 years, they were not good. I think they were working maybe on a shorter-term deal. I'm not exactly sure if there was an offer made back and forth, but we found out pretty quickly they were not going to do that. And then they transitioned to Justin Verlander on a 1-year deal for $15 million. So they were not going to do that. But you're going to have to deal with Corbin Burns, and I don't even know who's going to be the opening day starter for Torey Lovullo. They got to go with Zach Gallen. They got Merrill Kelly as well there, but Corbin Burns is a guy who's a difference maker. And as good as they were offensively, and they were up and down and all around last year, they did not make the playoffs. They missed the playoffs last year after going to all the way to the so deep into the playoffs the year before, going all the way to the World Series. So. Giants are underway today. Landon Roop is on the mound. He just got through a clean. They're the road team against San Diego. Landon Roop is making a push here.
Yeah, he is.
They use 5 guys to start the year. He could go to the bullpen, which he did last year. Hayden Birdsong needs more AAA seasoning, but he's got great stuff. You can move Kyle Harrison to the bullpen. Eric Miller's still not thrown, but Landon Roop threw another scoreless inning. Had a punch out. When I watched him last week, it looked like he dropped down a little more to the side. And I remember his curveball, it was more right over the top, 12-6. Now it's over here a little bit more. I'd have to look at last year versus this year, but he's making a push. The big story today is Elliot Ramos is in the lineup for the first time today. He has been out. He's making a spring debut. He had right oblique soreness. So good to get the All-Star back in. Lamont Wade leading off, Wade Jr. Ramos batting number 2, which is interesting. Jung-Hoo Lee. Encarnacion is having a great spring. He's going to be your right-handed DH, and maybe DH against all comers being a righty. Bailey, Matos, Fitzgerald, and Wisely is at shortstop after missing the last couple of days. And Casey Schmidt is also playing at third base. So, and as far as the coaches they have, and we're going to talk to JT Snow about his time. And, Bryce Eldridge is not in the lineup today. I'm sure he's getting work in with Wody and Matt Williams. We'll get an update from JT Snow. So the way they're doing it is they're bringing a former great Giant player, a position player with a pitcher, and they stagger it week to week. JT was just there at the beginning of spring training, and he just came back. I think Yusmeiro Petit was there when he was there, but we'll get an update from Jack Thomas. But Javi Lopez, who worked all weekend on the radio with John, is there. Ryan Vogelsong is also a special guest instructor currently in camp. And the interesting one is Marco Scutaro.
Yes.
Is there to help make Tyler Fitzgerald's transition to second base. You think about the Giants in 10, 12, 14. They had a different closer every year. They had a different center fielder every year. They had a different leadoff hitter every year, and they had a different second baseman every single year. And in the middle of it, the 2012 team, it was Marco Scutaro. And their performance he had in that championship series against Matt Holliday and the St. Louis Cardinals, I mean, there were a lot of contributors to becoming the Cockroaches, but we knew him mainly as an Oakland A and the homer he hit off of Mariano Rivera and the Marco Scutaro chant in Oakland. But what a tremendous Giant. For a brief time, Marco Scutaro was one of the best players in baseball. What a trade that was. Blockbuster getting Marco Scutaro.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the 2012 team, as we talked about the Warriors and their championship 10-year reunion, which was, a 3-player reunion, excluding Steph and Draymond, who had a game to play. They're talking about all the championships and reminiscing, and I think a lot of fans would say that 10 was the most special because that was the torture never felt so good, finally getting over that hump. People have been waiting their whole lives as Giants fans to experience that. 14 was a different kind of special because it was the third in 5 years. Madison Bumgarner was just the ultimate workhorse coming into the bullpen in a Game 7 on the road. One of the all-time great performances. But 12, you said it, the Cockroaches, a team that just wouldn't go away, winning 7 elimination games, and Marco Scutaro being a big piece of that. And, of course, a player that was part of all of that was Buster Posey, who is now the PBO and bringing in a bunch of staffers. So we'll talk to JT Snow. I guess the last thought I would have on the Corbin Burns article, because, again, we're turning the page, but Torey Lovullo had a quote in there that said, I think a lot of times we're in that second seat to get the prize free agent, it was a really nice feeling. The fact he wanted to be here, that means more to me than anything. And the Giants, for the short term, they're going to have to deal with it and pay the price, figuratively speaking, within their own division. Now, I get that not wanting the 2-year opt-out matters to Buster Posey. You don't want to bring somebody in unless they're here for the long haul and they're committed. That's why Willie Adames was just signed 7 years straight up, largest contract in history. And a good segue into talking about Corbin Burns not coming in here is, well, what do the Giants have? Landon Roop is on the mound right now, and we can get into some of those other younger players and what they're going to do in this pitching staff in particular before we get to JT Snow. That's all coming up next. It is Papa and Silver right here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for Big Papa. There's something in your home you probably take for granted, yet you may interact with them several times a day. Without them, your life would be much more challenging. What am I talking about? Imagine your home without doorknobs and locks. Not only are they essential, they can make a bold statement about your home. At Golden State Lumber and Showroom, they offer a wide selection of stylish brass and bronze knobs and levers, from sleek modern designs to timeless classics. Need a perfect match for your decor? They have finishes to complement any style, plus their locks combine beauty and durability for years of reliable performance. I encourage you to visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click Windows and Doors for the nearest Bay Area showroom. You can make an appointment from the website and bring your architect or designer to see if new doors and windows may be appropriate for your home as well. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
6 hits, 15 at-bats for the spring, and he drives one into right field, going back, now jumping, and it's over his head. Rada could not catch up to it, hits the warning track, bounces up to the wall. Lee scores, Chapman scores, and here's Yastrzemski, and all three of them have scored. A double for Gerard Encarnacion. 4-0 Giants.
Yeah, Gerard Encarnacion on Sunday going 2 for 3 with a double, and that play you just heard right there from John Miller was a bases clearing double, getting 3 runs in there. And Encarnacion, the 6'4" big guy, strong candidate to be a designated hitter for the San Francisco Giants, and he is definitely one of the bright spots, Papa, for the Giants in spring training. Sunday just added to his very strong early spring campaign.
Gerard Encarnacion! Nacho Libre, one of Derek's all-time favorites. The guy can hit, and we saw him come up late last year. Remember when they had Marco Luciano and he was going to be the everyday DH? They lasted like half a week, and then Marco was gone, and they brought up Encarnacion, and what a story. The home run total he had early in the year, different professional leagues, and he is a huge man. He has a great opposite field approach. For a guy that big, he handles the inside pitch, and he shoots it the other way. I remember watching his very first ever BP with the Giants. He just got called up, and he had the hat going sideways. He had the elephant ears that Jorge Soler always had, where he does not tuck in the back pocket, and he just looked like, are you just coming to a brand new team trying to impress? He acted like I'm Barry Lamar Bonds, right-handed version in the middle of your lineup, and he can hit. Defensively, he's not horrible, but he really is a powerful presence. And, you thought about, the DH spot and what they would do. I would think, Wilmer would be a really good DH against all comers. Not only, obviously, you want him in the lineup against left-handed pitching as a starter at first base, but Wilmer can just hit. But Wilmer's a great pinch hitter. So to have that bat available off the bench, say the opponent start a right-hander, Encarnacion being a right-handed hitter could start against right-handed pitching, obviously, and you certainly want him in against lefty. You may rotate some guys to give him a half day off and let him have that DH spot, but it certainly sounds, and we're not surprised, that he's the guy that could be the guy there. He is just so big and strong, and then you still got Wilmer to come off the bench, so... we talked about first base a lot, and we are going to talk to JT Snow, and I do suspect, and Bryce Eldridge is not in the lineup today. I don't think it's a split squad game. It's just the one team playing on the road at San Diego. What does he do on a day like today? I'm sure he gets up early, and they go through it, and JT was working with him for a solid week, and you've got Matt Williams there, and Ron Wotus is there, and I'm sure they're doing ground ball after ground ball, and we do want to find out from JT about his instincts. He was a pitching prospect, and the days he was not pitching in high school, he was a DH, so he didn't play a lot of first base, if any. He just started playing it, and it's a new position. People think it's easy. There's a lot of subtleties on holding, on cutoffs, and you can tell a guy has not been a first baseman. It's hard to play that position, so he's big. So JT will give us the lowdown on how far away he is. We thought for a while, if he's one of your best hitters, just have him be your DH to start the year. But Encarnacion's one of your better hitters. They're not going to do that. And then how does he get better? What would be the protocol to get him better at AAA? What kind of tutelage there? Will Clark's got something going on, so I don't think Will's coming into spring training. But he did when he went to the Arizona Fall League right after and he was at every level of baseball last year, including at the end of AAA. He went to Will Clark, and Will worked with him a lot, but, was a great first baseman. JT's, every bit as equal defensively, a 6-time Gold Glover, and won him, I think, 6 consecutive years. So it'll be interesting to see what JT has to say about Eldridge and what they're exactly doing with him on a day like today when he's not in the lineup. But I think we're bracing. There's going to be a round here. We for a while there, it's February. We got months to go before this. Well, now we're into March. And the season does not start in April anymore. It starts March 27th. Mm-hmm. It's March the 4th. So 3 weeks from Thursday It is play ball. So if you want to get down to Arizona with Kruger and watch spring training baseball, you got to start figuring it out. The days of the calendar are leaving, and then they're going to come back here in 3 weeks' time, and then they open the year in Cincinnati. They're traveling, and it's time to go. So the point is, you start paring down the roster a little bit. You bring a lot of these guys in, non-roster invitees, 40-man roster, but when you get down to about 3 weeks to go before the year, it's time for the vets. And Ramos is making a spring debut today with the oblique injury. It's time for these guys to start gearing up to get their bats ready and ramp it up as far as pitching. So I do think, and we'll find out from JT, we may find out here in the next few days that Bryce Eldridge has been reassigned to AAA camp and no longer with the Giants, now over at Papago Park. And then just how far away is he? If something would happen to Lamont Wade Jr. right away early in the year, say he pops a hammy, would they just call up Bryce Eldridge right away? Is he almost ready, or does he need a lot more work, not just defensively, but after he hit that 450-foot, 110-mile-an-hour homer, he had a hat-trick game. So there's a big step up, and he hasn't been in AAA that long. Does he need really almost a full year at AAA Sacramento?
I personally want to see him down at a full year in AAA in Sacramento. And as we stand right here, I would say if he is playing for the San Francisco Giants in 2025, it would more likely be because the Giants and the majors need a big spark plug rather than Bryce Eldridge forcing their hand, because if he continues to develop well, but the Giants are staying afloat and they're playing good baseball, I don't know if there would be quite the same level of urgency to bring him up. Now, you mentioned the veterans and starting to kind of ramp up here as we get into opening day a little over 3 weeks away. I also think about, what about some of these younger guys that have a chance to be everyday players? Who could be this year's version of an Elliot Ramos? Luis Matos, somebody that sticks out to me. He's had 21 plate appearances, 0 strikeouts to this point. Had an incredible offseason in the winter in Venezuela. Then you also have somebody like a Grant McCray, who I know you think very fondly of, playing in the center field, and see what he could do defensively.
He can chase it down. I don't know if his bat's ready.
I was going to say, he was striking out a lot at the end of last year. But the point being, what do you do with a Marco Luciano? What's the future for Luis Matos? There was a big article about Mike Yastrzemski going into his 7th season. Obviously, he's a great defender in right field, but is this his swan song for the Giants, as they seem to be leaning a little bit younger and younger here in Buster Posey year 1?
Yeah, I mean, right now, and we got 3 weeks to go, but in 3 weeks from today, you got to start making your decisions, and then it's 3 weeks from Thursday, it's go time. Getting Ramos back, and he did draw a walk his first appearance. I mean, based on what he did last year, he could have a flame out of a spring training. If he's healthy, Ramos is your starting left fielder, Jung-Hoo Lee is your starting center fielder, and then you have an obvious platoon in right field between Yaz and Matos. Is there a point with Matos that he could push? I mean, there's an advantage being a right-handed hitter in a platoon. If you're a lefty, even like Mike Yastrzemski, you're not going to be in against left-handed pitching. You're not going to see a lot of lefty pitching, but there will be some. If you're a right-handed hitter, you had to have hit righties to get here. And if you're in against a lefty, that's why you're on the roster. So there could be a point where your outfield is Ramos in left and Matos in right. I do wonder if that ever happened, and what Yaz is talking about, the final year of his deal, and he's making $9.5 million. There may be a point where you move Yastrzemski middle of the year the way they traded Slater. If they did that, I would think the better call would be Ramos in right and Matos in left. Ramos has got a big-time throwing arm. He was in center a lot last year. So was Matos earlier. Matos does not get great jumps on the ball. Ramos has a better arm. He's more of a right fielder throwing arm. Problem with Ramos, he kept colliding with everybody. Whatever outfield position he was in, he was slamming into somebody going into his right or to his left. It's like, stay away from that guy. He just tracks the ball better in the corner. We're a long way ahead of ourselves. I think they're both in today. The interesting thing also is all 3 young infielders are in, and Fitzgerald's not that young. He just hasn't played a lot, but he's in his mid-20s, late 20s. Fitzgerald, assuming he's the guy to start at second, although Schmidt's in there playing third today, and Wisely's in there playing short. So all 3 are in there I would think it would be Matos would be your backup fourth outfielder, and then Wade could play some outfield as well. Encarnacion could play some outfield as well if you wanted to go that route. So you got a couple of extra guys, but mainly you would have four. I think the bigger call is, what would they do at backup middle infielder, assuming Fitzgerald's your second baseman. You would think it would be Wisely being a left-handed hitter, and this team, they don't have too many left-handed hitters on this team at all.
Or left-handed arms for that matter.
Jr. And Jung Hoo. What's that, Greg?
I said, or for left-handed arms for that matter in the bullpen.
They do in the starting rotation with Robbie Ray and Harrison, but you're talking about Miller. Somebody's going to have to come through. That's why, Eldridge is so interesting because of the raw power and being a left-handed pull hitter. And JT knows better than anybody. He went from Candlestick to Third and King, China Basin, and it's a whole different world. Look at JT's home run totals, and he's not alone. That ball gets knocked down. It looks like a short porch with a maze wall, but we all know it doesn't play like that. Eldridge is the one guy that would be able to hit the ball in the cove. He's almost a modern-day Willie McCovey, so his day will come. It doesn't sound like it's going to be 3 weeks from Thursday on the opening day roster, but we did check with JT before he went to spring training. He has come, and he is back, and we want to get the lowdown on what they have and Bryce Eldridge.
And JT Snow preached a lot of patience before going down to Scottsdale on Bryce Eldridge, thought very highly of him, but also encouraged San Francisco to be patient with him. So let's find out what JT learned from spending face-to-face time with Bryce Eldridge, what he worked on, the advice he gave defensively, his impressions of the bat, and much more around the roster here. It is Pop and Silver with JT Snow next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Francisco Giants are back in action again today, taking on the San Diego Padres with Landon Roop. The Roop is on fire. Yes, it has been, Papa, all spring long. He is on the mound today, but also making their spring debut is Elliot Ramos, returning from his oblique strain. He is in the lineup batting second in his first action of spring. So be sure to keep it locked here on KNBR, the home of the San Francisco Giants, for your latest updates from Scottsdale as opening day approaches.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bunch of newcomer to first. There goes Howell, and the ball is hammered high and deep to center field. Way back there. Goodbye! High up onto the grass-covered hillside, almost up into a grove of cacti out there. Spectacular home run for Bryce Eldridge. 5-1 Giants. It wasn't just over the wall, it almost was over the hillside beyond it.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that was quite an impression made by Bryce Eldridge, going 450 feet deep, 110 off the bat, and a whole lot to unpack here with our guy JT Snow, who we spoke to prior to his trip down to Scottsdale, and now it is time to get all the intel from what he saw down there. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. JT, great to have you back with the Gregs. How's it going with you today?
I'm good. Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks for having me back.
It's great to have you back. We're watching the MLB TV free game of the day right now. Giants and Padres. Landon Roop just got through his third inning clean. So I guess I'll just start with the broad question of how was your time down in Scottsdale, and how did being in the environment reshape some of your opinions on the team or maybe some individual players that you had since we last spoke?
Yeah, so I was down there for a week. I went down last Friday, and I came back this past Friday night. I already miss it. I miss being around the guys. I miss being around the coaches. Back in normal society now. But it's very positive. It's really good down there. Bo-Mel, the whole coaching staff, I think with Buster taking over, it's very energetic. The vibe is great. The players are working their butts off. Early work during the games. There's an energy in the dugout. I know it's spring training and there's a lot of guys down there, but I haven't been down there in the last few years, but you can tell that guys are excited, and I was impressed. I was impressed with the way the coaches hold their meetings, with the way guys are on time. Guys are early work in the morning, and I think Buster has a big part of that. I had a chance to talk to Buster for 10, 20 minutes one morning in the coaches' room. I had a chance to talk to Bob Melvin on the backfield one morning for about 10, 15 minutes. And things are coming around. And Bob's excited. He came in last year and he kind of had to put up with what was presented to him. But now it's a different time. It's a different attitude and regime, and guys are responding, and it's an exciting time to be down there. So yeah, I would say, everyone's talking about, and they're talking about winning the West. It might be tough, right, with the Dodgers. Everybody talks about the money, but I wouldn't rule these guys out. I mean, the D-backs and the Padres, these guys are going to be able to play with them if they stay healthy. They have all their guys, and you have to realize that Jung-Hoo Lee and Adames, these guys are two new bats in the lineup of 9 guys, and sometimes that's all it takes is a couple bats, and it lengthens out that lineup. And yeah, it's good. I was impressed, and these guys are. I think they're going to do some good things this year.
Yeah, I'm watching them right now. They're playing against San Diego, and we were talking about Jung-Hoo Lee, just that inside-out approach to take the ball to left center for a base hit and see what he does as a base runner over there. Let's just start with Jung-Hoo Lee a little bit. I know you played against the great Ichiro. I'm not saying he's Ichiro, but he does wear 51. He does have some of the baseball skills of Ichiro. Now he's got to refine it. The bat-to-ball skill is amazing, but just what do you see from Jung-Hoo Lee? We saw it in flashes last year, and then he obviously jammed the shoulder. But what do you see from him going into his second year, JT?
So the last couple of days I was down there, a lot of the coaches came up to me and said, "Who's made an impression? What do you like?" And the first guy that came to my mind the first guy that I liked was Jung-Hoo Lee. And you watch him, and I got a chance to watch him for a week every morning and during the games. This guy is a really, really good baseball player. He does a lot of things right. He has great at-bats, and he's just kind of the guy that's never really off balance, can throw a good at-bat on you. He's got sneaky pop, and he's one of those guys when you stand up next to him, he doesn't look big or tall on TV, but you get up next to him, he's got some wide shoulders, and he's got his interpreter down there, and I had so much fun with his interpreter, and we conversed back and forth, and he's the one guy that stood out to me. He was the one guy that I think can make this team go. Where Mel puts him in the lineup is up to him to get the most out of him, but he plays great defense. He catches everything. He runs the base as well. He's just a really, really good baseball player, and I think he was the one guy, like I said, made the impression that stood out to me, and that's what the Giants are trying to get back to is, and Buster's approach, competing and having good at-bats and playing good defense. And, if this guy stay healthy, and I talked to Dave Grushner, the trainer, during one game, and we went through his injury last year with a dislocated shoulder, pretty gruesome injury and pretty hard to come back from that, but he looks great. He can run. He can do it all, and I just hope he stays healthy. And I think the Giants fans, if he's out there for 150 games this year, they're going to fall in love with this guy because he can turn on you. He can hit it into left center. He can steal a base, and he's going to play great defense. So, he was a guy, 51. He's going to do some good things.
So great to have JT Snow on with us as he's doing great things for our airwaves, as we hope Jung-Hoo Lee does for the Giants here in 2025. Now, when we last spoke to you, JT, you said the biggest question marks for you were not so much first base and what they do with Bryce Eldridge. It was actually the interior with Adames and Fitzgerald as those inner infielders, and then Jung-Hoo Lee in center field. After getting to go down and spend some time with the team, I mean, did you get a better sense of those question marks being answered, how Jung-Hoo Lee would be as a defender? You just talked about him, or maybe Fitzgerald as a first-time second baseman, or Willy Adames in a new environment here as the shortstop?
Yeah, I think they're pretty solid. And starting with the catcher, I got a lot of time to spend with Patrick Bailey in the cages, watch him hit and pick his brain around the batting cage during BP on the field. And watching this guy catch, he's amazing. He steals so many pitches. He's a great kid. He's beefed up. He's put a lot of muscle on, and I talked to him, and he's ready for the long haul this year. He knows that he kind of faded the last couple of years, and he wants to improve on that, but he can really swing the bat. The left side is great. He steals so many pitches, and there's no – I mean, he won the Gold Glove last year and well-deserved. And then Fitzgerald just started playing, and I think in a couple games before I left, I think they were holding him out. I think he had a little back issue or something, but I watched him hit in the cage. He's got some pop in that bat, and he's excited to move from short to second, take a little pressure off him. And then Adames is just a pro. He doesn't make mistakes in the field. He has good at bats, and there's a different level for veterans and young guys in spring training. The veterans are trying to see pitches, get their timing, not so worried about the results. But he made a play the other day, man on second, and the ball was hit to his right, and the runner went to third. He just fielded it and casually threw to third and nailed the guy. Got that lead runner. You don't see that a lot with young players, but you see with veterans. So I think they're, as I said before I left, up the middle is always a key in baseball. And I think the Giants are in good hands with these four guys. If they can stay healthy and they can, play defense the way they're capable of, I think it's going to be a solid year. And they can all swing it, but you got to be solid up the middle. And I really liked what I saw from these four guys.
All right, we came in with John Miller's call of the Epic, and it was the very first spring training game on February 22nd, and he wasn't in the lineup that day, but he took the bus ride over to Surprise. Young Bryce Eldridge got in for a couple of at-bats, or struck out, and then struck back on an 0-2 pitch. He hit 110 miles per hour and 450 feet. He had a hat-trick game recently, so we will get to your defensive work with him, but just offensively, is his bat, and he did great things at a number of different levels, JT, but he hardly played AAA baseball. Offensively, does he still need a full year, 3/4 of a year, half a year at AAA, or do you think his bat is nearly Major League ready, or in fact Major League ready now?
I think he needs some more time at whatever level. Whether that's AAA or AA. I was talking to Bob Melvin as I was leaving town, and he said, we're not sure where he's going to start, but we'd love to have you come back and work with him, defensively, even offensively, talking to him in the dugouts during the game. But like I said before, he's 20 years old. I got a chance to go down and spend a week with him. he's a great kid. He's engaging. He listens. He wants to be great. And he told me, he goes, I want to make a mark in this game. I want to be great. And he's got that chance with his bat. Now, some of it's at bats in spring training. You have to realize guys are sitting around for 2 hours in the dugout. There's no batting cage under the dugout where you can go hit off the tee or get loose. So when you go in the game, you're pretty much been sitting around for 2 hours. He was getting behind in the count a lot because he wanted to see a pitch, and then he'd foul the ball off. But he struck out quite a bit when he was down there, and we tried to work with him on maybe getting ahead in the count a little bit, getting after that first pitch. But then you just have to remind yourself he's 20 years old. And like I told him, I was like, when I was your age, I was a sophomore in college at the University of Arizona playing in the Pac-12. And now you're in big league camp facing big league pitchers and some bullpen guys. So, you know, my thing would be just be patient with him. I think he's a big guy, and usually big guys, long arms, long legs, big strike zone, they need repetition every day. They need to be in the games. They need to have at-bats. When his time will come, it will come as a Giant, but I think they're doing the right thing with him and not putting a lot of pressure on him. And I also asked him, you know, he knows, he's aware of what people are saying about him, and everywhere we went on the road, the fans want his autograph, the kids know him. He's aware of that, but he's got a great head on his shoulder. He's a great listener, and he's just trying to process it all and get through his first camp. I think when he goes down to the minor league camp at Papago, whenever that is, I think he'll really take off and get some consistent at-bats. But, you know, he's getting in there for one at-bat. He's getting behind in the count, and then he's swinging and fouling the ball off. And so it's kind of unfair, but you watch him in batting practice every day, the way he works the ball from left field around to right in the last couple of rounds. And Pat Burrell is doing an incredible job with these hitters, doing more counts during BP, game situations, moving guys over, you know, getting them in with the man on third, infield back. And he can respond to all that stuff. And then he's got the one thing you can't teach, and that's the bat speed, the exit velocity, and the pop in his bat. I mean, he's launching home runs in batting practice like nothing. So, yeah, patience, and his time will come, and it'll probably come sooner than later.
Talking to JT Snow here, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Moving on to the final hour here on Papa and Silver for a Tuesday. So that was some great insight on offensively, the potential of a Bryce Eldridge. What was it like coaching him on the defensive side? Because you mentioned when we last spoke that he's 6'7", and so getting low can be really tough. And how is that for you as someone that didn't have quite the same height or the same body type as Bryce Eldridge to coach somebody of that stature and give him the proper defensive advice here at his young age?
Yeah, so it's funny because the first day I was working with Matty Williams and Ron Wotus, and we said, Bryce, you're 6'7", but you got to play like you're 5'10" or 5'11" or 6 foot. And he kind of laughed and didn't quite understand it at first, but just the fact that, I told him, I said, you know, you gotta get down with the ball. You got to work a little harder than someone like me. I'm 6'1", someone, you know, a little bit harder than me. And I go, you gotta get your butt down. You got to get your hands out front. You got to get that glove in the dirt. And just going through the progression of, and it was a lot of mental stuff, just talking to him about where to focus on the hitting zone when the ball's in the zone, where to play guys. And then we worked on, I mean, he was out there every morning with us for a week straight, and we were wearing him out. I'm sure he was sick of us, but I just tried to take an easy approach with him and let him come to me and build a relationship with him. I know he doesn't, you know, most players don't want to have a guy just pounding stuff down their throat all the time, but I was pretty open and laid back with him, and he came to me, and then, we had a good rapport, and he confided in me some stuff that, you know, that he's not comfortable with, and we worked on it, and the footwork around the bag and positioning our shoulders to the throw and little things like telling him, I said, you got to expect every ball that's pitched to be hit to you. That's the way I went about it. You might get 1 or 2 balls a game, but every pitch that's thrown is coming your way. Every throw from the infielder is going to be a bad throw, so we got to be ready for it. It's not always going to happen. And then I tried to really talk to him about fielding the ball, fielding the ground ball. I said, we at the beginning, he was trying to catch everything. I said, the catcher catches the pitch from the pitcher, an outfielder catches a fly ball. We catch the ball from the infield. I go, but when the ground ball's hit, we want to field it. We want to be fielders. So we want to have our feet light. And he's got size 15 shoe, which he's got to move, but he got a lot better in a week, and he was better than I thought when I first went down the first day. But we really worked on being a fielder and fielding the ground ball and not charging it so hard. The line I like to use is just move into the ball, use your feet. And I told him every great infielder you see has great feet. All the guys that you see that I've played with that have great hands, they all have great feet, and they're light on their feet. So we worked on the feet, and we would just stand out there during batting practice and watch live balls off the bat and just work on that first step and work on the reaction. And I told him to watch Matt Chapman and Adames, watch those guys take ground balls every day because they're so good. I could watch Matt Chapman take ground balls all day. So just a lot of stuff, and he picked it up. He just needs to get into games now and repetition. And then, of course, the first game he gets in is a tough hop, and it went down the line, past his glove. They gave it a double, but he came in and he was like, I got to make that play. And I'm like, yeah, you do. You got to make that play. And he knows. So it's a lot of work, but it's super fun. And he's also a clean slate. It's not like a guy that was a catcher or an outfielder. Now you're moving, maybe they have bad habits with their throwing motion. Or he's a clean slate. So we can work with him and we can mold him and build him. And I think he's going to be okay over there. And I think he'll do all right.
So he's not in the lineup a lot, like he's not in the lineup today. So how does the day go with him? And I know that Matt and Wody are still down there. When you were there and he wasn't in the lineup, would you just pound him ground ball after ground ball and work on his defense? And then it sounds like when they trim the roster down, and we're 3 weeks away from Thursday for the season starting, so at some point they're going to start moving guys to minor league camp. Will he play more if he goes over to Papago and is away from the big league roster? Just what is a typical day for Bryce Eldridge like, JT, when he's not in the lineup?
Yeah, so every day, depending if you're on the road or at home, the cage is open, and Pat Burrell's down there with Damon Minor, Tiny Minor, who's the assistant hitting coach. And the cages are open 8:39 every day, and they're open for an hour. So he'll go down there and get his swings in, whether it's soft toss off the tee, live, or off the machine. And then we'll grab him after that for about 15 minutes of just individual work, fundamentals. And, some days it's picking balls in the dirt. Some days we're talking about pitchers covering, PFP. We got a lot of work with the pitchers. Some days it's talking about cutoffs and relays and rundowns. And then we'll do balls in the dirt. We'll pick. And so there's a lot of stuff that goes on at first base that most people don't realize. And we just try and pick one thing a day, work with him for about, 15, 20 minutes, get him a good little workout, a good little sweat. And then afterwards, Matt and Will were great. And I would just sit and talk to him for 5 or 10 minutes, and we would just talk about things, pop-ups, and who's got priority over who, and things like that. So, and then they go in, they come out to stretch, and then get ready for the game that day in their individual group. But he's working hard. The kid's he's a great kid, and he, like I said earlier, he wants to be great, and he wants to play in the league for a lot of years, and that's what we're all hoping. So he everything we threw at him, he responded well, and he was always on time, and he was a great listener, like I said, and he we covered a lot of stuff in a short amount of time. And then when I left, I gave him my info. I gave him my cell phone number, and I said, you just want to talk, just call me. We can talk baseball, life, whatever. So we exchanged information, and I said, if you're down in Sacramento for the start of the year, happy to go up there and be there and work with you. But it was a lot of fun. It was really rewarding.
Careful with that invitation, JT, because with me having your phone number now, I might just try to do the same thing. But no, in all seriousness, before we let you go, I want to talk defense, because you are a 6-time Gold Glove winner, and you had a quote that stuck with me from our first conversation. If you can play defense at a high level and pitch at a high level, you have a chance every night in San Francisco. Now, the pitching rotation is obviously going to be one of the big question marks heading into opening day. Did you get a better sense down there of who will initially take that 5th rotation spot and who the staff feels is the most big league ready at this moment?
Yeah, so it was fun to watch the young guys. Like Landon Roop really impressed me. Just the way he moves the ball, his arm angle, it throws hitters off. He can get righties out. He's got a little sweeper slider. He's got a kind of funky arm angle. Webby was great. Verlander, threw the one start I saw him, he threw good. And Justin Verlander came in after every inning and would sit with J.P. Martinez, a pitching coach, who's a great guy and who's got a lot of respect with his pitchers. And I think he's going to do great things here. He's a super guy. We talked a lot on the bus rides to and from. We kind of sat in the back of the bus together. Verlander would go over every single pitch to every hitter that inning. The one guy, and Robbie Reyes, I saw him throw over in Oakland. He threw good. He was grunting from the first pitch, making his pitches. The one guy that stood out to me that could be, the wild card in all this is Jordan Hicks. He was throwing 98 miles an hour. He's worked his ass off all off season. He bought a house in San Francisco. He was at the stadium every day working out. He looks like a strong safety in football. I mean, this guy's jacked, and he was throwing 98 miles an hour, and you can tell when you're in the dugout, it's a different sound when the ball comes in. It's kind of like a zipping sound, and if you've ever been down in the field, his ball was zipping. He had a little control issue, but that's to be expected your first start out. Guys are nervous, and guys want to make an impression. If he can settle down, he looks like he's built for the long haul this year, and mentally he wants to do it. And I talked to Dave Righetti, who was down there. We talked a lot about him. And then Harrison threw great, and Birdsong really caught my eye. He's a big kid that can really move the ball, and he's got velocity. So Wisenhunt had surgery last year. He came back in his lefty. He could be a sleeper. So they've got some arms. And they just got to keep these guys healthy, do the right thing with them. But it depends if you want to go with, one lefty or two lefties. Maybe Harrison gets that fifth spot. But to me, Jordan Hicks is the wild card. He's got incredible stuff, and his fastball is amazing. I mean, he was 98, sitting 98 every pitch for the 2 innings he pitched. And so they're in good hands. I think the coaches they're excited and they're giddy because they know they've got some arms. They know they've got some position players now with, Adames and Chapman and Bailey. And the other guy that caught my eye was Encarnacion. He's going to make this team somewhere. He's a great kid. He's a gentle giant, real soft-spoken. But to come from the Mexican leagues to the big leagues, he's very appreciative of where he's at. And he can really hit. So look for him to do good things. And real quick, the last, Matos can really swing it. Pat Burrell's been doing a great job with him. Been working with him and Luciano every morning in the cage. And Matos is kind of old school. He's not a fly ball. He's not a, he doesn't worry about his exit velocity or his launch angle. He just lays out line drives on the barrel, and he's got a great arm in the outfield. So, and I was telling all these guys down there, I just said, make it tough on them to not take you, north to San Francisco. Just, play your butt off in spring training. Make it tough for these coaches not to take you. And those guys stood out, and hopefully they stay healthy and keep progressing. And I think the Giants are going to surprise some people this year. I really do. And there's an atmosphere down there where they're excited, and I think the coaches know that. I think Buster knows that. They're getting back to throwing strikes and catching it, and and running the bases well. And you get 3 or 4 guys hot in your lineup on a weekly basis, and you got a shot.
You got it, Jack, brother. I can tell in your voice you are energized. You like what you see, and you're coming back home. You're already home after being down there, and you're going to be at the Giants KNBR Fan Fest this Saturday at Oracle Park. It's an open house, and Dave Dravecki, Jeffrey Leonard, one flap down. Noah Lowry, haven't seen him in years. The surge protector, great Sergio Romo. Your guy, Rich Aurelia. So tell me what's going on at Oracle Park this Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. JT.
Yeah, we'll be out there, and we're going to do sign some autographs for the season ticket holders, and then we're going to have a Q&A with some of the fans, and they're staggering guys. And the Giants have just done a great job, and Buster in the front office bringing guys back. When I was down there last week, Santiago Casilla was down there, and Jeffrey Leonard was down there, and Hackman was with the guys in the cage working with some of the right-handed hitters. I was talking to some of the left-handed hitters. Casilla was really, really working with Camilo Duvall, mainly on the mental side of the game. And Santiago and I had our lockers next to each other in the coach's room, and we talked every day. And I think he's going to have a big impact on Camilo, because that's big for the Latin players, is to have a guy that played a Latin guy that they look up to. And Camilo Duvall was throwing the ball great, and I watched him throw a bullpen, and I was amazed at how anybody ever gets a hit off him. But it's just a confidence thing, and he's got to feel like he's the man every time he steps on the mound. And that's what those guys did. The Affelts and Sergio and Santiago and Contos, those guys back in the World Series days, those guys took the mound and they were the man, and that's how you gotta approach it. So hats off to Buster and Bomel for inviting us all down there, and I think the players really enjoyed it. I think they liked hearing guys, and for me, talking to Yaz and Lamont Wade and guys in the batting cage in the morning, and about your approach and about your struggles and your successes, and it's really fun, and that's a great thing about baseball. It's a hard game, but when guys are on your side, we hope it can make it a little easier.
JT, thanks so much for coming on. Great to have you. Always love the positive energy that you bring by. So if anything, it's just, no matter what happens with this Giants season, we're just going to have JT Snow booked all the time so I can get some good vibes here on a Tuesday. That's my main takeaway. But seriously, great insight. Glad you got to go down to Scottsdale, and can't thank you enough for your time as always.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack Thomas.
He is JT Snow talking about the San Francisco Giants. And, yeah, I got a little distracted there to the side watching Giants go scoreless right now. Landon Roop was balling, going 3 1/3 innings, just one hit by pitch. Other than that, really strong stuff. And now Spencer Bivens up on the mound right there, bottom of the 5th with no outs as he's working a 2-2 count. So a lot of fun stuff there. And we'll keep this thing moving. On the other side, Papa, I teased it at the beginning of the show. Goes back to the sweatshirt. Draymond Green, happy birthday, Silver Linings playlist. What do we have in store? We'll tell you next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your 6th seed Golden State Warriors head to Madison Square Garden to take on the New York Knicks. But they've climbed all the way to 6. Why stop there? How high can the Warriors go as they finish out their final 21 games? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR to chime in.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
I don't know if it's just some audio settings that we have around here, but that always hits me with a thunderous open right there in the headphones. I'm still got to regather myself, not get so lightheaded. Silver Linings Playlist today. Well, I told you before the break which direction we were going to go, and that was the direction of the birthday boy, Draymond Green, number 35. This one today is for all my millennials and Gen Zers out there, or maybe just parents who like to get down with a good old 2008 classic. The All-American Rejects, baby. That's what Draymond Green felt like he was, being underestimated for a lot of his career. And here's the deal. When you see his face, hope it gives you hell. Well, look. He's given a lot of other teams hell, a lot of other countries hell, if we're talking about the Olympics, for many, many years. 35th overall pick, now 35 years old, 13 years with one franchise, 4 NBA championships, 2 gold medals, one of the greatest basketball minds of this generation, and hasn't always been pretty. It's not always for everybody. Sometimes he's given hell to his own teammates, to his staff, to his front office, but he is Oakland/San Francisco and Bay Area to the core, and that's where he's made a home for himself there. So is it going over on 10 technicals of the season? Yeah, it comes with the territory, but also it's making some of the smartest plays you've ever seen. It's defending a drive and a shot, defending an alley and an oop, being the floor general, point forward, and the perfect pick and roll partner to a player in Steph Curry that we have never, ever seen play this game before. They're going to the Garden tonight. I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this year, Greg Papa. I don't know if the Warriors have another shot at a 5th ring, but I do know that Draymond Green is part of an era of basketball that nobody should take for granted for as long as they play. Oh, and by the way, this song slaps.
I like this song. You got me going. And if he just gave people hell, that would be fine. But he gives you more than hell. He gives you sag and nasty. No one personified Oakland, California more than Draymond Green. He's one of us. And a little different going across the bay over to the west side, but unbelievable. Hard to think the 35th overall pick in the draft, Bob Myers' first year as GM, is 35 years of age today. We've had like 35 different emotions over the years with Draymond. Love him, hate him, loathe him, trade him, cut him. He's giving me agita, not just hell. So tonight, Pajemski is playing, we think. He's going tonight. GP2 is not playing tonight. Steph Curry right now, and this is the major question, he is questionable tonight. So if he don't play, we could go swing from All-American Rejects as well. Swing the ball if Steph don't play. Swing it either way, but if you're open. So
I decided to save swing for what will inevitably be 162 games worth of baseball.
No, I like gives you hell much better than it ends tonight, which we don't want it to do. But is Karl Anthony Towns playing tonight? That'll be a juicy matchup. They got Mitchell Robinson back. Either way, and we talked to Marcus. He knows Steph as well as anybody. He knows Steph better than Steph. That ankle's going to have to be bad if Steph does not play in the world's most famous arena. Could you imagine him going in there and sitting down? I would even sit on the bench, sit right next to Spike Lee and put on the orange big glasses, Spike style, and do the right thing. But there's no way in hell Steph Curry's not playing. I don't know, but he's got to go tonight in the world's most famous arena where America fell in love with him years ago as a sophomore at Davidson, to Studio 54 game with Mark Jackson as the coach against Carmelo Anthony, all the way to when he became the all-time home run king in basketball and moved past, with Reggie Miller watching, moved past Jesus himself, the great Ray Allen. So that ankle has got to be pretty bad, but it looked like a bad roll last night. But he did finish the game, so Pajemski's good to go. GP2, no. But Steph has got to give him hell tonight. He's got to play in the Garden, right?
I would think so, but if we're going to play a little devil's advocate here, Marcus Thompson was on and he said, look, Jimmy Butler, if he gets hurt and he's had his fair share of injury history, this thing is over. Steph Curry gets hurt, obviously, and it's always been the case. This thing is over. If Draymond Green gets hurt for a sustained period, this thing is more than likely going to be over. So you got 3 aging players, and you got to be smart with how you do it. I mean, hell, look at how cautious they have been with Jonathan Kuminga this whole time. And by the way, I learned from Mark Spears this morning when he was on with Murph and Marcus that Kuminga was working out, feeling good in Orlando, blasting gospel music for like an hour and a half. He is so ready to go. I love it. And Spears is like, look, he can play music as loud as he wants if he's having a good time, ready to get back and going. So they've been cautious with the guy who is 22 years old. I have to imagine that any sort of injury with Steph, Draymond, Butler, they're going to have to take the smart approach. But you got to think Steph Curry is going to want to do everything he possibly can to be on the court tonight. My assumption is that he plays. That said, if there's a risk of something bigger and long-term with the way things are finally trending and you finally scratched out of that play-in tournament for just a moment, maybe you just got to think long-term.
So, I mean, hopefully he goes out and does the 2-ball drill with Q and Bruce Frazier and lights up New York. And they only go to New York once a year. They go to Orlando once a year and Philly, and goes home to Charlotte once a year. And they love basketball in New York. And the Knicks are good. And they got some guys that can guard him. OG Anunoby can guard him. Josh Hart. We'll see what they do. But there's no way of knowing, how the ankle is going to be. Let's hope he tries and is able to go. And then day off tomorrow, and then go to Brooklyn, USA. Speaking of Kuminga, when exactly is he going to play? When the Warriors come home on Saturday for Detroit, or next week? You got another long homestand. Portland, Sac. The Knicks? All right, we're going to see the Knicks twice in 11 days. Denver, Milwaukee, Toronto. I would assume sometime on the coming homestand. But is there any way that Jonathan Kuminga's in the house when they go to Brooklyn, USA on Thursday?
The tentative report from Shams Charania over the weekend when we were in Indianapolis is that the estimate was that he would come back during the homestand. So he wasn't officially ruled out for the entire road trip, at least the last I checked. But I think the assumption is he will return sometime in the homestand. Would like that to be sooner than later, personally speaking.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this trip, and this is the greatest trip ever, outside of when the Giants closed a year, and it was Mariano Rivera's final at Yankee Stadium. The Giants had a road trip where they played the New York Mets and then hung around New York to play the New York Yankees. That is the greatest trip ever. You stay right at 42nd in Lexington, you never leave, and you're in New York for a whole week. I love having a game on Tuesday at the Garden. The only way to be better would have been if they were off last night, and you had a night in New York before the Knicks, but they got a night after to enjoy New York City and then play in Brooklyn. But the point is, they could get a practice in, maybe not with the guys that played tonight. Steph with that bad ankle ain't practicing, or certainly Peyton or any of them, but you could get coaches and people together. There's a way to get a 5-on-5 with Kuminga and get him running up and down the floor tomorrow on the off day. I'm sure he's going to do something. So maybe Shams just reports what he's told, and that is a fluid situation. So maybe he does play in Brooklyn. If not, boy, they got a schedule. Home for long stretches, away for long stretches, on the road for long stretches. It's amazing. And part of it is the regionals. March Madness is coming to Chase Center this year in March.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We can keep this moving on the other side, but don't want to lose too much side of the clock here. We're a clock management show, as I like to say. Keep this conversation going. What to expect? Jonathan Kuminga's return. The Warriors. A little bit of Giants talk in there as well, as we're watching a scoreless game here in the bottom of the 6th against the Padres. Papa and Silver. More coming up on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. The faithful knows all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. So,
play action by Darnold back in the end zone. Sam going to throw a deep one down the field. He's wide open. Justin Jefferson inside the 49 and 30, reverses field 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Justin Jefferson, 97 yards. And now he's doing the gritty.
Okay, so that was some dirty work by Walter there, because I think he intentionally had me jump off sides like I did with Charles Davis yesterday so that Sam Darnold could be set up to throw that 97-yard touchdown you just heard back in week 2 to Justin Jefferson. We talked about how Spencer Bivens is on the mound and the Giants are slinging it right now in a scoreless affair against the Padres. We've, of course, gotten into the fact that the Warriors are playing at the Garden tonight. One name we have not mentioned today, amid DK Metcalf and all this football talk is Sam Darnold, and he was not, Greg Papa, not franchise tagged.
No, not very many guys were. T. Higgins was franchise tagged by Mike Brown and Duke Tobin yesterday. Trey Smith got the tag in Kansas City. Osa Odigizua, and I dig me some Odigizua, was not franchise tagged. And they were going to give him the non-exclusive, we heard. He wound up signing a 4-year, $80 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. I think if he would have hit the market, and we had Bram Weinstein on yesterday, the voice of the Washington Commanders, Dan Quinn was going to pounce on him, and Adam Peters. But Osa, who's a good player, very good player, 3 technique, upfield penetrator. He's overshadowed a little bit by Micah. What are they going to do with Micah Parsons and his contract and DeMarcus Lawrence? So the franchise tag deadline is come and gone. It ended at 1 o'clock our time today. So it's just T and Trey. They were the only 2 guys in the entire NFL to get the franchise tag this year.
That is
an all-time record low? That is not many. So we wondered what Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, formerly with the Niners and now the GM of Minnesota, would do with Sam. They did not franchise tag him. They are trying to sign him to a long-term contract between now and I would think Monday morning at 9 o'clock our time. Otherwise, he may get a phone call from one Tom Brady. Hey, Sam, TB here. You want to come to Vegas? So you look at the teams that are needy at quarterback, and we were just in Indy for the Combine, and Tennessee's picking one. They need a quarterback. Will Levis could be another year, but really, sounds like their coaching staff not enamored with him and his reckless play. Cleveland's got to do something with the Deshaun debacle. The Giants have got to do something. Raiders, Jets. Where else do we go here? So other teams also later on. Is Minnesota get a deal with Sam Darnold? Long-term deal. What would be that number? How do they craft a contract knowing they just used a high pick, number 10 or whatever it was? 11, 12, somewhere in there, 10, to get J.J. McCarthy from Michigan. He did not tear an ACL, but it was a bad meniscus tear. And speaking of the Raiders, he played. J.J. McCarthy did play one preseason game at Allegiant Stadium, and he was so impressive. He had a couple of bomb shots down the sideline. I don't know when he hurt his knee in that game. I never saw it, but right after that game he had surgery. So, and we got to know Sam. I think the Bay Area knows what I think of him. I thought he could have challenged Brock coming off the torn UCL to be the Niner quarterback. It never turned out that way. He was a great backup, played the one game against the Rams at the end, and that first half he played as well as anybody could play. He was so on point. Had to let him go. He made $10 million on a one-year deal in Minnesota. Man, what's he going to get now? The franchise tag would have been 4 times that. It would have been over 40.
Yeah.
So if they do sign him to a long-term deal, and this does have Brock ramifications, what would Minnesota and Ziggy Wilf and his brother sign him to? And is there any way he becomes a true unrestricted free agent now that he's tagged? And who would go get him? Would the Raiders go get Sam Darnold?
Yeah, well, it comes back to the old supply and demand, right? Sam Darnold, if they work through a contract, how does that work with a controversy? That's also one more name off the board when you list all the teams of Titans, Browns, Giants, Raiders, Jets, and we also threw in there the Saints as a team that possibly has got to figure out something at quarterback. 6 teams ahead of the 49ers in the draft. Guys like Sam Darnold could be around, and there's probably not going to be more than 3 quarterbacks taken in the top 10, if that at all. I mean, Jackson Dart impressed us at the Combine, no doubt about it, but the ratio right there is about 2-1 in terms of teams that need a quarterback and need to do something versus quarterbacks that are probably going to be available at that time. So now with Sam Darnold, if he ends up signing in Minnesota, to your point, Papa, what's the number? What do they do with J.J. McCarthy? And I would have to imagine the answer is no, but J.J. McCarthy, with having never played a game in the NFL and just looking impressive in one preseason game, would they consider possibly trading him? I'm going to say after the last 2 games with Sam Darnold against Detroit and then the playoff game, I would lean a lot more toward the no side of that equation than had the Vikings made somewhat of a playoff run. But then again, this is the NFL. Life comes at you fast.
Well, the word is I don't think they're going to trade J.J. McCarthy. It's just the way they structured their team, and they like. And he was really good in Michigan. He was 27-1 his last 2 years. His third down completion percentage was so on point. So I don't think they're going to do that. But they don't want to let Sam Darnold out of the building. I wonder if they could sign him and trade him. I thought maybe they'd tag him and trade him. But then it starts that number starts at a 4 annually. I think Sam, when you look at a quarterback's making $50-60 million, he's well worth it. But not everybody in the league loves Sam. Obviously, I love the guy. I watched his last 6 games in Carolina when Steve Wilkes was the interim. He played exceedingly well. He had one game against Tampa Bay. He outplayed them. He outplayed Baker. They should have won that game, and they would have won the division, but it didn't turn out that way. He wound up coming to the Niners on the cheap, and he was such a good teammate here. He really had 4 bad games. It was against 2 teams, the 2 against the Lions, the 2 against the Rams. And the Rams game and the Lions regular season games, the Lions' second regular season game didn't go well. The other one, a face mask in the end zone, they could have beaten the Rams. But he had a hard, last game of the year, and that was a huge game for them. They could have been the number 1 seed overall. They dropped to 5, and they lose that game. And then the Rams overwhelmed him with a pass rush. He had a hard time seeing it, but he also had 14 games where he played as well as any quarterback in football. So I appreciate his ability. He's also young. He's 27 years of age, Sam Darnold. It seems like he's been around forever because the Jets drafted him so young. So I know we're looking at the teams that are ahead of the Niners. Right behind the Niners, the Indianapolis Colts picked 14. They'd made one of the gaffes of all time with Anthony Richardson. I know they're talking about bringing a veteran in to compete. Well, if you can get Sam Darnold, you could bring him in just to start. I mean, you look at the quarterback play, and we were just outside that dome. They got a statue of Peyton, but go back to Johnny Unitas, to Peyton, right to Andrew Luck. I mean, quarterback's pretty important with a horseshoe on your helmet. Would they not be in play for Sam Darnold? So I think that's the thing Darnold and his agent have to look at. In Quessai in Minnesota, they want to keep him there. But how high? If Sam Darnold just hits free agency Monday morning at 9 o'clock, with all the way they've paid quarterbacks in the NFL, is he better than Dak Prescott? Dak's the highest paid player in the league right now. I like Sam Darnold way better. We'll see what the league says. You just need one to go out and get him, and there are a lot of quarterback-needy teams right now. We'll see, but I am a little surprised that they didn't franchise tag him, but they're trying to work out a deal. But how do they get a deal now that keeps them satisfied? If you're Sam, don't you just take it to Monday at 9 o'clock and let the whole league try to get you?
That's my assumption of what will happen, but we'll see what the Vikings do because this is not a poorly run organization. So on the other side, I want to throw out a couple of more headlines because Matthew Berry of NBC wrote a little story about 25 rumors he heard around the combine from talking to people. Of course, there's going to be a couple related to the San Francisco 49ers, so we'll get into that next, and then we'll hand things off to Dirty Work here on a Tuesday. Papa and Silver rounding things out on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Francisco Giants are back in action again today, taking on the San Diego Padres with Landon Roop. The Roop is on fire. Yes, it has been, Papa, all spring long. He is on the mound today, but also making their spring debut is Elliot Ramos, returning from his oblique strain. He is in the lineup batting second in his first action of spring. So be sure to keep it locked here on KNBR, the home of the San Francisco Giants, for your latest updates from Scottsdale as opening day approaches.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, just about ready to close up shop here. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs on a Tuesday. Papa's all ready to go for the Madison Square Garden game. We'll see what happens with Steph Curry, and we'll know sooner than later. I actually did want to get one more little football discussion in, though, is because Adam Schefter was putting out there about some 49ers trade rumors and just the fact that they're listening to any offer on the table. Here is what he had to say.
Well, again, I think that the 49ers in their particular financial situation are open to listening on just about anybody, right? And so if there's a team out there that is willing to take on the Brandon Ayuk contract with him coming off the torn ACL, I'm sure they would listen, absolutely. But again, you've got to find a team that's willing to take on the player with the injury, with the contract. That's not a simple thing to do. Look, if there's no knee injury, it's a simple deal. But because there's a knee injury, because he may miss the first half of next season, and there are questions about, when he'll get back next year, there are a whole host of pending issues. But the Niners, again, for them to play in the free agency sandbox, they're going to have to find ways to clear out salary, whether that's through Brandon Ayuk or Jordan Mason or any other player that they don't bring back or let go. They have to find ways to get money to help field the kind of roster that they want. So if an offer comes in on Brandon Ayuk and there's a team out there that's willing to take on that particular situation, I'm sure they would be open to listening to it.
All right, so he's talking about specifically Brandon Ayuk and Jordan Mason and the fact that the 49ers are willing to listen to a lot of offers. Now, on the Ayuk front, and we discussed this last week, we would say that given the injury, given the contract, we would think it is much more likely that he stays a 49er than otherwise. Jordan Mason, on the other hand, it is very interesting to see what the 49ers will do as far as the running back position. And then I referenced Matthew Berry and some of the rumors he was hearing. So he said, with Jordan Mason, not necessarily be the backup based on what he's heard, thought he could be a good trade piece. And then also, as far as anything he's heard on Brock Purdy, so far, sides probably pretty far apart. So we'll see. Brock Purdy has been out there saying he doesn't want a dramatic negotiation, but listening to offers for Ayuk, listening to offers for Jordan Mason, and all of this salary cap equation, a big part of that's going to be, what do you do with your quarterback?
Well, Jordan Mason is a restricted free agent, so he's not yet the property of the 49ers, and I think they're trying to sign him to a multi-year contract. I would be surprised if they moved on from Jordan Mason. The way Schefter started the report, like they'd be open to trading anybody, like Trent Williams. You got to trade George Kittle. You got to trade Nick Bosa. You got to trade Fred Warner. Would you trade Brock Purdy? I mean, that's the way he went. The Ayuk thing is not news. They asked John last week at the Combine about Ayuk, and he didn't really answer the question. Except, good players that get calls on, and we got to talk about him getting younger and the cash they're spending, and he kind of spun it. They nearly traded Ayuk, 11 different times in the offseason, and they didn't. They wound up signing him. As far as the knee injury, that was on October the 20th, and it was a bad one. Anterior cruciate ligament, medial collateral ligament, other knee damage. He is going. You did not have the surgery right away. You can't. It has to calm down a while. I don't know the exact date, but John mentioned markers when he goes to see Elitrash. And it's so interesting that Elitrash is the Rams doctor. He's the Dodgers doctor. He's performed surgery on just about everybody. He's the new Frank Jobe or, surgeon out there, Kirtland. Anyway, I don't, Ayuk is going to cost them a lot. As far as the salary cap hit, they already paid out a lot of his signing bonus. To trade him now would be a massive hit. Who knows? I mean, make me an offer. That's what this week is about. It's about getting clarification on your roster. When Monday rolls around, it's go time. Then it's going out and trying to buy other teams' players. But you have to assess your own players. That's one thing you can't miss on. They don't know. And the other teams that are nosing around Ayuk, they don't know. Maybe the Rams do because Elitrash has his medicals, but Tim McAdams knows. And they're So they'll be able to tell, when the marker comes up on how many weeks since the surgery on where he's at. It was October the 20th. It's a bad one. I think he will have a chance. Maybe not training camp, but the way, they do recover from ACLs. So I think there's a way. I would be surprised if they moved Ayuk. I know they're saying that, but let's just see where it goes. But this will be a busy week. As far as Jordan Mason, he's not their property right now. He's restricted. So they're going to have to give him some tender, or I think John said they'd like to sign him to a multi-year deal. So, what do they do with him? But the big one would be Dre Greenlaw, if they're able to get something done with him between now and Monday, and then likewise Kevin Givens. But, Schefter gets he reports what he's told. And, the whole world knows that they're listening on Ayuk. They just traded Deebo, but the cap hit, if they do move Ayuk, is going to be extreme. So they had offers last year. I mean, what would it take for you to move Ayuk and take that cap hit? You'd have to get a lot of draft picks coming back the other way. And they weren't offered that for a healthy Ayuk. Now, you do have him under contract, and a year has gone by on the contract. Is it easier or harder to trade him right now than it was a year ago? You had to sign him. New England had him. They offered him a huge contract. He wouldn't go. Ultimately, he would not go to Pittsburgh. But now he doesn't have any say. He doesn't have no trade. So you want him happy. But that part of it is easier. But he's a year older. He's coming off a bad knee injury, not one that he can't bounce back from. So, but there's no real news there. I mean, the whole world knows they're listening on everybody. If they said that they're listening on Christian McCaffrey or George Kittle or Fred Warner or Brock Purdy or Trent Williams, then you'd have news.
Well, that's about going to do it for us on a Tuesday. Want to thank our guests today. Thank you to Corbin Smith, talking a little Seahawks and DK Metcalf trade rumors. Want to thank Marcus Thompson, who believes the Warriors could get all the way up to 4, but we got to see what happens tonight. And, of course, I want to thank JT Snow, who joined us at 12:50 for his good energy. You can catch any of those interviews on the KNBR website, the KNBR podcast page, the KNBR app. Thank you to Walter. Good to have you back. And, Walter, I think we might be bringing back the whip around tomorrow because it is a Wednesday, and there's not much fighting going on with the shows this week. So I think we're good to do it. Derek's ready to go fight us here for dirty work. But that's just about going to do it. Papa, appreciate you, and we'll reconnect tomorrow.
Welcome to the magical world of Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena.
There you go. Walter, thank you. Hand it off to Derek, Copes, Tim Webb on a Tuesday for dirty work. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. I'd say my favorite day of the week on dirty work.
Really?
I say it all the time, actually.
Not a Friday?
I mean, here's the thing. Friday's good no matter what you're doing if you have to be somewhere, because then it means the weekend's coming, right? If you got to be at work, then Friday's fantastic anyway. Like, it didn't matter. I was a barista in a previous profession, worked at restaurants, worked in catering.
Yeah.
Worked in a communications office. They were all great on Friday because you're all ready to just get off for the weekend, except restaurants. Like, then that's kind of...
Oh, yeah.
That's when you make your money, is on the weekends. But if you're in, like, Saturday, an office Sundays, or a normal 9 to 5 or a normal schedule or a Monday to Friday, then, of course, Friday's good. But Tuesday has become, I think, the underrated best day of the show.
Well, we have the best bits that day.
They're not bits to me. It's a way of living.
It's a way of life.
It's the dirty work. It's what we're putting in.
So you're talking about grab bag and Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia.
I mean, who doesn't love the NBA grab bag? Well, except for that guy who called in that one time and said he didn't like the NBA.
No, you know what? I don't know if he hates the segment itself. He just doesn't like the constant screaming of NBA grab bag.
He doesn't. It's hardly a scream.
NBA grab bag.
Yeah, he's yelling.
Yeah, it's more of a proclamation.
Dude. Well said. He's proclaiming.
Yes,
that it is the grab bag.
Yeah. And it has to be announced. Now, is he screaming? No.
It's also kind of like a marker within the grab bag to let everybody know we're moving on to the next thing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? People clamor for it.
It's fantastic radio.
They ask for it. And you'll hear the NBA grab bag later today, as well as Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, which is a segment, of course, that Tim begged for. I'm saying we love Tuesdays, but I mean, there's no denying Tim clamored for this segment for years before somebody would oblige, and he's actually lived up to the hype. The question is, will he ever have as good of a run as he had last week? Like, he might have peaked already after the whole Young Tony spat.
Well, yeah, last week. Oh, yeah, I mean that's what started the whole beef. It's when Tim had his Kendrick moment. So we'll see if it goes to that length again.
I don't know that he may have already hit.
You're saying last week I was Kendrick, this week I'm Ja Rule.
Yeah, yeah.
No, God, I would never compare you to Ja
I don't know
Rule.
about that. That's you're not scamming people at Fire Festival.
Yeah, but let's be honest. I mean, like
Monica.
Ja Rule had a great career, though, Tim. That's what I'm saying. Like, he had album after album.
It's still going.
Yeah.
My man's still performing.
Is he still making music?
I don't know. There's a county fair coming up. I'm sure he'll be somewhere. You know what I mean?
It's been like
circuit.
Yeah.
He does a circuit.
It's been like 25 years since it's murder.
Yeah. But,
holla.
Sala. It's pretty good. That was pretty good. Anyway, we do have the NBA grab bag today. Also on the show, how about this? Former ESPN broadcaster and a current NFL analyst for the Pro Football Network, Trey Wingo.
Oh, nice.
How about that?
I wish you booked him on a Wednesday, because it'd be a Wingo Wednesday.
It would. Instead, it'll just be Trey on a Tuesday.
Oh, that's not bad either.
Look at you. You know what I mean? I'm an alliteration guy. And then who else do we have?
We have Solomon Wilcots.
Solomon Wilcots, who formerly of NFL on CBS, he was an analyst, now a host of the Opening Drive on Sirius XM, and a host of the Believe in Bengals podcast.
Yeah, so we're going national with NFL insiders.
We're talking Bengals today?
We talk a little Bengals ball.
I did not anticipate we'd be talking Bengals on March 4th. Sam, where are you? I thought if there was
I didn't have it on the bingo card.
Yeah, if we were going black and orange.
You didn't have that on your Bengal bingo card?
No. I thought we were talking Giants if we were going any black and orange.
I guess there's the T. Higgins news and
what news? They
other
tagged them?
Stuff, yeah.
Well, they got three guys they got to worry about when it comes to contracts.
So we'll get into that. Trey Wingo, 250. Solomon Wilcots, 350.
It doesn't have to be all Bengals. We can talk some 49ers.
No, we're going to go.
Bengals talk only.
You booked him. You wrote it on the sheet, and he was booked to talk Bengals.
I will gladly say that I did not. Not gladly, but sometimes I need a little help time to time. These two guests were booked by young John Joe Curley.
Young John Joe Curley. Okay,
Yes.
John Joe Curley helped us out. Anyway, Trey Wingo, good get for us.
Yes.
250 today. Solomon Wilcots at 350. Also mixed in your NBA grab bag. I'll tell you how we obtained it later. And then Tim's Tuesday takes.
Can't wait for that story.
And trivia. People want to know. They want to know how it gets here. It's a subscription
So this is really your favorite day of the week when we do shows?
I get excited because we do stuff that I do enjoy doing.
Yeah.
Don't you get excited when we're going to do something fun on the show, or you know something
Well,
fun's coming
Tuesdays
up?
I would say is probably our easiest day to plan for a rundown because I know what we're doing at 4:50 or 3:15 and 4:15.
Right. But also, yeah, you have a couple of pillars there. Plus,
Yes.
you're mixing some guests, and then you're good to go. I think of it too like the NBA grab bag is being compiled throughout the week, so you sort of see the things that are coming in. There's an NBA grab bag tracker that we have, so we can sort of see ahead of time some of the stuff that might be in the grab bag, so you kind of know what's coming.
We're constantly getting a UPS email updates.
I get like Google updates on my my NBA grab bag.
Got a little
this just in.
Yeah, a little update on Bill Belichick doing hard knocks.
Exactly where I was going. So stay tuned for what could show up in the grab bag. But what'd you think of last night for the Dubs, huh?
Kind of a slog, I'd say.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll get into it more next segment, but I would honestly say in these 3 games of the road trip, I don't think they've played very well for a full 4 quarters. I think that they had the epic performance from Steph Curry scoring 56, and they needed that to win that game. I thought they had a bad performance Saturday night against the Philadelphia 76ers. They lost that game. I thought they easily could have won that game if Draymond Green makes some layups and they don't have some boneheaded mistakes. And then last night, you're lucky that you're playing a terrible team, the Charlotte Hornets.
Play your schedule, man.
Just definitely play your schedule.
I'm
but
not going to crap on them for winning by 18 over a team they beat by 36.
I'm not crapping on it, but definitely even Steve Kerr said after the game, we're not
we
playing.
should have won more.
Yeah.
We should have won by more. They weren't playing at a super high level last night.
Well, even if you won by, really the fourth quarter was the difference last night. But if we're being truthful, I think that we haven't seen a good performance from the Warriors since they started this road trip.
Yeah, when they whooped Charlotte before they left?
Yeah. And even that one, that Charlotte's a terrible team. So you're not getting your best performance, but last night's fine. Tonight will be interesting. We'll see what happens with Steph Curry. He tweaked his ankle a little bit. No GP2. He had a nose contusion.
Yeah.
I love the injury updates from the Warriors. Always contusion involved.
Well, yeah, it's just kind of you got banged up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just sort of banged and bruised.
He's got a bleeding nostril.
I like when they're more vague about it when teams go GP2 out tonight, nose. I told you I told you the one I really liked.
Nose.
This is the one that made me laugh out loud a couple of weeks ago when spring training had just started. I saw on MLB Network they were scrolling on the bottom line a bunch of injuries just for players, and I just looked up and I was looking at the bottom line. It said Giancarlo Stanton out (parentheses elbows). I was like, what is it? Did you get tendonitis?
Both of them?
Yeah, I was like, what happened to both of his bows? You scrape them up on a skateboard or something? Jeff Kent style, falling off the motorcycle. That was a bummer, man. Still won the pennant that year. Anyway, no Giants black and orange, Tim. Only Bengals today.
Only Dracula music, only Bengals talk.
Only Dracula, only Bengals
only 80s
talk.
Joel.
Anyway, I will agree with you in that the 3 games so far on the road trip have not been terribly sharp.
No.
Now, to say they needed Steph to go for 56, but that's what he's capable of doing when you have the roster that you have now. You also didn't have Jimmy against Philadelphia. They didn't play well by any stretch. I thought last night was a fine win, and I think that's probably how Steve Kerr felt, but they were not all that sharp.
A win is a win is a win.
And he did say going into the game yesterday, no intention in resting the vets on the back-to-back just to rest them.
Right.
But he did say, Steph Curry said after rolling his ankle at the end of the first half yesterday, after the game, he said, his intention is to play today, but he said, I'm going to listen to my body. We'll see how it feels in the morning. So
yeah, well, we'll see. And Marcus Thompson just joined the Gregs, and he believes that it's Madison Square Garden. Steph Curry's going to play. But we'll see. Obviously, there's a back-to-back, and maybe get a day of rest, and then you are all good to play Brooklyn on Thursday. We'll see what happens. But not feeling great about this one. I know Karl Anthony Towns is questionable for today's game as well because he's got some personal issues. We'll see if he plays. I'm assuming you're going to have to change the lineup regardless if Steph plays or not. You maybe have to go a little more big with Karl Anthony Towns playing.
A little more QP tonight. What do you think?
Quinn and Post?
Yeah.
Could go that route.
I don't know.
What's the deal with Trey Jackson Davis? He's just battling an illness right now?
I don't really know. Is he out illness? Is that what it says?
He's been out for a little bit of time. I don't.
Played 1 minute yesterday.
Oh yeah, he actually did play yesterday. 2 minutes.
There you go.
I think at this point
he was just on the bench.
Yeah, I think Quinn and Post would be probably your starting 5, but we'll see. We'll see if Steph Curry plays.
Yeah, no GP2 tonight, but Steph Curry questionable, I guess, entering play today. And Steve Kerr said originally no intention to just rest the vets, so we'll see how Steph feels. But 21 games to play. They're now 8-2 since they traded for Jimmy. They're 8-1 when Jimmy plays. He had an okay game last night. He had 3 assists, or a handful of assists. He had 13 points, I want to say.
4 assists, 13 points.
There you go. It just hasn't been attacking quite as much. And Draymond said as much after the game. He's like, he needs to attack. He needs to go get a bucket, go get after it. Now he's still been able to help them space the floor, and I think it's still pretty clear the offense looks different when he's out there. Again, last night just not an incredible game. Good performance though from Pods again. Another double for him.
Yeah,
11 boards last night from Pods. And how about this?
A solid win.
When Buddy Hield scores 19 points, the Dubs are 10-0.
That's a secret sauce, baby.
That's a weird note.
We need Buddy Hield going off in every game.
So I said when they got Jimmy, at 31 games to play in the season when they acquired Jimmy. They're about a third of the way through now. 10 games in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I asked you, do you think they can go 25-6, 24-7? You've seen about a third of it, and they're on that pace. How do you feel?
Right now, I feel like they are contenders again, and they're definitely, I think, a 6 seed at the most, and they are that right now. We'll see if they hang on to that. My thing, though, is are they going to get higher than 6? Are they going to compete with the likes of Denver? I have my doubts. I doubt about Memphis. Just as far as finishing the regular season, I'll save the postseason talk. Yeah, I do think they could go on a strong stretch here, but I will admit, and it's just one game, you can't really go crazy about one game or one loss in the NBA. The the loss to the 76ers kind of has me a little worried, where if Jimmy Butler does miss time, you kind of revert back to the team we saw for most of this season. So they just need to get a better flow going, even with Jimmy right now. I feel like Steve said it last night. They're a little stagnant. Like they're going back to a little bit of a guy brings it up the court, and then they just kind of get stuck.
Yeah, they got to move the ball.
Move the ball a little bit more. Like I hear Draymond on Jimmy needs to attack, but only if he needs to.
That's going to help him move the ball, though, too. It's going to help him collapse. That's the paint game that they were lacking that he brought, you saw in the first few games.
Yeah, but that's the best style of basketball, in my opinion, is when the Warriors are at their best, they move the basketball. Like when Kevin Durant was here and he was just bringing the ball up the court and doing pick and rolls with Steph and just, being who he is, that was incredible. But the Warriors are at their most lethal when they're moving the ball around, and that's what I see more of.
We also, by the way, we'll get into this a little bit more after we take a break, but before we do that, still an incredible giveaway going on, doing it all week long. 2 tickets to go to Levi Stadium in October to go see Billy Joel with Stevie Nicks.
Stevie.
They're both coming to Levi Stadium October 4th of this year. Tune in all week long. The morning show is giving these away, too. So you get 2 chances every day, and the tickets aren't even on sale until Friday. So tune in all day between 3 and 6. We're going to give you a cue to call. All you have to do is be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win the tickets. You'll get 2 before anybody else can even buy them. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. And again, the tickets go on sale this Friday, March 7th, 10 a.m. through livenation.com. Tim, what's our cue to call?
Said goodbye to me tonight.
Start the fire, buddy! Come on, man, play something from a stranger!
We strictly do 80s Joel music, sir. And why you needed me to.
80s Billy Joel doo-wop sucks!
Hey, listen, mother. We only sing 80s Joel.
We only sing 80s Joel. If you hear that between 3 and 6, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets. Furnished by Live Nation, rules at KNBR.com.
When's that concert? October 4th?
October 4th of this year.
Well, that would mean the Niners are probably going to be on the road that weekend because that's a Saturday.
Look at you.
Process of elimination. I love doing a little hypotheticals with the schedule.
Would you study rocket science?
Yeah, program director Mike Holler said the same thing. As a big Joel fan, he's very sad about it.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's going to miss out. Damn. That sucks for Mike.
He'll be on the road.
Yeah.
He'll be on the road. Mike's Titans, #1 pick. They going to hang on to that thing?
I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot of speculation.
Whoa. Only Bengals talk, okay, guys?
Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Oh, Tim,
this is a Bengal show today.
Would you accept some talk about Tim's Falcons?
No, Bengals only.
No, none of Tim's Falcons.
80s Joel.
It's a Who Day show today. It's a Who Day.
It's a Who Day. It's a Who Day.
Who Day say going to beat them Bengals?
It's a Who Day with Trey today also. Trey Wingo joins us at 2:50. The NBA grab bag right after Trey at 3:15. Plus, Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia at 4:15. Solomon Wilcots, former NFL analyst on CBS and as a show on the Believe Podcast Network, Believe in Bengals. That's why we're talking Bengals today. We'll talk more about the Dubs win last night. Dubs win. Derek wasn't happy. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors notched a 119-101 win in Charlotte last night and head to Madison Square Garden for the second half of a back-to-back versus the Knicks.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
John Dickinson will follow the game immediately on KNBR, so call in and tell him why you love Quentin Post.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
They come up with a steal. Draymond on the deck. Buddy, a warm-up three. And he got it!
That is easy.
They've been 9 of 35. And finally, a three goes in. Jamski back out to Draymond. Buddy Hield's hit 2 threes in a row. Draymond trying to set him up again. Butler over Nurkic. Jimmy Butler! Only his second made three in a Warrior uniform, but it comes at a good time.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Warriors get a win, an 18-point win in Charlotte. And Depop was not thrilled with the victory.
Hold on. A win is a win is a win.
Dude, what makes you happy, man?
What makes me happy? Well, long walks on the beach.
No, come on.
Poetry.
Come on.
A nice glass of scotch, and of course, my friend Baxter here.
He's like, I do. Yeah. Very good scotch. I thought you were going to be like 22-point losses to the Chiefs in September or something like that.
No, I'm used to that. That makes me really happy.
Dropping a game to the Chargers week 17 and missing out on the postseason.
Oh, God. Can I talk about the 2011 season for you real quick?
Yeah, no.
We got Carson Palmer, and then Tebow made the playoffs. Anyway. So, no, but like last night, they won by 19, and you're not going to poo-poo that. But, like, did you go back and watch the game? Like, for the most part, I was like, yeah, this game kind of sucks. Like, it's just like, yeah, it's a Warriors win, but like, no one's playing great.
I mean, I'll tell you, in the Jimmy Butler era, and you know me, I'm not an NBA guy per se. I'm an AC NBA guy, which started February 4th. Adam Copeland's NBA.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, my dubs with the acquisition of Jimmy. That's when I officially got back in. That's my part. My point of
AC.
Yeah. That's when I embarked on this journey
after Christ basketball.
I will say that was the toughest game to get up for me.
Yeah,
because even after the Saturday night loss of the Pistons, like Saturday night, you're not focused on what's going on per se. I was out having a good time at the Mardi Gras thing, but Jack Loader and I caught a bunch of the game at the North Star and what did I say? Pistons. I meant 76ers.
Yeah, 76ers. Pistons this Saturday.
Excuse me. Yeah, but we were watching the game, but like it's not something I was like marking my calendar for. I was excited to see them play on this road trip, but that was my thing, was the opposition on this road trip was inferior. So, toughest game to be, like, excited for, sure, yesterday against Charlotte.
Yeah,
so I'm hyped they won because they needed to win after losing on Saturday, for sure.
No, I mean, if you followed up yesterday with a loss to, of all teams, the Charlotte Hornets, then that would be catastrophic. Not catastrophic, but it'd just be like, damn. Unacceptable, yes.
It's just kind of one of those games where it's like you're supposed to win. So if you win, you're like, if you lose, it's what happened, you know? And they didn't play spectacular. They really didn't. The fourth quarter kind of put it out of reach. Some of those threes
They
fell
landed 3-point shots in the fourth quarter. That was the difference.
Kind of flat.
Okay, but I mean,
win's a win. It's fine.
They didn't play their best, and they won on the road.
No one's knocking the win last night. It's just like, as far as performances, it's like, we're talking about a 18-point win against the Charlotte Hornets. Now, I think Steve Kerr felt that frustration too, because I have to believe that I don't think that he thought every time LaMelo Ball had the basketball he was traveling. And I think Steve Kerr just likes to send messages to his team sometimes. So he just got a tech and wanted to light a fire under him. Draymond Green, on the other hand, him pushing, what was his name, Salon?
Yeah.
In the throat? That's a...
Is that how you say his name?
I think that's how you say his name, Salon.
Salon, yeah.
Salon.
Surprised he didn't go after Nurkic.
Yeah. I forgot Nurkic was there.
That is there too. Dude, I saw somebody tweet that. Dude, Nurkic is on the Hornets.
Yeah.
I was like, nice.
But yeah, like the Draymond, like, you know, the reaction and then the tech, like it's also hilarious. Like we'll discuss later on. Like, didn't Draymond start the season off by saying like, I plan on getting like 10 texts, max.
I don't remember. Did he make a claim on his number?
He said on his podcast, I plan on getting only like 10 texts this year, maybe less. And now we're at 12. We're at 12 in March.
Well, you get 16, I think, is when you get the suspension. Right?
Yeah, that happened to Anthony Edwards.
He's at 17 right now. So you get 16, and then the 17th, you get a suspension, one game.
But yeah, that was clearly a flagrant one.
Draymond third in the league right now.
It's Anthony Edwards and who else?
It's Dylan Brooks, number 2. He's got 14.
Brooks. Yeah, but I mean, like the game kind of went on a little bit, and I don't know, it just wasn't a great win. But yeah, you're 2-1 on this road trip. I would have preferred 3-0. Like, how are you feeling? Like, you thought they were going to go 5-0 on this road trip.
Well, I told you they already let me down.
Yeah.
I was looking at 5-0, and
Copes is a disappointed dad right now.
So if they go 2-2 after tonight,
I'll be
apoplectic.
I'll be watching spring training ball like knee deep tomorrow. No,
well, how?
I'll be grinding. I'll be rewatching games at night while they're playing. No, I mean, like it would. I don't know that it would change my scope on what they're capable of, but I would certainly think, okay, something is now wrong relative to where they were when this started. And again, we've looked at the schedule and said these are inferior teams. They have one of the easiest schedules left in the Western Conference. On paper, and what we've seen from them through 10 games should show you they're capable of doing certain things consistently. And an 18-point win last night, while it wasn't thrilling, and they didn't play a super sharp game, I think that sometimes happens on the road, especially against inferior teams. A team especially they just beat a couple of games ago. You know what I mean? Like 4 games ago.
I get that.
How am I feeling about them? I think this is the least sharp they've played since Jimmy got here.
I agree.
I think that's kind of where I'm at. And in that span, they're still 2-1. Let's see what happens tonight. And if Steph doesn't play tonight, it changes a lot about how you view this game.
Yeah.
So if they lose this game and Steph doesn't play, I'm like, wow. Everything you think and you know about the Warriors is based on Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond being on the court.
Honestly, I'll give them a pass tonight because Steph is injured. They're not going to have GP2. Even Pajemski got banged up last night with a knee injury. If they come in,
I don't need that right now.
I know.
He's having the best stretch of his career.
And back-to-backs are difficult, especially when you go to MSG. So if they're limping into this game, I would understand why they would lose. So I think we're very,
You calling for a loss tonight?
I'm not calling for a loss. I ain't calling you for dinner either. I'm just saying, like.
What's that?
I don't know.
Yeah, nice. That's good. No, I like that. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I did see a loss tonight. Just given the circumstances, it kind of makes sense. Like, if Steph doesn't play tonight,
well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't
either.
like our chances.
Are you calling for a loss? Do you think they're going to lose tonight?
Well, I thought they were going to lose. Like when we were talking about the road trip initially before this started, I had always this game marked down.
Derek's been rooting for a loss for this game for like a week.
I ain't rooting for nothing.
Should you put it on the board?
Yeah, dude, put it on the board.
I'm not putting anything on the board.
You won't put a claim out there that the Warriors lose tonight?
I just think that it's probably trending in the direction of a loss.
So you think they're going to lose tonight?
If I had to guess, yes. But that's okay.
Should we put it on the board, Tim?
I think it should be on the board.
Out of any of the games, you thought they were going to lose the Brooklyn game on Thursday.
Yeah, but it was also a half riff. I was like, they'll be 4-0 going into that game, party in New York, and then lose to the Nets. It was more of a New York flu sort of joke. I sort of thought if they went 4-0, they would smoke Brooklyn and then come on home. In reality,
now in hindsight, like if they lose tonight, then you're definitely gonna need that Brooklyn game. But yeah, I mean, this is one of their bigger tests.
God, I don't want to get into the mindset of like a 3-2 road trip is acceptable. And it's funny because it is. Like you win more than you lost on the road.
Yeah.
But you kick too many games early in the year for it to be acceptable at this point.
No,
you kicked Toronto, you kicked Utah.
You've accumulated too many losses at this point. But they did obtain the 6th seed. We'll just see how long they have it for.
From the YouTube chat, Pat H says, is Derek rooting for a loss? 808 KNBR.
I ain't rooting for nothing.
808 KNBR, and he ain't calling you for dinner either.
I ain't calling you for dinner.
It's
not. So you think they're going to lose tonight? Yes or no?
Let's see what happens with Steph.
Dude, why can't you answer the yes or no question?
Can I get all the information before making a proclamation?
Okay, if Steph plays, do you think? Because if Steph doesn't play,
I think they have better chances of winning.
Yeah, we wouldn't hold that against you if they were like, they're sitting Jimmy and Steph. It's like, well,
it's going to be tough though, back to back. I always have this game marked as a potential loss.
So do you think they're going to lose?
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Okay, we got you to say it.
Yeah.
Just like we got you to admit you were a Giants fan last week.
I admitted nothing.
You have 3 favorite Giants.
You backed me in a corner with that.
You gave me 3 different favorites.
You can't put Papa in a corner.
You gave me 3 separate San Francisco Giants that are your favorites. And you ranked them.
Well, because you asked me for...
And you had answers.
What am I going to say? Nobody?
Well, I mean, you could have, but you didn't. You said Matt Chapman, then you said Logan Webb, then you said Willie Adames.
I have to cover this team. I have to know these players' names.
He's got favorites.
I got no
I tell you what, I don't have a favorite. I don't have like my favorite like Houston Astros. You know what I mean? You don't have favorites of teams.
You're not covering the Astros. I mean, this makes no sense. This is a terrible comparison.
You're a fan of the Giants, is all I'm saying.
It's okay, man.
Just
plenty of room.
It's okay, dude.
I'm going to lose it.
You've made the change.
About to explode. By the way, if Steph sits, I mean, I think I would kind of like to see what Jimmy could do being the number one. You know, he's kind of not been playing in that role, and he's been doing it very effectively as a 2, distributing, getting to the hoop. But if he has to be the guy, might be nice to see him put up 21 shots. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, Tim. See, that's the mindset I'm looking for my Dubs. Not Derek calling for losses. Dude.
I ain't calling for nothing. I'm just saying that I don't like their chances without Steph. But that's a good point, Tim. If there is no Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler may have to be the Jimmy Butler of old in Miami, where he takes everything on his shoulders and goes crazy, which would be interesting to see.
Haven't seen him do that.
And I don't know how that would work with the way that the Warriors play right now. Maybe he just tells everybody, okay, Pods, Moody, get out of the way. I'm just doing this. I'm doing the Michael Jordan thing tonight.
How you feel about Draymond's offense right now? I mean, he's been really aggressive offensively. He had 16 more last night.
He's been playing well. I mean, today he just turned 35.
We'll talk more about that later.
I think that he's playing fairly well. I think that before Jimmy, they were asking him to do a lot more offensively. No, Draymond's playing great right now. It's like, I like the combination of him and Jimmy on the floor, and I wonder what that's going to be when Kuminga comes back. Is it going to be 3 of those guys, not on the starting lineup, but maybe the closing lineup together, which I think would be kind of overkill. But no, Draymond's playing great. It's just the conversation I want to have later with Draymond is he's 35. He's getting up there, and so is Steph Curry. I wonder if, Draymond's definitely important to their success going forward. But now they got Jimmy Butler. If something comes up in the offseason, is it maybe are you willing to say we can move off of Draymond Green?
Hold on. We're shipping Draymond out on his birthday now?
Not on his birthday.
Jesus, Derek.
It would be in the offseason.
It's his birthday.
You can't trade anybody right now.
And
folks.
on his birthday, man, you're just talking about unloading him. We're trying to make a run. Guy says, I got a championship team right here. And Derek's like, get the hell out of my city.
Well,
and happy, blow your candles out and then get out.
That's where I said, get the hell out of my city. Get the hell out of my city.
I'm a baseball guy now.
It's as much as my city as Draymond City is at this point.
Jesus, dude. Trying to have a little positivity about the Dubs.
No, Draymond's playing great, but I do wonder, hypothetically, like we talked about the whole thing about, would you trade Kevin Durant or would you trade Draymond Green to get Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
If that comes up again, who says no?
Yeah, but why are we talking about it now?
Because it's his birthday.
No, that's I'm like, what?
It's his birthday. He's getting a little older.
I just
Pack your crap, right?
I just want to run down the list of things that have happened this segment real quick. Okay, Derek calls for the loss against the New York Knicks tonight. He's not thrilled about the 18-point win, and it's Draymond's birthday.
It was kind of a slog.
And he wants to trade him.
Yeah, and apparently the Giants are my new favorite team.
And his 3 favorite Giants are Matt Chapman, Logan Webb, Willie Thomas. Yeah, you've got your 3 favorites.
I can name more players on the Giants than I can the A's at this point.
That tells Tim.
So can most A's fans.
Same. I couldn't tell you 3. That's about it again.
I got a Butler in there somewhere. I got a Severino.
Yeah, Severino, the highest paid A in history.
Rooker,
friend of the show.
Yeah, Rooker, friend of the program. Dirty work rolls on a Tuesday afternoon. Derek, jeez, man. Just all negative on the Dubs now.
I'm not being negative.
8-2 in the Jimmy era, and he's like, ship him out. Get rid of Draymond.
Don't call me negative, and don't call me for dinner.
8-3-1. Derek's a lawn chair.
When we come on, actually, I want to hear from Steve Kerr. We'll do that when we come on back. Steve Kerr on Jimmy Butler being a perfect fit with Steph. If Steph doesn't go tonight, can he carry the load? I'm calling for a win tonight. Okay. I think they step it up tonight. I think the win is coming. Despite Derek's best attempts to cast a spell on the Dubs. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Greatest show in America rolls on. Can the Warriors hang on to the 6th? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Nobody ever hit the glove. The big cat came close. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work with you on a Bengals Tuesday.
We have fun on Tuesday.
We do. Tuesday's a great day, man. It's a favorite day of the show. Trey Wingo joins us, former ESPN broadcaster and NFL analyst on the Pro Football Network in about 10 minutes or so at 2:50.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, we'll talk to Trey. We'll whip around the NFL. A lot of stuff coming up with the franchise tag deadline and, of course, legal tampering starting. And Davante Adams was cut today. There's a lot of news around the NFL that we can get into. Also, draft coming up. So definitely some good stuff to get into with Trey. But back to the Warriors tip real quick after the 18-point victory in Charlotte last night. 8-2 now with Jimmy Butler, 21 games to play. And by the way, 8-1 in games that he's played in. I know it doesn't make anybody happy that they lost the game against Philadelphia on Saturday and they shouldn't have. Jimmy didn't play. Sort of funny, though, because you're like, well, they just kind of reverted back to the team they looked like before that. And I asked Marcus Thompson that yesterday because I thought Steph looked like he was laboring in the first half, like he was having to do a lot to get the offense going without Jimmy there.
Yeah.
But to your point, it just seems like they've just sort of clogged up in general. Like they've slowed down a little bit, even with him on the floor last night. And so I asked Marcus, and he said it didn't look like they were playing all that much different. Didn't look like it was like, Jimmy wasn't out there, but it wasn't like majorly noticeable. I thought it was a little bit, but in the time he's played 8-1, they should look different when he's not there. That's the point. That's the point of the acquisition, right?
Yeah.
That they're a different and more consistent team when he's there. The question is, can they hold on to the 6th seed? So as it stands right now, after the win last night, Warriors move up in to the 6th spot. They are 4 games back of the 5 in the Houston Rockets, who lost last night. Memphis is also 5 games out. That's the 4th seed. Memphis has now lost 3 in a row. Rockets have lost 2 in a row.
Damn.
Lakers still the hottest team in the West right now with 6 straight wins. OKC are the ones who beat Houston last night in Oklahoma City. Dallas now is at the 10 spot, but they just found out Kyrie Irving's out for the season after tearing his ACL.
That's rough.
I don't know what happens to them. They're 2 games over 500. Now, Marcus asked me yesterday, can Phoenix still get in? And I was like, I don't think so, man. But, I mean, Phoenix is closer to the Blazers at 12 than they are to the Mavericks at 10. But the Mavericks now, Anthony Davis coming back. We'll see if they play him the rest of the year just to hope this thing works out.
God, Nico Harrison is just having the season from hell right now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
He obviously thought that they would make this team better and a championship contender and focus more on defense with Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving and Klay Thompson. I wonder what Klay's thinking right now, too. But you can't think that the Mavericks, you can't like their chances right now for being a play-in team at this moment with Kyrie being out for the remainder of the season, and you got to think about what's going to happen for his future. We looked it up. He has a player option, so he can opt into that, and he'll be there for.
I imagine he'll take his $50 million and sign up with the Dallas Mavericks next year. Yeah.
Oh man, wow. But I can't imagine that they're going to. And we have no idea when Anthony Davis is coming back, so I think that there's a chance for Phoenix to slip back in. But that's only. I mean, honestly, it's terrible for the Mavericks. Only good news for the Warriors because it's less competition. And I think that they'll probably stay at the 6th seed. I can't see anybody else catching them. Maybe the Clippers, because the Clippers have a 2-game edge on them as far as just head-to-head.
Who are you talking about?
The Clippers.
Catching the Warriors?
Yeah. Right now, unless...
Well, the Clippers are tied in the loss column, but they've played 1 less game. They're a half game back of the Warriors right now. So I was going to ask you that. When you're looking at the teams who are behind the Warriors, capable of catching them, you have 3 teams within a half game. Clippers, Sacramento, and Minnesota. Minnesota plays one of the easiest schedules remaining in the NBA. I think they're easier now than the Warriors for the remainder of their opponents. They're 33-29. They've got 1 more loss, but the same number of wins. So the Warriors have the half-game edge there. Of the 3 teams there, Clippers, Sacramento, and Minnesota, who are you most concerned about behind the Warriors?
Minnesota. Just because of what you said with the easy schedule, and Anthony Edwards is one of the best players of basketball. And I think that right now they could rival the Warriors as far as how much talent they have. But as far as the other teams, Clippers, Kings, let's take the Mavericks out of it, I think the Warriors right now have a better team, a better talent than those 2 teams. So I feel fairly confident that the Warriors will stay at the 6th spot and maybe even move up.
Sacramento's got the 2nd hardest schedule remaining of all teams in basketball. Phoenix has the hardest, by the way.
And I think the Rockets could slip here or there, but I still think that maybe they stay above the Warriors because what do they have? They are 4 games above them right now. Yeah, so that could happen. But, I feel fairly confident that the Warriors are going to stay out of the play-in and they'll remain at least at the 6th seed.
Yeah,
I feel good about that.
I feel good about the 6 too. If you're just looking at the strength of schedule stuff again, it's the Minnesota Timberwolves have the easiest schedule remaining in the Western Conference. 20 games to play. Their opponents' combined win percentage is .435.
Yeah.
Houston, the second easiest in the Western Conference. Dallas, the third easiest is Dallas. And then the Warriors now are 4th, 5th, 6th easiest remaining. Still just a .513 win percentage for remaining 21 games.
Can Klay Thompson be finally the hero and not the sidekick and carry a team to the playoffs?
Oh, I don't know.
That's going to be tough.
We'll see. Anthony Davis, if he comes back, is effective. He'll be the one there. But 21 games to play. They're in the 6. Is it going to take a 25-6 run out of the 31 games
to maintain at the 6th seed?
That Jimmy Butler's here to solidify that you're there winning tie breaks, that you're over. There's 3 teams within a half game. That's what Steve Kerr said last night. Everybody's bunched up, which is what's going to make
keep pace
tough.
with everybody else. You definitely got to keep pace with the Clippers and pretty much the Kings, and we'll see what happens with the T-Wolves here. But the best thing right now for the Warriors is their season series against Minnesota, where they have the advantage 3-1 there. Clippers have the 2-game lead on them. I don't know what the record is against the Kings this year, but yeah, right now I feel fairly confident that the Warriors will be at least at the 6th seed, just based on the talent they have right now. They're leaps and bounds better than most of these teams.
I want to hear from Steve Kerr, but we can do that later. We'll play that sound from Steve Kerr a little bit later on Jimmy Butler and his fit with Steph Curry, especially because who knows if they're going to be with Steph Curry tonight. Waiting to find out what his status is against the Knicks.
We'll get that update.
We'll get that update as soon as it becomes available to us. As he rolled his ankle last night, said that he would wait and see how it felt today, but he said he was hoping to play, quote, "I'll listen to my body," is what Steph said. Always a wise thing to do, listening to your body. It's why you don't eat certain things before the show anymore.
Oh, yeah, no. I listen to my body to not eat a burrito before the show.
Yeah. Listen to your heart, too, when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. Adam Copeland, Tim Webb, D-Pop with you.
My heart definitely knows what it wants
sturdy work
in that regard.
It's a Bengals Tuesday. Trey Wingo, former ESPN host and NFL analyst for the Pro Football Network, is going to join us talking some NFL next. We'll jump around what's going on with the draft in terms of where some of these guys could go. Any surprise on the 5th rounder for Debo Samuel? What happens with Myles Garrett, Aaron Rodgers' future? Trey Wingo. He'll cover it all next with us only here on Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
JT Snow joined Greggles and Pop to discuss Bryce Eldridge's struggles in spring training, but implores fans to be patient. It's early. He's young. Anyway, don't take my word for it. Check out JT and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Lots of NFL offseason stuff underway in the last couple of days and more coming up next week. Legal tampering period. We got draft right around the corner. And here to talk about it, courtesy of the Yuma guest line, former ESPN broadcaster, current NFL analyst for the Pro Football Network, it's Trey Wingo. Trey, thanks for joining the show, man. Adam Copeland, Derek Pop out here in San Francisco. How are you, man?
What's up, Trey?
Good. Always good to be with you guys. And I do love that term legal tampering. Because if it's tampering, it's not legal. And if it's legal, it's not tampering.
It's
a great time of year.
The entire year.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great oxymoron, but we all know what it is. Everybody's a part of it. Everybody's involved in it, and we're all going to cover it. So in terms of some of the news that's out there, I guess I'll just start with one of the pieces today. Davante Adams released today by the New York Jets. I don't know what his future holds. Yeah. I figure if Aaron Rodgers retires, maybe he will too. I don't know what that's going to look like for him, but receiver market is interesting right now after the trade of Deebo and the release of Davante.
Yeah, listen, the funny thing I think of whenever I think about this is I just think of the Aaron Rodgers era in New York and what an absolute disaster it was from start to finish. You remember that Leonardo DiCaprio movie, Hollywood Land or whatever?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yeah, absolutely.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah. Well, the end scene where Brad Pitt comes out with a flamethrower,
yes.
You know?
Yeah.
It just absolutely torches that would-be assassin. I feel like that's what Aaron Rodgers did to the Jets organization. He made them bend to his knee, do whatever he wanted. At the end, he just took that blowtorch and frickin' smoked him.
Yeah.
And the Davante Adams thing is just another one of those things. Whatever you want, Aaron. Whatever you want, Aaron. Whatever you want, Aaron. And it just turned out to be an abject disaster from start to finish.
Yeah, Trey, I remember 2 years ago, you were all over the meetings that the Jets were having with Aaron Rodgers. So I would assume that you're all on board for him to join the Giants, right? That's going to go smoothly.
I desperately want this to happen just for all of us to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I mean, like, same stadium, other crappy team. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. So one of the other big stories today is the extension for Saquon Barkley. It's so funny, a year removed from everybody talking about the running back being dead across the NFL. Saquon gets a $20 million a year contract. I think what they've proven is if you're a guy like McCaffrey or Saquon or maybe Derrick Henry, if you're at an elite level now and you're sustainable even after injury, you carry a team to a bowl like they've then maybe you'll get a contract in that manner.
Well, it's interesting, right? I mean, like there's two sides to this, and the first one is good for Saquon. You know, he was rewarded for one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen a running back have in the history of the NFL, and it's $36 million up front. Guaranteed, and it's a 2-year deal. But it's only a 2-year deal. Like, people were like, oh, we're going to reset the running back market because of what we're seeing in Derrick Henry and Saquon. No, it's never going to happen, okay? Saquon's going to get a 2-year deal, and then he'll be a 30-year-old running back, and he'll probably get a series of 1-year deals. Derrick Henry is right around 30, if I'm not mistaken. He's probably going to get another 1-year deal somewhere when it's all said and done. So I don't think that we're going to reset the market. What it is, it's brilliant by Howie Roseman, the GM of the Eagles. Look, you did this for us. We appreciate it. We think you have at least 2 good years left in you. Here's $36 million, right? And I know that sounds crazy to a lot of people, but, you know, you're just never going to get these 5-year – McCaffrey deals I don't think are going to exist anymore.
Yeah.
You know, I believe since he signed that first 5-year deal – with Carolina, he's missed 48% of the games that he could have played in. And whether you like it or not, that's the thing that's going to be overriding almost everything when people look at these contracts for running backs.
Trey, what do you think about this free agency class overall? There's some big names like, Zach Bond flashed this year with the Philadelphia Eagles, Khalil Mack, some veterans, Sam Darnold. But overall, do you think this free agency class is as good as maybe even last year?
No, not really. I mean, we had the last couple of years just this massive influx of quarterbacks that somehow hit the market.
Right.
And right now, Sam is the only one that's sort of going to potentially have that possibility and opportunity. I know that he and the Vikings are still talking. But, I think they're only talking because J.J. McCarthy still isn't right. if J.J. McCarthy was right, I don't think that Sam would have any chance of going back to the Minnesota Vikings. So this is a class that I think it's going to be buyer beware, and there's going to be a lot of 1 year or 2 year deals. And as my good friend Andrew Brand, let's see. I don't think we have the blockbuster Tyreek Hill type deals or the deal that Devontae got from the when he went to the Raiders. Those kind of things I just think are going to happen.
Talking to Trey Wingo, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. What do you think happens with Myles Garrett? I mean, some thoughts that maybe the Eagles would be aggressive. Browns keep saying they won't move him, which is what I would say if I wasn't going to, or if I was thinking about moving him, I'd certainly say that. But what do you think his future is?
Well, I think he's very clear that he does not want to be in Cleveland anymore. Yeah. And I know Andrew Berry, the GM, said we have no interest in trading him. Well, interest changes with complications and compensation, right? You absolutely are holding your cards close to your vest. No, we have no interest in trading him until you realize it's going to be a giant pain in the ass for you, or someone blows you away with an offer. I mean, those are the things that are going to change. And I think eventually someone will make an offer to the Cleveland Browns that they simply have to deal with because they realize this guy's probably never going to play another snap for them as long as he's an active player in the NFL.
To that end, were you surprised the 49ers netted a fifth-rounder for Debo Samuel? Because I think we were all kind of resigned to, well, who's going to trade for him if they're likely to cut him anyway, if they can't find a partner? I would have taken a seventh. To get a fifth, I thought was a big win.
I do. I think, and just to put it in perspective, I mean, like how much better the 49ers organization is than, say, some of the other organizations in football. The Dallas Cowboys traded a fourth-rounder for Jonathan Mingo, the unproven rookie wide receiver that they got from Carolina who did absolutely squat. They gave up a fourth-rounder. And Deebo, Deebo had not his best year, but he's still a threat. And you got him for a fifth-rounder. I mean, I think it's good compensation for the 49ers, and I think it's a good move for the Commanders because they don't he's not going to be their deep number one downfield threat. He's going to be a guy that they can use situationally in great matchups. And I think for what they already have receiver-wise on that roster, I think it's a really good spot for him.
Trey, what do you make about the conversation with Brock Purdy? It seems like everybody kind of goes back and forth. People think he's good, but people don't say he's elite. And then when you think he's good, people are like, well, he's not worth top of the market. He's not worth $50 million or $60 million. What do you think is appropriate contract for Brock Purdy?
He's going to get paid a lot of money, like a lot of money. I mean, just look at what we're talking about around the league right now. You know, the Raiders were willing to try and get Matthew Stafford at 37 years old. Yeah. You know, and all these other things. So people are teams are quarterback starved right now. So he's going to get paid, whether it's in San Francisco or somewhere else. He's going to get close to top dollar because there just aren't enough good quarterbacks available to play for all 32 teams right now. It's a simple supply and demand market.
Talking to Trey Wingo, NFL analyst for the Pro Football Network. Just jumping over to some draft stuff. You think Tennessee's picking at number one? Are they taking Cam Ward? I've seen a lot of speculation. Maybe the Giants would try to move up. I don't know what they're thinking ever at any point. But in terms of who's picking at one, do you think it's Cam Ward to Tennessee?
It could be. Look, they have a quarterback need, right? Mason Rudolph is not that guy, and Mr. Mayo is not that guy either. So Will Levis. Yeah. So we've established that. You know.
We got you. We're with you.
The question is, do you believe that one of these guys is whether it's Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders is top of the market? Look, we had 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12 picks last year. Historically, you know, if you go back 20 years or 20 plus years, about half of those quarterbacks taken in the first round fail. This past class, and we don't know anything about J.J. McCarthy, but I think a lot of people are very happy with Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams and Drake May and Bo Nix and Michael Penix. I think they all look like they have the potential to live up to where they were taken. I don't know if any of these guys, whether it's Cam or Shedeur, or maybe Jackson Dart probably goes in the first round as well when it's all said and done. Quarterbacks are perpetually overdrafted. And you have to be so sure when you take this guy because it'll kill you. I mean, the Steelers still haven't figured out how to recover from Ben Roethlisberger's retirement. You know, Russell has been fine. They've had some other guys. Tom Pickett has been in there. They've been fine, but there hasn't been anybody that blows you away. And so you have to be so sure and not desperate at the quarterback position when you're drafting, that you make sure you get the right guy. And they're always going to be overdrafted because it's the most important position in team sports in this country.
Yep. Talking to Trey Wingo on the Uma guest line. Trey, from what you saw last year with the 6-11 San Francisco 49ers, what do you think their priority should be in the offseason? They have some free agents, Dre Greenlaw and Telno Hufunga, Charvarius Ward, but what side of the ball do you think they need to improve on the most?
Well, let's just be honest. They're 6-11 because of injuries, right? Let's just call it what it is. Oh, by the way, they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl the previous year. The only 2 times Kyle's teams have missed the playoffs is when they've lost to the Chiefs the following year in the Super Bowl. So they just had a spate of terrible injury runs to not only the number of injuries, but at the people that they couldn't afford to lose. So if we're being honest about the San Francisco 49ers and what went wrong this past year, they got hurt. Wasn't it with the Saints that they had to call off joint practices in training camp because they were too banged up? When you're too banged up to do joint practices in July and August, it ain't going to get better. I mean, like every player will say, the best you're ever going to feel is week 1 of the regular season. They couldn't even get to that before they were too beat up. So any realistic look at what happened with San Francisco last year is they were just devastated by injuries to most of their star players. Obviously, there are, like you said, Dre Greenlaw, God, I would love to have him back, and I think Robert Saleh wants him back. He's trying to campaign to get him back. They have, like Hufunga also is another good one that they would love to have back. They're going to have to try and manage some of this stuff. But I think the biggest thing for them is they got to find a way to stay healthier in 2025.
Yeah, and they need to bulk up the offensive and defensive lines this offseason as well. Talking to Trey Wingo on the Uma guest line, nice enough to join us. In terms of other guys in the draft, do you have any thought or general consensus on what people think about Shedeur Sanders? Feels like people think he should.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's kind of all over the board.
Well, it is funny, right? Because we're in this. I always say this about draft season. Okay, what we have are competing agendas. What we have are players that are trying to maximize their value, and we also have teams that are trying to minimize a player's value in the hopes that he will slip, and maybe you can get him where you didn't think you were going to get him. So when you hear these things come out like, oh, he came off as arrogant and cocky in the interviews at the Combine, find me one quarterback that's any good that isn't arrogant and cocky, okay? You know what Tom Brady said the day after he was drafted by the Patriots? He went up to the owner and said, I'm going to be the best choice you've ever made.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty bold statement from pick 200 or 199 as a sixth rounder. That could come off as arrogant and cocky. You want your quarterback to be arrogant and cocky. Otherwise, what's the point? You don't want him to be an a-hole, but you want him to be arrogant and cocky. So, you know, but you're right. I have no consensus on Shedeur. I have no consensus on Cam Ward. It's the most overdrafted position every year, and I take a Zen philosopher approach to it. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Last one, Trey. Kenny Mayne, your former coworker at ESPN, is a friend of the show. And last time he was on with us, he told us that people often confuse him for you. Do people often often come up to you and say, "Are you Kenny Mayne?"
Oh, all the time. Here's one of the greatest stories ever. Super Bowl 40 in Detroit. The late, great John Clayton was there with his wife. And she came up to me and says, I just want to tell you, I think you are so brave. And I'm like, well, thank you, Mrs. John Clayton, but what are you talking about? She goes, John hasn't danced on Dancing with the Stars since our wedding. But to see you go on national TV Dancing with the Stars and do that was amazing. And, of course, that was Kenny. John is sitting there behind his wife, his head hanging, just looking like this. And what am I going to say?
Nothing.
I just said, thank you very much. You know what I mean? I said, yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I don't want to say, no, you jerk. That was the other white-haired dude, the silver-haired white guy at ESPN. There's only two of us.
That's a great story.
It happens all the time. It happens all the freaking time.
That's incredible.
They just associate you with being with the network and then lump you all together. The voice you hear, not Kenny Mayne, it's Trey Wingo, who joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hey, I appreciate the time, Trey. Thanks so much, man. We'll catch up soon.
Thank you, Trey.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Take care.
Appreciate you. The great Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN and NFL analyst for the Pro Football Network. Good stuff whipping around the NFL with him.
Oh, yeah, dude. Trey's the man. I remember watching him on NFL Live and the Sunday morning show, getting ready for football. Now, he's He's tapped into football.
By the way, second Once Upon a Time in Hollywood reference in 2 days on the show.
That's true.
Because you brought up the woman from Honora.
Yeah, what Mickey Madison, I think her name is?
Mikey Madison.
Oh, Mikey.
Who just won the Academy Award for Best Actress for Honora. She's one of the ones who I believe gets torched by when
DiCaprio.
He goes, I torched her.
Yep.
Don't forget what that.
Damn hippies.
I torched one of them. He comes, knocks on the door. They're supposed to be part of the Manson family. She was one of the Manson family
killers,
members who were killers who was there at the house. The other one was one of the other ones, the guy who played Elvis.
Elvis, yeah.
Was nominated for Best Actor.
The girl from Stranger Things is part of that crew.
It's wild.
Yeah, all of them became superstars.
Yeah, Quentin Tarantino just picking future superstars.
And by the way, I know I kind of crapped on all the Oscar movies yesterday. Reading more into Honora sounds interesting. I may check this movie out.
Save it, dude. Save it. I just asked what you thought. You could just be like, I don't know anything about any of them. Said, no, they don't do them good anymore. They don't do good ones anymore.
They don't do Oscar movies like I remember them, sir.
It's like, yeah, because you haven't.
Because they're all talkies now. I remember the silent pictures. Remember The Oddest?
Farm remembers.
Remember The Oddest? Now, that was a silent movie, and that was great.
Went to the Nickelodeon, watch one of those picture shows.
Yeah.
Moving picture shows.
We do have a little bit of breaking news.
Yeah, hit the breaking news.
On a player that's not playing tonight. And it's not Steph Curry.
Karl Anthony Towns ruled out for the New York Knicks for Derek's Knicks tonight.
I'm changing my tune. Warriors win tonight, baby.
We know about Steph yet?
No, we don't.
Greg Silver, you got a Steph status for me? We got breaking news from the KNBR Injury Center. Greg Silver's coming in with the Injury Center update.
Steph Curry's warming up and attempting to play.
All right.
Go. You know what? I like the Warriors' chances tonight.
How about that? Greg Silver still burning the 307 oil right here after he finishes his show. Getting ready for a little Dubs and Knicks tonight. Tim, stop. No Karl Anthony Towns tonight for the New York Knicks.
What was Tim doing?
He said, no son of loader in my ear while I was trying to get you the information. Karl Anthony Towns out tonight. Steph warming up, going to attempt to play
That's a big
tonight.
deal, and that's kind of mysterious because it's for personal reasons. Maybe he's sick. Who knows? But
you mean for Towns?
Yes. So that could potentially mean that the Warriors could go small again, depending on what the Knicks do with their lineup.
I don't know. I'm looking for a win from my Dubs tonight. 8-2. A tasty situation for the Dubs now on a back-to-back. After a win last night in Charlotte, the 4-1 road trip hopes. Remember, I said that's the bottom line. You can't come back worse than 4-1. 4-1 road trip hopes live on.
Well, if they go 3-2, is it the end of the world? In your world, yes.
It's not the end of the world, but if they go 3-2, they're probably not the 6th seed coming home.
Probably not.
And you want to come home for your longest homestand remaining of the season. You have 7 straight at home.
Okay, so looking at the Warriors' schedule coming up, we got this game tonight against the Knicks, and then in 2 weeks, I believe they play the Nuggets and the Bucks on a back-to-back.
Those are No.
Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, they play, because they get 7 games, they only have 1 back-to-back at home. So they play the Knicks tonight, then they play Brooklyn, then they come home for 7 in a row. It's Detroit, Saturday, Monday, Portland, Thursday, Sac, Saturday, Knicks, Monday, Denver. They have an off day before that and an off day after. Toronto, Milwaukee.
No. They changed that game.
They've moved the schedule.
Yeah. So in 2 weeks, on March 17th, they're going to play the Nuggets on a Monday and then the Milwaukee Bucks on a Tuesday. So I'm thinking, So tonight and in 2 weeks, I think will be their biggest tests in the post Jimmy Butler era.
I don't love that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay,
I'm not looking 2 weeks out. They got 21 games.
Do you want to trade Draymond in the offseason?
I got 3 games left on this roadie. You know what I mean?
All right.
3 games I got to take care of on this road trip. Other thing that happened was I had to go pay my rent the other day.
Yeah.
You guys have to sign an actual rent check, or do you do it through like a portal or something?
I do it through an app.
Sam, how about you? How do you pay rent?
I'm a portal man.
I used to do it through a portal. Now I got a landlord where I got to go
You actually write a check?
Well, dude, yeah. And so I
like that better.
I just gotten checks. Like I'd run out, so I had to go get some this past weekend. Went home on.
You can't trust the internet.
Well, because like the first was what, Saturday?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, so I think it was the first on Saturday. So Sunday I was going to drop it off in the evening. Came home, like unloaded some groceries, forgot to do it. So I was like, oh, crap. Filled out the check real quick to run it up to him. Then was like, oh, no, I need an envelope. Threw it in the envelope, ran up. Dude, he called me this morning, and he's like...
Your landlord?
Yeah, my landlord did. And he's like, you forgot to sign the check. I was like, oh, hot damn, dude. I was scrambling, realized partway through writing the check.
Hot damn.
I was like, hot damn, dude. I was like, well, hot damn, Ron. Better come up there and sign it. I get up there to sign it, and guess what he's standing there holding?
He's got
NBA grab bag.
My mind was blown. I was like, I have no idea why the grab bag has showed up at my residence. Not even my residence.
Do you trust your landlord with the grab bag?
No, we have a little foyer where it would have been like dropped off. But this is now the second time in 3 weeks. Derek was out of town. Originally got sent out to Florida just because he's the emergency contact.
Again, I asked my mom numerous times about this. She has no idea what the hell you're talking about.
And of course, I have to put like a mailing address for myself, but it's supposed to be delivered here to the KNBR Mail Center. Hoping next week it just actually shows up.
So we're blaming basically.
It doesn't seem like it's been
mail people.
Doesn't it seem like it's been months since it's actually just shown up here at work?
Well, you got to come up with a good story.
Doesn't it feel like I've got to deal with this every week with trying to obtain the grab bag? I signed up for the subscription. It's coming out of my pocket every week.
Well, now that you're not PD anymore, shouldn't Mike Holder have to deal with the grab bag?
Yeah, but it's my thing.
Okay, fair enough.
But I just it's just more of a headache. If I hand it over to him, do you think we'll have the grab bag here every Tuesday?
No, probably not.
Like he's got stuff on his plate, but he's not caring about the grab bag itself.
He's trying to get this grab bag sponsored.
Got a meeting about that tomorrow, by the way. Got a lunch meeting.
The grab bag brought to you by UPS.
I'm going to run up a tab.
It's always somewhere.
I'm going to run up a tab on the grab bag sponsorship meeting, dude. We'll make sure. I'm going to get a whole lot. I'll try to bring you guys some snacks from this grab bag sponsorship.
Oh, thank you.
That I'm in. Anyway, fact of the matter is, I had to.
Oh, there's more?
I had to borrow a truck to get the grab bag down here. That's how
you borrowed a whole truck.
I had to borrow a truck.
U-Haul?
I couldn't carry it. No, I just borrowed so I got this buddy who's got a truck.
Who, Walt? Walt helped me with
a scooter.
No, honestly, Walt helped me move a couch.
Did he?
Yeah.
God, how about a buddy helping you move a couch?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have helped you.
Went from my buddy Steven's place with the couch to move my couch into my new place.
What shape is it in?
It's in pretty good shape. Still
What would
there.
you give it, like B+, B-?
Oh, the couch?
Yeah.
Since I got it? Yeah, it's fine. There's no stains on it or anything. Although, they could always turn the cushions over like Costanza.
Yeah,
and that's why I'm not Costanza, Nicole. I would never pee on a couch and then turn the cushions over.
I bet. Oh, dude, yeah.
I'm calling you out, Nicole.
All right. Well, my landlord, Ron, ended up with it. I carried it down the hill, and now it's here.
Yeah?
At work. We do it every week. They beg, we deliver. The greatest show in America.
I'm about to pull the ripcord.
It's the NBA grab bag. We do it next on the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Marcus suggested that Gerard Encarnacion will be the DH going into the 2025 season.
Encarnacion!
For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the Nacho Libre leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, stressful time for some people when it gets to tax season. What happens if they file their taxes, they get a bill, and they cannot pay their taxes?
Horrible frustration comes over them. Fear. They feel like they're drowning in 1,000 feet of water. They don't know what to do. They feel hopeless, helpless, and it doesn't have to be. There are so many good solutions. We've been doing this for a long time. We're familiar with all the solutions. We're familiar with how the system works. And the bottom line is, you don't want to be looking over your shoulder, waiting. Is this the day the IRS agent is going to come to my house? Is this the day the IRS agent is going to wipe out my bank account? Is this the day the IRS agent is going to go to my clients and say, don't pay you, pay the IRS? It's a horrible way to live. Or worried that your wife's going to divorce you. The bottom line is, this is fixable in so many cases. All that you have to do is call us. We have a free consultation. We'll go over everything with you. And if you want us to, we'll take over so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We just want to take care of you. And that's all you have to do. Call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of this mess for me.
Steve can help. Give him a call, 1-88-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've been telling you guys for, years now? At the NBA grab bag, it's a big old potato sack looking thing. There it is. You can see it on the stream if you're streaming us on YouTube, which is, by the way, the only place Bay Area sports fans can sound off instantly, the KNBR YouTube chat.
And Nicole.
Even if you hate everything that is us, you can sound off right there.
And me. She's boldest.
Also, you can check us out at KNBR.com, the KNBR app.
Hates your clothes.
I said when you
Hates
pick it
my
up.
clothes, hates the lack of my hair.
When you pick it up, it's like an acronym. It's like 3 words. It's 3 words? It's an acronym in 2 words.
Yeah, I guess.
The acronym is NBA. You
say this every week.
2 words are grab bag. It's the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
My least favorite part of the segment.
Open it
NBA
up.
grab bag time, baby. Well, Jimmy Butler, great basketball player, maybe a horrible tenant. According to South Florida local news, Jimmy Butler is being sued for failing to pay his rent.
What?
Leaving the property damaged and allegedly changing the locks while denying the property owner access for inspections. The lawsuit alleges Butler left the property in total disrepair. Allegedly, he caused $125,000 in damages, including mold issues, damaged drywall, and flooring, and an unmaintained pool. Basically, just Jimmy Butler left
They noted a malfunctioning HVAC system as well was also a part of this.
Basically, Jimmy Butler was, I guess, like living in this place, but not living in this place, so just let it be. Left it when he went to the Bay Area and now owes a lot of money in damages to an apartment that he was leasing in Miami.
Let's simplify this. Sounds like was he making changes to the apartment or the residence itself? He's being sued for failing to pay rent, leaving the property damaged, and allegedly changing the locks while denying the owner access. Says he left the property in disrepair. Caused $125,000 in damages. I mean, the mold issues show up, but why would you not let him in unless he's got a bunch of stuff there still that he wants to go get?
I mean,
himself.
who among us hasn't been called out for mold?
Here's my thing, dude. I need Jimmy to.
Am I alone there?
Yeah, maybe it's you.
Okay.
I need Jimmy to just get after it tonight. You know what I mean? I'm looking for buckets.
Yeah.
This is what I would say is Jimmy's one of us now. This is none of my business.
Oh no, I mean,
what you're saying is less back pay, more buckets.
I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm not worried about this. Jimmy's got guys that take care of this.
I couldn't care less about this story for the Miami purposes. It's our gain. Let's just hope that he, treats his new San Francisco apartment better than he did in Miami.
Whoa, this probably isn't even Jimmy's fault.
Probably not.
I'm on Jimmy's side in this whole thing.
Yeah, it's probably Pat Riley that led this place in total disrepair.
I think somebody else is trying to throw Jimmy under the bus.
I think that Jimmy's just having a good time in his apartment, and he didn't want the leasing people to see what he did to the place. Yeah, that's fine.
It's not their business, dude. Let Jimmy live.
All right,
let's get some buckets tonight.
Moving on, the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Another Jimmy. After 30 years on television, everyone's favorite Dallas Cowboy head coach, Jimmy Johnson, has retired as an analyst on Fox Sports.
Wow.
And I would assume he would, because were you watching any of the pre-game coverage on Super Bowl Sunday?
Which part? There's like 9 hours of it?
Yeah, dude, there's a lot. That's why we had all those stories come out of Debo Samuel wanting to get traded, Aaron Rodgers getting released.
I probably was.
Okay, there was this whole AI computer animation where they did like an ode to Jimmy Johnson over the years, and it was him on a football field, computer animated, going from his days in Miami to his days in Oklahoma State to Dallas, and he's changing over time. And it was like a big production, a lot of money involved in this. And so they're doing this, and like everybody on set, like Howie Long, Terry Bradshaw, Michael Strahan, Kirk Menefee are all giving him kudos for what he did over the years. And then at the very end, like Jimmy Johnson's crying. And they're like, Kurt's like, so Jimmy, is this the end? And Jimmy Johnson goes, we'll see. And now it took all that time for him to announce his retirement. Why not just do it on Super Bowl Sunday, Jimmy? I don't understand all this.
I don't know. Maybe there was some contract disputes.
Maybe.
You seem like you're kind of hot about it.
Not that hot.
You were worked up about it for sure.
Hey, man, this is radio. You got to act like passionate about things you really don't care about.
Maybe he didn't want to go, and they were like, "Oh, you're going."
That's what I'm saying. Is maybe they're like
pushing him out.
It's time for you to go. Yeah, maybe they retired him.
Yeah, I got to be honest. Jimmy's fine. I probably would have done that to Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, kind of. Terry's the one I would have asked.
The highlights are not great.
Yeah. Tim, who would you fire if you could fire anybody on TV?
Kurt Menefee. No, I don't know. He's just so everybody's
Rob
great.
Gronkowski.
Is he on TV regularly?
The only thing that makes me laugh, and it's just when you see the panel and there's like 9 people on the panel, it's like, it's too much panel.
Yeah,
to call it Jeselnik, it's too much panel.
I'll tell you what I knew it was too many. When they started teasing 4 guys and then saying there were more. It's JB, Terry, Howie, Jimmy, and the guys will get you ready. I'm like, you named 5 guys.
How many guys?
How many more guys do we need to get us ready for Steelers Titans?
And this is the way that it always goes. Like, there are experts and guys that used to play that get on the panel, and then they kind of age out, and it's younger guys that that fans identify with. There's nothing wrong with that.
Not that show.
Well, starting.
It's been the same group of guys. Not like Nate Burleson's around. Or is he the CBS one?
He's on CBS.
He's with like Marino and like.
No, Marino's gone, man.
Is Marino gone?
That's what I'm saying. It's starting to go.
I don't even know.
I honestly don't watch that
I don't watch
those Sundance pregame shows as much anymore. It's Bill Cowher, it's J.J. Watt, Nate Burleson, and Matt Ryan.
I only watch Amazon broadcast. Sorry.
There you go.
JJ's pretty good.
No, JJ's not bad. Okay, do you guys remember when Jimmy Johnson left to go coach the Miami Dolphins for a little bit of time. Who filled in for Jimmy Johnson on the Fox pregame show? It was Howie Long, Terry Bradshaw.
Why they need a fill-in? There's 9 dudes, yeah.
who was the fill-in guy? Do you remember?
No.
It was Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott filled in for Jimmy Johnson for a couple of seasons.
Shout out 42, man.
Yeah.
Ronnie Lott, hell yeah.
All right, move.
I thought you were going to say it was me. They asked me to come do it.
No, why?
I sat on the panel.
Why would you do that?
They asked me to tell them stories.
That's ridiculous.
Go ahead, yeah.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Last Friday, for the other grab bag segment, the Dirty Work Dial, we mentioned that Bill Belichick and UNC will be the subject of the offseason Hard Knocks.
I'm excited about that.
Well, you shouldn't be anymore. According to James Jones of CBS Sports, talks broke down between NFL Films and UNC, and now there will be no documentary on the program.
You're telling me that we put this in the dial on Friday, and we spun the Dirty Work Dial, and we talked about how he was going to be Bill Belichick and UNC. We were like, this is beautiful. And by the way, this is
so exciting.
This is for the in-season Hard Knocks, correct?
This is for the off-season.
This summer. Sorry,
yes.
it's not the...
So it's to show him recruiting and basically being the GM, Michael Lombardi's the GM, but like him building up the program.
Yeah. Well, no, it won't, because he's not doing it.
No, yeah, exactly.
The point is that we had this on Friday that he would be doing it. We have it on Tuesday already that he's not doing it.
Well, apparently I read up that some owners were not happy that the NFL Films decided to do this joint venture with Bill Belichick, because basically Bill Belichick did a big FU to all the NFL owners, so they're kind of butthurt that NFL Films were involved. So I wouldn't be surprised if the NFL...
He's like, none of you hired me.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, F you, none of you hired me.
Well, it's also like twofold, because I think like the NFL owners, like no one wants to do this because Joe Shane and the Giants looked so bad last year that they don't want to do this. So by all means, let Belichick do this then.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm out on this.
Yeah, they don't like it.
By the way, can I do a grab bag circle back real quick? I just forgot to mention this.
NBA grab bag.
On Jimmy Johnson.
A little circle grab bag?
A little circle grab back. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, don't forget he played Survivor.
That's right.
Jimmy Johnson played Survivor.
He did.
And I think he was voted out. I mean, he got voted out early.
Yeah, very early on.
He also did ads for male enhancement pills.
That's right.
Well, so, I mean, who among us?
Who amongst us?
I think you're looking at a prime male medical
mold.
Guy. Right here.
Erectile dysfunction.
Mold has nothing to do with it.
Oh, I thought everybody was with me on that one earlier.
Hit the grab bag, Tim. Let's keep going.
NBA grab bag.
Adrian Brody. Shout out to my guy Adrian Brody for winning Best Actor at the Oscars.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? Okay, I know the speech was a little too long.
Chalamet,
yeah.
No, stop.
Okay. Yes, the speech was 6 minutes long, and he thanked his yoga instructor, and I think he thanked Harvey Weinstein's kids. Anyway, yeah, the speech went on for a little too long, but he said some good things, and shout out to Adrian Brody for winning his second Oscar for The Brutalist.
He just didn't really have anything to say.
He didn't.
And he just rambled, and then he was like, turn off the music. I've done this before. And I was like, yeah, that's...
Well, yeah,
you should know better.
Well, I do remember 20 years ago when he won for The Pianist, he was like, okay, shut the music off. I'm still standing here. It's like, yeah, but you kind of got to wrap it up a little bit,
Adrian. He was like an unknown then.
Yeah.
It is funny. He's got 2 Academy Awards now for Best Actor. Matthew McConaughey's got an Oscar for Best Actor. They were both background players in Angels in the Outfield.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Shout him out.
And Adrian Brody did a great job as Pat Riley in Winning Time.
Where's my guy Dan's Academy Award,
What is he going to win it for?
I'm
the boss again.
I'm riffing.
We actually have a little excerpt from his speech. I don't know if you guys heard this part.
Let's hear it.
What's your excuse for playing like a fried
I knew that was happening.
It is Brody. Yeah.
Okay, so,
Perfect.
but in the lead up to the Oscars, a lot of people were showing old footage of Adrian Brody going for an unwanted kiss of Halle Berry when he won the award.
You can't do that.
You can't do that now.
This time he didn't do that. He just shot out the Weinsteins.
God.
It's no good. Can't be doing that.
Okay, but is it okay?
Brody.
Okay, let's flip it a little bit. So on the red carpet, Adrian Brody's walking, doing everything with the media.
Saw this.
And then Halle Berry grabs Adrian Brody, gives him a smooch.
Well, he actually says to his girlfriend or wife, Brody's
wife.
He's like, sorry, honey, gotta do this. And I'm like,
you gotta.
Well, hell.
You gotta.
Hollywood's a wild place, man.
My thing is, if Halle Berry's okay with it, can't we all be okay with it?
I gotta get me a place down there. You know what I mean?
What, you talking about
Hollywood's
Hollywood?
wild, yeah. I don't know.
I don't know what you're referring to there.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like fun. Yeah.
Moving on the NBA grab.
NBA grab bag.
How am I the bad guy?
No, you're not the bad guy.
Brody's out here being scandalous.
I'm just saying, like Adrian Brody guy, he's getting a lot of crap for that. Do we give a pass to Halle Berry for giving him a smooch?
I don't know. I'm not gonna have a thing.
I'm gonna give Halle Berry a pass. I'll do it for the show. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Amazon MGM Studios is taking the creative reins of James Bond going forward.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. They did a whole ode to James Bond at the Oscars.
I saw it. I endorsed it.
And that's like a goodbye to creative control for the people.
For the Broccoli family. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, there's just some things. All I need is when they do their next James Bond, I need them to keep some things the same. I'm a James Bond maniac.
Yeah.
You got to have some things in every movie.
You got to shake and not stirred.
You got to have shake and not. You got to say it, order it or say it.
Yep.
Or make reference to it. You got to have some form of gadgets. You know what I mean? Like, that's what makes Bond so cool. You got to have some guy who's his gadget guy, whether it's Q or whatever. Or R, whoever the guy is that they brought in.
Yeah.
At some other point. Also, you got to have the opening scene where he, like, walks out, he shoots at the camera, blood drips down. Got to get that. Got to get Bond, James Bond. Got to say that in the movie.
Yep, you do.
And you got to have a theme song.
Yeah.
For the movie itself.
Okay.
Not like some song you just pick.
And
what else are we missing?
Nice little sex scene.
Jesus.
It's not James Bond without a sex scene. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't know, man. All right.
Halle Berry callback? What are you doing,
Jesus,
man?
what are you doing?
I'm just saying, it's in every James Bond movie.
Shout out World Is Not Enough with Denise Richards. Her name's
that movie.
You remember her name?
Bad.
Her name's Christmas Johnson.
Was it
Wait, which
Christmas
one?
Comes in July?
Christmas Johnson.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's rough.
So bad.
It's a rough one.
Ugh.
It's not my favorite Brosnan.
No.
Rank your Bonds. I mean, Connery won, right?
Oh, yeah, Connery won.
Across the board, Connery won.
Lazenby.
No.
No, less. I probably, you know what's funny? I'd probably go
Craig, too?
I didn't like Craig at first, and it grew on me. The movies are pretty sick, too, with Craig.
You don't like Casino Royale?
I love Craig. Craig's my number
one. I
one.
like Casino Royale, but it was too vague Bond for me. I felt like they didn't do enough to make him Bond in that one.
I mean...
But it was more of like a Bond startup. Like
I thought Skyfall was incredible.
Skyfall's sick. Great movie.
I thought that was Quantum of Solace. I thought was bad.
Yeah, it was not as
great.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, you always sign for like a certain number of movies. You got to fill some of those out.
Yeah, exactly.
So not
Royale is great.
Firm.
Brosnan's, what's the first one? Goldeneye is great. The rest of them are
really
terrible.
Tomorrow Never Dies is rough in the snow.
Oh, Die Another Day, when they're in like the ice hotel.
It's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, some of that stuff is very Bond. You know what I mean? Like they kidnap him and they invite him to dinner. We've ironed your jacket, Mr. Bond. You're like, what the hell's going on here?
Lazenby, okay?
No, dude, I probably, Brosnan, I think I'm more nostalgic about just because he was the Bond of my childhood. I'd probably legit go Craig, probably then Brosnan, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, Lazenby last.
T-Dalt.
Yeah.
Okay, would you take Michael Strahan as the new James Bond?
Absolutely not.
He campaigned for it while I was interviewing Amazon CEO Andy Jassy and said that he would like to be the new James Bond.
Don't botch this, Amazon. If Bezos has any, Bezos might cast himself. If he has anything saying this, dude, I don't know. I don't know who I'd want. At one point, I thought like Clive Owen would be a good one, but he's
Owen would be great.
Probably too old now.
Oh yeah, he's up there now.
Because you want somebody signed who's going to do a hand.
Is Idris Elba too old now?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, people would lose their minds if they go like Elba. You know what I mean?
Oh, he's perfect though.
Yeah, he'd be fantastic. And he's English.
All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
With Shane Gillis hosting SNL.
Talk Bond all day.
And by the way, Gillis did a fine job. I watched the opening monologue. Not his best stuff. People saying that the couple beers sketch is the greatest sketch in the last 20 years. No. It's funny, but I've seen similar things like that in previous sketches of SNL.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like people are, I think that was clickbait. If I've ever seen it, there was an article that said that
on the New York Post.
New York Post said there's it's like a commercial that they do where your wife's going to be asking you to do stuff, to make it easier. You have a couple of beers, and it's like it's done like it's a pill bottle or a beverage, but it's just obviously drinking.
And then like a little bump to help
you. If you get a little woozy, you have a couple of bumps. came with like a key. Anyway, it was a pretty funny sketch. Thought it was great. Had Shane Gillis's fingerprints all over it. But to say like the best in the last 20 years, you're like,
no.
The entire Lonely Island started on SNL with the SNL digital shorts like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You'd be erasing all of that, and like that would be overstated, I think.
No.
What I'm not a fan of is people who watch SNL now too, because I watch it a lot and I always have. And it goes through seasons that are just not as great as other seasons.
Right.
But right now they got a pretty good cast. It's been pretty funny for some time. And new stars constantly turn over and come from there. And it's a blast to watch when they start as a featured player and then become a superstar, or people that you think might be really funny and they end up being really funny. I don't like when people watch like used to be better. I'm like, then watch the old stuff then. It's there. Lives forever.
That criticism is as old as the show itself.
This stuff is hysterical. Just give it a shot. It's fun.
I'm honestly going through that right now, and I need to learn just to shut up, and there's always good older SNL.
And there's stuff that's running bits, and there's things that
Like the 50th anniversary, they did like that recurring thing where they go to the wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I that was over my head. Yeah. But you told me why I need the context for that.
Yeah.
All right, so real quick, Shane Shinglos, host, SNL. The 49ers showed up. Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, and George Kittle all made the trip to New York to watch their guy Shane Gillis host the show.
Where was Purdy?
Purdy was not there.
Notably not there. Is this related to the contract dispute?
It could be. Ooh. We're going to speculate. Last one, the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
An appearance on The Breakfast Club today. Hey, Tim was ready for that. Comedian Mike Epps announced that the long-awaited Fourth Friday movie will be coming out. Maybe we should bring this up with Marcus Thompson because he brought it up yesterday.
Hey, we talked Friday a bit yesterday.
Last Friday will be coming out. Mike Epps says the deal is done. Hopefully it's Ice Cube, Mike Epps, and the return of Smokey, Chris Tucker.
Dude, I endorse all of it. I'll see it.
Yep.
Will that get you to the theaters?
Oh, definitely. I'm there. I'm there.
Derek yesterday said, I'm not going to the theater to see a Nora, even though he endorsed what the director who won the Oscar for.
That sounded really bad.
And by the way, you were like saying you endorsed what he said in his speech for accepting the Oscar. He's like, get back to theaters. I made this movie.
I endorse it, but not for myself.
Said it to be on a big screen, and you're like, I'm with that. And I was like, so you'll go to the movie to see a Nora? You're like, no, I'm not going there. Nice, well done.
And that's your NBA grab bag.
That's an NBA grab bag. Dude, aren't you guys glad I even though it showed up at my house, I lugged it down here?
Yeah, I'm so glad you got a truck and everything. Told us that whole 5-minute long story.
I had to throw on gas money and all that. That's your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, March 4th, 2025.
What, do you want pity for the grab bag? Come on.
Solomon Wilcots is going to join us, former NFL analyst on CBS and host of the opening drive on Sirius XM, as well as the host of the Believe in Bengals podcast. So we'll talk some Bengals here. It's a Bengal Tuesday. We'll do that with him at 3:50. Plus, Tim's Tuesday takes in trivia at 4:15. We come on back. Draymond turns 35, and Derek wants to ship him out of town. Greatest show in America rolls on next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, some people probably got like a over and under. Oh, you gonna get your first seconds.
I wonder was that in Vegas line.
But I blame the ref for that. You should get your money back because it sounded like he was gaslighting.
It was for sure, but it's cool. I'm gonna have less than 10 technical fouls this year. I might even make a decision and keep it even less than 8.
That was Draymond with Baron Davis on their podcast.
Not quite, Draymond. Not quite.
Well, he was proclaiming before this year that he was going to have 10.
Less than 10.
Less than 10?
We're at 12.
He's got 21 games to play. He's missed time himself, and he's got 12.
You think that's improvement for old Draymond?
I don't know. What has he done by year? Like,
we have to go back and look.
Why? I've got it in front of me. What year do you think Draymond was the worst?
Ooh, probably his younger days. Well, I can't remember a time
this
where...
is my way of saying happy 35th, bro. Jeez, dude. Derek just immediately would go to his worst moments. Want to cut him down immediately?
Well, he did get a tech last night.
They won by 18.
I know. Okay, if I had to guess, was he ever suspended during the regular season for...
Hell yeah. Dude, he was suspended in like 2022.
For accumulating too many techs.
Well, remember when he
So what season?
Hold on. Was when he stepped on Sabonis?
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
Yeah.
He got suspended in that series where they went 7.
He got suspended for Game 3.
Yeah, because he stomped on his chest.
Well, I remember plenty of times where he was suspended for postseason games.
Well, hold on. But really quick, what I was going to say is I remember Tom and I were doing the show, and I want to say you guys were like, yeah, but he might be, we think he's improving. He's calming down a bit. Like, when's the last time he got suspended for doing something crazy on the court? And I said, dudes, it was like 3 weeks ago. He got his 17th tech for throwing a ball off of Russell Westbrook's head in the game. And you guys were like, yeah, he's been better. I was like, he just got suspended for some crap.
Well, okay, so that's the argument to have is I remember when Chris Mullin joined Tom at the beginning of the season, and he was like, Tommy, I'm telling you, Draymond's a different person, okay? He's a very, very different person.
He's doing better.
And he is. Like, I do wonder, though, like, I mean, it's not as demonstrative as in years past. He's not as violent. Like, that's the big deal that Steve Kerr said a year ago was we have to stop Draymond Green from doing violent acts on the basketball court. And that's what led to his suspension for however long it was. I think it was like 15 games, whatever it was. But I have seen a different Draymond Green, but yeah, he's just going to be animated sometimes. And last night wasn't terrible, but still like, not great. But to give Draymond kudos on his 35th birthday, he's playing fantastic right now. I mean, he's making it easy for Jimmy Butler to get acclimated. Draymond Green's playing off of Jimmy Butler. I just wonder, you would have to assume that to keep Steph Curry happy and for the betterment of the Warriors, that Draymond Green should be attached to whatever this team is going forward for the next 2 years. Like some people might make the argument of you have Jimmy Butler, so maybe you could move off of Draymond Green. I would say no. I think you need all 3 guys to go forward to win another championship.
Well, he's under contract.
Yes, but you never know. He could, one last year.
A fairly reasonable price at this point. I mean, again, like I said, projecting out 2 years to me is too far. What you know is what you have right now, and what you know is what you hope to have, and maybe more entering next season. A lot of that depends on what happens with Jonathan Kuminga, when you can get him back on the floor, because he's still not back.
No, he's not. And I thought
a month.
I thought it was big of Draymond actually earlier this year to say, I'm cool with coming off the bench for Kuminga. Like Kuminga's the next guy. I love that Draymond is so, passionate and building up of his teammates. He's basically saying like Kuminga's the next guy. We should give him every opportunity possible. And he's very encouraging to Pods and everybody else. And he's been very welcoming of Jimmy Butler. No, I think that Draymond Green has changed a little bit. Just, you still want to keep some of that, intensity that he always has on the court. So, yeah, I think that he's very important to their success going forward.
Okay, so in 2016, he had 21, led the league.
God, I don't remember that. So he had to be suspended at some point during the 73-9 season.
Yeah, but it just didn't matter.
Yeah.
Can you imagine they're just rolling teams and he's barking at you? Just the arrogance of that team, dude. Well, Steph just bombing threes.
Oh, and that's why the tech wasn't. I got it now. And then in the finals, they didn't call one yet.
2017, he finished 6th in the league. He had 18.
Okay, improvement.
Okay, we're just showing his maturity here.
Yeah.
In 2018, he really took off. 2nd in the league to Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard on the Hornets that year had 25 techs. Draymond had 22. He finished 2nd.
I don't even remember Dwight Howard on the Hornets.
Despite his best efforts.
Yeah, I think Dwight was just trying to get off the court a lot.
Fair enough.
Draymond, I believe this was a career high, 2019, led the league again, 23.
Yeah.
Technical fouls. 2020 is, of course, a short season. So, anyway, he's still like home run.
2020, he probably hardly played even that season.
Yeah, he still had
Steph was gone. He was like, I'm taking off most of these nights.
And he still had 14. He finished 5th in the league. Yeah, tied for 4th in the league. Yeah,
he just wanted to leave some nights, man.
It is impressive, man. Then 2021, he goes 15. He finishes 4th in the league. Dude, he's been top 5 in tags every year since 2016.
Dude,
hysterical.
What was the game? I want to say it was 2021 where Draymond. The game just started and he got his jersey ripped or something. No, sorry, that was Clay, but. instantly the game started.
That's a Rudy Gobert incident. Yeah.
Yeah. But Draymond Green got into a fight like right away. No, sorry, I'm mixing it up. No, Draymond got suspended at the end of a game, a crucial game that they needed him for, and it was bad. I want to say it was the 2021 season where he just threw a tantrum with 2 minutes left to go in the game. Steph was pissed. Steve Kerr was pissed. That's when I was wondering, like, damn, like, how much are they going to put up with this? And there was more after that, and definitely more after that with Jordan Poole. So Warriors are willing to definitely go through some things with Draymond Green.
He also only had 10 last year, which put him at 13th in the league. That was the lowest he finished. But didn't he miss a lot of time?
He missed a lot of time with the suspension.
Yeah, he missed a ton of time because he missed more time because he did more egregious things. So he couldn't rack
suspended
up
indefinitely
in the same capacity last year. And 2 years ago, he led the league again. By the way, 2023.
Okay,
so that played into it.
So baby steps, I guess.
So baby steps. So anyway, Warriors in action tonight. No Karl Anthony Towns taking on the Warriors in New York for the Knicks. Steph Curry is working out before the game and is going to try to go, they say. We will get off some basketball talk. Let's get more on the latest across the NFL with the legal tampering period about to start. We'll do it coming up next. Solomon Wilcott's going to join us, former NFL on CBS analyst and the host of the opening drive on Sirius XM Plus, the host of the Believe in Bengals podcast, which can be heard wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Bengals Tuesday. Solomon Wilcott's joins the greatest show in America next on the Sports League.
Rudy.
Quote, the 49ers are willing to listen to offers on just about anybody on the roster, unquote, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Well, that's not good. For all the latest on the 49ers, keep it locked to KNBR, the sports leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday afternoon. We are working to make the connection with Solomon Wilcots, former NFL on CBS analyst and host of the Opening Drive on Sirius XM, but we can bounce around some NFL news that's out there as well. Steve Young did check in on Brock Purdy's upcoming contract. We'll get to that in just a little bit, what he had to say. Warriors getting ready to take on the New York Knicks tonight in New York, following a win in Charlotte last night. 2-1 on the road trip. 8-2 now in the Jimmy Butler era. He didn't play on Saturday when they lost, so 8-1 is where they stand in games in which he's played. Karl Anthony Towns not going to play tonight for the Knicks, so there's that little nugget for the Dubs. We can bounce around some stuff that's gone on in the NFL.
Sure, let's do it.
Until we do or don't get a hold of Solomon. I brought this up earlier to you off the air, and we talked about it a little bit with Trey Wingo, was nice enough to join us earlier. You can check out that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app, but the running back situation for Saquon Barkley, and I think Trey Wingo made some good points. A year ago, we talked about how the running back is viewed across the NFL, how the Giants weren't going to pay Saquon Barkley, although we know because of that Hard Knocks show that the owner of the Giants, John Mara, said, I'm going to be sick if he goes to Philadelphia.
Well.
And he goes to Philadelphia, rushes for 2,000 yards, wins a Super Bowl. That's the most incredible run he could have.
Nightmare season for him.
And gets a raise immediately. So, to that end, he's a guy who's already had a knee surgery, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
There are a couple of guys who are in an elite class. But Trey Wingo said, pay attention to how that contract is structured. It's, what do you say, $31 million or $36 million?
It was $41 million for 2 years, so he'll make $20.5 for the next 2 years.
20.5. It's 36 guaranteed.
Oh, sorry, 30, okay.
$36 million guaranteed was the number for the Saquon contract.
That's not bad for a running back.
Not bad for a running back.
Yep.
Shout out Lamar.
Yep.
Anyway, $36 million guaranteed is what he's getting. His point, though, is that I don't think you're going to see another contract like Christian McCaffrey's.
No, probably not.
The value of running backs like that. And you and I were talking before the show, because we were looking at potential draft statuses for certain guys. Ashton Janty out of Boise State.
Yep.
Fantastic runner. Looks like he's going to go in the first round. I don't know if it's like top 20. Some people were projecting him as high as like 6 or 7. I was like, I don't know if he's going.
I've seen that a lot lately where the Raiders would take him 6.
It's a sexy play. But
I mean, yeah, I know Jahmyr Gibbs went 6th in 2023, but I don't. That's a little too high for. I don't know. The Raiders need a lot. They can't draft a running back right there.
I think the point of this is just that Saquon is a unique player in this, just like Christian McCaffrey was unique in how you paid him.
Mm-hmm.
But to the point that Trey Wingo is making, long-term contracts for running backs, we know the shelf life of them, even when they're elite, is different than other players in any other sport, but specifically to players in the skill position across the NFL, they're just not valued as high because of where you can find other success. I mean, look at what the Niners got from Jordan Mason for the first 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you can survive, you feel like, if you can find a couple of those guys, and the Niners have found those in spades. And other organizations do it too. Or they use different draft picks that aren't as valuable in the first round. Now, I don't know what level of player it has to be now at running back. Like, Saquon was the number 2 pick, wasn't he?
He was in 2018, yeah.
So that's high. So if you
right
go
after Baker Mayfield.
If you go from the time Saquon was drafted in 2018,
yeah,
there are only 6 running backs who have been drafted in the first round since. Starting in 2019, Josh Jacobs drafted in the first round.
He worked out.
He was the only first rounder.
Yep.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire in 2020.
Not so much.
He started out pretty good.
Had a good rookie season, and then...
I was like, they found another one, dude. I was like, because we knew he was pretty good at LSU.
But then Isaiah Pacheco basically stole a spot.
He was drafted later on. He was a 7th rounder, but it was just a different style of runner. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire had fumble problems. Then he got hurt. He was more dynamic his first year.
He had issues, too. I know he's been dealing with some stuff off the field as well. But, he resurfaced with the Saints, but it hasn't panned out for him 100%.
Where are you on Najee?
Najee Harris? Well... I
root for him, Bay Area guy.
Yeah, Bay Area guy from Antioch, but I don't think he's lived up to the hype. I think that he was amazing in Alabama, but he hasn't really showed that burst. He's not really like a fast runner. He's a bulldozer, but I think the Steelers are looking for more in a running back, and I wouldn't be surprised if he hits free agency. So I would say he hit as a good player, but not a first-round talent.
By the way, those are all three SEC running backs, right?
Yep.
Jacobs, Edwards-Helaire was LSU.
Yes.
Najee, Alabama as well. 2 were drafted in the first round in 2021. So 1 in 19, Jacobs, 1 in 20, Edwards-Helaire, 2 in 2021, Najee and Travis Etienne. He's getting paid already.
Yeah, Travis Etienne's a solid player. Really good receiver, really good running back. I just want to know if the new guy, Liam Cohen, Duval, wants to involve him in his offense as much as we've seen in the past.
What is it? I mean, has he? I mean, why wouldn't you involve him in the offense?
You never know. Some guys are different, man. Like with their offensive philosophies. Like I'm hearing rumors that Chip Kelly wants to trade Michael Mayer, the Raiders tight end, because he just wants to focus on Brock Bowers. Some guys just don't value some position groups like others.
So Travis Etienne has had 2. This was just his 3rd year, and I don't know what happened this past year with him.
He was out of his entire rookie season.
Well, I know he missed his whole rookie season, but I'm saying this past season, 2024,
he was hurt.
But he played 15 games. He's only had 150 carries for 550 yards.
Yeah, they were. I think he got benched at one point too. They had Tank Bigsby play.
That's
a little
right.
bit more.
Tank Bigsby went off. I was like, what happened? I was trying to remember that backfield. In his first 2 years, though, started 12 games his rookie season, played in all 17, started all 17 his second year. When he was healthy, his first 2 years, 1,100 yards his first year, 5.1 a carry. And then he went to 1,000 yards in 2023, but only at 3.8 a carry. So far more attempts and dropped off. So I think jury's still out on Etienne. We'll see what happens with him. That could be one that's an out for me. 2022, no running backs were taken in the first round. 2023, Bijan was drafted in the first and Jahmyr Gibbs. Bijan went where?
Atlanta.
No, of course. But the
Texas.
So he went to what is now an SEC school.
Yes.
And Gibbs was Georgia, right?
Yep.
So all the guys drafted in the first round. Where did Etienne go?
Etienne went to Clemson.
He went to Clemson. So he's an ACC one, and he's probably the one that stands out for me.
That's to help out his buddy Trevor Lawrence, but he was a solid player.
Beside Edwards-Helaire, yeah. But all the successful ones we're looking at are SEC running backs.
Yeah.
Gibbs and Bijan. So if Ashton Jeanty is to be taken in the first round.
Not an SEC player.
Not an SEC player. He also talked about that thought if he played in the SEC that it would have beat his body up. I've heard him quoted and saying stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I've wondered that for years. Like how many SEC running backs used to come out, especially when Saban was at Bama years ago and LSU and then we're going head-to-head a bunch. I used to wonder that a ton. Like how much damage do running backs' bodies take playing in the SEC for even as a starter for a year or two, going up against mostly guys who are defensive linemen in the NFL every single week already at the college ranks. Like that's the level of player you're going up against on the D-line in most SEC matchups. So I don't know. Ashton Jeanty's going to be an interesting sort of test case. It'll be one of the other conferences that has a guy going in the first round.
Yeah.
He ran for, like 2,000 yards this year?
I think it would have to be a team that has most things set, they just need a running back. Like, I understand that Ashton Jeanty is a really good player. I watched him live play San Jose State this past season, and it didn't look like he got a lot of yards in that game, but just then out of nowhere, he just bursted for big gains. I think that he's an electric player. He put up numbers we haven't seen in quite some time with a running back, but I think that's way too high to draft a running back. And I know that, like, we're going to say, like, well, Derek, you can't devalue running backs. Obviously, this year was different. You had Saquon Barkley have an amazing season, Derrick Henry have an amazing season, Josh Jacobs, yes. But as far as, like, what's valuable in the draft, I think that this season would show you, first and foremost, from the Eagles to the 49ers, the positives and the negatives, that you need good offensive line play and good defensive line play. And that should be the priority in the first round. You could find running backs later in, like, you could find running backs in later rounds.
I think Jeanty will be there when the Niners pick at 11.
Oh, he probably will be.
I think a good fit for him, to what you were saying about, like, a team that needs to have some things set up. I think he'd be a good fit in, like, Denver.
Oh, he'd perfect.
Give him to
Denver.
Sean Payton at 20. You know what I mean? If Jeanty drops to 20 and goes to Denver, like, I don't know if that's dropping, but if he goes
that's a perfect spot.
That's a perfect spot, dude. They have a guy that they like, whether you believe in Bo Nix or not. Year two's coming. We'll see what happens. But they were a playoff team. They had the defensive player of the year. They're elite this year defensively. They were fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's a great move.
I think if they had like a weapon like that, give him a Alvin Kamara type player that you can throw to out of the backfield.
What about the Chargers?
Yeah.
Chargers would be an interesting one, too.
And Harbaugh doesn't really care about what's conventional as far as like first-round picks like last year, but it was like they need to sign, like they need to draft a wide receiver. And he went with another left tackle that he turned to a right tackle in Joe Allen.
McConkey, though, too.
Way ahead of schedule. Like their performance this year, I didn't believe in them like nearly until maybe 3/4 of the way through the year. I was like, oh, this team's legit. Like their defense was really good. They didn't have a ton of weapons hardly at all on offense. I mean, what was it? Edwards and
McConkey ended up being pretty
McConkey
sick.
was a great draft pick.
But they need a true number one. Like that's why I thought like maybe Deebo would be a good spot for the Chargers. But
you don't even think Deebo's a number 2.
Well, they need.
So you think Deebo's a 2, but they're going to think he's a 1?
I don't think he's a 1 on the Chargers. I think
McConkey's going to be their 1.
Well,
yeah, he's going to start to eat. I think that offense is going to open
as far as like a safety valve. Okay, like would you say Ricky Pearsall is going to be the 1 on the Niners?
No, I think it's you. When he's healthy, we'll see if he remains being the same player. But
that's my thing. What I'm saying is like Ladd McConkey is a great player, but I think they need like
I don't know what Pearsall is yet. We saw more of McConkey, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have more confidence in McConkey and him being healthier for most of the season.
It's like saying it, McConkey.
Yeah, it's a great name.
McConkey.
I heard you.
Good. There was a good fantasy team that I was in a league with. McConkey Kong, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. So with Saquon getting the most money running back-wise now, I mean, Christian McCaffrey's not that far off in 19. But I think we're in agreement here to start bringing this conversation up. Do we think this is quite possibly McCaffrey's last contract with the 49ers, given...
I thought we already kind of thought that. I mean, isn't he 30 or pushing 30?
He's going to be 29 or something like that. But with everything that's gone on with the Achilles stuff and the PCL,
I mean, you have to see what happens this year. He has an 18 touchdown season or something. Goes for 1,600 all-purpose yards. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't want to write anybody off, but by the way running backs have aged historically, it would tell you we're probably nearing the end of the elite status if we haven't already a Christian McCaffrey. We just didn't see enough of him this year to even really get a taste of it.
Yeah.
To know off of that injury and how it's affected him. So this will be the telling year. I mean, he had the career year 2 years ago. Does he have something like he had prior to that career year in him? He just has to stay on the field. So, I think he's probably still got another year or 2 in him. I don't know what that means. The elite ones can continue to do it. Running back, though, just seems to be the position that at some point around 28, 29, he's going to be age 29 season coming up. Things start to change. So if there's anybody who can do it, it's McCaffrey.
No, I mean,
he still got it in him, and I think he does, but I don't think there's another big contract in here.
Probably not, but I still would put him on the short list of like the best running backs in football. Like I think right now,
question.
I think you have to give it to Saquon for being the best with what he did last year.
Saquon, McCaffrey, and
Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs.
I think Gibbs is working his way in there.
I put Gibbs in there.
Gibbs
definitely
is sick, man.
I mean, Montgomery goes down, and he just went to a different level. He was unbelievable this year.
I mean, Gibbs is the guy. Like Montgomery came back in that playoff game and didn't look entirely healthy. But yeah, I mean, Gibbs is... I'm surprised he got more carries than Montgomery for most of the season. Like Montgomery seems like more of the bell cow, but Gibbs is the more explosive player.
I would put Bijan in this conversation from my birds, of course.
Your birds.
That's what I'm saying. Is you look at all these running backs who were taken in the first round. Since Saquon was taken in the first round, there's only 6 of them, and I think we all agree at least 4 of them are guys that you're like, that guy's a pretty elite running back. Josh Jacobs. I mean, Najee Harris. I think Najee will maybe coming down on 4 straight years of 1,000 yards rushing to start his career.
Yeah, but it's the way it looks, too.
Yeah.
Like, 1,000 yards is not that hard to get by these days.
Oh, no?
Well, I'm just... I'm not saying because
you could do it?
I played the game. Well, come on. Come on. Come on. Bear with me here,
I will agree with you that it doesn't necessarily mean the same thing that it used to because of the games, yes.
Exactly. But, like, when you watch Najee Harris, it doesn't feel like he's living up to his potential. Like, it feels like he makes a few plays, and he definitely has the Marshawn moments where he carries defenders with him.
3.9 a carry for his career.
Yeah, but, like, everything I've heard, like, you play fantasy a lot, and you host a fantasy podcast. Like, wasn't the thing more like they want to play Jaylen Warren a lot more than...
Dude, he was like unstartable for the first 8 weeks, Najee, this year. And he finished with like 1,043. Yeah.
Exactly.
He's just over 1,000 in every year except his rookie
That's
season.
a guy, like, I know people are kind of like drafting...
Never missed a game, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
Never missed a game, Najee.
Steelers would go away from him. They would go, if Jaylen Warren had a couple of big runs, Najee would just sit the bench, and he wasn't great in pass catching.
I mean, I think that a lot of people are mocking Ashton Genty to the Raiders at 6. I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders are interested in Najee Harris. That would be, I think, the move that they would do, just have a bell cow running back there.
You like that?
I think it'd be interesting.
Seems like a Raider.
Yeah. No, I don't know if Najee, I think he said in his past, I think Najee, I want to say he was a Raider fan, or he could have been a Niner fan for all I know. Not 100% sure on that one.
You don't think he jumped ship and becomes a Raider fan like you jumped off the A's and became a Giants fan?
Stop this. Stop this right now.
It's happening.
I'm nipping this in the bud.
It's happening in front of our eyes.
And I will admit that I thought that phrase for years was butt until recently.
Nip it in the bud. By the way,
nip it in the bud.
Have you seen it's already started, the Devontae 49ers rumors?
I've seen it. Don't love it. I'll tell you what, though. I would be more mad. Devontae can come to the Niners. That's fine. If Khalil Mack signs with the Niners, I'm going to lose my S.
You could be a Niner fan too, buddy.
Stop it. I love me some Khalil Mack. Never wanted him to leave. If he puts on a 52 red and gold jersey, can't have that.
Man, that would be the one that gets you, huh?
It would get me. It would get me.
Why? I mean, why?
Your team left you, not the other way around.
I know.
And you're mad at him?
I'm not mad at Khalil at all. He had to get his money. And they traded him for stupid reasons because they were a poor franchise. They couldn't afford him. So they needed to wait for the TV money to kick in and all that stuff. And they couldn't afford it, so they went to Las Vegas.
So you're okay with Devontae coming here?
I don't think he's okay with that either.
I don't think he loves any of this.
I wouldn't love it, but at this point, with Devontae, I would say that's the best spot. I think Aaron Rodgers isn't playing football again. I think that you look at the options, and it's the Steelers, and I don't think the Steelers want him. I think the Colts are an interesting option, but I don't think they want to make it really hard for Anthony Richardson to ever come back again.
Trey Wingo's doing what I'm doing. He's rooting for Rodgers to the Giants for the chaos.
That would be chaos.
He was like, wouldn't it be so fun if we got that so we could all just watch it happen?
Oh, what a tire fire that would be.
Yeah.
I mean, but is that like, I know we don't like Aaron Rodgers for certain reasons, but like, you want his career to end that way? That'd be kind of crappy.
It's not up to me how his career ends. It's his decision.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not up to whatever I want. I just want entertainment. That's why I watch sports.
You want chaos.
But I just think I don't like the New York Giants. They're one of my least favorite organizations.
Yeah, why is that?
I've had beef with them and the Niners. I told you. Packers and the Giants are the ones that irk me. Cowboys have never done anything to me.
So
NFC Championship bothers me.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I mean, one of the most
Kyle Williams muff punts.
And one of the most formative games to me as a kid, even though the Niners won, is the junket game.
Yes.
So I had some hatred for them anyway in the controversy
you sweating it that day?
Surrounded that game. Oh yeah. I was a kid.
It was like 38-14.
It's a close game.
Not early on.
Sweating it. No, I was sweating it early on. Yeah. Anyway, that was like a formative playoff game that I remembered as a kid. You know what I mean? Right. So I got into the hype of hating on a team, and then the Packers just rolled us. The whole Garcia era was frustrating.
The Packers hate Dallas. I don't like the Giants at all, and I would root for chaos and everything. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I just don't know how anybody could go, okay, well, you saw what happened with the Jets, and yes, his numbers were fine, but I'm of the belief that the owner sided with him, and he ran those guys out of town, and they were still terrible. It wasn't like the whole thing is just gross.
And then when I find out my Niner history, after starting to dislike the Giants, then I'm like, how did they lose to Hostetler? You know what I mean? That's when I'm just like,
5 field goals, man.
It's Belichick, dude.
And Roger Craig fumbling.
Of course. Well, of course.
Yeah.
But of course. Hostetler, bro. Jesus, dude.
Yeah,
that guy?
Terrible mustache.
Hostetler beat the Bills. The Bills have scored 51 points against the Raiders in the AFC Championship
Bruce
game.
Smith has his hand on Hostetler's arm, like in the end zone with the ball in it, and he's like, I don't understand how the ball didn't come out.
Yeah.
He, swipes at his hand and he knocks it, and Hostetler makes a point.
And I know that Hostetler won a Super Bowl with the Giants. Better Raider than Giant. He put up better numbers. He did.
You're damn right. The torch burned in his soul. Forever.
What I'm saying with Aaron Rodgers, though, is that Niner fans should root for Aaron Rodgers to retire for multiple reasons. But the big thing is then that that limits the options for Devontae Adams. I think everyone's assuming that Devontae is going to run to Aaron Rodgers wherever he goes. But if he goes nowhere, the big thing is that Devontae wants to play on the West Coast. So the two teams that are mentioned the most are the Chargers and 49ers. And you have to think that, for Devontae, would he want to play with Justin Herbert or would he want to play with the Niners? I think the Niners would be willing to break the bank a little bit more for Devontae than the Chargers would because...
Devontae would be so sick to get.
Yeah, he would.
I think he can still ball. I think he's fine. I think he's still a baller. He just needs somebody to throw it to him.
No, I think he'd be perfect with the Niners. I think he'd be perfect with the Chargers. I think it's just, is Harbaugh going to value a wide receiver more than Kyle Shanahan? I would say no. And I think that Kyle
never did while he was here.
Exactly.
I'll tell you that.
I think that Kyle would put more stock into Devontae Adams, and maybe that makes Brandon Ayuk, not right now, but down the line, expendable.
You know when 1,000 yards still means something? When you're Devontae Adams and you played 14 games with the Raiders and the Jets this year.
Still got 1,000 yards?
Over 1,063. 12-5 a catch, 8 touchdowns, 85 catches.
I read
he had 85 catches in 14 games.
I read something very interesting today, too, that said, we were talking about Ayuk. I don't remember where I read it, but they said The Bills went into the playoffs last year, and they got rid of Diggs and Gabe Davis, and they went even further this year. So it's not like it's unprecedented. Maybe it was David Lombardi who was saying it, but maybe it's not unprecedented to redo your receiving core in an effort for efficiency. Now, here's the thing. You still got to replace it because we all watched those Bills games, weren't in love with those receivers by any means. Josh Allen, incredible, but not in love with those receivers.
Right. No, I mean, I'm with you there, and if we had Solomon Wilcots, I would have asked him. It seems like the upper echelon quarterbacks in this league don't have the best wide receivers. Like Patrick Mahomes is making do with, like he won 2 Super Bowls with lesser talent. This year they went out and got Marquise Hollywood Brown and drafted Xavier Worthy. But they're not paying big money for wide receivers. Same thing with the Bills. They traded away Stephon Diggs, and Gabe Davis left in free agency. They had to make room because they paid these quarterbacks. Joe Burrow got paid, but he at the same time is like, well, I want Jamar Chase paid. I want T. Higgins paid. While Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are like, hey, buddy, I wish they kept our wide receivers. But in order for us to get paid, those wide receivers had to be shipped out.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about it a little bit more. I think that free agency in the NFL is fun. I do hate the franchise tag. I think it's unfair for T. Higgins to be franchise tagged 2 years in a row. It definitely holds your player in place so you don't lose him like you would in baseball and basketball. But it does suck for T. Higgins where he's like, can I cash in on a free agency tour? And instead I'm handcuffed here. I'm a prisoner for the Cincinnati Bengals because they're too cheap to give me a long-term deal. That kind of sucks.
Yeah. I mean, the franchise tag, I think, in some scenarios is awful. I understand why it's in place, and I think it's a valuable thing for both the team, and I think it's fair compensation in my mind for what a player is going to get.
Right.
Like there was talk about that with Sam Darnold, and I didn't ever think that was going to happen, and the Vikings are not going to franchise tag him. But anyway, the NFL and its offseason loopholes and rules are absurd. Anyway, there's a lot more to talk about in terms of how things will shake out towards the draft when we get through the offseason. I mean, there's tons of rumors today that the Giants may be aggressive in trying to trade up for number 1 to take Cam Ward. There's also talk, like a lot of people think the Browns might take Shador, which I don't know if that would that be like funny? Would that be enjoyable?
I just wanted Deion's reaction.
Yeah, I would enjoy that.
I'm not watching games in Cleveland.
That'd be fun. If Deion had to go to Cleveland to watch his kid. Well, he's still going to be coaching in Colorado.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, we will take a quick break. Tim begged for it, so we do it every week now.
True.
Tim begged and pleaded for it, so we got to do it now each and every week. It's Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. For those who don't know, Tim hosts trivia out at the bitter end on Tuesday nights. So he gives us a sports take, a life take, and then a trivia question that you'll hear tonight at Trivia. We'll do it next. Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Greatest show in America, Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors notched a 119-101 win in Charlotte last night and head to Madison Square Garden for the second half of a back-to-back versus the Knicks.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
John Dickinson will follow the game immediately on KNBR, so call in and tell him why you love Quentin Post.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday, looking for a Warriors back-to-back win. Derek was thinking this was the scary game on the road trip, and it was. If you were looking for like a big landmine in terms of opposition, this was the game for the Dubs. But after losing to 76ers, I was not happy on Saturday. I could not handle a loss last night. Didn't get one. 18-point victory. Wasn't enough for Derek, but he'll take it.
I'll take it.
As they take on the Karl Anthony Townsless New York Knicks tonight. Steph Curry did start the game, or is starting the game.
He is going to start. We got the normal lineup. They're going small again with Steph Curry, Pods, Moses Moody, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler.
All right, well, enough of that. Enough of that nonsense.
All right, fine.
Still coming your way, by the way, on Dirty Work on a Tuesday, the greatest show in America. We'll get into some of what Steve Young had to say regarding Brock Purdy's contract. The latest in the NFL. We just did a bunch of that, but we'll talk more about some stuff around the NFL.
Sure.
And then we'll get into some free agency stuff as well as a Pat H. Crap section. But before we do any of that, Tim begged us for months. He said, look, I know you guys got your own show now. I know I'm a big part of it. I'd like the people to know how much I can contribute and what I have to offer.
This is worse than the NBA grab bag intro.
And Tim hosts the Bitter End Trivia out at the Bitter End here in San Francisco on Tuesday nights. One of the best trivias you could do. It's a great thing to go do.
It's a great time out.
Hang out with your buddies. Make some cash maybe. Have some drinks. Eat some food.
We've been there.
You riff with Tim. Come up with a team name that might mock Tim.
Cope's cheated.
I did cheat. I never won. Never won. Don't worry about it.
I don't even think you wanted to win. You just wanted to cause chaos.
Yeah.
You wanted to be Aaron Rodgers to the Giants.
You're an agent of chaos.
I'm a habitual pot stirrer. Which, by the way, stay tuned for our KNBR Giants Roundtable show coming your way at the Presidio Golf Course on March 26th.
You looking forward to that?
Oh, it's going to be a blast. I'm just going to stir the pot.
Yeah, I'll be there.
I heard Murph said, can't wait to teach Derek what a hit and run is.
Yeah, all right, Murph. All right, Murph.
I was like, dude, I'm going to have to brush you up on some baseball knowledge before we go. We're going to have to do some stuff.
We talking Camilo Duvall light shows for 2 hours?
Derek, we might have to do a thing where we get Derek ready for the roundtable show so he doesn't.
Yeah, if you're representing us, we might have to sit down and do some homework.
Oh, that's fine. I'll bone up, but
we should do that too.
Although my expectation is where are we allowed to announce where we're doing this thing yet or no?
I think it's in the Presidio. Anyway, we'll talk about it a little bit later.
I'll grab myself a drink and just let Greg and Murph do their thing.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be a blast.
We'll see if I get a word in.
Anyway, Tim knows he's a contributor to the show, and so he begged for a long time to get his own segment. Now he does the trivia Tuesday nights. It's brilliant. Go see him. And we down to a segment, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes Leader.
I love this. So my favorite parts of the week. I didn't know it was going to become one of my favorite parts of the week. It's quickly become one of the peaks of my. It's part of why Tuesdays are so great.
Oh yeah,
on Dirty Work.
It's the biggest draw of our show, I would say.
It's one of them.
I don't know about that.
Tim, what did the text line say about you earlier?
Yeah, they said I look like a Walmart version of Liam Cohen. I said, well, that's nice, but probably dollar store. And the guy countered back and he said,
I don't see that at all.
Said Timu.
By the way, we got to give credit to the texter earlier when we were talking about SNL during the grab bag and saying how great it was. Somebody texted in and said, in their Greg Papa voice, I was on Bo and Yang before anyone. That's a hysterical riff. All right, Tim gives us a take on something in sports. He gives us like a slice of life take or a gripe that he's got. Then he gives us a trivia question that will be heard tonight at the Bitter End.
Can't wait.
Tim, let her rip.
Okay, well, this is a take that I was sort of warming up with Derek last week. It's a football take. I don't understand the combine.
Yep.
Personally, I think it's a waste of time. Let's get a few things out of the way. I've never been to the combine. I've never scouted or drafted an NFL football team. I'm not even that big of a college football guy. Yeah. So if you want to, mute this diatribe or think that I'm a moron or I don't know what I'm talking about, that's totally fine. I am a moron and I don't know what I'm talking about. But to the point, what, or more importantly, who the hell is the combine actually for?
Yeah.
To quote Adam Copeland, it's the only sport where we get athletes to participate in a different sport to determine what exactly? Yeah. Scouts get their eyes, just to get scouts to have eyes on these guys? Aren't multiple years of film on tape? What about bowl games? What about pro days?
Yep.
What about individual workouts? Again, game film. A large percent of the best players don't even participate in any of the exercise at risk of lowering their value or whatever.
Nice.
Except to show up and tell you how great they're going to be. Awesome. Hell, half the coaches don't even go. How many reporters on this station alone, when asked if they learned anything from the combine, answer unequivocally no?
Most of them, yeah.
I feel like the only thing we really learned is Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport almost got in a throwdown over a Frappuccino based on Matt Stafford rumor that ran right into a brick wall.
Who cares? That's the best part of that whole thing. He went back to the Rams.
He went right back. The
big old waste of time. Big old tease.
But the other aspect for our guy Lawrence Kruger is the behind closed doors portion of the combine, where teams have access to all the medical information on players. At the risk of sounding more stupid than I already do, isn't this information that could be, emailed to each other or faxed? If everybody has access to it, then what the hell is the point of everybody going to Indianapolis, of all places, to watch dudes do leg squats? Who cares? Call it what it is. It's a field trip to Indianapolis. And all those terms, and in those terms, it's fine. It's not even the only sport that does these field trips. Think about the baseball winter meetings. Nothing happens. Everybody gets together. We debate the spiciness of a hot sauce at a place called St. Elmo's or whatever the hell it is. I just don't understand. Just somebody help me out, please.
Derek, do you have anything to say in defense? Because I'm going to go with pound for pound. I stand with Tim. I agree with him. I know that the NFL now is such a major media thing, as is every sport, to where they've got a network that's on 24 hours. And to their credit, they've done a great job of marketing and having key dates in the offseason that we're talking about, illegal tampering and free agency. And the combine now is for more breaking news and things like that.
Yes.
Some of which happens, some of which doesn't because of when it's scheduled. But to Tim's point about the players who participate, I got nothing. I'd rather see them do what we made the dudes do at the Pro Bowl to see if they're good at football. I'd rather make them do like games like that than run and jump and.
It's just Rich Eisen doing a sprint.
Yes.
Like, what's the point?
And they don't even show that anymore. They filmed that during the combine, but they wait till like the draft to actually show that footage.
Of Rich Eisen doing the 40?
Yes. Tim, I'm with you 100%, man. Like, I know that I shill for the NFL, and that's my favorite sport, and I love a lot of off-season stuff when it comes to the NFL. This is one thing I can't get behind. The combine, I guess at this point, is an excuse for all the insiders to get together with GMs and dish all the dirt, spill the tea, get drunk at St. Elmo's, and find out what's going to happen in free agency. I will
maybe
say,
sleep on some lobby couches.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the one benefit of the combine was the Deebo deal got done. I don't think like that's what made that, like John Lynch and Adam Peters seeing each other, talking in person. That's what got that deal to get done. But everything else, yes, players don't throw. Like quarterbacks hardly throw anymore at the combine. They hardly do any of the drills. I'm with you, Tim. I honestly I've never been into it. There's times where like Xavier Worthy has a fantastic 40 time. You're like, wow, that was pretty cool. Besides that, you hear about guys. This year, I had zero interest.
Talking about his 40 time and how big his hands are, I could give a damn.
Exactly.
I could give a damn.
It's a grift put on by the Tourism Bureau of Indianapolis. That's what let's all go to see Jim Irsay's palace. Like, I just don't get it.
What's the cone? You know what I mean? What's the cone?
And like for TV purposes, it's 4 hours long. Like I preferred it when it was Mike Mayock and Rich Eisen.
I asked Greg Silver when I was like, "How long were you there?" And he's like, "I got back Monday, yesterday." Yeah. I said, "When'd you get back?" He's like, "Got back yesterday." And honestly, I would have rather gotten back at like 3 a.m. and came back Saturday night. There's like no point.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, just watching dudes run around in some shorts.
Yeah, I mean the draft is fun, free agency's fun, a lot of stuff in the NFL offseason's fun. I cannot get by the combine. I'm 100% with you, Tim.
Also, Tim, keep the bad words about MLB winter meetings out of your mouth. Moving on to your next take, Tim. What do you got?
What goes on there?
All right. Well, I kind of prefaced this one with you guys a little bit because I suggested that both of you guys would be on my side. You'd be on the side of right.
All right.
This one.
On the side of right.
Is there anything more tired, more pathetic, or more sad than the announce your departure guy? We here at The Leader have seen this for decades. I'm not listening anymore, blah, blah, blah. But it's not new. It's never been new. It's as stale as Derek's lunch that he takes home for dinner.
Yeah.
You see this across all forms of social media platforms. It's the guy who says, I'm out of here. I'll no longer listen. I won't participate. I'm not going to contribute to this platform. Well, bye.
Yeah.
Let's make it real simple. To quote somebody who is in our chat right now, and I checked, it's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. The self-importance, the narcissism, the whining bitching to suggest that anybody cares about your soapbox, Oscar-worthy soliloquy.
Tim's hot.
Here's a tip. Just go. Log off your Facebook. Delete your Twitter. Cancel your subscription. Do whatever the hell you want to do. But the idea of your farewell Gettysburg Address is falling on sympathetic ears because somehow doing anything is not self-serving enough. Try again.
This is good.
You're just being an ass for the sake of attention, so I'll say it one more time.
Well, bye.
Dude, well, I mean, give him a round of applause. That was well done, dude.
The question is, what post did you see that prompted this?
Tim, who set you off, bro?
No, it's
what's going on with you? Tim, what's going on with you? What's going on with you? What happened?
It actually has nothing to do with the station because I've been looking at these texts. No, I've been looking at them for 19 years.
So you're talking about the text line and KNBR group chat?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about that.
You already snapped. You finally snapped.
19 years of seeing it. It's fine. If you don't want to listen, that's fine. But I can't tell your phone number from any of the thousands of other phone numbers that say, oh, this is the worst thing ever. It has nothing to do with that. It's what's happening with Twitter right now. It's what people do when they get older and they don't want to be on Facebook. I'm quitting. I'll never be. But just go.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you a different question.
Take that, Nicole.
I'm leaving guy is hilarious. Well, Nicole's never been leaving. She just comes and goes. What cracks me up is the I'm leaving and then the not. Tim, in your experience, what percentage of the I'm leavers actually leave?
Very
Oh, they
few.
always stay.
And it's okay if you leave. It's fine. We're not begging you to stay. Somebody yesterday was really irritated about us deviating from sports for about
now we're getting
3
to the
minutes.
core of it. Now we're getting to the core of it.
And he goes, well, to come back at the paying customers. It's like, what did you pay for this? You didn't pay
seriously.
anything.
It's free.
Yeah.
It's free radio.
I'm the one who's shelling out out of my pocket for the grab bag. You know what
seriously.
I mean?
You pay a lot of money for
I'm losing money on this thing.
We appreciate, everybody here appreciates you listening, and we all think change sucks sometimes. But really, this is across the board. This is just I'm announcing that you're doing it for yourself.
Exactly.
It's narcissistic. It's self-grandizing. So what's the point? Just go.
Yeah.
Just go. You'll be happier. You'll be happier.
I like the Gettysburg line. That one got me.
Yeah, that was good.
4 score and I'm leaving.
But Tim, you know what? They always stay because, in the words of the Cincinnati Reds owner, you have the drop.
Oh, come on. You gotta
well, where are you going to go?
Oh, come on, Derek. You gotta help him out better. How about he just pointed right at you like, where I'm going. Derek, you got it right. Derek,
all those buttons are there.
Tim, I'll tell you what, for a guy like Derek, who we work with behind the scenes for so many years and then watched him get on air, his stream of conscious while we're on air is hilarious.
I appreciate him knowing where he wanted to go.
Oh, yeah.
You can just whisper in my ear. I'll get it ready next time.
Either way.
He'll sometimes just say stuff and then I was like, what are we talking about?
Well, where are you going to go?
Yesterday.
The comedy of it was he didn't have it ready to go, so there's a little space there. That's all good.
Hit that drop.
Hit that drop. You got it ready to go?
Again,
all right.
It's not an airport. You don't need to announce it. It's one of the most brilliant things that somebody on our chat has said. It's brilliant.
All right. Tim gave us his sports take there. Hates the combine.
All right.
Tim's hot today. Hates announce he's leaving guy. And then now he's got a trivia question for us.
Spicy trivia.
We've gotten one correct between us.
It's been me.
In the months now that we've been doing this.
It's been me, baby.
Okay, well, I want to ease it up on you guys a little bit. I feel bad because...
You feel bad?
Yeah, you guys are just...
we're just
morons. Dude, come on, Tim.
We'll do an easy one, okay?
Come on, dude.
Put some
stank on it.
Pat me on the head.
Okay, easy. Daylight savings, thank God, is about to start, which means when we leave, it'll be sun shining outside as opposed to us being in the dark.
Lose sleep.
However, what month does daylight savings end?
November.
October.
The 2nd of November. Damn, great job, Adam.
Boom. That was an easy one. That's not fair. That was
I remember some daylight savings ending on Halloween.
Stop.
So
I
easy,
remember some. That was so easy.
There's no win there.
You're baffling.
What do I do? Go November 2? Gotta give something different.
I don't know.
Just have your own answer. That's fine.
Were you going to say November?
Yeah.
No, you weren't, dude.
No, November.
I know. Just saying the month now doesn't do anything.
Although I do remember, it's kind of close to Halloween, so yeah, it definitely is early November or late October, but yeah, it is November.
That's going to do it for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Tim, give yourself another round of applause.
Good job, Tim.
A nice job today on the Tuesday Takes. Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
They play it. Yeah. Turns to our city.
They're into it. The people do love it. I love the bed behind it, too. The Takes leader. Hell of an achievement for Tim. This is
taking the world by storm.
This is Marconi Award type stuff that we're putting
just
together.
Me
here.
screaming about things that annoy me.
Yeah. It's good. Get off his lawn. All right, when we come on back, Steve Young checked in on the Rich Eisen show. When Derek was just talking about Rich Eisen out at the Combine, Steve Young was on the Rich Eisen show and discussed the latest on Brock Purdy's contract. We'll get into some of that. Also some stuff on Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk. Also, Adam Schefter today discussed a potential plan for Brock Purdy's contract. Will that make Derek happy? Seems doubtful. The greatest show in America rolls on. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. After Tim just laid down some scorching hot takes. We got some scorching hot... Go ahead, Tim.
I said, yeah, there were scorchers.
Oh, yeah, scorching. We got some scorching hot takes from Steve Young. Joined the Rich Eisen show yesterday.
Does he go on that show often?
No, not that often. I mean, he goes on with Dan Patrick from time to time, comes on with us. I haven't seen Steve Young on the Rich Eisen show in quite some time. But they wanted him on to talk about Brock Purdy's contract and what he thinks he's going to get. And Steve talked a little bit about how the previous contracts of Nick Bosa, Brandon Ayuk, and Debo Samuel may affect what the Niners do with Brock Purdy's contract.
But you go back to how this gets done, it gets done. Like it has to get done. There's not alternatives out there to now, I guess, Rich, you could kind of dream up scenarios where it gets crossways and they go after Sam Darnold. I mean, you could see that, but it's so far in the distance. That's something would have to go haywire for something like that to happen.
Then there was the other one, but yeah, so for that one, sorry, I didn't set that up with you, Tim, but so with that one, he's talking about how he doesn't necessarily think that things with Brock Purdy's contract would escalate to the point where they would not do the deal whatsoever.
Well, yeah, I mean, was Rich Eisen asking about that? Is there that potential? Is that what he was?
I believe I played the wrong cut.
Yeah, we got that far.
All good, all good. But yeah, that one he's basically saying like he thinks this deal gets done and they'll get something hammered out. But it's interesting that he brought up Sam Darnold. That's a name that that's been always brought up in connection to Brock Purdy, obviously because he backed him up last year. But like people think that's like the fail-safe, like if something goes wrong with Brock Purdy, and I'm like, no way in hell that happens. And I know that like Steve Young just brought that up for the hell of just bringing it up, but no, Brock Purdy's the guy. Whatever happens, like even if they don't get a contract done, Brock's still going to be the guy. I would fully anticipate a contract is done, even though I think Adam Schefter, we'll get to that a little later, brought up that there's the potential that maybe they don't do a deal. But no, like Sam Darnold, backup plan, Everything we've heard is Brock Purdy's the guy. It's just a matter of what he's going to get annually. Is it going to be, $45 million? I would doubt that. I think it's in the 50, 60 range. Most people are saying these days that he's not going to break the bank. It's not going to reset the market, even though that's what Jed York kind of said a year ago. But at the end of the day, yes, Brock Purdy's going to be the quarterback for the 49ers going forward.
Yeah, I think anybody saying otherwise is just looking for the non-100% guarantee, which there's never a 100% guarantee, but he's still under contract for another season. They could still franchise tag if they needed to beyond this season. Like, these are all scenarios that they would have to go through, like Steve's saying, before they ever got to that situation. I'm not even really entertaining any of that in my mind because none of that has come to the surface as far as that's where this negotiation may be. Now, Matt Mayoko was on with us yesterday, and I'd implore everybody to check it out, KNBR.com and the app. He had just gotten back from Indianapolis, was there speaking to John Lynch, and we asked about, I said, it didn't sound like the deal is imminent, like that's getting done soon. But
that's surprising to me.
They did believe that it's making progress. And Matt said, yeah, I don't think it's imminent. And he said, I do think it could go for a little while, but it doesn't sound like there's anything major holding it back, at least to this point. I mean, nobody is signing big-time or long-term contracts right now at this point in the offseason. So even if he were to do that right now or do it yesterday, that would be the first of its kind this offseason. Let's go back to what you were talking about. Steve Young talking about, you have the first cut there, Tim. Steve Young talking about Brock Purdy's contract extension relative to that of Bosa and Ayuk in the last few offseasons and how the drag-out affected the 49ers.
The effort to make sure that we had Super Bowl-ready teams the last few years while Brock was on his rookie contract was, the owner, Jed York and John York and Denise, DeBartolo York, were all in. And I think what happened with Nick Bosa and then with Brandon Ayuk changed the nature this year of how they are going to go about it. I don't think they were really appreciative of how that went down and how they got pushed. And I think that they're going to, you almost feel like a lot more declarative statements coming out. I don't know that it's going to be smooth. How could it be smooth, right? Because there's going to be, Brock's people are going to want $60 million a year. And the 49ers, I'm just making this up, 45, whatever it is. And there's just going to be some back and forth. And but I guess just hold on to that thought that I gave you earlier about the spirit of what ownership and what, general managers and even Kyle are thinking about and the rigor about how they're going to handle some of it. So it'll get done, but I don't know how fast it'll get done.
He's also the only player in this era. I mean, I have to go back and see what Fred Warner, if he said anything publicly, or what George Kittle may have said publicly before their contract negotiations. Obviously, Brock Purdy's a big face in that he's the quarterback of the team. And I don't remember Nick Bosa being very public about anything comment-wise. Ayuk was whatever with the media, social media stuff and how he answered questions or didn't after the Super Bowl. Debo Samuel, same sort of thing when they were going after their contracts. Brock's the only one in my memory who clearly outright came out and said in the postseason exit interviews and he said it to the media, not even exit interview in terms of his conversations with the team, but he said it to the media. There's video of him saying, I want to get this done. I don't want to be a distraction this offseason. I don't want this to be a story.
Right.
And then Tim Kawakami reports are not expecting there to be fireworks in terms of big explosive drama that could happen or fallout with this. So, again, we're just going to keep saying we believe it'll get done. We don't know how much it'll get done. It gets exhausting to talk about, but once the contract is settled, that'll be a point of discussion because the dollar amount, how they structure it, how it will play out and allowing them to do other things. If they do anything this offseason free agent-wise prior to signing Brock to this contract, which I think they'll have to.
Yeah.
With it opening next week.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubts that eventually they'll get this deal done. The interesting thing that Steve brought up, though, was how ownership views how these past negotiations have gone. And I feel like kind of the back and forth, like taking things up to the last minute. Like, to me, that was with Nick Bosa. I want to say that deal didn't get done until like the Tuesday before the season started. And then you got Brandon Ayuk, all the back and forth stuff, him flirting with other teams, him FaceTiming with Jaden Daniels, Debo Samuel having the trade request. I don't feel like, I know what Steve is saying, but I don't feel like you should worry about that at all with Brock Purdy. I think when push comes to shove at the end of the day, Brock Purdy's like, what are we doing here? All right, like I'm the quarterback of this football team. I'm not going to waste this team's time. I'm not going to put this team in jeopardy. I'm going to come out there and play football for them. And even if we don't get a contract done, whatever, okay, franchise tag me. I'm playing on my last year of the deal. I'll just play. That's what I fully expect from Brock Purdy, as opposed to the likes of Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel and Nick Bosa that were like, all right, trade me. Or I'm sending out games.
When's the last full-on... I wonder why this is, too. Like, do quarterbacks just know their value, and that's part of the confidence in signing these contracts? Because while you see holdouts from quarterbacks and you see guys say, I'm not going to be there for X, Y, and Z, it's almost never to the point of where Brandon Ayuk took it or to where Nick Bosa took it, to the end of preseason, or Trent Williams, whatever the position may be. I don't know that wide receivers look at the situation and go, well, this is my opportunity to get paid, and you have to pay me, and this is the strategy via my agent. But it's like, why that position? Why DBs? I haven't had a DB do it in a while, get really, really loud about stuff, but they do flare up.
Probably Jalen Ramsey, the last one I could think of.
I was thinking too, yeah.
When he showed up to training camp with Jacksonville with a Briggs truck.
Yeah, showed up, and then he got paid, and then he demanded out, and he said he was hurt his back for 2 weeks.
Dude, I remember that, covering that NFL Network, and then like he would just sit on the sideline.
Yeah, traded to the Rams, played that week.
Miraculously recovered and covered Julio Jones pretty well.
Used his sick
first
days.
game.
Used his sick days before he quit his job. That was good on him. But I like the joke that Tim Ryan makes is the further your position gets away from the football, the louder you get as a player.
Yeah.
Or the crazier you get, which is kind of funny. But it is interesting that the guys who hold out are like frequently of these skill positions. And it's like, I don't know that they look at this like, I'm an extremely valuable player. If I'm giving them credit, they have to view it like I'm an extremely valuable asset to these teams. And if you want a player of my status, you must pay this dollar amount. You've got to do it now in the way that I want. It's why I take exception with the way the Ayuk thing went down, because that's not really what happened. They ended up taking the dollar amount that was on the table, which begs the question, why did you just not show up to camp and play? Whereas with quarterbacks, I don't feel like you get quarterbacks holding out. I mean, when did Dak hold out?
No.
They don't do it.
The only guy that held out was Jordan Love for a couple of practices.
That's what I mean, is it happens in like a couple of practices, or like I'm not showing to mini camp or something like that, but for the most part in today's NFL, that just doesn't really happen because teams get the deal done, or quarterbacks also, I think in general, kind of want to be there. If you're a quarterback who's to this level where you've become the starter and you're getting this dollar amount, you've put in the work to be at this level to make this what you do. You want to be the starting quarterback of this team. There's no half-assing it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this position to be getting this contract, right? To even have the option to hold out. Receivers and running backs and other skill position spots, I think, look at it and go, this is my sweet spot. This is my offseason, my one chance to get this. So they do whatever they can by any means necessary. But the not playing and the not showing up, like Brock, just one, we say he doesn't seem like a guy who's going to hold out, but we also just don't really see that often anyway,
right?
With quarterbacks holding out. Can you imagine if a quarterback's like, I'm not showing up? I mean, I can't even imagine a player doing that today.
I mean,
I can, but like Lamar might have done it, but he was his own agent, so he was working on trying to get it done.
And his deal was done by the draft, so they don't have to worry about that.
There you go.
But it's not only that. Like,
is that wild though? Like,
how about how big a deal it was that Aaron Rodgers didn't show up for minicamp this past season with the Jets?
New team also.
Well, yeah, but it was a second year.
Oh, second year. So he's coming off the injury.
But like that's like a big no-no with like NFL people is like quarterbacks don't miss minicamp.
That's a rift between him and Solid felt like before the season even started. And also to your point about, they don't really hold out, it's because it's such a huge part of their cap.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you have to know what your number is.
Of course. That's my point is there's no fear in my mind that Purdy's not there because that would in and of itself be such a major
feels like
outlier.
The leverage play. That's the leverage play. It's like I'm going to be eating X percentage of your cap. Get it done so you can figure out what you're going to do with the rest of your team,
Yeah. And you don't have a team without me. You need me. You could get by with not having a running back and wide receiver and maybe some defensive players. You cannot
did this
win.
year.
I know, but you can't win without me as quarterback.
Yeah.
So I have no doubts that I don't know how long this is going to go, and I would assume that this probably hopefully gets done by the draft.
Probably hopefully. The draft is what, April 20 something?
24th, the end of the month of April.
We're having a KNBR draft party that day. I could just tell you the date of the.
Are we allowed to give the details of that yet?
I don't know. I know the date because the date of the draft, the 24th.
We are
Thursday,
doing a KNBR
the
show.
24th,
Yes.
All you suckholes better go out there for that.
Yeah, you better show up. You too, Nicole.
Details to come.
But yeah, no, I have no worries. And if this does prolong, then I'm like, well, what's going on here? Why are we at this point? Like, what was the whole holdup with Brandon Ayuk? And then, like, the one thing that I'm a little puzzled on, and we'll get to it a little bit more later, is you hear Adam Schefter and Diana Rossini talk about how they need to start shedding salary right now. And I'm like, why right now? Like, wasn't this all planned for? Like, weren't you accounting for the next offseason to be that's when Brock Purdy's going to get his contract? So we need to start moving off of players right now?
Well, I mean,
isn't it by season by season?
Well, which players are you talking about? Because
Debo Samuel, I anticipated that one happening.
But I mean, what you're saying is shedding salary. It's also that players are getting more expensive in the way that it's playing out. Like, of course they looked at this. They're not a team that's in salary cap hell. They're under the cap, and Matt Mayoka said yesterday they've got some good flex or some decent flexibility right there. They will probably restructure. I mean, if you look at their most expensive players right now entering this season and what it's going to look like.
Nick Bosa.
You go Fred Warner at 29.2, George Kittle at 22, Trent Williams at 21.7, Bosa's at 20.5, even Debo's at 15.9 there, right?
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey was the highest paid running back. Scheduled cap figures of $9.4 million this year.
No, I know.
11.9 next year, but I'm just saying that they will likely restructure some of these. I mean, McCaffrey's due like 27.5 in 2027. He's not going to get that.
No, he'll definitely restructure, but like we'll play the audio later. Schefter basically said on McAfee today, the Niners are listening to offers for anybody for a trade on their team, which I find like alarming.
Also, they were looking at another window year last season off the Super Bowl, and you have to view it that way, of having the cheapest, most valuable asset per output entering the year ever in Brock Purdy.
It changes things.
Of course, but what I'm saying is they went into last year going, we're not going to shed salary after we just had this run. We believe with all these guys still under contract, next year's the year where we have to start restructuring and working on things.
And that's why, like, I know...
That's why Ricky Pearsall's drafted, to your point. That's why,
And that's why you have to move off of Deebo. I totally get that. But also, at the same time, this is not me saying that George Kittle's a bad player by any means, but, like, that's a guy that I wonder about. How long are you willing to have him on the roster where you want to recoup some draft picks? And I hear like contract negotiations and extension. I wonder how they're going to make that work going forward. We're hearing rumors.
It is a story to watch. I mean, because they have so many other things to get done, and it's why when the Brock Purdy domino falls, we'll have a better idea of what they will need to do or what they're trying to do.
I mean, I fully anticipate George Kittle being on this roster. I don't know if they're going to sign him back. And it sounds like
there's a restructure in the works.
Yeah, it could be. And then, we're hearing rumors online that Kyle Juszczyk, and it happened last year, they asked him to take a pay cut. He accepted kind of begrudgingly. And then we'll see if it happens this offseason. If they ask him to do it again, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. He's like, no, thank you.
Adam Schefter joined Pat McAfee today, and while he didn't believe the Niners would actually trade Brandon Ayuk, he does believe that they're listening to everyone on the roster, like you said. We've got that Adam Schefter audio for you coming up next. That's, of course, from the Pat McAfee show. Then we'll get into some of the best free agencies around sports as the NFL free agency gets going next week. We got a Pat H. crap section coming your way. It's Dirty Work, best show in America on a Tuesday. Best day of the week on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
JT Snow joined Greggles and Pop to discuss Bryce Eldridge's struggles in spring training, but implores fans to be patient. It's early. He's young. Anyway, don't take my word for it. Check out JT and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We've been talking about it all season long because this basketball season, when your favorite stars score points, hit some buckets, you can score real money on Underdog Fantasy. You want to win up to 1,000 times your money? You can by playing the Underdog Fantasy Pick'em game. To play, all you got to do is choose whether a player goes higher or lower on one of their stats. It's points, assists, rebounds. Compare them together. Maybe it's totally customizable. You can do a whole bunch of different stuff. You can get some rebounds in there as well. Tonight, I'm looking at higher than Jimmy Butler's 17.5 points. I like that tonight. They've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. You can create entries with basketball picks, or you can mix and match. See if you can hit a Sharks goal tonight before Derek Papa finally breaks his streak in the Sharks pool. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews and millions of players playing right now. Download the Underdog Fantasy app and sign up using promo code KNBR like you're listening to right now to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. You can join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KNBR right now to claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly on your first deposit. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Had a great Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Had a great grab bag and a great conversation with Trey Wingo. How about that? That was fun talking to Trey Wingo.
Not so great conversation with Simon Wilcots.
There was no conversation.
Yeah, I know.
With
That's why it wasn't
Wilcots. But Trey Wingo up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And check out the Matt Mayoko hit we did yesterday. That was good stuff. Also positive that Steph Curry playing tonight against the Knicks on a back-to-back. Warriors off day tomorrow and then take on the Brooklyn Nets.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
Thursday.
Shout out Rich Aurelia.
Shout out Rich Aurelia, dude. Used to come up to No Sleep Till Brooklyn, who will, by the way, be at the Giants and KNBR Fan Fest event, the final stop this Saturday.
Nice.
I believe it's, I want to get the hours incorrect. I don't have the read in front of me.
But it's this Saturday.
I believe it's 10 to 3. Am I right on that?
Uh-oh.
Yeah? March 8th, 10 to 3. I know.
There you go.
There we go.
Saved yourself. Graphic, I was looking at the graphic. We'll list the names off as soon as the graphic comes back, okay?
Okay, I think I can list the names off because Marcus and I will be there.
Let's do it. Let's hear it.
There'll be opportunities for photos with the 3 World Series trophies. Lucille will be there.
Lucille, I remember that one.
Can't forget that one.
Yeah, be all sorts of fun stuff. The game's going on the big screen. We did this last year. It was a unique and different Fan Fest now that we're doing the Fan Fest tour stops relative to the way we used to do it. But it was still a lot of fun. Marcus Boucher and I, the Waterboy, will be there starting at 11. Our interviews will start on the stage, but I could be off on that. Check it out, KNBR.com/FanFestTour if you want to find out more. But the names that will be there, JT Snow,
yep,
Rich Aurelia,
yeah,
Dave Dravecki,
yeah,
Jeffrey Leonard.
Hey.
One I'm really excited about, Noah Lowry is going to be there.
Ooh.
And then hold on, don't tell me there's one more and I don't want to forget him. I did. Who is it?
I don't know. It hasn't cycled yet.
You still haven't got it yet? Oh, you're waiting for like the cycle on the.
Here we go, right here.
Sergio Romo is the last one. I forgot. Sorry, Sergio.
We have to wait.
We all did.
Aurelia, JT, Dravecki, Jeffrey Leonard, Noah Lowry, and Sergio Romo. Admission is free. Check it out, KNBR.com/FanFestTour. Going down this Saturday, 10 a to 3 p.
You got to ask Richie if we get some wine this year.
We will. Well, Rich really is going to join us as a weekly guest throughout the Giants season.
I will shill for some wine for sure.
Oh, dude, we will gladly promote the hell out of Richie's wine.
Where does he rank as one of your all-time favorite San Francisco Giants?
He's my all-time favorite winemaker.
Honestly, dude, probably number one. When my dad was calling games, he was the nicest guy.
Nicest player to you?
Nicest player. I remember chatting up with some guys like Ray Durham. Back in the day. Who else?
So what year was that? What year did your dad start calling Giants? Was
My dad started calling Giants games in 2004, and I went on the road with him all the time. That's when a young Dave Fleming was in his second season.
Yep.
And I can't wait to do Giants pregame with you when we talk to Dave Fleming, because I'll just bring up how I knew him when he was like 24 years old.
And you were a kid. I was
like 13.
12, yeah.
And... Dave just started out. It was his second season.
So you go on the road with the Giants.
We go on the road, and most of the time it was just me and Dave, because I think Dave was closer to me to age than he was my dad. So he was just like, "Hey, Derek, you watch Chappelle's show?" And I was like, "Yeah, I watch Chappelle's show all the time." We were just like reciting sketches back to each other. And then the best night was when we were in Colorado, and it was and the game was going to get rained out, but they weren't calling the game yet. They were hoping they would keep pushing the time back. And Dave, the whole time he's doing the pregame hit, just keeps writing to me. He's like checking his laptop. He goes, "I see there's a time for Anchorman later tonight. We could probably make it." And the game gets called out, and then me, my dad, and Dave Fleming all went to go see Anchorman that night, and it was awesome. We all weren't expecting it to be as goofy as it was, but
I saw Anchorman with Dave Fleming.
Yep.
Dave Fleming's become one of the greatest broadcasters in America. He's incredible. I'm always been thrilled that he's been our guy, that he came here.
Dave's the man.
In Boston.
I've known Dave for a long time, and I'm looking forward to talking to him more. But
in terms of players, though, Rich Aurelia was the nicest one.
Dude, yeah, by far, Rich Aurelia. He just he'd give you everything when he was doing BP, whatever, like a glove or whatnot. And
Richie was the man, dude.
Always chop it up with you. So no, Richie was awesome.
How did Barry treat you?
I remember one time I was in the dugout, and Barry was
like, "Give me a Coke."
Barry, I was standing in the dugout. Barry was coming towards me, and he didn't make eye contact with me, and he wasn't going to move. He was going to be like, "Oh, sorry, young man."
Oh, you meant like you were both walking at each other, and somebody was going to have to move to the right or to the left, and he was not moving.
He was not moving, so I clearly had to get out of his way, and didn't acknowledge me, didn't look at me. It was Barry's world, and I was living in it.
This had like a Curb Your Enthusiasm moment all over it, where Larry David trips Shaq in the game at the Laker game. Derek steps on Barry's toe.
Well, dude,
doesn't get out of the way, bangs his knee.
Well, dude, back in the day before I worked in radio, I worked at a production company, Atomic Productions, and we had to do filming at Michael Mina's restaurant, and we'd interview celebrities if they would come by. So I remember interviewing like Colin Hanks, Tom Hanks' son. He was just in Fargo. Other athletes that would show up. Barry Bonds showed up one day, And my boss was like, go up and talk to him. Do the interview with Barry Bonds. And I was like, oh, boy. Okay, let's do this. Walked up to Barry and go, Mr. Bonds, can I get a interview with you? And all his family sitting with him were like, yeah, right on. And then Barry goes, no, I have no time. Absolutely not. I was like, okay, never mind.
You bothered him while he was having dinner with his family?
My boss was pushing me towards him. What was I supposed to do?
You have no morals on you? Like, dude, the man's eating.
I knew that it was an inappropriate time. Hey, Bonds had all the right in the world to tell me, go piss off,
Did it curry you any favor with your boss?
He was like, oh, that took some stones.
He's like, I never would have done that. Good on you.
We need that more.
Well done.
Where the hell did that go?
How did AJ Pierzynski treat you?
Didn't encounter AJ Pierzynski.
No AJ. How about a Pedro Feliz?
Didn't run into Pedro Feliz.
No Pete Happy?
How about a JT Snow? He was on that 04 team.
I don't remember running into JT, but JT and me have a good relationship now.
Yeah. All right.
Just interviewed him the other day.
Anyway, Rich really will be with us regularly throughout the Giants season, every week, right here on Dirty Work. And he'll also be there on Saturday for the Giants and KNBR Fan Fest event. I know I'm working this Saturday. I'm mentally prepared for it.
You ready for it?
Remember like Wednesday of last week when we were doing the read?
It was like you had seen a ghost. Like you walked over your own grave.
It was like a Wednesday or Thursday, and I looked up, I was like, wait, is that? I thought I was working. Was not mentally prepared. I'm ready this week.
No, but you're good. It's kind of like trading off a day because you are working Saturday, but you're off Monday.
Yeah, I'm off Monday. We're going to do what happened with Adam Schefter. I'll be off Monday for back-to-back weeks. How about that?
Yeah.
Adam Schefter was on the Pat McAfee show, and he was talking about a multitude of different things. Number one is he was talking about Brock Purdy and the contract extension. Here we go. We had that caller yesterday who was talking about, oh, man, I don't need this thing to drag out. We don't need to be talking about this thing for months. He said he felt for us. I'm going to talk about Ayuk, and thank God the Deebo thing happened quick. God, I don't want to talk about this for months either. Here's Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee talking about how things could play out with Purdy and the 49ers.
The Niners, if they don't sign Brock Purdy this offseason, and here's a team that really is up against it financially, if they don't sign him, and Brock Purdy obviously is going to want to get a deal done, and the Niners would want to get a deal done. But the issue is he's scheduled to make $5.1 million this season. He then could be tagged after next season for $41 million. He could be tagged the season after that for $51 million. So if you don't get a deal done with Brock Purdy and you're the Niners, and again, this would not be what Brock Purdy would want, I would imagine. Certainly not what his agent would want. He would play for $5 million this year, $41 next year, $51 the year after. You're talking about $97+ million over the next 3 years, which for most people would be incredible money, but not for a quarterback who's waiting to get paid. And so the Niners have a bit of a cap issue, cash issue, and so they can't put Brock Purdy necessarily where he might be. They can go to a certain level. They'd want to pay him, but it's not going to be, I would imagine, quite as high as most people think.
Which is what we've heard for quite some time.
I mean, yeah, basically what he's saying is there are other options to keep him on the roster at a good salary for the next 3 seasons if that's the route they have to go. I just don't think it's going to, we could if and but this forever.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I don't know why there's no, he's not even saying that there's indication that it's trending that way. He's just saying, if you decide you don't want to commit or you're not willing to commit for 5 years or whatever it is that he wants at whatever dollar amount, then you could save $20 million on it. And that's a bit of leverage there in a franchise after next season, and then maybe even more depending on where the contracts are going. I mean, I can't imagine with Dak getting 60, and he won an MVP and led the league in passing 2 years ago, and then got that $60 million a year. I can't imagine what Mahomes gets next time around when he restructures, and what Josh Allen's going to get when he restructures.
Yeah,
I mean, do they go the 70 route? Or does Allen say, I need more help?
I think you have to.
I mean, Allen may be a unique case in that you look around and he may look around and be like, I don't know if I'm going to get one if I'm taking $70 million on the cap.
No, that could be the case.
Depending on where the cap goes and how high, how fast, right? That's a part of it too. But it's about the percentage of the cap. And Mahomes is making a large percentage of the Chiefs cap, but they're finding success around him with whatever their system and strategy is.
No, that's what I was saying with comparison to Joe Burrow, where he expects the Cincinnati Bengals to sign everybody back.
Like the Eagles did.
Yeah, but like the Bengals don't operate that way, and eventually that's going to bite the Eagles in the ass. Like they're benefiting right now.
That bubble's going to pop at some point. Where you can't have all those offensive players. It's what the Niners are dealing with right now.
As soon as Jalen Carter's a free agent, then they're going to have some trouble.
Yeah,
but that's a long time from now.
He's only 2 years till he can start. I mean, this was year 2 for him, right?
Yep, it was.
So after next season, you're going to start hearing about his contract.
That's why the Myles Garrett thing seems like maybe it happens, but then again, I'm like, how do they make that all work with the contract?
How can they give a contract?
I mean, my thing with what Adam Schefter was talking about there is that all sounds good, and it's all leverage for the 49ers to say, like, well, we could just do this. We could just franchise tag him. The 49ers are not going to operate like the Cincinnati Bengals where they're keeping T. Higgins hostage every year. Like, I think eventually they have to pay their quarterback. It's not fair. Like, I understand, like, well, it's not fair. This is the way of the NFL sometimes, Derek. I get that. But also, like, the franchise tag sucks. Like it forces players to stay in a location. I know it benefits the team, but at the same time, you get no guaranteed money. If you're hurt, then you're done. Like if you tore, can you imagine if Brandon Ayuk, like it's not a situation where this would happen, but like let's say like they went into the season and got franchise tagged, then he tore his ACL, and then his future free agency is just terrible.
That's why he held out to get the contract. I just don't know why he took the same contract that was on the table from the beginning at the end.
The whole thing was annoying.
I get it. The thing is, the difference is when you franchise quarterbacks, I think always when you franchise a player, it changes the exception of like Robbie Gould, who they franchised right at one point. I like when you franchise tag a player, I think it changes your relationship with the player, and you certainly don't want that with your quarterback. Who's the last quarterback that got franchised? Was it Cousins?
Yeah.
And how'd that work for the relationship between him and...
Well, then eventually they traded him.
In Washington, yeah. I just like... I
not even traded him. They just let him walk at free agency.
Again, this is all stuff that, yes, could happen. They're all options. I just can't foresee, at this point, why this is even a conversation.
No, I mean, like, they're talking about just hypotheticals, and, like, they don't have to do this, they don't have to do that. But from everything that we've been told and all the reports, they're going to get a deal done. It's just like this is the leverage that the 49ers have. I don't think it's beneficial to them to franchise tag Brock Purdy year after year. You're paying him like basically a 1-year deal for $41 million, then a 1-year deal for $51 million. Like that's what like the Minnesota Vikings should have franchise tagged Sam Darnold today, and they did the right thing and be like, you know what, you earned the right to go into free agency.
I don't know if that's all just about like you earned it. We're going to let you do that because you earned it. Like, well, if they thought it was what's best for it's football. If they thought it was what was best for them, they would have done it.
No,
they don't believe that is what's best.
I hear you. Like what I'm saying though, you earned it is Kevin O'Connell basically said that a couple weeks ago, where he was like, he's earned the right to go to free agency.
Yeah.
Well, their plan is that, well, you know, if you don't sign back, like we'd love to have you back, but if you don't sign back, that's why we drafted J.J. McCarthy, and that's why we have Daniel Jones in the practice squad last year. So I think that they're like, we'll offer you this, Sam, and if you don't want it, then we're moving on to the next guy. That's simply what they did last year with Kirk Cousins. So. Yeah, I think that the Niners don't have a lot of options quarterback-wise, obviously, so they have to make a deal with Brock Purdy.
Here's one more from Adam Schefter. He was talking about what you were mentioning in the last segment, that Adam Schefter says, hey, man, 49ers are not just – you're hearing about the Brandon Ayuk stuff. He says they're open for calls. They're taking calls on just about anybody and are willing to listen. Here's what Adam Schefter said in regards to the 49ers' activity on the trade market.
Well, again, I think that the 49ers in their particular financial situation are open to listening on just about anybody, right? And so if there's a team out there that is willing to take on the Brandon Ayuk contract with him coming off the torn ACL, I'm sure they would listen, absolutely. But again, you've got to find a team that's willing to take on the player with the injury, with the contract. That's not a simple thing to do. Look, if there's no knee injury, it's a simple deal. But because there's a knee injury, because he may miss the first half of next season, and there are questions about, when he'll get back next year, there are a whole host of pending issues. But the Niners, again, for them to play in the free agency sandbox, they're going to have to find ways to clear out salary, whether that's through Brandon Ayuk or Jordan Mason or any other player that they don't bring back or let go. They have to find ways to get money to help field the kind of roster that they want. So if an offer comes in on Brandon Ayuk and there's a team out there that's willing to take on that particular situation, I'm sure they would be open to listening to it.
Yeah, but to the point you were making yesterday, Derek, like who's going to trade for a guy who has all the same problems that he's talking about why the Niners would be willing to move him.
I'm not so much concerned with the Brandon Ayuk stuff there.
He's talking a lot about the Ayuk stuff, but you're just saying they're willing to listen on anybody.
That's interesting to me because, are we treating this like a rebuild this offseason?
Doesn't sound like it.
I hope not.
Sounds like they're looking at what their options are, and you can take inventory on the value of your roster by listening on players.
Yeah, I mean, and the big thing
doesn't mean that you're floating names. It means that you're willing to.
They're
listen
listening to offers. Is big difference than they're taking calls or they're offering players.
That's a different report.
But that's something they're going to have to do year by year when it comes to these players that everybody loves. Eventually they may have to move off of Fred Warner.
Teams get expensive.
Yes.
I mean, Fred Warner's expensive. Again, you've got some of the top paid talent at each of their position across the board, and most of them were drafted by you.
Yeah. That's why I think fans should be prepared. Obviously they need Dre Greenlaw, but I think they value Dre Greenlaw differently right now with the medical stuff. And it sounds like from you read online reports that they offered him a 1-year deal, and we'll see if Dre Greenlaw has a bigger market.
Do you have NFL's obviously your favorite thing.
Yeah.
Do you believe it's the best free agency?
As far as for fans or for players?
I mean, from a fan standpoint, I guess.
A fan standpoint?
Viewership standpoint.
It varies every year. Last year, I thought it was very entertaining with Saquon Barkley signing with the Eagles and Kirk Cousins going to the Falcons.
I always, when there's big players, it's exciting.
Yeah, with trades and every year we hear DK Metcalf could be traded and Myles Garrett, and then it doesn't happen. And you're like, well, damn, this free agency is not as sexy. With me, the fireworks happen a lot more with basketball, and even baseball is a little bigger deal.
Yeah.
But baseball, I think you'll agree with this too. Scott Boras held it hostage a couple years ago. It went a little faster this offseason.
Not even a couple years ago. He does that a lot. We'll get into this. Does football have the best free agency?
Just real quick there, I got breaking news. The streak continues. 115 straight losses for your boy in the Sharks pool.
I was wondering if we were getting there.
Yeah.
I wrote it down to ask you about later in the Sharks pool, which Derek is now, there's only, 81 games in a season?
Yeah.
Derek's lost 115 consecutive.
Looking a little bleak.
Which, as you know, if you just add them up, that's $115. It's $1 a game.
Yeah, I'm losing money hand over fist in this
Derek
thing.
had a high pick. Second line defenseman got the goal today.
Yeah. Toffoli.
Derek had the number 2 pick today. You went with Toffoli?
Yeah.
That's a good pick.
It's a great pick, and I got screwed once again.
Who went number 1?
Celebrity.
Major Macklin.
Macklin probably won. Yeah, I would go Toffoli too.
Yeah.
Tough deal.
It was the right pick. I just got screwed.
The streak continues. Dirty work. Greatest show in America rolls on. Who's got the best free agency? Maybe the NFL, and it starts next week. We'll get into it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Marcus suggested that Gerard Encarnacion will be the DH going into the 2025 season.
Encarnacion!
For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the Nacho Libre leader.
Said goodbye to me tonight.
Start the fire, buddy. Come on, man. Play something from a stranger.
We strictly do 80s Joel music, sir. And why you needed me to.
80s Billy Joel doo-wop sucks.
Hey, listen, mother. We always sing 80s Joel.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. If it's Giants baseball,
it's Derek Papa.
It's Dirty Work on KNBR.
Just want to work it in once a show just because it's so dumb. It makes me happy.
I want more of them, though. We do need more.
We'll get more.
We need to get more of what people were saying.
Variations of that.
Because a lot of people were checking out on the YouTube chat. We can always sound off, or the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on if it's Dirty Work, it's whatever. Or if it's whatever, it's Dirty Work. Or
if it's losing in the Sharks pool, it's Dirty Work.
Yeah, all the losing you'll ever need if you're Derek Papa. Putting together a Cal Ripken-like streak and losses in the
I'm
Sharks
kind of impressed by what I've done here.
Hard to do.
It's funny that it cost you $1 to play in at every game. You've lost 115 straight games. So, in how many guys are in the pool? 11?
13, I believe.
13, yes.
13. So
and Tim's in it as well.
So you'd have to win 11 times straight just to get your money back.
Yeah. Well, you were in it as one. You were in it one time.
Yeah, I was in it for a while.
Or it could roll over and he could recoup a bunch of it all at once. But the likelihood of just get off the street, get off the schneid, you know?
Yeah. Well, when's the last time you won, Tim?
I had a very strong first third of the year.
I think I got like, you heard him?
I think I won 4 times this year, but I haven't won in. Yeah, I got a streak going probably in the 20s. But again, anything over 100 is
I know.
Ripken-esque.
It sucks.
You're going to go the whole season and now win.
Especially when
you're running out of games, my man.
Well, I won I won the first game last season, and then prior to that, I won during the season but didn't claim. I wasn't really familiar with the rules.
Well, the claim rule is a big one because it means that you can't just win in the Sharks pool and not pay any attention and collect the money. It means you got to be paying attention to what the Sharks are doing.
Well, how about our guy Jack Loader, first game of the season? He didn't know the rules either. He texts us in the group chat, "Oh, Marcus won. Nice."
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You're not supposed to remind anybody to claim.
No, don't remind people. He's like, well, he works in sports radio. He's going to know this stuff. Shut up, Jack.
Yeah, you got to make sure you got the notifications on.
We learned a lot about Loader that day.
Yeah. It was all downhill for Loader.
Continue to learn a lot. No, he's working hard. I saw him. He was knee deep in some stuff today because Mr. KNBR's gone to Asia for a month.
Yeah, we're gonna need some updates.
Yeah, so Jack Loader's got the weight of the digital department.
If it's Asian check-ins, it's dirty work.
Yeah, I told him I want him like checking in eating some unagi or something, then check in, with his toes in the sand somewhere. I don't know, whatever he sees fit.
Need a seedy karaoke bar.
Yeah. By the way, Larry Kruger, Diners Nightly, coming up tonight. Tim says today with Diners Nightly, Larry may review Cracker Barrel.
That's a diner?
Cracker Barrel.
You got a history with Cracker Barrel?
You've never been to a Cracker Barrel?
I've never been.
If I'm being
you haven't lived.
If I'm being totally honest with you guys, maybe until right this minute, wow. I thought Cracker Barrel was a place like for like homewares. I thought you bought like homewares there.
I thought this was going to be a white joke.
Yeah, no, I'd never been to a Cracker Barrel.
I kind of thought that too, but I knew it's an establishment. It's like a restaurant.
Yeah, it's obviously a restaurant.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. Old Country Store. No, I'm looking at. I always thought it was like a
Home Depot.
No, not like like homewares. Like I don't know. Like somewhere nice, like a Williams Sonoma.
Okay,
like somewhere with like
does the
Brookstone?
Yeah, like upscale like homewares like a Williams Sonoma. So like I was like Cracker Barrel seems like they'd be selling nice stuff there.
Yeah, does the barrel throw you off there?
No, maybe.
Yeah,
it's exact opposite of what I thought it would be. I'm looking at a plate of
we should go
plate of pancakes. Anyway, Tim, you got history with the Cracker Barrel?
I've been to the Cracker Barrel a few times. There are 658 locations.
I mean,
well, thank you for that information.
I would have thought it was far more boutique than that, but 650 locations. Where in California?
Paul's Boutique.
I believe there's only a few, maybe a very small handful in California.
Yeah, it seemed. I thought that was like a Southern or Midwest thing.
Hey, this is Larry reviewing diners. We're going to go nationwide here. If I put Waffle House on there, he's going to review the Waffle House.
Love the Waffle House.
We have Cracker Barrel, and dude, there's one in Rockland.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Rockland, check in, dude. Have you hit the Cracker Barrel in Rockland? Should we go as a show?
When's the last time you guys been to a Waffle House, or have you ever been to a Waffle House?
I have, but not since 2012. No, I've been more recently.
You remember the story I told about how the waitress got arrested for solicitation while we ate pancakes.
Dude, did I miss this? Was I here for this?
No, you were definitely here for that.
Oh, I forgot this story.
Yeah, the entire staff took a smoke break altogether, so it was just my family sitting in there. Could have made myself a waffle if I wanted to. And then the police showed up and arrested one of the waitresses for solicitation.
Oh, my God. Dude,
you had your own episode of Honora.
That's a full Waffle House experience.
Honora at the Waffle House.
Oh, come on. You haven't even seen it. You don't get to reference it in quote.
I know.
I'm firm on that.
I'm going to watch the movie. I'm going to watch the movie.
I don't like when people riff on things in pop culture
they haven't seen
yet. They don't know anything about, but they're just like taking the low-hanging, you know what I mean? Come on. You can't just do that.
I'm better than that.
You are better than that.
Larry's going to have thoughts on Waffle House, and I don't think that we should be excluded from it just because they aren't here. So
okay.
It'll be on Diners Nightly.
All right, fair enough.
We've made this a thing. Who cares?
Yeah, that's our bit.
So
riff.
What's your favorite free agency?
My favorite free agency?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saddened that baseball has lost so much of its oomph when it comes to player acquisition because it used to be the sport for the trade deadline. And
I think it still is.
I don't know, the philosophy of how the trade deadline used to work, or the philosophy of how teams view success and sustain success now, just like the NFL protects the hell out of their draft picks.
Yeah.
Now teams protect the hell out of their prospects that they've already obtained. Like teams don't generally now mortgage the future unless they're getting a guy who's going to be with them for multiple years, right? Like the Padres weren't going to give up that haul for Juan Soto unless they were like, okay, we got him for a couple of years, and if we decide we're not going to sign him and he won't sign here,
then we'll flip him.
Then we'll flip him again and try to recoup some of that value in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Because that would mean that he's elite enough to require that in a transaction, or he doesn't want to be here because he's so good that he thinks he's going to get a massive payday on the market.
Was it a season and a half with Juan Soto with the Padres?
I think so. That sounds right.
Yeah.
I want to say he played maybe by the time they traded him.
It was 2022. Then I remember being here for that, and then he played a full season with them, and then he got dealt. And I remember us all hanging out at the Christmas party when he got dealt to the Yankees.
Yeah. So Juan Soto, he was traded from the Nationals in 2022 after 101 games. Then he played all 160. He played 52 with the Padres, all 162 the following season, and then was traded to the Yankees that offseason.
Yeah, my thing is, I feel there's more wheeling and dealing when it comes to the MLB trade deadline. I mean, I think there was like bigger moves done at the NBA trade deadline, obviously, this year. But as far as like free agency, I mean, in recent years, I never thought the NFL went crazy with free agency. Like, there was always like one big guy, and then like, you know, like in recent years, like, I'm trying to remember like the big ones. Like, it's usually the Raiders making a horrible deal. Like, it was like them trading for like D'Angelo Hall or whoever the hell, Javon Walker, all that. Like, usually NFL free agency was like where the dumb teams do their deals.
I like my guy Javon Walker.
Oh, dude. And then he got arrested in the offseason, and like he made him the highest paid wide receiver in football, one of the worst deals of all time.
Didn't see that coming.
Like, usually it was like Dan Snyder, like messing up everything with Washington back in the day, where it was like, let me throw a ton of money out to Albert Hainsworth or like whatever terrible moves he made.
Well, like, that's what I mean is like the evolution of both sports has changed how players are obtained. Like, to me, NBA has the lead. Like, to me, in my mind, and I've said this before, I don't know if there's any facts to back this up. There's fewer players on each team, yet it seems to me like players change teams so much more frequently in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's really hard for me to keep track of it. There's so many 3-team deals, buyouts, and things like that where a guy goes somewhere,
aprons,
never actually plays there, and then gets cut
the
from
apron stuff
the
is
team.
still over my head.
But I'm just talking about player acquisition
Yeah.
even. Like, forget that.
Salary cap makes it so you have to put like 17 players into, and they all constantly move to different teams.
Yeah, like the Warriors, like we kept finding out about the Jimmy Butler trade, like multiple players went to different places just to fill voids because of how
I have no idea what team Dennis Schroeder's on right now.
Contracts
I have no idea.
He's coming
Pistons?
back. Yeah, I think he's coming back.
Pistons, I think.
Yeah, revenge game. The Schroeder game. It's next week, isn't it? It's this Saturday.
Yeah, this Saturday. The Kuminga return and the Schroeder return.
Big tilt. They do like a video tribute. It's just like a flash.
Schroeder.
Yeah. Like a video tribute for Schroeder. It's like,
remember that press conference you did?
It's like 14 seconds long.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Knowing the Warriors, though, they'll do it.
But it's hard for me to keep track of in the NBA sometimes, like how much movement there is around trade deadline. Like, to your point, there was a great deadline this time. Lots of big players moved teams. There was great rumors. Baseball, though, now, teams protect their young players so much and are oftentimes still in the hunt. Like, I don't know. I'll never understand, and this is just bad organization with the Angels are a bad organization. I'll never get why they didn't trade Shohei Ohtani. Never made any sense. They weren't in it. They weren't competitive. They weren't able to re-sign him.
What would be adequate compensation, though, for Shohei Ohtani?
I don't know. But keeping him meant nothing.
No, I totally get that. But
he didn't even sell out games.
But like, what could possibly like equal that of a Shohei Ohtani? I totally get it. Totally understand that. They weren't going to sign him back. But what equals Shohei Ohtani as far as trade compensation?
I don't know. And back then it was different.
I think that was the holdup.
But it doesn't really matter. You weren't going to keep him anyway. They weren't able to keep him. Spanos, not Spanos, Artie Moreno was going to sell the team, put him up for sale, then decided, oh, no, I'm not going to sell him, and then wasn't going to pay him, and has gone about this horribly. So, he would have been one of the big ones to go. It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Vlad this year.
Yeah.
Right? The Yankees traded for Soto for 1 year to have him and then try to keep him for the one season.
Yeah. Well,
the Padres weren't going to get in that mix.
Yeah. You don't believe that a team will trade for him and then give him a contract immediately. That's just too hard to do.
I'm just saying that doesn't happen really in baseball where a guy gets traded to a team and then signs an extension like right then and there.
Yeah.
Like the Jimmy thing doesn't really happen.
Yeah.
Like even when the Giants signed Randy Wynn to an extension, that might have happened with Randy Wynn. We'd have to look up when he signed because they gave him a deal and he was killing it. But he had to finish like that half of the season and look great. Hunter Pence, I want to say they signed him after the season too. Usually you get through it and then you figure that stuff out. I don't even know if baseball allows for that. I mean, you can sign an extension, I guess, at any point. But I don't know unless a team like the Yankees is going to go all in again. We're close and we need another weapon or teams start building. And then Vlad becomes available. But if the Blue Jays are in it, I don't think they'll trade him.
I mean, just as far as like free agency across the three sports, I think that there's intrigue in the NFL, obviously, because it's the biggest sport. But when you think about it, like, I'm being real. I love NFL free agency, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal this offseason. There'll be big moments. There'll be some big trades. But, like, we're hearing even now, like the DK Metcalf trade I told you about last Friday, apparently that was a whole hoax. Like, we'll see what happens. Like, the Myles Garrett thing, like, we could wait for months with that. Like, that may not happen even after the draft.
That's not even free agency, though. That's a player demanding out of an organization.
No, but, like, it's part of it, though. Like, that's like as far as just, like, straight-up free agency, there's not a lot of big names. Like, the big names I'm thinking about are, like, all the wide receivers that are available right now. Devontae Adams. And, I mean, like, T. Higgins getting tagged, that kind of ruins the fun of it. That's why I think, like, for players, obviously, in basketball and baseball.
Baseball has better. I'm sorry, when I asked you earlier what had the best free agency, and you said for players or fans, I thought you meant, like, which players do better. But I think what you actually meant is when you said for players, you meant the quality of players who hit free agency.
Well, yeah.
Like, there's more talent. You're absolutely right. Because in the NFL, they don't let players leave.
No,
they trade for
if
compensation.
you're a great player, then you're getting tagged, and then you're getting traded.
Right.
Like, we'll see if T. Higgins actually signs a long-term deal with the Bengals, but this way, at least they hold him. In baseball, you hit free agency, and you sign a fully guaranteed contract.
Vladdy said it. Vladdy's quote last week was, well, they didn't reach an agreement with me, so now they have to compete with 29 other teams. I was like, damn, dude. Damn.
Good luck, A's.
All right. That'd be a player you knew on the A's.
Yes.
How do you feel about your Giants landing, Vladdy?
Do you think that's happening?
Would it excite you?
No.
Derek becoming a Giants fan is the biggest thing I didn't expect to happen.
It's not happening.
It's a John Cena heel turn, dude. I did not see that coming.
Whoa, easy there. Mike Kohler hasn't watched it yet.
It's not my problem. It's not my problem. He was mad when I was like throwing wrestling stuff at him the other day.
Yeah, like how long can you have like a sorry no spoilers after like a thing airs on TV?
That was a couple of days. That was like Sunday or something. I wasn't like really trying to spoil it. That was yesterday. I was messing with him. Plus, he's a fan and like into it. I just saw clips of it on Twitter. I didn't want to ruin something he was
That's a
into.
huge deal, right, in the wrestling community?
Apparently. Sorry if you didn't know and you're listening to me spoil it for you, but where have you been if you didn't know? Where have you like what's going on? Where have you been? Tim, you heard about it.
Yeah, immediately.
Maybe Huey would cut like an emergency pod, I'm sure.
And the thing is like it's just something that just pops up on social media because it's part of pop culture. It's the way it is. If you didn't hear it by now, then sorry.
Devontae Adams is listed now as the number one free agent, just like in terms of previous AAV, I guess, is how they've listed.
Well, people were saying Chris Godwin before they saw the Devontae Adams news today. So, yeah, I think Devontae Adams right now is a better wide receiver than Chris Godwin.
Well, not even receivers. I just mean the top free agents out there. Like, it's in terms of previous AAV is just how this is sorted. Devontae Adams, Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Brandon Cooks, Khalil Mack.
Khalil Mack's very interesting.
Zach Martin, Deontay Johnson, Cam Robinson.
Yeah.
Draymond Jones, Brandon Scherf.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Hassan Reddick.
It's not a lot.
No.
Oh, God, Hassan Reddick.
Matt Judon, Charvarius Ward, Joe Noteboom. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how quickly Hassan Reddick goes in free agency this year after all the crap he pulled off last season.
Do we have a big MLB free agent class coming? Also, MLB has the whole element of like Japan getting in the mix too, right? Like now there's just players who come in, you're like, damn, there's free agency and you have the international market.
Yeah.
Hiroki Sasaki, dude, there's another guy coming. I think his name is Masahiro Murakama. He's a third baseman. Same thing, like 20.
Murakama's coming?
Like, dude, young player, dude, he hits, or Murakami, he hits bombs, dude.
This is why you shouldn't be upset. We said this before. It's why you shouldn't be upset about the Dodgers getting the greatest Japanese player ever until next year.
Yeah,
and then there's another one.
because they're going to get another one.
Well, that's the thing. Like, does it, like, as a baseball fan, does that kind of ruin it, where the Dodgers are the ones that are kind of monopolizing?
You're a Giants fan. You tell me, dude. Do you think it ruins it?
Stop this.
What do you mean, as a Giants fan, does it, as a baseball fan or Giants? Yeah, of course. Anything positive they do ruins it for everybody.
But what I'm saying, though, is like it's just one team taking every free agent possible.
I don't know how I can be that mad. The thing was with that and the Dodgers, I'm like, how can I be that mad when every other team's just deciding not to do it?
Yeah.
Everybody can do it.
That sucks.
Everybody's just deciding not to do it. And that's what's more frustrating. Like, why does nobody care enough to do it? Like, I know
the
going
Mets
to LA.
care, Yankees care, but not
nobody else. Everybody could do it. Dude owns the Gap. You know what I mean?
And then that's why a third of your teams are irrelevant before the season even starts.
That's what I'm saying. That's why that's what's so frustrating.
Baseball's free agency sucks because it's 4.5 months long, and to the point that you were making earlier about
4.5.
Scott Boras,
I got a 10-month grind here from like late February to hopefully November. You know,
it just stretches and stretches. And then it's like, okay, well, we can already eliminate 15 teams that aren't into it. So what are we doing?
Yeah. Next year's free agent class is not looking great. Scarce.
For baseball?
Bregman, Vladdy, Pete Alonso again, Cody Bellinger, Jordan Montgomery, Trevor Story, Real Muto, Walker Buehler.
We did half those guys names just now.
We just did all these guys. Chris
the same guys.
I just did this. I don't want to do this again. All these 2-year deals bumming me out.
The text line came to your defense. You think we were talking about Cracker Barrel. You were thinking Creighton Barrel, I believe.
Dude, is that a homewares place?
That is a homewares place.
Thank you.
Creighton Barrel.
You won't catch me at either.
No, and also the text line also very divided on the Cracker Barrel. Some very pro, some very negative.
510 says Cracker Barrel, more like Crappy Barrel. Not worth your time or your money.
Clever.
So if I do spend money, just be quick about it. Cracker Barrel is food, Roseville location. First time I was impressed by the food. Good breakfast, food with a southern twang. All right.
Yeah. Never been.
Twang.
Tim,
you can also get Cracker Barrel cheese in your local grocery store.
Oh.
Safeway stocked it.
Cheese.
You endorse it, Tim?
Cheese.
More of a Tillamook man myself.
Are you a Tillamook guy?
Yeah.
I get this zesty New Zealand cheese. It's like a white cheddar from Trader Joe's.
You don't say.
How about the, what is the unexpected cheddar? Oh, it's good.
What's that mean?
It's from Trader Joe's. You don't know this? Oh, maybe I'll bring a block in. It's like right
Unexpected
behind
cheese?
It's called unexpected cheddar. It's right behind the Mandarin chicken is like their best selling item. It's cheddar cheese that's spiked with like Parmesan and salt. It's
okay,
awesome.
so it's like a secret ingredient.
I can't believe I don't know about this. I'm a TJ's guy.
Cannot believe both of you don't know about this. I might buy some just to give to you.
No, I need to get up on my Trader Joe's.
I don't know if
all the cheeses.
Do you accept cheese from another man? You know what I mean?
Me?
He said, "Will you take a whole block from Tim?" Tim rolls in with it. Like I don't want it to be open.
Know.
Better be like
I don't
closed.
Hey, the block that I'll buy, the three of us could split it in one sitting here during the show, and you guys can review it.
This might be an isolated drop, but I don't accept cheese from a stranger.
Derek is taking that home, dude.
What, the cheese?
Yeah, dude, he's not eating cheese during the show or before the show.
Oh, no, that's a dangerous game.
See what I mean, dude? Dude knows his body.
Yes.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. I feel wrong saying this now. It's the greatest show in America. Rolls on here on a Tuesday afternoon.
Jeez.
Larry Kruger comes up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock with more Diners Nightly, probably more Cracker Barrel talk. He's down in Scottsdale still, isn't he? Catch a little Hayden Bird song. Landon Roop pitching his ass off.
There you go.
Throwing his ass off, pitching his ass off.
Either way.
We got a little Pat H. crap section for you, a tribute next, and then Larry Kruger at 6 o'clock. It's a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
You know all the cheeses?
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
If you don't know this theme song, you should. It's one of the greatest shows of all time. And we got some very sad news today that the voice of Space Ghost, Coast to Coast, George Lowe, passed away at the age of 67. And Tim let me know this. Didn't know this before today. He used to do VO work for The Bone.
Hello.
Hey, there he is.
I'm Space Ghost. Welcome to my show.
That is absolutely true. He did do voice work for many years for 107.7 The Bone, our sister station. Baby Huey would vouch for this as well.
Yeah, so if you've never seen Space Ghost Coast to Coast, it was an amazing show in the 90s where they, like, back in the 90s when you were a kid, if you watch cartoon shows, you watched on basically 3 networks. It was Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, or Cartoon Network. And Cartoon Network was a little more edgier, in my opinion, where they had... You know, they kind of skirted the line a little bit of, like, what was for kids and what's kind of for older kids, like Dexter's Lab and Ed, and Eddie and all that stuff.
That's on some more adult-themed or geared cartoons that even if they played for a kid, there was like, I don't know, Johnny Bravo was a whole lot of innuendo.
Yes. Oh, I love Johnny Bravo. But late at night, they would do Adult Swim, and I know a lot of people know Adult Swim now. Obviously,
Dexter's Teachers just built like an hourglass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, but like, you know, like there is no Eric Andre without Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Like early on, they had like just Hanna-Barbera cartoons, and they would overdub the audio and change it to be more goofy and just crazy.
So they would take Hanna-Barbera 60s cartoons and they would just dub over them. I mean, sort of in the same ilk, like Beavis and Butthead would have laid the groundwork for this and just sort of watching music videos and then mocking them while they watch them. Like My Judge doing that. They would do the same thing with this. Well, Space Ghost Coast to Coast, I mean, I think it's cult, but I think it's a pretty popular show, and that people know it was then a late night talk show with Space Ghost from the 60s, like kids action cartoon.
Yes. And he would interview like big stars.
Like having like Johnny Quest, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Johnny Quest.
Haji doing their own show.
If anyone's seen like Aqua Teen Hunger Force or C-Lab, like it was basically that. Just taking like an old cartoon show and then turning it into something a little more dirty, a little raunchier.
Anyway, what'd you love about it, man?
It was unconventional. Like I remember, like, for whatever reason I remember this, like the Mask VHS has, like, at the end of it, like Jim Carrey appearing on Space Ghost Coast to Coast, and that's how I was introduced to it. They would have, like, real celebrities on the show, and I don't know how they did it.
Being interviewed by a cartoon.
Yes, being interviewed by a cartoon. I'm assuming the producers or the voice actors would actually interview the guests, but they would get big stars on, and the show was just goofy. Like it's
funny. It was out of the box, and it was
unconventional,
right? And there were only like 15-minute episodes.
Yeah, it was really quick, but like that's what started everything on Adult Swim. Like then we got like reruns of Family Guy and Futurama, and that's what led to like other shows. But yeah, Space Ghost was just like stupid and silly and right up my alley, and that's why like I think we all agree like that's kind of what we want out of this show. We want kind of have it to be like unconventional. We want it to be like, you know, like a sports talk radio show. We want it to be weird. We want it to be different. So that's what I loved about Space Ghost Coast to Coast. So RIP to the guy that voiced Space Ghost, George Lowe.
Also, very similar like Harvey Birdman, attorney.
Oh, yeah, dude. Harvey Birdman was
was great. C-Lab was great. And then it leashes into all sorts of other things, which is Aqua Teen Hunger Force and all the Adult Swim staples and whatnot.
That's what Adult Swim became. Do we have any crap, Tim? We got a couple minutes for some crap? We can open up the crap section. The Pat
They have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. You gotta have, a crap section. Yeah.
All right, what you got, Tim? The Pat H crap section comes your way on a Tuesday. Larry Kruger in about 10 minutes at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly. What you got, Tim?
Well, this question is actually directed to you, Adam, because I know Derek doesn't like going to the movies. How many previews, how many commercials is too much?
Oof. I think if you throw me like 4 previews in a theater, because I'm down to see some previews if I go to the movies. If you throw me like 4 previews, that's solid. If you give me 5 and I'm engaged in all of them, or a handful, that may be okay. You get to like 6, that's too many. Now, gotta be careful what I'm saying here. What's keeping the lights on? In what context are we talking, Tim? Just like at the theater?
Yeah, just at the theater.
I'll tell you where they've really screwed us at the theater is it's now not just previews. They'll wedge in commercials like after the preview. They tell me to go get popcorn when I'm sitting there eating popcorn. I'm like, I know there's popcorn and soda here. I'm at the movies.
Yeah.
You don't have to advertise the movie theater popcorn to me. I walked by and smelled it. That's the best advertisement you could have for popcorn.
The soda sizzling and the 4D sound, or I'd rather just
Nicole Kidman tell me to go to the movies when I'm at the movies.
That's my thing. Like, I've been to enough movies where, like, you go to AMC. I don't need Nicole Kidman telling me, like, oh, the spectacle of movie. Just get to the damn movie already. Now, that's why I love, like, Alamo Draft House, where they don't have any previews beforehand. They have a little one just for the preview.
I like a little previews.
Yeah, it depends.
I just don't want your commercials selling me the stuff I'm either literally holding or walked by already on my way in. I know it's here. Anyway, Tim, back to your original point. I'm
back
pissed.
to my story. There was a man in India. He sued the India's largest movie theater chains for having too many ads and previews, causing him to miss prior commitments.
Yeah.
This gentleman's name is
nice.
We're just going to go by Abe because it's a very long name. The movie that he went to go see was scheduled to play between 4:05 and 6:30, but there was about a half an hour of delay time. He says that he missed other commitments and arrangements, and that the loss cannot be calculated in terms of money. He asked for $570 in compensatory damages and $60 for mental anguish. The theater gave him $200.
That's hilarious, but Abe, that's on you, my man. You got to check the running time before you go to a movie. Like, anybody that's like, oh my God, The Brutalist was 3 hours long. I forgot to pick up my kid from soccer practice. That's on you. You got to check how long the runtime is.
I don't know if that's on you, dude. Like, you're saying he didn't check the time. I don't think that's the issue here. Sounds like my man thought he was going to get like a night. What was the window of time again, Tim?
It was between 4:05 and 6:30.
It's a 2.5 hour movie. Now, if you tell me, and this is the thing, you can look at what time, when you buy a ticket now, like digitally, I go to the Metreon here. I'm just going to a one real quick. It's one of the closer ones to me. So if I go over there and you buy a ticket like at the kiosk, or even if you buy a ticket in the app online or AMC or whatever, it'll tell you what time the movie lets out. Now, what you'll notice is it's usually a lot longer than what the actual runtime of the movie is, because they're front-loading you with not just like previews, they're giving you commercials. It's the commercials that kill me.
Yeah.
Why are you giving me commercials for crap that I've already got while I'm here?
And I paid for my
ticket.
ticket
I'm already here. I'm already here.
Well, that's going to happen at AMC, Regal Cinema.
Yeah, the court sided with Abe, and the ruling emphasized that movies must start at the scheduled time as printed on their ticket, as the viewers should not be forced to sit idle in the theater and watch whatever theater commercials and telecasts.
I kind of ride with Abe.
So, India.
So if you want the previews,
for you, Abe.
You want the preview, show up early is what he said.
Show up early.
I kind of like that. Okay.
But Abe's got S to take care of. He had plenty of time to file this lawsuit. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he did.
Go ahead, Tim. What else you got?
We'll do one more quick one here. Strangers are posing as funeral mourners to get a taste of mortuary's viral Chinese noodles.
They're posing as
I don't even
what?
know how to register any of that.
Say it one more time.
So a funeral home in China has become an unexpected food destination after its noodle dish went viral, prompting people to pose as mourners just to get a taste.
Hey,
This is incredible.
Sometimes you just want a good noodle.
I'm upset we don't have more time to get into this.
Wedding crashing is funeral crashing.
This isn't even funeral crashing. They're showing up at the funeral home for I guess they are funeral crashing. We just we're here for the food.
Yeah.
We're here for the vigil and the noodles. That's incredible, dude.
You must really be into those noodles.
That's like Costanza and Kramer trying to get the Death in the Family discount when they take the airplane.
It's incredible. That's beautiful. That's going to do it. We have to get more into that probably tomorrow.
I can bring that one back.
It's going to do it for your crap section. Larry Kruger at the top of the hour. We'll put the show to bed next on the Sports Leader. Yeah, that's, of course, after I tell you. Dirty Work is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Larry Kruger next. We'll put the show to bed right after this on the Sports Leader.
Quote, the 49ers are willing to listen to offers on just about anybody on the roster, unquote, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Well, that's not good. For all the latest on the 49ers, keep it locked to KNBR, the sports leader.